Mai iubit ca pe un pui plin, mai lăsat piciorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu căinița, ude cu căinița, se crească fetița, se crească fetița. La 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 la. Copai se gata, zic 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 zic, hop 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 hop, hop zic 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 zic, hop zic 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 zic. Copai se gata, hai hai, copai se gata, hai hai, copai se gata, hai hai, copai se gata. Copai se gata, zic 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 zic, hop 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 hop, hop zic 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 zic, hop zic 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 zic. Copai se gata, hai hai, 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 copai se Na piețe numai nițe și urma carului, ochii prima carului.
Mai Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Wallachia season number 8. It is MLP Dota and Jonix Finer joining you. Jonathan, welcome back. So it's been a very, very long time since I've had the pleasure of speaking to you live. How you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. You know, there's a lot that's been happening since the last time you and I were on. And at the same time, it feels like nothing much has really changed overall. We've got, of course, we had a big patch come in. Facets were taken out, but most facets were kept as innates. Invoker got to keep all of his facets for whatever reason. And, you know, good stuff like that. Roche position changed just a bit. Neutrals, for whatever reason, start spawning. The tokens start spawning at 0 minutes in. So you could justify your jungling now if you so wish to grief your pubs. But, you know, in this rapidly changing world, Mike, Dota is consistent.
It certainly is consistent, Jonathan. That's good news. Nothing's really changed. Had a game of Earth Spirit, Jonathan. Nothing changed whatsoever. Still completely useless. Literally nothing changed since facets have been removed. And I agree with the changes, I might add, Jonathan. I know some people are upset. Who cares? Nothing. You know, they still have foul play on Shadow Shaman, John. You know that? You've still got the chickens that spawn up as you're about to die. So they've still got that going. I was upset the Black Grimoire disappeared from Warlock. That was quite upsetting. I'm sure you were very upset about that.
They gave up in the challenge of thinking what else to do besides Black Grimoire. They're just like, no, you'll just get old Warlock again, you know? And like, Earth Spirit, who knows what he does? Just put him back to normal. You know, I guess he was fine before anything. But of course, for Wallachia Season 8, we've got new, fresh set of teams coming in. And we can see those teams that are participating here at Wallachia Season 8. Of course, there were a couple of changes. OG originally invited were replaced by Virtus.pro as they are having your typical Southeast Asian issues of renewing visas, and what a wonderful roster we have here for our 8 teams. You know, maybe a few underdogs again that we're seeing. Virtus.pro again getting invited in replacement of OG should be an interesting one to watch out for. You've had some upstart performances recently from teams like Yandex doing well on the most recent tournaments they've been in. And maybe some teams that have been a little bit more touch and go. You know, it's not been the hottest year for a team like Spirit this year. Falcons coming off that TI win. Hasn't been the most consistent just yet. As we know from Falcons, it does take them some time in the season to ramp up. So this should be an interesting one. Wallachia Season 8 should be the point where, you know, we're around the midway point to, or, you know, that time where TI rolls around. And this is when performances should start to settle in a little bit more, Mikey.
That certainly should, Jonathan. Looking very forward to seeing how things do pan out at Wallachia Season 8. Of course, you've got $1 million up for a prize pool as per usual. First place walking away 300 grand. And as you do go down, Jonathan, you do lose a hell of a lot of money. But first place, 300, I'd say that's a pretty good number.
And it is. Of course, there's so much going on. Every single bit counts for all of these teams. And the journey to getting that first place is a long one, as we've seen with Wallachia's structure throughout its more recent times for the past, I want to say, 2 years at this point almost. We've had a really good structure going in to these final rankings, going through the group stage, going into the playoffs as well. And as we can see here shortly for Season 8, you've got the group stage coming up, which is still our Swiss format here. It'll be 3 wins. That guarantees you a slot into the playoffs. You take 3 losses, you are out. And it is structured so that teams with the same scoreline face off against each other here in those group stages, leading to pretty interesting matchups overall. Some matchups you might not expect very early on. Of course, after that group stage, you get into the double-elimination playoffs bracket, which is fairly standard, as we've seen with a lot of our double eliminations. There's a second shot if you do lose in that round 1 upper bracket. You have a longer journey in lower bracket, but we've seen teams kind of, how do you say that? We've seen teams prosper when they have to play more with that pressure in the lower bracket.
They certainly do, Joe. More games, you know, it probably means you're going to be better by the end of the tournament. That's where we tend to end up. Looking very forward to it once again, see how the meta does develop as we do get some games underway. Can't wait. Personally, Jonathan, I cannot wait to see what kind of shenanigans we do get up to. Do you have any favorites that you want to look out for here, John, here at season number 8? Anything special that you've got up here? Because you've always got some stupid ideas. It doesn't matter how much I leave you. So there's some really dumb ideas that get created up there in that mind of yours, John X5. Have you got something stupid you're looking at?
They're great ideas, Mike. First off, they're great ideas. Second off, You know, a lot of people are talking about Yandex looking good recently in a lot of recent tournaments, Tundra being the favorites coming in. I think, as we were taking a look at our schedule here, and of course, on Stream A, you are starting with Xtreme Gaming up against Na'Vi, followed by Liquid GamerLegion, Pari versus MOUZ, Yandex versus Falcons. Yeah, Stream A, all the action there on location, of course, with our lovely set of analysts and casters. For us here in Stream B, we're starting with Team Spirit up against Vici Gaming, followed by Aurora up against SA Rejects. After, for the last two, BetBoom up against VP and Tundra up against Heroic. And of course, our first matchup is starting soon with Team Spirit versus Vici. I want to say, though, as an overall comment, I think GamerLegion is my dark horse pick. You know why, Mike? Because you've got RCY and Ghost. Ghost in North America. I think if Ghost made Nigma look like they were coming back for a bit 2 years ago, that first wave when people's hopes were coming back in, I think Ghost could do it for America. He could do it.
Don't attack the Nigma fans this early, John.
I'm not attacking. I'm saying Ghost made it feel like, there was hope. He brought that hope back, Mike. And such as he brought that hope back for Nigma, he will bring that hope back for North America.
And our hope is slowly disappearing as you speak, Jonathan. We have Draft 1 underway. Team Spirit versus Vici Gaming. Jonathan, Cardinal sin for a caster while we have some time. Don't talk about Nigma if they're not doing well. Don't do it. The fans get very upset, Jonathan.
I didn't say whether or not they're doing well right now. I said they were doing well with Ghost. There was a time where it looked good. It looked good. Can we not look back at the past and smile at results that were okay? Is that not possible? Is retrospect not the thing, Michael Phoenix?
I saw a photo of myself when I was younger the other day, John. I started crying. So no, we can't do that. We won't be doing that.
Oh, well, at least we can take a look at this draft. Already some bans coming out. Team Spirit taking care of that. Batrider, Io, and Phoenix. Vici Gaming taking care of... Honestly, the one thing about Team Spirit that puts a big question mark on them coming into Wallachia and kind of maybe in a few of their tournaments beforehand as well. Batyuk standing in for Collapse. So you take care of that off-lane Bristle, you take care of the Pangolier, you took care of the Alchemist as well, which has stayed relatively consistent in popularity on the Pause 1. And you get that nice opener for Vici Gaming to lean on, a Sin-Q Rubik perhaps coming in here. A very strong safety net to have, just a lot of... It's a big nuisance to actually play against Rubik nowadays. Like, his scaling feels pretty good. The additional AoE you get, your spell spam's nice. It's still maybe a little bit costly to do it in the lane, but it is still a menace of a support and leaves the draft very wide open for Vici to build on. Team Spirit do manage to pick up the Monkey King, which has stayed pretty much in popularity. Still really good on the mid lane if you'd want to run it there. There are some good options against, say, a Monkey mid. Slardar still on hand if you kind of want to try whaling it back to the Monkey. That should still be slightly Monkey favored, but not too awful for a Slardar overall. Although, again, not the easiest time for a Slardar either. So I'm keen on seeing what Team Spirit will want to kind of try to get done with a Monkey, whether or not that's just going to go to Yatoro as well. So some pretty strong openings so far. Again, just back to this point with Vici's first two bans. Like, I was checking out what Batyuk has been playing recently. Bristle was up there. Pangolier was up there. He had some Undying games as well. Tidehunter games. If that's something Vici will want to prioritize, try to exploit this perceived weakness of Team Spirit having a stand-in that, to be fair, they've played like 2 tournaments in now, 1 or 2 tournaments in now with Batyuk. They should have a bit of a firm footing as to what he wants to do and whether or not Batyuk is adjusting in. It's still something that teams will look to kind of try to exploit as much as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd never underestimate Team Spirit, regardless of whether they have a stand-in or not, Jonathan. They always look like they might be a bit vulnerable, but they never are. It never works out the way we think. Is a final ban ad coming from Spirit before we can see these drafts continue. Perhaps another support ban to be made by Spirit. We are still, again, relatively new to the patches, Jonathan, so still plenty of shenanigans that could get created. And I was asking you earlier if you had something stupid in mind. Yeah. I don't think GamerLegion doing well is stupid at all, Jonathan. Not for the same reasons you. Obviously, they have speed, one of my personal favorite players. That's probably why they're going to do so well. John, as Team Spirit, they're going to go ahead for a Hoodwink pick.
Yeah, still a solid hero, still really good damage to have in lane. Really good poke potential, especially the Monkey King on hand, especially, considering the Monkey may be scouting forward as well to set up for some of these bushwhacks to open up. Having a break inbuilt as well in the hero does make it easier to handle some of the more popular offlaners. Again, Tidehunter is still available if Vici Gaming were looking for that for Bach as well. So the Hoodwink can kind of help soften up just a tad bit on that front, just having this to cover up some of the bases here. Treant does get picked up by Vici Gaming. We have, again, it's been a little bit on the rise, along with that Slaughter we were talking about. So you do have this potential to run a mid Slaughter versus mid Monkey, which theoretically is still slightly Monkey favored, but honestly, it's not too bad for Slaughter either. You can hold your ground. It's probably a matchup that does make the Monkey King face a matchup that becomes closer to 50-50 in trading. So it is manageable for a Slaughter, although, again, considering how much Laurel has played Monkey King mid before, you would still sort of lean towards the Monkey King overall, but XM should know what he'd want to find in that lane. Anyhow, I think the interesting bit is just the amount of upfront sustain you do get here for Vici Gaming, having a Treant, having that living armor on hand, having all of these control pieces on hand as well, and just with some of the reworks he's gotten, right? Like, his Eyes in the Forest kind of working the way they do now. It's a little bit easier to manage. At the same time, it feels like you gain access to that vision just a little bit more consistently faster for Treant. So you end up having some counter way, or some way to counteract Monkey King sneaking around the trees just by having Treant Protector with the Eyes in the Forests up. Team Spirit will go for the Void Spirit, so they're just giving the Slaughter, trying to avoid a rougher time for the Monkey King. This should just be our Laurel here up front. The one thing for Vici now, your hard control for the Void Spirit outside of this blink timing for your Treant isn't that amazing, right? Like, blink timing in Treant and blink timing in Slaughter now feel pretty key to catch Void Spirit out of guard. Otherwise, especially would say an Ag's timing for Void Spirit from a decent enough laning start, it can be hard to entrap this hero overall for Vici with what they have on hand.
Yeah, certainly not the greatest amount of catch in the world right now for this Void Spirit. Is a Team Spirit looking for a fourth pick for themselves. Still yet another support to be picked up. Rumors as well. I don't know if this is rumors, John. I saw it online. It was SingQ was looking for an EU team apparently. Is that correct, John? Have you heard about this? Team Spirit?
I don't know.
They're gonna go for a Pugna picker.
I don't know about that. Like,
I saw it on Facebook. It's not like a proper rumor, John. I'm just gonna put it out there. You know.
Look, Mikey, I'll tell you one thing about Facebook rumors.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of that. Okay, a lot of the pages.
It's a talking point, John.
Yeah, it's a
Don't
talking
judge
point.
me on my talking points.
A lot of those pages are run by a lot of clickbait, right? I've seen a lot of those clickbaits. Although sometimes, some of them are actually just friends with some problems. If it's news about like Southeast Asian players, it's a little bit easier to kind of like, all right, maybe that's a possible thing to talk about. Outside the region, I don't think so. I don't think that news circulates all too closely on Facebook. Still, we're not in Facebook. We're in Dota 2, Mikey. The Pugna pickup by Team Spirit immediately counteracted by VG going for the Muerta. Probably our pause 1 coming out here for Shiro, of course. You have a way of just whacking away at a hero when they are decrept up. You don't really care. Of course, Muerta doesn't really use the Corrosive Haze that well, but she's still... it's still nice overall to have. Your backline jump for the Muerta is decent, though, right? If this Monkey King and Void Spirit can get on top of Muerta, she will die. But the issue is jumping up that close for Team Spirit. Because again, if you reach a point in the game where Eyes in the Forest is a tool, if you manage to get an even laning start in your Slaughter, your Void Spirit isn't shutting down that mid matchup, which I think Void Spirit versus Slaughter isn't really all too favored to Void Spirit. Slaughter should have a much easier time in that matchup compared to a Monkey King. Then certain things can make it more challenging to try to burst down this Muerta. And Muerta scales pretty well now. You don't need your shard to get the spell amplification. You just get natural charges as well, even if you don't get the assist, so long as they die in your AoE within 975 AoE. So you get that 1% spell amp, even from laning phase if you have an aggressive lane. And it can ramp up really fast here for Muerta if you leave her alone for too long. So I like this win condition for Vici. I think their tempo is pretty damn high. Team Spirit has some pretty good tempo as well. It's just, how much can this Pugna really do for you? Right? There is a decent amount of spells coming out. The Nether Ward can do some work. You do have more damage as towers get pushed down. You've got decent push with a Pugna alone. And maybe if your Monkey King has a good lane, he can just start rotating, playing with some of that early strength, getting rotations, getting pressure near tier 1s, tying in with a Pugna coming in to push. It can also start to snowball a little bit more. I just feel like Team Spirit's draft is a bit more fragile. Like one thing goes wrong, say your Pugna doesn't have a lane that he can really pull from or try to harass out from, give some space to core. Pugna can kind of feel like dead weight if you're not too careful.
I'll see what they do. I mean, Spirit's certainly going to be the ones with the pressure on their side to try and make this a quicker game. And Vici certainly playing for the slower style of gamers. We are going to see the Naga Siren removal here from Vici Gaming. Spirit still looking for another mid hero to ban out. It appears. So see if they still do want to run that mid slider for Vici Gaming, or whether they want to change things up just a little bit.
5 seconds remaining.
There's just so many options from Spirit for that mid lane is what I'm saying. They're going to ban the Sankey.
Yeah, they keep it open enough, taking care of a little bit of flex and even, the hard mid and the quap. I'm curious if Vici wants something more slippery mid, because again, the hard lockdown from Spirit as well. It's not amazing. You're kind of dependent on landing these bushwhacks or just getting a good Jingu off from your Monkey King in the tree line. There's a lot of room for, say, a Puck here. Even a Storm could be fine. Overall, the matchup is pretty decent into the Void Spirit. You can kind of make both of these things work. You can heavily punish the Pugna. And we'll go with a Viper instead. So they get something that's just looking to crush lanes. Vici Gaming are looking for a lineup to just have these solid foundations to play off. Viper on mid or off, Slardar on mid or off, and just bully out their matchup. So I think you're likely leaning towards Viper mid. You run the Slardar off lane to face against the Monkey King. You're not benefiting as much without a cleaner river line for Slardar, of course, on a side lane. But this Viper should just crush the Void Spirit. You hit this good tempo. You can start applying that pressure with a Slardar really early on. And for Team Spirit, the one ace they have is, again, just how far can you push this Void Spirit here? How well can you utilize your Monkey King's level 6 to 7 spike, where you're starting to hunt around early with, say, your power treads up, and they'll go with an Invoker to close out overall. So it does look like we're getting maybe that Void Spirit off lane for Batyuk, and it is. The Invoker coming in, you and I were having a talk about this here in his facets. He basically got all of his facets with his Shard and Ags. So happy days for every Invoker player. And Laurel is a fantastic Invoker overall. But laning into Viper is not going to be a fun feeling for Invoker either. I mean, Viper's still going to enjoy himself there. Whether or not you go for the Nether Toxin or the Corrosive Attack, it's still perfectly fine for Viper. I'm curious to see how much Team Spirit can try to play around this tempo that they kind of set for themselves, because it's back to the same points, right? Like, if your lanes go slow, not only do you have, like, say, supports that don't play well from behind, especially for the Pugna, outside of being like a little bit of a refill in terms of HP with Life Drain, a Void Spirit off lane that just doesn't have a good start is not going to be contributing much, or as much as you'd want in comparison to other offlaners when you leave them alone to farm up. Void Spirit's much more timing sensitive and doesn't contribute as much in overall AoE control. When it comes down to that control, you are relying heavily on Ru and Yatoro, really. Maybe when you get this Void Spirit up with Ags, you can start to rely on that AoE silence from Resonant Pulse a little bit more. Of course, Laurel is there as a bit of the wild card factor, but when you look at Vici, it's just so much easier to commit. You've got Overgrowth, you've got this blink timing for Bach to hit, you've got, say, this Travels timing or the Ags timing for XM if you want to kind of go back for those builds and just kind of ride off of that. You've got good ways to create space. You don't expect all of these heroes to get bullied out too hard, and that's where the concern is for Team Spirit. They have to bring out that A game that they are known to have in the laning phase here early to counteract what Vici has drafted for themselves.
Well, we'll get into it, John. Game 1 here between Vici Gaming and, of course, Team Spirit. One of the games as well, I just want to add, like, you'd love to see Yatoro get active here with his side earlier on, and I think that is probably something we are going to have to see here from this Team Spirit side. Vici Gaming, if they do lose this laning stage, things can get a little bit scary, right? Like, you could just get run at by this Team Spirit squad around the 15-20 minute mark. If things do get a little bit too one-sided one way, we will find out very soon already how things are going to be headed, because we do have a 5-man smoke. Vici Gaming, right towards the side of Team Spirit, in fact. See if they do break it here. Ru's in the front, right near each other, but it doesn't quite seem like we'll break the smoke yet. But a big wrap around here from Vici now. Onto the Radiant Triangle they'll go. Spirit still not noticing, but this is a great position for Vici Gaming. Counter smoke now from Team Spirit. Well, what a way to start Wallachia Season 8, Jonathan, if we get into a big fight. But it doesn't seem like we will.
I mean, it's really fortunate for Vici they don't stick in that area. There was that early obs ward rocked by Team Spirit. So if their smoke just popped there, even if they held a better position, they don't have the informational advantage you would have had here on Team Spirit. In fact, some really close wards being planted overall. Just focusing on that top mid area into the triangle, into the mid lane. Looks like we'll still end up with maybe actually a bit of an advantage for the side of Vici. They might be able to snag away an extra bounty. And it does look like they'll be able to get that on the bot mid side. Sinq should secure that for himself. So a 3-1 start feels pretty good for Vici Gaming. You don't miss out on much. And this emphasis on mid, it's going to be interesting to see just how much these wards pay off. Or if anyone manages to get that early sentry in to at least take care of one of these key pieces of vision. Of course, this mid matchup for XM up against Laurel, Invoker versus Viper. We saw this quite a few times last time around. We do lose out now on the Nether Toxin play with the Corrosive Skin. But it is still Viper, right? You're going to go back, you're going to play with Poison Attack. You're going to poke Laurel every time he comes in for a CS. And you're just seeing how much of a nuisance that is for Laurel early on, especially with having Predator back, having that extra damage per missing HP. You're always going to win out these trades on XM.
No, absolutely. I mean, not much Lyle can really do about it. He'll just enjoy himself a laning stage. And I think Lyle, as long as he just stays alive, soaks some XP, gets some creeps, he'll be more than happy. Not really much you can do about the Viper lane. Just kind of sustain yourself. Those side lanes, though, pretty interesting. Of course, bottom lane, you've got your Toro here with Panto. They'll be up against Bark and Sinq. This arguably could go either way. It's quite hard to know who does have the big advantage here on either side. As we do have Bark claiming there's a bug with Yatoro's Monkey King. They'll go for a quick double disconnection. But what do you think about this bottom lane, Jonathan?
I'll pretend I didn't enjoy this.
I think it has a lot of potential. I think, again, when you isolate out Monkey King versus Slardar, this can feel pretty good for Monkey in a melee lane matchup where you have a little bit more reach. Slardar can always play back, of course, with a crush. I think where this really comes down to is whether or not Panto can get a little bit more EXP. Right? If you get the value point and decrep up, you can break off that aggression box looking for. Of course, Yatoro can't really maximize his own pressure with that, but you have a safety net there for Panto. Same thing goes, though, for Bach. Sinq with the left back should ensure that the chase down isn't really going to happen, and Fadebolt does tend to slow down that CS for the Monkey King just a tad bit, so it should be relatively even overall. The one thing for Bach is, again, you're not getting that extra value from being in mid. You're not making use of the Seaborn Sentinel as much, so you aren't as durable as you would be if this was a mid lane matchup.
And of course, that top lane. Why? Shiro going to be up against Rue and, of course, Batyuk. And for now, pretty smooth sailing for Batyuk on this Void Spirit. Of course, Shiro not to be left too far behind. They'll get a little bit aggressive, but that's about all they can really do against this Void Spirit as of now. Resonant Pulse proving to be more than enough in terms of defense against what the side of Vici have to offer. Jonathan, any concerns here for Vici Gaming? Do you feel like?
I think you're overall for Vici, and this is something expected meaning for what isn't particularly amazing. You're doing a great job here on Team Spirit. You have to hand it through getting the Quelling Blade. I mean, yeah, you're good. You want to be able to bushwhack, but you're also just cutting out these angles for Y to actually try to apply that pressure, try to get some free damage onto Batyuk. It's giving a lot more room for the Void Spirit than you otherwise expect. As we were talking about in that draft, Void Spirit offlane is very sensitive, right? Like you're seeing Shiro, if he gets the room to just there is some good damage out. It's still managing to kind of match up with fact because it's matching Bach only about 4 CX behind Shiro. Out the end of the world there for Void Spirit off. And that should lead to still some very people in EAP.
Yeah, I'm going to try onto Rue, but nice little bushwhack away. Now, Rue still going to drop. Why? Able to secure the kill there along with Shiro. So happy days for Vici Gaming. Off to a good start at this safe lane of theirs, and nothing to write home about though. Team Spirit, not to be outdone, still having a pretty good laning stage themselves. We should say Lal has not died in the mid lane quite yet as the Invoker. Although, of course, that mid lane is going horrifically in terms of CS for him. And that bottom lane still going relatively well for Yatoro. So all things being said and done, I don't think this is really too bad at all for Team Spirit. Yatoro, to back off a little bit, Lal. Can have a decent enough time not dying. Shiro, meanwhile, maybe getting jumped top lane. So they will give it a crack with the Acorn shot. Pushback will land as well, and Baiyu able to secure the life of Shiro. Now looking for a little bit more. Does secure wider boot. And they'll even go after Sinkyu now. Sinkyu trying to wrap around the tree line is going to be okay. With some fantastic rotations. In fact, never mind, he is not okay. Sinkyu also caught out. Will go down, and Team Spirit, one of their classic rotations, finding 3 for nothing.
Yeah, a really good move across from Team Spirit, and that's something you get with that Monkey King safe lane. Right, in a melee matchup up against a Slardar, you can't afford to leave Yatoro alone. You can get Panto moving into those side lanes, and because you have such a squishy safe here for Vici, it's just so susceptible to that dive. You have a lot of EHP to play with on Batyuk if he lands those resonant pulses. And again, for Vici Gaming, I mean, you lost access to these camps. You lost access to the tree line early for White to play really aggressive. You did manage to find that first blood, yes, but you got enough from the early start there from those first few waves for Batyuk to actually have the EXP to play with. So a really good read out from Team Spirit, starting strong, 3-1 so far. The mid lane is well here for VG, and we talked about this with the Viper, but you are getting a lot more on XM. You are managing to bully out Laurel quite a fair bit in CS, and you have that level 6 spike up already for XM. You would want to start to try to apply some pressure early now. You've got the double rate band timing to play with as well. They are doing a great job of contesting these power runes though, and Panto will actually snag away that shield rune, which would allow a bit of a dive from XM. In fact, they're focusing so many resources on mid, showing Gru and Panto around here just to shove XM away just a tad bit. You get a little bit of that early shove in. It's a level 2 Nether Blast, not too strong yet on Panto, but considering how active he's been on the map, every little bit of chip damage up against Viper just to hold him back will help massively.
It's so annoying. Like, Panto's really showing you the strength of this Pugner. As mid lane, they do finally jump Lal. So they are going to punish the Invoker off the rotation of Sinkyu, who was there initially due to the pressure of Panto. I was just about to say, Panto was proving to us how annoying this hero can be, just spamming Nether Blast whenever he can in the mid lane. Unfortunately, it still costs him an Invoker's life, but that's not his fault. That wasn't on Panto.
No. Again, it's a pretty rough lane overall for Laurel. You did not quite have the vision game as well here set up on mid. You have a little bit more coming from Vici to watch just that power rune, even though they don't maximize it. A pretty decent kill overall, if you're happy enough.
They might give a crack at Shiro. Shiro, though, he's got the Watcher, so they know that Panto's rotated this time. Shiro not looking to make it easy for another kill on his life. It looks like Panto just going to leave him be. In fact, never mind, Yatoro's going to join as well. So they'll group up as 4 now, Team Spirit, and they're going to run right into Shiro. Poor old Shiro! Not expecting the rotation from Yatoro this early on. Might have to pay with his life, though. The rotation from XM now, trying to punish for the Decrepit fight, making life a little bit challenging. They'll finally take down Yatoro, though. A great pickup here from the side of Vici. They'll continue for Panto's life, looking for a third. They'll even find Ru. In XM, great rotation from the Viper.
And that's a scary hero to bleed off this kills too as well. And we always talk about it with Viper, you need that early laning start. He's getting it on XM. He gets a triple kill to his name, and he had that double wraith band timing. He's got the power treads. He's going into the Dragonlance. His output on right click right now is just ridiculous, right? You've got the Predator innate. You've got all that extra damage as their HPs drops low now as well. You're getting some extra room out to get some EXP going on your Rubik as well, just soaking up on mid. Laurel is just a level ahead for a solo mid laner, which isn't a great feeling. Sinkyu is going to have that utility with Spell Steal relatively soon compared to what you'd ideally want to see for Team Spirit to play into that timing for. I think the one thing for Team Spirit is that, again, you are getting a decent timeout for Batyuk. He's already got that full earn up. He's going to invest in the full Spirit Vessel as well, just to help take care of some of these heroes and mitigate some of that regen. coming on here. But again, just all the things that VG are getting here with his Viper and with her supports getting some pretty nice EXP as well. That's where concerns really lie. I mean, again, you've got this insane team fight with the Overgrowth that will come out. The shard timing with Eyes in the Forest that will just keep tabs on every single move you can want in Team Spirit. As this game goes on, it can get a little bit challenging.
Top lane, they'll jump Shiro again. Looks like it was just a bit of a warning shot here from Batyuk. Gets a rotation out from Xingqiu, but it may cost him his own life. He'll look to get out of there with the Assimilate, but it's not going to be enough. So Xingqiu, it initially looked like a wasted rotation, but it ends up paying off for Vici once again. And sadly for Team Spirit, they're not able to get away with these little poke plays.
No, and again, the punishment's pretty severe. I mean, you were talking about how sensitive Vici's draft is. I'd argue that Team Spirit's draft is equally sensitive. Right? Like, again, you've got this decent timing still lining up on your Void Spirit. You've got this Invoker that just needs more cooking time for Laurel. And, you know, you need quite a little bit more for Yapura to really feel like he can just run forward and face off against some of these hits. He's also not having the best of times in terms of just sneaking around because you have ways of tracking Corrosive Haze and eventually the shard that comes on in your Treant. It makes it a little bit hard to play that hit and run. You've got this huge frontline potential on Vici that you have to find a way to break through. Because XM is just, he's about to hit his Dragonlance, and this guy can hit from a mile away. He's going to have decent enough stats as well, a good balance of Agi to play with.
They're going to find a very quick kill off onto Panto. I think that was a 3-hit from Bach. Meanwhile, Bushwhack committed now from Rue, trying to get away from Y and Bach, and looks like he is going to be alright. But there's no fighting into Vici at the moment. In fact, we do have a Viper Strike committal here, right onto Rue. XM cuts him off on the Viper. There's just no fighting right now against Vici Gaming. And I want to say it's mostly XM that you're really concerned about. But even Bach on this slaughter, like, he'll just 2-3 hit you to death. Nothing you can do about it.
Now that's the issue with running this Pugna and even this Hoodwink to an extent, right? Very squishy supports. They don't really run up and set things up where you're reliant on your Monkey and your Void Spirit who aren't ready for that. So if you are trying to set up for a play with Bach around and with him inching towards that blink as well, all of this is happening without that mobility on the Slaughter. Once that blink is up, I mean, you're just going to get 2 hit down on your Pugna. You're going to get 3 hits down on your Hoodwink. There's not really much you can do about it. At least there's some big stacks being built up here by Team Spirit. Laurel has all the room to farm that up. He is inching towards his Meteor Hammer for a little bit more follow-up from his combos. There's a good Spell Lamp to play with as well. But the tools aren't quite there yet. Again, for Vici, it's still ramping up. Yeah, you've got this timing at 15 for shards. They are trying to catch Y, poking a bit.
Oh yeah, nice little pick at Y. He's still going to walk away though. In fact, now they're going to make the jump in onto Rue, who's just getting annihilated by the damage output of Shiro. Yotoro, he's out with the Boundless and the Wukong's command onto Shiro, but it's no good. It does nothing. Once again, Spirit, I mean, it's not the biggest kill in the world, but they are just slowly bleeding back the way of Vici. In fact, here we go. They'll try now for Batyuk. Xingqiu, lift is up, but Batyuk going to be able to just kind of walk away from that as they do actually get the Astral Step. But Xingqiu not going to bother committing.
No, I mean, no real need to. You've got the Stolen Forge Spirits up. You can force a little bit of a push onto that top. There's not much Batyuk can really do to mitigate any of that. You've gotten a very free lane out for Bach with all of that action happening up top. The Slaughter is just free farming in this game, already at that Blink Dagger timing up. And all the cores of Vici, again, having a fantastic time coming out of that laning phase. XM has just been this really great foundation since that rotation up top to keep that pressure going. And with your lineup here in Team Spirit, you just need time. They are getting access to their caps, and the Ancients weren't contested. The hard camp stacks weren't contested. There's a lot of farm flowing in for Batyuk and Laurel, sure. But, I mean, you're still in happy positions here for Vici. Like your Muerta already has the full Maelstrom. Again, Blink timing and Slaughter is up. You've got the Hurricane Pike set for XM. We're approaching 15 minutes in as well, so you can maybe start to think about Tormentors towards the 19-minute mark as well. And start thinking about these free shards coming in. If you get lucky, you get the Treant shard. You just have total map vision control. Granted, again, it's easier to chop down. There's little eyes in the forest now. But it's still a lot of time and maybe some potential rotations that can just get broken up by one hero. A bit of a clump up from Team Spirit top. Tried to play for the shove in onto that tier 1. But playing into Xtreme Protector, I'm sure it's a level 1 Nature's Grasp. It is a max level living armor, so that is slowing down that push just a bit. Does buy some reaction time here for Vici.
It does. Vici thinking about it. We'll jump in right onto Yatoro. Nice double boundless, well rather bushwhack going into the boundless strike now, connecting onto Toe. They'll take down Y, but Yatoro is going to go down eventually. They'll make the jump in onto Lal now. Lal trying to run with the Ghost Walk is probably not going to make it if Sinkyu finds him. And he does. Completely blind. Jumping away on the Rubik even, surviving still. As XM will take down Panto, finds Ruda Bird. How did this Rubik get out of there? Was a Sinkyu got out? How did he do that?
I mean, he's just dancing around. You know, he gets a good lineup with that Astral Step. He still has a charge left, I believe, afterwards.
What?
And it's just so difficult to catch him out. You also have the full upgrade up with the Essence Distiller, so you do have a lot of health regeneration to play with as well for Sinkyu in weaving in and out here. And again, this is the issue
top.
for the side.
They're going to try for XM. I mean, he's not an easy target on this Viper. Not with a Tree Protector behind him to help out. They'll try again with the break now of the Sharpshooter into the Sunstrike. He's dropping low. XM now, surely to go down. They'll pop the Overgrowth. They've finally got the Viper at least. They'll trade Baityuk, but it'll be well worth it for the life of XM.
Has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, that's a little bit of a consolation prize for Team Spirit. You managed to take the tier 1 down as well, so yeah, you're getting some bonuses here, right? Like you've got the Oblivion Savant for our Pugna, a little bit of Spell Amp coming in for Panto. Doesn't hurt. Have just a little bit more output playing. Oh. Yeah,
You see that
get the
previous
angle
line.
out.
Yeah.
It's all on bot, right? Like he gets that blink angle out right onto Yatoro, forcing out the Wukongs early, and then you have that jump from Sinkyu here onto the side, giving that vision needed, and just getting the drop onto all the heroes they need. Your damage on Baityuk is just not clean enough.
And he
Not
got
to
away.
that point yet.
Horrible.
I mean,
just the fact that you've seen this highlights, the fact that he gets away at the end. What is it, John?
it's just, again, the timings that you expect for all these heroes on Team Spirit. Invoker needs a lot of cook time nowadays. I mean, you're going for the full Octarine now for Laurel as well, just to have your combination on hand quicker. But the offlane Void Spirit's the one that maybe the most awkward one timing-wise, right? Because, again, this hero just needs some key items at some good times. Baityuk has done a fantastic job to find that urn timing, but felt like when he hit that urn, they weren't really able to capitalize in that window before the full Spirit Vessel upgrade really came in. And again, that's when the punishment from XM came in with that rotation top. So it's just a little bit slower to ramp up now. This is when Vici's so strong. Panto.
Panto, he's going to buy a bit of time. Not too much time, John. XM will claim the kill for himself. Nice and easy. Of course, the side of Vici Gaming still in the lead, 5k net worth ahead. More than happy to start pressuring the mid-tier 2 tower, but more so just taking over the map as they do get jumped here. Y has been caught. Very nice dust committal from Rue, knowing there was a train around somewhere because they had the sentry earlier. See, that's what you're got to be a little bit wary of if your Vici Gaming is feeding away kills like that for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, there are always catch-up mechanisms for Team Spirit, leaning a little bit too far out there for Y, trying to get some information for his team. Not the biggest loss in the world for Vici, sure. You're still maintaining that 4k lead. Remember, you want to widen that as much as possible. This is a lineup on Vici that will benefit quite a fair bit from just this kind of runaway start. If you manage to increase this lead to maybe, say, 10k at 25, that's when the game starts to feel a lot more secure for Vici. There are still windows to play with here on Team Spirit. You've got this Manta build-up into Desolator BKB lining up for Yatoro. I think that BKB has to be in a little bit quicker in that build order for sure, just to be able to withstand some of that damage coming in from Shiro, not care about too much from this Viper as well. XM have a way of dispelling off that overgrowth. And I think once you have at least one of these BKBs up,
Not really much you can do to escape, it looks like, though they do help out, at least with a very nice bushwhack onto Buck. Buck now forced to get away, but XM going to jump in with a Viper strike. Is it going to be enough? It should be, and it will be. XM able to secure the life of Batyuk in the end. They do try to make life as hard as possible here up against Vici Gaming, but they're getting away with everything, and now a Roshan attempt here from Vici.
Again, it doesn't take too long when you've got the slaughter on hand. Having this access to second life very early on is going to make things a whole lot simpler for Vici to start to look for these tier 2s, maybe even a threat onto the high ground. They are trying to contest a bit.
They do get Y, so you do get at least a bit of a consolation prize here for Lal, but it is still going to be an Aegis up onto XM. It is still Shiro leading in the net worth lead as well as the Muerta. And so you really couldn't have asked for too much more right now as Vici Gaming. Everything's just going swimmingly for their end of things. Spirit, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. Bottom lane looks like they are going to make the jump onto Sing Q now. Sing Q, though, proving to be quite a hard character to take down, as he will just casually walk out of it.
No, it's not quite enough not quite enough burst on hand. They are still staying in this area, Team Spirit, but Notori is walking through the gate. They're not looking for that full committal. Rest of Vici is ready to intercept. No one to really ambush up top here from Team Spirit, though. And they don't have vision set up in the gate as well if you wanted to make that same move for Vici. And we'll hold their ground. And they're the ones with the Aegis. They're the ones with the tempo here on the side of Vici Gaming. Looks like they might actually be tempted to go for it, but not. They'll go for the Fermenter instead. Who gets that lucky free shard here. If it goes on to Y, it would be massive, but it goes to Sin Q instead. Rather unfortunate. Would have been very happy days to get free eyes in the forest, but you are happy enough with just added utility on your Rubik. You've already had a hell of a time trying to kill off Sin Q. With a little bit of a lift back on himself as well with telekinesis. Might not even be possible to get that threat in. We'll see what the ideas are. Bach already running forward up top. Not really going to be able to catch anything, but they have so much time left on this Aegis. Still 3 minutes left. XM's about to hit his Manta-style timing. You've got the Shadow Blade set to come in for Shiro relatively quickly. Still a couple of items off into that full Silver Edge as well. Manta already up in Yatoro, so that's at least a start here for the Monkey King to stand and hold his ground. Having a Dispel on hand, especially for Overgrowth, is going to be massive. It just remains to be seen whether or not you'll be fully controlled up. I mean, even with a BKB, I suppose, if Bach is focusing on you, you are just going to be stunned anyhow. So it's just a matter of how does Team Spirit take these fights. Again, ideally, you get a good jump in with Batyuk, you get a combination out from Laurel, from setup, from Batyuk or Ru, and you kind of just hit and run. Ideally, you're looking for pickoffs on Team Spirit. You don't have that tempo right now. Maybe when Aegis fades, you can start to hunt for these pickoffs better, more aggressively on Team Spirit. For now, you just kind of have to mitigate losses. They have good vision set up in Team Spirit to at least play defensively. Right? All these wards in their bot jungle, very secure area to play catch-up. And Vici Gaming themselves also seem relatively content to play farming as well. So long as you don't overstep your bounds here in Team Spirit, you wait out this Aegis. There is still a hit and run strat that can come in that can even this game out very quickly. Again, for Vici, the ideal advantage they'd want to have by 25 is around 8 to 10k, I would say, is when you feel like you're in control of the game. At 5k, if that maintains into 25 minutes in with the Aegis expiring, you still have that advantage. It's not as easy to utilize. It's not as big of a gap for Team Spirit to play up against at that point.
I agree with you there, John. Vici, they are still playing very, very safely. I mean, there was a bit of a hunt for Panto, but Panto gets away. Top lane, we could see Y get taken down. He's within Sentry range almost, and now he is. They'll go on to Yatoro first, but Yatoro more than happy to turn around and fight. They will fear him off, though. Meanwhile, a sharpshooter from Ru, but looks like Ru is going to be stuck behind unless he does get away with the Scurry. Still running, surely will go down. The stun does not connect, but Ru finally will die. Nice little bushwhack still from Sing Q, of course, on top. As Batyuk now bottom. Going to be able to actually step away from XM. I was going to say, John, Bushwhack, one of the better spells to steal here for Sin-Q. Feels pretty good on the Ruby.
And it is, especially with just having Curiosity on hand, getting that AoE bonus, for free as the game goes on. Always feels good when you have something with AoE on hand. It just makes it so much easier to set up for Sin-Q overall, helping to get these catches out. For Team Spirit, I'd say that's actually pretty decent. It took a lot of heroes onto that top lane to get that kill.
That's a lot of
Wasted
damage.
A lot of time.
That's a lot of damage on Buck. He's got a BKB now, John. We won't be seeing that again. Here we go, Team Spirit. They'll group up. They know they've got the potential to kill anyone if they can just find one. Oh, they found Shiro, though. He's a big boy. Like, jump in from Buck. Already taking down Panther that they are going to try. But the BKB reveal now there from Buck, making it impossible to actually find the kill. Nice evade, though. But Buck still going to find the kill. A double kill for the Slaughter. Very unfortunate timing, I want to say, for Spirit to boot. Considering he got the BKB just about 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, but all things considered, it's a BKB charge wasted for really just 2 supports. Aegis has expired. Network lead on VG hasn't climbed as high. 7k is still alright. And it's not the end of the world for Team Spirit. Might be if you find Laurel.
No, this will be a big one. Lal, he's had a lot of time to just free farm here in this Invoker. Chases on. Y going to hit him with the dust. Does see him. Slow there with the grasp as well. Into the overgrowth. Gets him with the AoE. Bark's going to be around with the follow-up Slithering Crush. The Bushwhack to cancel the TP from Sin-Q. It's all perfect. They'll even take the Deafening Blast while they're there. There's no real mistakes so far being made from Vici Gaming. And Team Spirit 7k behind now, but unable to find any kind of break here in this game 1.
Not just yet. Again, it's just down to what these heroes needed to find early on, because you've got supports that can't really make plays for you. Or at least it's not very easy for them to kind of enable these heroes when your cores are behind. So just the fact that you're running this Void Spirit offlane means that Wallachia can't achieve as much. He's not even gunning for someone like the Ags. He's just going for the full Octarine, trying to get some stats up, trying to get some quicker uptime on his spells, but you lack that utility. Not that maybe you don't have enough follow-through for that utility anyhow. You've got what should be the Desolator done here, and it is delivered out to Yatoro, so more damage on the Monkey King, which is great. It's just been challenging to see whether or not these opportunities for Yatoro to just stand and hit in Wukong's really comes out. Because, yes, he has the Manta for that full overgrowth, but you have all of the spells here on Sin-Q. He catches one more.
Yep, gonna find Panto. TP away, though. Gonna make it nice and easy for him to survive, as he does give him a quick voice line on his way out. Spirit immediately gonna smoke up though. Looking to fight. Knowing exactly where Vici Gaming are at the moment. Don't forget, Desolator was just picked up by Yatoro, so plenty of damage output now from our MKs. They're gonna run right into XM. He's a tanky boy. Not really the target you want to start on if you can. They'll avoid him for now. XM gonna continue moving forward, but once again Spirit gonna retreat once they see him. In fact, they'll go through the Twin Gate. They're gonna head up towards the top lane, apart from Panto, who does get left behind. So they do still get a Pugna for their trouble.
Not the biggest kill, but again, it's more that Team Spirit are missing out on opportunities. Not that jumping XM is your ideal target anyhow. If you could find Shiro, I mean, this Muerta, when you catch it off guard, no BKB on hand, no Manta to dispel, only the Silver Edge to escape. Shiro's a really easy target to burst down. It's just that Shiro's been playing smart, not throwing himself in risky spots, only joining his team after the commitment's been made. And this is the one thing that can lead to some opportunities. Hold on.
Could be in trouble. Do they have a bash coming? No, they do not. TP away. Rue will also be getting caught, it looks like. Rue immediately down. Not happy whatsoever. It is still buying time. I mean, you were just saying this. It is giving time for Yatoro to get to a stage where maybe he becomes a big problem. But it really doesn't seem like Vici share the same concern.
No. And I don't think they should be too concerned anyhow. Again, you still maintain that AK lead. It's not overwhelming, but Running good
Panto.
positions, they are forcing it.
Panto's going to try and stand his ground. XM going to be jumped here by Bartyuk. Not really worried whatsoever, but here comes Yatoro now. They're nice 4-staff away outside of the Wukong's command. Yatoro is still trying to man fight here, but can't really do it up against Bach. Has to run. They'll go into Panto instead. In fact, never mind. They'll move back on a Bartyuk. Bartyuk is down. Yatoro's dropping low. He needs to get the hell out of there. But Bach's right on his tail. Lands the stuns. That'll be a double kill for the Slaughter. And just nothing for Team Spirit. There's nothing to be had this game one.
No, just completely choked out. And again, I feel like the draft had some pretty big sway into this result for Team Spirit. Mainly because you've got supports that, again, just aren't so aggressive. You've got this Void Spirit that just wants to be jumping in, but when you've got just a Hoodwink and a Pugna to back it up, maybe an Invoker with Exort, you know, you could count the Sunstrike as a little bit more to help find these ganks, but you didn't have that momentum early. And Vici are happy with drawn lanes, so we're getting a little bit extra impact from their lanes overall. Already sieging away on these Raxes here.
I mean, they can pick away with these little spells, but nothing's really happening. Like, Vici just seems like they're always safe to retreat as a unit. That'll be one lane of barracks taken. Head down towards the bottom where they're going to run right into Panto. Xingqiu not playing any games with him. Just locks him down for what feels like an eternity. And so at least Panto buys a little bit more time. But that's still 1 milli barracks down the hatch. And Spirit, they're still yet without an answer. Like, I don't see how they're going to pull off this game one victory. Midler. Bartyuk's in trouble. Bark's on his tail. He's got a nice haste rune from Self Battle Help. Perfect rune for Bartyuk.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing, again, this big item that kind of allows them to regain control in this match just yet. Again, this Octarine on Bartyuk is nice. It allows him to cop a little bit more up front. Allows him a little bit more leeway with how much uptime he has on Astral Step. How much time he has in between Resonant Pulses, sure. It's just not really giving them control or tools to kind of play these team fights. Like, look what you just get to pick up right now. You've got the BKB up on Shiro. He's nice and secure now on that Muerta. You're not going to be able to stun lock or silence down this Muerta at all. You combine that with the Pierced Veil, it's going to be very hard to see an opportunity to where you can actually pull off Shiro. Roshan doesn't take any time whatsoever. XM does with his own shard up with a poison attack upgrade with armor reduction and corrosive haze. It takes a ridiculously low amount of time to take care of Roshan. I'm trying to see the angle for Team Spirit. Again, it's still the same as it was when they were 5k, 7k behind, where they have to find an isolated target. They have to try to get vision down onto someone like Shiro, but even that kill with the BKB up just becomes harder to see become a reality. Easy siege onto Tier 3's underway with a shard up in XM. Double siege creep. This doesn't take any time at all.
Nope. No, it does not. It's gone. The Spirit, they are setting up. They've got a blink now available on Lal as well, so he could always jump the back and try to find some supports to get this fight started, but it just feels like you get blown up so quick. Look at Rue's HP pool! Look at it! Or lack thereof! It just disappeared!
Yeah, I mean, you've got two squishy supports for a Slaughter to feast on. We've all been there. Team Spirit's experiencing it now. Not the most fun times. Now, even if you get the decrep off, well, Nullifier is up. Doesn't really matter. You are still just going to die. 2 Rax is down. A smoke out from Team Spirit. They've got to find something outside their base. Even if you catch Shiro somehow, it's a little bit forward. Even then, he has the shield rune. Even if you find him.
Last fight. They've got an Ags up on Bark to make matters worse here, John. So things are not going to be very fun this team fight, I don't think, as they are looping around Yatoro. He does break the smoke of Xingqiu, but Xingqiu very well aware they're probably behind him. Jukes out the Balor Strike, and now the double stun. But he's going to find 2 very easy targets. Yatoro's gone. Bartyuk, he's gone a boot. Rue, he stands no chance. And there's the call, Jonathan. GG. Vici Gaming, props to them. I'll tell you, this game one, you really didn't see too many mistakes being made.
No. certainly not a perfect game coming out from Vici. The laning phase was pretty clean, not amazing by any means, but very clean gameplay coming out for the side of Vici Gaming. I think you saw some opportunities, with that rotation for Panto into the top lane. If we saw more of that aggression from Team Spirit earlier on, maybe this game would have gone differently. It's just the setup you had on Team Spirit here relied on winning early, right? You have the Void Spirit off lane. If that hero doesn't get off to a running start, it doesn't really do much, and that's not on Batiuk. It's on the hero he was playing. And I think this is where it comes back to Vici Gaming and their bans, right? In the first phase of bans, they banned out Bristleback, they banned out Pangolier, they banned out the offlanes of Batiuk, basically his strongest comfort, and he was standing in for Team Spirit. We were talking about this as a factor. Vici Gaming tried to identify some of those points and just exploit it. So they're forced to flex the Void Spirit off lane. They give Laurel this comfort and Invoker, prioritizing what he feels good in that mid lane instead. And because of that, I mean, what's an off lane Void Spirit to do in this matchup? I mean, Team Spirit did everything right in the laning phase as well, as much as they could have, right? Like, they cut the tree line with Rue. He starts with a Quelling Blade, mitigating what you could do on that tree and Protector early. It's just not enough.
It's certainly very challenging times for Bite, but you've got to appreciate that kind of strategy. Just make life incredibly hard for the stand-in. See what he can do, and obviously times were very, very tough this game one here for Team Spirit. Just no opportunities being provided. I mean, every single team fight was just going horrifically. Props to Baku in particular on this ladder, who made life impossible for everyone, it felt like. And yeah, I mean, I thought Team Spirit, they might get away with some decent laning stages, but none of the lanes went their way. Even this last team fight, this is your last ditch effort, but it just went horribly. Yatoro dies immediately with no buyback, Bayuk right behind, and that's all she wrote. That's all you had for game one. I don't know if I'd say to, if it's something you're changing draft here, John, but certainly something needs to be changed here going into this game too. What are you thinking of MVPs?
MVP, I'd say for Vici, it's either Bach or XM, maybe SinQ as well. I think everyone played fantastically. I think XM would have movement up top maybe kind of takes the cake, because he did a lot of work to kind of set things up there, and it does go to him. He crushed that mid lane up against Laurel, which you do expect against the Invoker matchup. I feel like for Team Spirit, the one thing that maybe caught them off guard is, again, this draft, because it felt very straightforward coming in here for the side of Vici Gaming. They got away with strong early pickups. There's this Rubik that's just ultra flexible, doesn't show you much in draft. And for Team Spirit, in comparison, first pick was that Monkey King overall, which nowadays just isn't a support anymore, right? You're looking at it on mid. More often than not, you're looking on it at pause 1, and it just makes the rest of the draft very transparent for the side of Vici Gaming to plan around. You also have to consider, again, Batiuk is standing in, and, they've got some data on Vici Gaming. There were a couple of tournaments there where Batiuk was standing in, and he was playing on Yellow Submarines as well. So they've got data. They know that because he hasn't played with Team Spirit that much, he's not the priority. And if you can ban out his comfort heroes, they end up in strange spots where he gets thrown stuff like offlane Void Spirit, which, again, it's just really easy to punish. I think Team Spirit has to be able to adjust around these parameters if they want to even it out in Game 2 here, Mike.
I do wonder where they head for Game 2 as well, Jonathan, because Game 1 was just too much of a one-sided affair, and, you and I, we like closer games, so I suppose we'll hope for the best. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Team Spirit and Vici Gaming.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
everybody, welcome to a big interview here. Very nervous to be sitting across from Yatoro, the GOAT, if you will, from Team Spirit. How you doing, Yatoro?
I'm good. How are you?
That's a big breath in for that.
thank you.
Goodness gracious. All right.
I'm trying my best.
Collapse is not here. He has been replaced by Batyok. Is that correct? Why are you laughing? How do you say it?
Batyuk.
Batyok.
Yes.
All right. Why this guy? Last time I saw this guy, he was Div 2 in Passion UA for qualifiers, and now he is here on Team Spirit, the GOAT.
He's playing in Yellow Submarine.
The guy's got to be good though, right? Have you had time to play with him? Practice?
Yeah, we played like, I would say, week, maybe week and a half. He's playing good. We're growing up together, like fixing our mistakes, blah blah blah, and this type of shit.
That's good. You're checking all the boxes of interview. We're fixing our mistakes. We are playing together. That's very good. Thank you. Yes. I'd like to talk to you about Panto. I heard he's a nerd. Like he likes to think about heroes and bother you guys with ideas and strategies. Is this still true? Is he still the team's nerd?
After Sickle, yes.
Yeah, really? Okay. Do you like to brainstorm about heroes as well, or are you just tell me what to play, I'll do it?
Yeah, like when we discuss about heroes, like which is meta, which is not, which is strong, who see what, like who saw something in pubs, and like we like as a team, we very openly about the new heroes, new strategies. If you see something like good is happening in meta, like some new hero, we're like, okay guys, do you think it's strong? If you think it's strong, we can play, like we can play pubs, we can play scrims, we can be ready in the next day already, like we're gonna pick it, we're gonna smash, just like sharing about info and trying to find some special new heroes.
And is that where the Team Spirit kind of strategy comes from? Because in a lot of tournaments, especially Wallachia, people will play meta heroes for that tournament. You guys never seem to give a shit. You just play what you want to play. Is that mostly just looking at pubs, or is that from experience of what you've practiced?
I think it's about the experience one, like we're playing a lot in Dota already, so we know, like we can play at any hero who was meta like 4 years ago, and we still know how to play it. But fresh people, like the new one players, can't play on non-meta hero. How I see like about the tournament, about a lot of players, what I follow up, they just can't like at carry they can't play like Dark Willow.
Sure. Yeah.
But I can, like, because we are like meta Dark Willow, so I know how to play, how to build, like it's all inside my brain. So anytime Dark Willow meta, I'm ready.
All right. I have to admit though, you are starting to sound like a boomer. I have to be. The kids these days, they don't know how to play Dark Willow carry.
I am.
Made you hard, dude. All right, no worries. I want to talk to you about the new patch. I think it's very interesting. Your thoughts. They deleted facets. They've changed a lot. Do you like the direction that Dota is going? Do you think it's getting more creative, less creative? What do you think?
I think it's good because in some heroes they put 2 facets in like hero.
Yeah, and in talents, right?
Yes, and he's good. Like Husker, you have 2 facets. At Anti-Mage, you have 0.
Yeah.
And it's not fair enough.
Okay.
They should. I think in the future they're gonna balance it. Like every hero gonna have 2 facets in other, or like some sort of content. They're gonna have 2 facets about the hero, and I think they just didn't. Was not prepared about like, oh shit, we need to do for every hero. Unreal changes, need to balance it. So I think it's about the time. Like in 742, they're gonna balance all, I think, and create something new about the, like, not facets, but something new about the heroes. So I like in this way. It's just not balanced enough for now. Like, but I think time will come.
So last question, let's wrap things up. How do you guys think you're gonna do? And this is a pretty big question because Team Spirit is always a team that everyone thinks can win the final in every tournament. It could happen or it could not. It's really a vibes team. So how are you guys feeling coming into here? What's the expectation?
Hard to answer. We'll see how group stage goes because we didn't play the official games still with like Batyuk. Only like in online, but it was super bad. And we'll see how it goes. And we're gonna try to put our in the best position.
Thank you so much, Yatoro. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you again. And we'll see some more from Yatoro and Team Spirit here at PGL Wallachia Season 8. 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for Wallachia Season 8. And our first series of the whole season, Jonathan, it is, of course, Vici Gaming up against Team Spirit here for the Bean Stream. Jonathan, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. That was an explosive game one coming out there from Vici Gaming. We just heard that interview with Yatoro, of course. You know, he was talking with Slacks. Great guy, great interviews somehow. And he was saying stuff like, you know, well, what's it like playing with Batyuk? He was a no-name from Passion UA. You know, why take him? And we got a little bit of an insight as to how it's working out with Team Spirit. Of course, there's still that adjustment going on for Team Spirit. And again, this is something Vici exploited quite nicely in Game 1 with those first two bans. A little bit different in this Game 2 so far, as we are seeing in the draft. Phoenix banned out, Alchemist being banned out, but they left the Bristleback and Pango for now, although they take care of the Pangolier at this point. Team Spirit still take care of the Io. The Sand King gets taken out a little bit earlier here, and the Slaughter we saw Bach just wreck face with is taken out quite sooner as well. So should expect a few different things here. It did feel like the Bach Slaughter was doing a lot of work from the off lane. Keen on seeing if Vici will allow something like the Bristleback for Batyuk to slide through, as again, that's one of the heroes he has been playing a lot. I think a few more quirky off lanes for Batyuk in some of his tournaments that he has been standing in. Stuff like Undying Offlane has been up there. Again, maybe Morris Tidehunter as well, a little bit more bog standard for Batyuk. Keen on seeing again what the priority is for Vici Gaming. Also, fun thing to note, the Rubik is still in the pool as the Beastmaster is taken care of by Vici and Team Spirit. What foundation would they want here? Because last time they opened up with the Monkey King. It didn't feel like you really had a game at all for Yatoro to really play with here, just constantly getting controlled up. The Muerta last pick really made it a rough game for Monkey to even get some damage in. So I'm keen on seeing if they'll open up with a little bit more flexibility. Maybe pick up Panther or Brew Hero first. You know, something they can build around. Instead, it's the Bat Rider that slides through here. Not banned by Vici Gaming, picked up by Team Spirit. Could be a solid offlane option for Batyuk. It could also be a Laurel on mid, but that's really depending on what kind of thing we're looking at. I would expected offlane first for
10
Batyuk.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
even something like a pause 4 if you'd want on Rue. We'll have to wait and see.
5
But
seconds remaining.
already a bit of a more open kind of draft for Team Spirit. They're not revealing their win condition all too early. They have a good way of, building stacks, clearing stacks, applying a lot of pressure once this blink timing is up, and have a lot of flex in positioning. Vici will just go into the Wind Ranger, though, for themselves. And this is a hero that's really interesting to still see relevant, especially after 7.41 initially dropped. Like, she lost all her facets, right? She doesn't have kill shot.
10
She
seconds
doesn't have
remaining.
tangled. She is just Wind Ranger before all of that. And I
5
guess Wind Ranger
seconds
was
remaining.
also viable before then. So it still kind of works. It just doesn't feel as crazy as it once did, Mike.
No, it certainly doesn't. More bans to come from either side before we can see these drafts continuing. Curious myself to see where they're placing this Batrider this game around, but I do like at least the flexibility here for
10
someone
seconds
like
remaining.
Batyuk if you do need him to play like the offlane Batrider. Bit of
5
flexibility never
seconds
hurts.
remaining.
Because a lot more pressure being applied once again here from Vici, just right into the offlane
Radiant
bans from their
team
side of things once again against this Batyuk, this poor man. As we do see the Tidehunter ban now being made as well from Team Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Team Spirit.
Yeah, I like the Oracle ban out just to ensure you have a game on this Batrider. No hard dispels to worry about just yet. There's still the Abaddon, maybe even Shadow Demon that can come out. You do get the Rubik once more for Sin-Q here, and Vici, he did have a fantastic game last time around. And stealing some Batrider spells, or just even lifting the Batrider when he blinks
10
into
seconds
Lasso,
remaining.
can already take a lot of that bite away from the kidnapping potential this hero has.
5
So
seconds
I like
remaining.
seeing this from the side of Vici Gaming. The Wind Range is still open enough as well. Your chances are you're just going to be running that maybe now in pause 5. Maybe on mid, if you are expecting a Batrider mid, Wind Ranger can kind of deal with that matchup to an extent. That is fairly playable. So I'm curious to see how far Vici as well goes with her flex, as we were talking about the flex on Team Spirit.
Spirit's
For Team Spirit's part, they will go into the tiny pickup. So, again, a hero that has been kind of hit just a bit by the lack of facets. Without crash landing, you don't have that ridiculous avalanche toss damage, but the hero still does quite a fair bit of damage anyhow. It can be really nice on support. Tie that
10
in with a
seconds
Batrider if you are running Batrider offlane. You've got some good toss combinations
5
on hand
seconds
early
remaining.
on.
Radiant
And
team
you have decent enough
Enchantress.
laning presence overall. You tie that in with the Enchantress as well. So these are supports, if you end up with a tiny support, these are supports that can do a little bit more, right? In
Radiant
comparison to that
team picked.
Pugna Hoodwink in the last game. You can set things up with Enchantress and your creeps, with an Enchant Slow, with a tiny blink timing. Vici, though, are establishing, again, very strong teamfight potential. Disruptor coming out, Underlord with a Pit of Malice, all the sustain. The aura buildup for the Underlords there as well for Bach to fall back to. You have this
10 seconds
crazy
remaining.
potential to just jump around the map with the portal coming through as
5
well.
seconds
I like
remaining.
this from Vici. It's a very, again, straightforward sort of game to play. You have heroes that have good answers for everything that they have on Team Spirit. Batrider blinks in, just glimpse him back. Again, the team fight potential is good. It just looks easier to play overall for Vici with these 4 heroes up.
Yeah, it looks very clean thus far for Vici Gaming. Apart from maybe the Wind Ranger, which you and I both, we had a bit of a question mark over. We'll see. Bark looking handsome as always, Jonathan. I
And
want
that
to
he
say.
is. I suppose for you, Mikey, just the fact that there's no OG here, so there's no Natsumi and there's no Natsumi Wind Ranger, that does relieve some of that pressure on Wind Ranger for you, I suppose.
That
You had some words
it
about that.
does. I did have some words about it. And you'll notice as soon as I had those words, the next tournament, he had a fantastic Wind Ranger, John. You see, these players, they take my word very seriously, Jonathan. And it's important you do so. It worked. It worked for his career. You're welcome, Natsumi.
I mean, it's not been so
I mean,
hot
I can't say the same for Force, but Natsumi, listen,
Yeah. He did. Let's see what Team Spirit will want here to kind of tie up their draft as well. Again, they kind of have to lock in where this Batrider is going and where this Tiny's going. There is still that flex to run either of these heroes as core. You kind of want to have just a strong foundation to launch yourself off. In terms of team fight, it's not as amazing for Team Spirit. You do have single target potential here, but in terms of AoE control in terms of landing a big 5v5 at, say, the 20 to 25 minute mark when you start to see wider skirmishes, these heroes don't really have the same ability to dictate a fight as an Underlord Disruptor and Rubik would. They do get to pick up the Largo, so we get our musical frog on hand. I'm curious to see if that's just going to be a support. It should just be our pause 4 with a pause 5 inch, and then now you're looking at Batrider Tiny on maybe mid off lane, or possibly a pause 1 for Yatoro and Tiny. I can't tell if it's really that good nowadays. It should be all right though. Let's say the Shard with your build up, perhaps. But the one thing you do have here for Team Spirit is a lot of sustain. With Largo in hand, with Enchantress and her Wisps, there is quite a fair bit of regen to play with on Team Spirit. Just remains to be seen how much that will do. I will say as well, Largo and Batrider as a duo does do a ton of damage with the Largo E. Right? Like, that is quite a fair bit of damage with the Resonance. So there is some potential there. It's just, again, in terms of team fight, maybe not the cleanest, but that hit and run potential does look pretty clean for Team Spirit if they can get a good start in the laning phase here.
Oh, absolutely.
Team Spirit.
I remember when Largo first came out and I was trying to explain to everyone that the E was broken. Nobody listened to me, Jonathan. It took them so long to discover it. I knew straight away, John. As always.
As you do, Mikey. As you always do.
Ever bother you Largo doesn't have a belly button, John? You see that?
It's a frog. Frogs, they're frogs, Mike. They don't have belly buttons, Mikey.
Why not, John?
That's frogs. Because they're born in an egg, Michael Phoenix. Do they not teach biology down under, or is the biology down under just inverted? So you're telling me humans don't have belly buttons, and frogs do in Australia? This is fascinating. I must head down to Sydney to find out, Mikey.
Well, Vici Gaming
to
now
discover
looking for a
this.
final ban as we're seeing Rubik popping up for whatever reason.
Team Spirits turn to
Just to keep
He's a
things
keeper of the
interesting.
light ban. Until
don't you
now,
enjoy
by
a
the
little
way,
bit of that?
can I just say,
Yeah.
we've been joking about it for multiple seasons. I still haven't seen the Earth Spirit animation. Till now. And
We
we've
should
been
just see
joking
him
about
roll
it.
by right now.
I'm pretty
You
sure I've
just
been
have it
saying it.
roll by.
I've been saying it since like
10
season 2 or
seconds
3 or something. We still haven't seen it.
5
Not one
seconds.
time.
Must have seen it. We must have seen it like
No.
once. No,
No, we haven't.
we're not seeing
Not
it anytime
us.
soon. I can tell you that. I can tell
No.
you certainly we're not seeing it anytime soon, Mikey. A few seconds left for Team Spirit. What's it going to be for the last pick? A big win condition. It's the so it looks like a tiny one coming out for Yatoro, Laurel on the Queen of Pain mid, and a Batrider offering for Batyuk, and you just get the Ember Spirit versus Quap map. Vici Gaming here on XM. I will say, I really like Vici Gaming's draft again. I think it's really clean, really easy to execute on. You are running the often Largo for Batyuk, and Rue is instead in the Batrider, so there's this potential for a build up, maybe even a quick Ags for Batyuk if you get lean. That could be exciting. It just gets scary once Vici Gaming start to get confident to clump up, right? Like if they can play, say, at 15 minutes in your course of decent farm, you can start clumping up. This team fight you have on Vici Gaming is just nuts. If you can mitigate, say, this early hit and run potential Team Spirit has, where they're going to be looking for blink timing on maybe Yatoro or Rue, trying to grab one hero, pick off one, force a 5v4. If you can mitigate some of that in Vici Gaming, it starts to become easier and easier to manage for their lineup in this kind of game. Their win conditions a bit more straightforward. Overall, like XM can kind of carry this game. Shiro can as well, although I have higher doubts in the Wind Ranger nowadays, especially without Tangled or Killshot. Like, Wind Ranger as a pause 1 before facets, if you think about that, it doesn't seem particularly amazing. It all just comes down to whether or not Team Spirit has a better laning start. And at the least for Team Spirit in this game, Mikey, their draft is lending itself to a little bit more play in the early game than it did in Game 1.
Oh, hopefully, because Game 1 was... I mean, they were trying. It felt like they were constantly hitting a brick wall. I see Game 2 being too much different here. As we do get into it, immediate pause out as well. But that won't matter too much, as we should have Game 2 underway pretty darn soon. Do you like the offlane Largo, John? I mean, I was even kind of shocked by it. Did you like the offlane Largo pick?
I'm okay with it. I can see why pros go into it. He's really tanky. You can kind of play around with, say, Catchy Lick in this case, or Frog Stomp to just clear out waves and creeps more. Kind of go for a 1-3-1 or a 3-1-1 sort of build, keeping that Croak of Genius in the back, not looking for the combo with your Bat Rider as much. But this hero does benefit a lot from like early strong items, right? Like this hero, I mean, look at his starting stats. 824 HP with 2 bracers, 2 branches up, 74 base damage, 4 armor. It is a hero that's hard to shove away. The issue is, for Largo, is you are laning up against pretty much dual range, right? Like it's Wind Ranger plus Disruptor. There's a lot of poke that, yes, you can kind of use Catchy Lick to catch this Wind Ranger, punish for using Wind Run at the wrong time. But it can be a little bit tricky as well to just feel like a big bully for Largo in this kind of game. So I'm curious to see how much Batyuk can get out. Then he's got the stats, he's got decent damage to kind of try to trade, but it is dual range, and once you get a value point and even just glimpse or kinetic field, your own aggression just kind of gets cut out. You can still play quite nicely here on VG with Wind Ranger and Disruptor into Largo, no problem whatsoever.
Oh, here we go. Smoke out from Team Spirit, but immediate smoke break here onto Batyuk. See, we'll realize now they are in the dire triangle just chilling. Vici Gaming not getting the easy pick-off they were hoping for. They'll go for a counter smoke themselves now, so looking to relocate perhaps. They'll go back through the river onto their side of things. You do still have Team Spirit hanging around the top rune spot. Just in position, ready to fight whenever. Smoke broken now on Sin-Q. Same as Buck. Rue right behind them. Will reveal himself now on the Bat Rider, but nobody was ready for it. He'll get away. And it's going to be a pretty... In fact, it looks like a 3-for-1 start in favor of Vici Gaming on the bounty runes, but nobody really takes any damage. Everyone's all right.
Are you ready to run?
Except us,
Pretty
Jonathan.
happy start.
We took all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess you could argue Vici spent the extra 50 gold in that smoke. Didn't really find much for it. But they get the extra bounty. It kind of offsets itself. You know, that doesn't count for much. You know, you were talking about coming back in after all these months and not seeing anything change. This hasn't changed. You've got the Quap versus Ember Spirit matchup mid.
You know,
at least now you are
what
stuck with Succubus nowadays. You know?
You know what I really miss, John? Do you
What?
remember, like, pre-COVID, there was a patch, especially in the region of China, where they just, the POS ones just constantly changed lanes, no matter what happened?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Where they were just running up and top, up
Yeah.
and down constantly through the map, and they just didn't farm for 20 minutes straight. They just kept running
Yeah.
up top,
Yeah,
top
that-
and bottom lane over and over again. I really miss that patch.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was Southeast Asia as well. We just had musical lanes, as we called them. And it would just be
amazing.
the first 10 minutes of TPs switching. You see them switch back, you switch again. Those were the days. Still, Sin-Q, copying a lot from Rue. Again, just sticky napalm, some right clicks here from your bat does feel really good. They're not doing much to shove away Bach. Again, Bach on this Underlord should just be able to farm. I'm curious to see how much Yatoro can get out here. Again, POS 1 Tiny does not have the infinite tree grab any longer on Shard. So it's not like you have this insane right-click potential that just maintains. There is a limit to it once more. And see how much Yatoro can get out. So far in the lane, going pretty alright. The bot lane, seeing some of that aggression coming in from Batyuk, putting the lane in a pretty interesting spot. A lot of sustain for that lane to play with Panto on hand, with Nature's Attendants. Batyuk, again, is very tanky, but they pull him back here with Y.
I mean, they pull him
dangerous
back,
spot.
but it actually works in his favor. Why? Doesn't want any more of this. He'll be okay for now. Why? Still retreating. In fact, Panto.
Whoa.
Panto, he gets a little bit too excited, Jonathan. Gets caught with his pants down in front of the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, pretty big punishment coming out from Vici Gaming. I was going to say, I'm not sure if you were planning Panto and pants down, but that was a good one as well, Mike. Just wanted to point that out.
It was...
Good job.
Look, it wasn't my greatest moment, John. You know, it was on purpose. It wasn't that clever. I was hoping you wouldn't bring attention to it, but you have. Well, go on, Gene.
You can always count on me, Mikey.
You say something cool then, John. Go on.
Something cool. There you go. As requested. You can
Oh,
always count on me,
that's
Mikey.
horrible,
I'll get
John.
the job done.
That's is there a girl I don't know about, John? Is that what's happened? Have you're becoming a dad, are you?
No, it's just, you know, I've been staring at birds too much in my neighborhood, as we were talking about. Birds, you know, birds are nice. They're peaceful.
A lot of employment for John X Fire. A lot of employment happening.
1-0 start. Lots of employment happening here too. The lanes being farmed up to the potential, you know, markets in places. Rue gets held in place.
Yeah, I mean, Rue is not looking too happy, but there is going to be a nice avalanche. They are actually quite slowed up thanks to all that sticky napalm. So Rue, surprisingly, still able to fly his way out. Yatoro just with the casual avalanche, giving a chance to allow the Batrider a way out. They'll make the jump now onto the Tiny, but it doesn't really feel like they have the spells to throw anymore. So happy days, just a 1-0 lead the way of Vici Gaming. Laning stages are actually pretty even all around. I mean, you are looking at mid where Lyle is forced to run back eventually. But CS-wise, they're not too much of a difference between the Quap or the Imp.
I will say, I'm very impressed by how VG has been utilizing these resources on mid. They're constantly picking up the water runes. They intercept again to pick one up now, just to ensure when the Quap comes in fully popped up, she doesn't have, again, a water rune to kind of play the lane. This is a better lane for Laurel as it was in comparison to game 1 up against the Vipers, sure. But Vici are trying to make this as hard as possible yet again for that mid lane of Team Spirit to have any sort of advantage. They're chasing a little bit down bot onto Shiro. He is alone, but
no, Shiro.
It's a bit hard to pick off.
Still going to be all right. Now, they haven't made the bottom lane that easy for Shiro, though. I mean, he's still finding farm, but it certainly feels like a much more comfortable time for Batyuk and Panto, because neither of them really feel like they can die right now. They're probably right in feeling that way. Top lane, still pretty quiet up there as well. Yatoro's been having a better time, but even he's playing quite cautiously now as the levels do start to come up on Sinkyu and Bark. But overall, pretty quiet start to this game number 2. You don't really expect too much with the hero combinations they've got going. In fact, if any lane was going to be active, it was probably the mid lane. Where it's still a pretty even affair. Like, you saw that one walk back from Lal. And except he is proving to be very aggressive. But he doesn't have any points in the chain, so he can't really hope for a kill. But he's still dominating that mid lane. At least in terms of CS, he's having a pretty decent time.
That he is. That is the one thing with Ember not having these facets up any longer. You don't have that additional Searing Chain target as you used to. With Chain Gang, you don't have the remnants as well with chains. They are fighting over these power runes.
They are. Panto does take the illusion away. Does get trapped in that static field. Shackles is there as well. In fact, they do have enough. The kinetic field out. Panto perhaps not anticipating even the follow-up from our Wind Ranger here of Shiro. But overall, they'll be happy here on Vici Gaming to claim that kill. And in fairness, it's not like XM really needs the rune either right now as the Ember. Like, you would have liked it. But he's still got a pretty free lane for himself.
Now he does. He always has the TP home with the Remnant now up as well. You're fairly happy. One big difference with game 1 here, though, is just, again, you were pointing out the lanes being much better. Yatoro is having a much freer time. And this timings is earlier. In fact, a bit of danger for Yatoro.
It certainly is. Yatoro barely able to walk out of there. The Firestorm damage starting to really hurt. They are still being very respectful of the damage output that Rue can pump out with enough sticky napalms being applied. Meanwhile, bottom though, Panto goes down. XM able to get away with the Shrine of Wisdom. So both shrines being lost to Vici Gaming. And that's not great news. I mean, you just gave a bonus XP to XM now on the Ember. He's suddenly level 7. He might choose to get active rather soon. They're diving bottom lane, in fact. But I was just trying to say, John, you don't necessarily want to give XM this kind of start to the game.
No. Oh, Yatoro again.
Yatoro, top lane, lifted up, back into the Pit of Balance. They've got Firestorm, and that'll be all she wrote. Yatoro's gone now.
I mean, the aggression from Vici is just Again, lining up quite nicely early on in comparison to what Team Spirit's trying to achieve. And again, the first few minutes did look better, purely on just laning prowess here for Team Spirit. But when it came down to just working the map objectives, Vici Gaming have such a good read. That movement into the Shrine of Wisdom, still grabbing their own Shrine of Wisdom as well, because you can't reach that far. On Yatoro with lane constantly shoved out from Bach. Your supports now lacking EXP. Both supports not going to be feeling good about that. Panto still about to hit 4. A little bit more up for Rue, but you know, you're looking for a decent 6 timing for a Bat Rider for a threat. That's not going to be as quick as you'd want it to be now. Off of those Shrines of Wisdom, not under your control. It's not the end of the world for Team Spirit. And they are still finding some pretty decent farm. They're not too far apart. Only just a 1k lead for Vici.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Just marginal so far.
Sorry to interrupt, John. I've been watching that Arcane Rune for the last minute or so, or rather 50 seconds. XM, he had the Remnant on the rune spot the whole time, but he assumed Panto denied it off earlier at the other rune spot, so he never went to pick it up. So you got an Arcane Rune 50 seconds later for lol for nothing. That was just a bit sad to watch for poor old XM.
It's just a matter of can Laurel utilize this? Can they actually look for a fight? Let's say a Sonic Wave coming in. They do have maxed out Scream of Pain. There's a lot of output right now on Laurel if you could look for that opportunity. It just doesn't feel like they're ready. Look at how Vici's playing across the map. They're dragging Shiro onto mid along with Y.
Panto. Okay for now.
Ooh.
Shackles will land. And they've got him. XM. The sleight of fist damage proving to be a bit too much as now they'll rotate him more. Sonic Wave, Sin Q and Y both gonna go down. Yatoro able to pick up a double kill. So nice rotations now from Team Spirit. They will find themselves a nice little fight for themselves in this mid lane as we are seeing Bayuk still mess around. They've got the Pit of Malice coming in rather. They've got the Dark Rift coming in, or the Fiend's Gate I should say, is Bayuk still dropping, does barely make it. Just couldn't find the right name there, John. But they got there in the end.
It's all right, you know. Sign of aging, Mikey. Happens to all of us.
It is.
And for Team Spirit, again, despite a little bit more of a rough and tumble game, that punishment in the two supports just diving onto the mid-tier 1, massive for Team Spirit and evening out this game a little bit more. They've got the slight advantage in terms of net worth. You get some good activity out for Yatoro, who is going for an Echo Saber into what looks to be the Harpoon, maybe a Silver Edge on hand as well. Just kind of looking for that classic tiny core build. Catch Y out here just for a moment, but is saved with just a kinetic field. No easy snipes going on here. And the one thing for Vici Gaming is that this isn't as explosive as their Game 1 draft, right? Like, you've got an Underlord, he needs more time to farm some Aura items. You've got a Wind Ranger 1, needs a lot of items to really even kill off anyone. We saw Shiro just focus fire onto Batyuk and really not do much damage at all. It's going to take a little bit more cooking despite these early wins. Maybe to catch Panto out again.
Panto? He's alright. He won't get the vision in time. This time Panto going to be just fine. Big difference as well here between game 1 and 2. Yatoro now top the net worth pool on this safe lane Tiny. Now mind you, Tiny does take his sweet time to be the big carry you're worried about, but he's at the top. So he's a happy boy right now. Top lane. Jump in on Rue. Rue locked in for what feels like an eternity. In fact, they'll even break him back into the pit. So Rue is still going to drop, and well, Vici, they show us they are still a concerning team to be up against.
That they are. They're not seeing these big kills. Like you mentioned, Yatoro is still getting relatively free time, and they are dragging a lot of resources across the map, but they'll find a tier 1 off the back of this as well. Very worthwhile to start denying some space in that top and top forward jungle if they wanted. Bot lane, not seeing that same pressure from Team Spirit to push in this commitment either. So, yeah, you're in happy days here for the side of Vici Gaming. Love this build from Bach as well, Mikey. Got the Atos up, rushing the Ags next on the Underlord. Looking for that utility with a Pit of Malice on the Dark Rift.
I like it.
Just more control to come in.
It's really yucky when you're playing heroes like Quap, you know, Bat Rider, just these hyper-mobile heroes that just, they don't want to sit still. This Underlord, it can just make your life impossible. when you've got this much lockdown available, and they really just haven't needed auras either. It's kind of been the thing, like there hasn't been enough fighting for you to really feel like you need auras up right now. They just sit back, they relax, they keep the game plan going here on Vici. Of course, Team Spirit not to be outdone, still farming very effectively. Your Toro still top of the net worth board on the Tiny. But we've just seen Vici with this draft, they're still in a position where they can just fight you whenever the hell they want. There's not really too much that Team Spirit can do about it currently. Bottom lane, they are getting started on that bottom tier 1 tower. You are going to have Bartyuk around, but it is only Bartyuk. And he may not want to commit here to try and defend this. Though he will quickly throw in the frog stomp. But that's about it.
I mean, it's going to be a long time until this Largo is really in its own element just yet. Still lacking the full Kaya into the Ags next. At that point, starts to feel a little bit more comfy. The big timing for Team Spirit's going to be this blink, and they're going to fight around these Shrines of Wisdom.
Oh, the Static Storm, though. Why? Quickly, not even thinking about it, we'll just drop it as now the pit. Buck, he's going to lock him down. This is not looking too flash hot for Spirit, but they're going to keep just pushing forward, trying for more. Lull barely survives. They'll find Sync, but that Pit of Malice could make things very complicated as now the Shackles. Oh. The perfect angle out from Shiro, locking 2 of them down. Make it 3. Nothing but you can do about it. They've even found Panto. He'll go for a quick TP play out, but you've got constant lockdown. And it was just the perfect team fight. Like, Buck just places a Pit of Malice right by the staircase, and suddenly you have no choice but to just fight a Spirit. You've got no choice in the matter.
And it just goes back to how Vici's drafting and how Team Spirit's drafting, right? Like, we talk about the strengths of Team Spirit's draft. It's all about this hit and run. It's about this blink timing you get on the Batrider. Even a potential blink or some way for your Tor to sneak into these fights. Shadow Blade perhaps down the line. The Harpoon might help. But none of those tools are available. And whereas for Vici, all they have to do is show up. They have all of this AoE control.
Oh.
Just tying in. I mean, you get the disruption. You get the Pit of Malice like you called out. The one silver lining for Team Spirit is they find the Shrine of Wisdom. So at least they get that. But to trade 3 heroes away for that, not worthwhile. Not at all, as the side of Vici is just ramping up.
I mean, they even kind of chose to fight in the pit at some point. Like, mind you, it almost felt like your Toro got dragged into the fight, but it just... Such ugly positioning, and there's just nothing you can do about it. You know, they were hoping to burst Y down quick enough, but Y got the Static Storm down, and that made things just awfully awkward for Team Spirit. They just did not have the time to figure out a game plan in that position. And that's just something you can't do right now against Vici because of their draft. In fact, now mid lane, they're going to find themselves a Queen of Pain lockdown. In comes Buck as well. And it's just, how do you get out of this? The answer is you don't, John. Even the Hadouken was coming. Or at least it was their own Hadouken. You know, but you get my point that there's no escape.
No. There really isn't. And for Team Spirit, some of this gets mitigated with his blink timing on Rue. He's about 200 gold away. Less than at this point. So, it's kind of down to, can you still find good kills for the Blink Lasso? Can you take care of this backline? The answer should be yes, but will you see these opportunities? Because Vici have just been playing so clean in Game 1, now in Game 2 as well. Just not leaving opportunities for Team Spirit to actually play to their strengths. Batchuk, for his part, has the Kai up, but his Ags is still a good 3.5k away. Just so much more gold to farm up for that one big timing on the Largo. You are still getting that good ramp up on Yatoro, matching the form of XM and Bach. But again, this is a different carry Tiny nowadays, right? You don't have that free infinite free grab anymore. You don't have that free buff to have all of this right-click damage on hand. It does have a limit. It does have a stop point where you have to pick another tree up. There's a downtime period in between. It's not amazing. You have to see as they get to control again.
I mean, they've got a lasso on Sync, but that's about all they've got right now. And Sync just not dying. In fact, now the Sonic Wave surely kills him off, but Rue's the one to go down. There's so much commitment. They'll at least find XM, but they do eventually find Sync. It looks like Vici have gone way too far, and they'll get punished heavily. Team Spirit finally fighting a fight to give it back the way Vici Gaming It just felt like they committed so much for that Rubik to get things started, but eventually XM got a little bit too excited in that fight. And that proved to be enough for Spirit to take advantage.
You have to be so cautious about those kinds of engagements here in Vici Gaming. You are strong as 5, but if your control lands only onto 1, that's where Team Spirit starts to feel pretty damn good about themselves.
Oh, bro.
Batyuk secure in the back, still relatively tanky. Not some issues with damage here overall. Right, like, Shiro's got the full Mjolnir up, working into the Ags for having that tailwind. And that's going to do a little bit more work, but with this lack of damage when you're split apart, it just isn't great. That opening from Rue, not ideal. You know, it takes a lot of effort to kill off Sin Q. It doesn't look good at first, but just the positioning of XM so far forward.
No, it's Yatoro,
so much
though.
control.
It really was the rotation from Yatoro in this replay that you're seeing. Like, it took him a long time to get there, but that Avalanche toss combination with the Shadow Blade, it just blew up XM, and that was literally the team fight over once XM was gone. And I wonder, can you get that done a second time? You know, because I highly doubt XM falls for that a second time from Yatoro. That's just the classic, I wasn't expecting a Shadow Blade.
Pretty much. I think for Vici Gaming as well, it's not like they managed to, again, get all the spells they'd want off. They couldn't really look for a bigger Static Storm or kind of get that connection they'd want in that choke point, either Shrine of Wisdom. So I think that's something for Vici to be a little bit more considerate of as well. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, they are inching towards what looks to be the Ags for Bach. Looks like he has it already set up on his courier. And he does. So there's also this potential now just to get that, again, obnoxious amount of control with a Fiend's Gate. With the Pits of Malice all over the place. So we'll see. They are set up for a smoke. Again, they've got the Ags coming in on Bach. They just need to find a good target. Ideally, that would be something like Yatoros and Punishment, but they'll have to settle here.
They've got the Ags now. It's perfect timing for this smoke to break. Immediately, but you're just getting caught. No need to reveal the Ags. Easy kill onto the Largo. And that's all she wrote. That's all they needed. Nice, easy pick-off. I think they still want more, though, of course. Because you've still got that Ags to reveal. And Buck is quite literally waiting off the map. Waiting for that next team fight where they can find Lal, perhaps. And Lal, when he's got no counterplay to that Pit of Malice once it locks him down. They won't see them, though. And so thankfully for Spirit, they're not going to be bleeding too much else away. Not yet. In fact, Spirit is setting up top lane now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But it looks like this the sign of Vici will retreat.
Yeah. I think the key thing again for Vici is maybe a lack of information. Look at the wards you have here on Team Spirit. Catch out Panto. That's the Ags reveal as well.
It certainly is. They'll just make it nice and easy. Bach doesn't want to stay hidden forever. Get the power rune for themselves, and it is going to be a shield rune here for XM. Top lane. The fight to break out. Bach, he does get a very nice Pit of Malice down. Yatoro, though, able to use that harpoon to get the hell out of there. And that is one thing he can do on this Tiny with the harpoon. So that is one kind of little counterplay for the Tiny at least. Now, but you are saying they are still just kind of forced to run and dance around the side of Vici. Like, they don't want the upfront fight. They just want to take what they can get for now and just leave the area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I still say you're in a happy spot for Team Spirit, right? Like, considering the position they were in game 1 at 20 minutes in, they were about 5-6k behind. This time just being 3k behind. Big win for making Yatoro, a draft can play, and control onto the form. You're in much even happier game state here. He gets that free shard on hand. Pretty nice to get it on that Ruin. It does end up on Ruin. A little bit more with sticky napalm. They do go for a prolonged fight. And some utility with some damage on structures as well. It's starting to line up here for Team Spirit. In fact, I'd say Vici are the ones that has to play a little bit quicker. Right? Because this Tiny, as it gets into the late game, does still do an insane amount of damage. This Quap starts to be a little bit harder to kill off with a Succubus. Off that spell Lifesteal coming in. How how mobile she is. You're kind of constrained to control. Maybe if you scale up some more on Y, if you get to blink Ags, that can kind of be counteracted just a tad bit. Let's see if the smoke starts to connect as well. They have to start finding some wins here.
Oh, they're going to find it. Bit of malice. No, it's not enough. Glimpses there, static storm, and that'll be enough. They were never concerned. You even got the nice little blink up now on SyncQ as well, so even more setup available. Their team spirit, not too worried about it. They're just going to play the avoid game once again. Maybe mid lane they can find XM. Yatoro is trying to connect over. If they can land the blink lasso into the follow-up damage of Yatoro, but no. They won't bother. They'll leave him alone, and XM in the meantime, he's just going to go ahead and pick up an amp damage rune. Because why not?
Yep. Left for free on mid. Gonna be quite happy to just, again, farm up. It does look like it seems to be the Octarine is done here for Ember, and it should be, unless that's a Bloodstone I saw queued up. See what you end up with here. Should just be the Bloodstone. So full Bloodstone done for XM. A lot more output here for the Ember to play with. And need some Spell Lifesteal to play with on hand as well. And see if that's going to be enough to sustain XM through some of this output. Again, in terms of net worth, you don't really have a big advantage on Vici whatsoever. 2 to 1k lead coming across. Full BKB up for Shiro is much more secure now for the Wind Ranger to actually play the game. No real concerns outside of Lasso at this point. Maybe some concern for Sonic Wave. But it's been a little bit harder for Laurel to find those big connections anyhow. I think for Team Spirit, they've shown a lot of good patience in this game. I think they just maintained that, right? Like, you've got the Ags now done for Batiok. Much more coming in for that Largo with the Amphibian Rhapsody up, with Akaya as well, all of that additional damage and sustain. That is a timing you can start to play around now on the side of Team Spirit. You're Tiny for Yatoro, one part away from the full BKB. It starts to get a little bit nasty with that Tiny.
Well, speaking of Yatoro,
Vici Gaming are just cut off a bit.
They do get spotted by Panto. XM was noticed. They are still going to try and jump Panto at least, and Panto has been caught by the chains, but he does have help around him. Hitter Malice going to lock Largo and Panto down. In fact, now they'll go after Bartyok, trying to burst him down. Bartyok still surviving thanks to an avalanche of Yatoro, but the pit of Malices. It's just too many pits. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you can just close so much of the map to the fight that's coming. It makes the life of this Tiny so hard, but they do find XM now with a very nice lasso. XM still alive with the Bloodstone, still surviving as the Static Storm's going to get dropped as well. XM, he'll take down Rue. He will not die. It's like, as much farm as you're fighting on your Toro, it just feels like he so desperately needs the BKB. And even then, once it's a short duration, you might be in big trouble again.
That you would be. It's a little bit rough for Yatoro as well, right? Like, he's trying to find these angles to walk in. But, again, relying on the Shadow Blade over a blink. Oh.
I think they know. Lal. Don't move too much, Lal. Let's see him. Scary, though. If Shiro goes for a random power shot around that way, but he won't.
Oh.
Still, Yatoro gonna prove it. No, the dust! Was that all a bait, Jonathan?
Oh my god.
Did they know the whole time the TP, it's gonna be enough? Yatoro makes it. Were they baiting, John? Were they waiting for the bigger target?
It looked like it. It looked all calculated coming out from Vici Gaming to have that patience, to have a sense that the Quap should be in that area. Not finding her with a power shot meant that can't start there hanging around. So they tried to bait things time. You are seeing the damage issues here for our Wind Ranger. Like, Shiro just doesn't have a steroid on hand, just relying on those procs and Mjolnir, and the Tiny just has so much EHP at this point in the game. 3.6k HP with 13 armor is just not easy for a Wind Ranger to chip through. So Shiro's gonna have to start to swing for some damage after this Ags. But again, with how Vici's playing, I'm not surprised they go for these kinds of cheeky plays. They've been very clean in game one. Oh.
Yeah, Bark's walking around looking for setups to make here with the Rod of Atos, and it's funny too, because once they see the Underlord, they just know they can't really deal with him. They don't want to risk running into a whole squad either of Vici Gaming, and they just know the Bucks not going to die quite fast enough as top lane. Chains locking down Lyle. There's that Pit of Malice with the Aghanim Scepter though. A nice blink away. Meanwhile, we did have a lasso committed. Xingqiu still chasing down Ru. Ru trying to make life as hard as humanly possible. Xingqiu does have a blink up in one though. In fact, it's been cancelled. Power shot, giving the vision. Xingqiu will get the lift up, and eventually Ru will have no choice but to die. Shiro does claim his life, but in the meantime, Team Spirit making it well worth their trouble. They will rush Roshan.
They will. Having a secondary life on Yatoro, the safety net to take a team fight, gonna be massive for the side of Team Spirit. Very much worth the trade-off for a support debt to kind of sacrifice here. So the conditions are still aligned on the side of Team Spirit. Vici Gaming are starting to get in-ways up top, forcing out the Fortify a little bit earlier as well with that pressure on mid. Should be able to find themselves a tier 2 in exchange, but they have to be a lot more cautious. The big threat has been Yatoro, right? Like you were talking about. His BKB's up now. It's a lot harder to kill off. We're seeing the damage issues for Shiro, though.
He's going to say Shiro. Yatoro thinking about trying for it. Will hold out. Harpoon is there. Shiro still very tanky. Avalanche toss not proving to be enough. Yatoro is going to have to retreat, but so will Shiro. It's just not that easy. You know, you'd think once the win run's gone, you'd have a chance, but he threw everything but the kitchen sink, and sadly, it's just not anywhere near enough for the Wind Ranger.
No, not quite. It's quite interesting to see just that lack of damage in Yatoro, right? With leaving himself on the level 1 Avalanche, going for the stats, you don't have that magical burst. Not that it's amazing any longer, because you do need your shard now to get that additional damage with the toss-up combination. So it's not as quick. And again, we saw Shiro try to focus fire down Yatoro earlier. There's just no damage on this Wind Ranger either. That's kind of what's keeping this game at bay. All of your output is really coming from your mid and your supports in both cases here for the side of Vici and Team Spirit. Maybe a little bit more from the offlane here for Vici with Bach and the Firestorm at the very least. See if they start to land more. They are smoked up on Vici again.
Oh, Yatoro. This could be very bad for the Tiny if they do catch him. Yatoro gonna have Ru behind. There is a big smoke though. Ru trying to break it, not seeing anyone yet. Yatoro running north. He is running the correct way and will not get spotted. Instead, Ru will tank the game. Best case scenario, really, for Team Spirit. They'll be okay with that. As long as Yatoro doesn't get caught. Yatoro not going to get caught by any kind of rogue gem or sentry, is going to be fine to walk past.
Does at least bail out. Again, not the biggest kills to find for Vici, but it's so interesting to see how aggressive Vici are positioning themselves. They're playing into the Aegis in this time. And that's an Aegis with still 2.5 minutes left to play with on Team Spirit. It's not really making them all too scared. You know, they still feel confident. Their lead, it's still there. 3K at 30 minutes in, 3 to 4K. Not massive, and not as significant as the leads were in Game 1. They do have good vision, though. I saw Yatoro kind of farming around up top. They aren't in position to abuse it, but you can find a simpler kill if they want.
Oh, Panto might be setting up for a good team fight here. They've got to blink up on their Battle Rider. They want to try and make a play, and Panto's still alive. He does die now, but the group up is here. Team Spirit, they're still going to jump in, trying to burst down Shiro, but Shiro, he's so tanky. And now the Pit of Malice going to lock everybody down, but no! The tree toss! It got Shiro down. At least they'll catch the Wind Ranger. And maybe Spirit, they can finally fight this one out. They'll chase down Bach. Bach, dropping low, does finally go down. Yatoro finding a double kill now. Without those two alive, they don't really have too much to be worried about here, Team Spirit. But they won't dive tier 3 towers. So Panto initially going down, he created so much vision for his side to make the jump and kill off Shiro initially. And it really does feel as though if you can find this Wind Ranger first, you're pretty good. The fight's not too hard anymore. Yatoro though, now being chased by XM, still has a minute on the Aegis. Has the secondary life, but doesn't really want to lose the first, though he will to the Sleight of Fist. He'll be okay for the secondary life, however. XM does not seem like he's going to be able to keep up.
Very unfortunate for Shiro after that kill in the end, just running into the side of Team Spirit instead of just maybe dipping back into his own jungle, clearing out some farm. Let's get punished severely. Like you were saying, Mikey, if you catch that Wind Ranger first, and this is where Team Spirit's draft shines, it's when you isolate these heroes. Shiro kind of makes that easier for Team Spirit by just running into them. The follow-through was quite nice. You know, you got a decent combination out with a Pit of Malice and Static Storm. It's just not enough with some BKBs being up. That threat on Static Storm just isn't as big as it used to be. At least not until Y can somehow farm up in Ags. And so that tempo is swinging back towards Team Spirit. Yatoro has been a massive beast on this Tiny. Going for the full MKB now on this hero. There's just not enough burst damage on the side here of Vici Gaming. You are working onto the Daedalus now for Shiro, but I'm not sure if you're going to be able to rip that Tiny quick enough, considering just how tanky Yatoro is at this point. Your output on XM still works on the weaker backline, but on these tankier fronts, and considering all the healing sustain you have on Team Spirit with an Enchantress and Largo, it does feel like Vici, as this game goes on, is just going to lack damage. And that's something they have to really find a way to work up against. They need more output somehow.
There you go. Free shards for Yatoro. They're feeling pretty confident now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They go through the bottom lane. No Aegis to play with this time, but they just want the big fight. They feel like Yatoro's ready. 4-man smoke from Vici. They're running, though, through the mid lane. They've got a long way to get to that bottom lane. And so the T2 bottom tower is going to go down for nothing. Completely free from Team Spirit. Lal gonna break the smoke and does avoid the chains of XM. Glimpse, though, is gonna be that they have found Lal. Lal forced the BKB up and try to survive through it. Meanwhile, Lasso catching Sin-Q. A big Pit of Malice as well right in the middle. Sin-Q, though, he's the first one to go down, but he'll buy back immediately. They'll jump right onto Y, who gets destroyed by the damage output of Yatoro. Buck trying to retreat back through the Fiend's Gate, though he'll cancel. Meanwhile, XM still playing games with them, but it seems that they want Buck, so they'll chase down the Underlord, but a big Pit of Malice gonna lock 4 of them down. Buck, he'll finally drop. Lal, meanwhile, blinking away. They'll turn their attention back to Yatoro. The Yatoro, he'll continue to just run out of there. XM can't really get the damage off. They'll kill Rue. Meanwhile, XM still going after Panto. Should eventually have Panto. I'll tell you what, though, that there was just no damage coming out.
No.
Yeah, Vici, it didn't feel like they were doing anything.
They really don't have damage. I mean, the fact that Laura lives there on, what, look like 20 HP, regenerating up to 50 off of Batyuk. Again, just playing that guitar in the middle of these fights, getting that regen off. There's just too much sustain coming out from the side of Team Spirit. The Nature's Attendants, we saw how much healing Panther was doing, even just to himself, was already massive. You've got this Largo that's just sustaining through. You have there's a big lack of healing reduction now, or health regeneration reduction overall in the game, it feels like. You don't have any of those tools up really on Vici Gaming. Again, Shiro's not fully set for output. Even with something like the Daedalus, you can only focus 1 down. So I'm not sure how you're going to take care of all of these issues all at once, because you're mainly playing with some utility here in XM, right? Like, there is some good magical damage, but nothing that really bursts until maybe you have the Ags and can just dump a lot of Fire Remnants out in the middle of the fight. Then you could be talking. You don't really have the biggest right click on Bach as well, right? It's Aura, it's Control coming out here for the Underlord, so your output's really down to XM, Shiro, maybe some decent output as well on Sin-Q if the fight goes long and he manages to steal some good spells. It's just a lot to ask for. Whereas for Team Spirit, you've got this Tiny that does a huge amount of damage in AoE. You've got the Quap who does the same. Largo as well with the Ags. Just so much easier to play with this sustain and output you have on Team Spirit. But yes, the team fight on Vici is better. You saw how good that control is. They were locking in everyone. But nothing happens. They get all that lockdown and literally nothing happens for VG.
No, that's kind of the issue. I mean, just nothing happened once they locked them down. Roshan will get targeted now by Team Spirit. Vici Gaming, they will know, thanks to Roshan's Roar. There's going to be an immediate smoke, though, after that Roar from Team Spirit. They want to bait Vici in. Keep in mind, you do now have the Aghanim Scepter on XM as well, so he's got plenty of remnants to play with. Lars going to jump in, though. Big Sonic Wave out into Y, but Y is barely going to survive as they'll drop down on at least the kinetic field. Lars continuing the chase. They wanted the Disruptor, and he will find Y. They've got him down at least. No buyback available for Y. Everyone else still drove, but a big pit of Malice out, catching Toe in the back.
What?
And XM, he just destroys them. They'll keep the fight going though. Lyle jumping in onto Shiro now, wanting the Wind Ranger, but the Shackle's going to lock down Lyle, who's still somehow tanking through it all. Shiro, he's the one to go down. XM, meanwhile, still chasing down the Queen of Pain, but can't quite get him. Will continue the chase, however. There's Bayuk. Bayuk is just playing guitar in the middle of all this. He couldn't give a crap. So the team fight, very awkward as Bayuk's still going. XM's gonna make it out. I believe it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade in what feels like should be favorable for Vici. But I genuinely can't tell you now, John.
I'd say it's definitely a little bit better for Vici Gaming. You get a higher priority target in Yatoro for sure. That is some good target prioritization from Bach, looking for that opportunity when Shiro is just starting to focus some damage down onto that Tiny. You are seeing some improvements in damage just with the Crystallis alone. The Daedalus would certainly help ramp things up in that department, and things start to get exciting again. And we saw all of those resources out from Team Spirit to focus down this Disruptor. I think they threw everything out just to take care of Y, splitting their fight up into two fronts. Made it a lot more challenging to protect themselves over those two fronts. Again, that control does kick in. They managed to buy a lot of space there while all that action was happening from Shiro trying to focus onto onto Yatoro. And, you know, that's all they really need. They just need to find an angle in with all of this damage they have onto that Tiny. They managed to stagger that fight out long enough because Team Spirit were jumping Disruptor over anyone else. I think, again, the Static Storm has been a big nuisance, but it's not the end of the world if it disappears. You have enough control coming in from Bach as well, and from some of the chains here from XM to compensate for it. The BKBs are up anyhow. You don't have the full Ags on this Disruptor. If this was a fight where Disruptor Ags was in play, this would have been a little bit more justifiable. As it is, it felt like Team Spirit just got maybe a little bit jumpy for an opportunity there and kind of lost positioning because of that.
Speaking of jumpy, by the way, John, if a fight does break out, want to point out, Rue does not have a BKB in front of the 45. He accidentally, looks like he misclicked it earlier on. Maybe just testing it out. Doesn't really matter though, because there's no Roshan fight happening anyway. Full Daedalus completed as well on Shiro, so damage output for the Wind Ranger feeling a lot better now. Both teams playing very careful. Very well aware Roshan's available for both sides. Neither one really committing to try and start Roshan yet, but instead Vici gonna go for a big smoke up behind Bach. Yatoro, he just picks up a Blink Dagger now, so no buyback available on him. Amp damage room, but also an Aghanim Scepter pick up on Rue now, so big item pickups. Both sides getting a little bit of something. Smoke on smoke scenario, Spirit. Oh, Yatoro, he's been spotted. The jump is there from Bach. They jump in, straight away Yatoro. He's surviving. Big Sonic Wave and the lasso output just locking them both down. Shiro and XM are gone. There's your Ags reveal out from Rue. Bach will drop to Bird. And you really couldn't have asked for a better timing for that Ags lasso. Oh, that's just perfect.
That's everything you could ask for inside of Team Spirit. Opening now for Roshan as well, just to secure this high ground push through the tier 2s. And for side of Vici Gaming, it's like you were saying a while ago, much earlier in the game, Mike, where they got caught off with Yatoro and that Shadow Blade timing. Now with Rue and the Ags timing, chances are you're not going to make that same mistake again. But this was a massive, not really mistake to be fair to Vici, but just a massive loss overall. Team Spirit now 14k lead, have this opportunity for an insane siege onto the high ground. As we see again, they managed to get that good find, really quick jump in from Sinq, but the positioning just too close on these two heroes. And that's just it. That's just the end once you get caught out like that.
The worst is XM jumped in as the lasso was committed, I think, as well. So he barely got caught in that. Now, what can you do? It happens. Top tier 3 tower under siege. Team Spirit, they've got that Roshan banner available with the Aegis up for 4.5. More than happy to try and take a Rax off of Vici Gaming here. Props to Team Spirit as well. They were having a rough game 2 to start. But they are well and truly in the lead in the second half of this game. In fact, they're going to go for a smoke. They want more. Rain Rax not going to be enough. They want more than that. Hoping somebody shows that top lane. They've got the lasso drag back available. But nobody falls. Oh, never mind Synq. Will get lassoed by himself. They'll take it. Except thinking about jumping in. They'll drop a Pit of Malice. They'll get the Gleipnir's out, but it's all chip damage. They're not really committed. Synq, he's down for 1.5 minutes. So they won't force the fight. But Team Spirit, they might stick around for a secondary Rax now. They've still got a creep wave coming as well with the Roshan banner up top. So they can go back for the melee top barracks. And it seems like Yatoro will do just that. But they are making life very challenging with all this chip damage away. XM gets rooted in place there for a second. Silence is there as well from Lal, but XM pops the Bloodstone. He's going to be okay for now. Pit of Malice still helping him out as well, so they'll move back in for that melee barracks, which is somehow still standing, but Panther moves in. He'll get the job done.
You know what I love? Everything.
It's difficult to see what Vici can do now to kind of reel this game back their way. Big timing has to be wide with his ads, right? Like this Disruptor, Static Storm ads upgrade with a mute. It's probably your best bet in terms of just finding an opportunity for yourself. And at least for Y, he's just about at that gold for it. Just 200 gold off. Could sell off something to rush at if you'd want, but not too far off from the full ags. Maybe that starts to make the difference here. You have to be very smart in how you take these engagements on the side of Vici Gaming, though. And again, it's just a lot harder with all of these tools coming out on Team Spirit. You have to worry about Ruse, Double Lasso. He's got Travels up in the Batrider as well. Can kind of work his way around the map. There is, again, that Ags is up on Y, but can you catch out Batyuk in the back? Can you also ensure Laurel stays locked down? Can you burst down Yatoro in that area? It has to be in a very advantageous spot for VG. I think ideally now, actually want to force a fight onto the ramp area in their high ground, or somewhere like a choke point outside near a Tormentor, near Roshan, and near some choke points in the river perhaps. And that's where they can really start to shine, but it's easier said than done. A lot of these conditionals on VG rely on Team Spirit to maybe get a bit ahead of themselves here, which we just haven't seen them overextend as much now in Team Spirit. It's been a lot tighter in this second half of Game 2. It's been looking a lot cleaner once these timings have been online, and Vici has not had as many opportunities to try to circumvent the strength of Team Spirit in these direct matchups now.
Yeah, certainly a much stronger performance here from Spirit, that's for sure. Vici Gaming still holding on to that high ground, not to be outdone. It's like Spirit not risking too much. I mean, they've got 48 more seconds left on the Aegis. Not too much time. They won't bother. They might just wait for the next Roshan. Rue is sticking around if they did spot him, but they will not. Rue will be able to retreat just fine. So if you're Team Spirit, you hold on to this 22k net worth advantage. You know your Tiny's just getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. You're not too concerned about the state of the game right now if you're Spirit, that's for sure. And it seems like you're in a position now where you're just waiting for the next Roshan. There's not really any necessity for Spirit to try and rush.
No. Again, they still have some room to grow. Satanic coming out for Yatoro. We got a Lotus coming out for Panto. You've got the Aegis just expiring now on Yatoro. Anyhow, you can kind of just sit and wait. It's on VG to actually try to make something happen. They've been sticking around with smoke, trying to look for an opportunity somewhere, but Team Spirit's not even close to this area. Maybe they can get some vision across the map, try to get some help for themselves. for the next defensive fight. Laurel, he's got himself a side of Vice being built up, and he's got the Krellis Crozier. So it's quite a test of an item, actually, this thing. The movement speed slow, the redirected health regeneration, health restoration to yourself just makes it so much harder to kill her off, especially with Succubus innate anyhow. Like this Quap is very hard. Everyone's hard to kill when you've got a good old Largo on hand with an Enchantress for safe measure. Like, the burst for Vici Gaming is so hard to see. It kind of flips around, right? Where we were saying for Team Spirit when they were slightly behind, they had to play hit and run. Vici Gaming has to play hit and run now. Maybe you could catch 2 heroes with a good static storm. That's about the extent of it. I don't see Team Spirit getting choked out as 5 in one massive static storm anytime soon, at the very least.
Oh, Panto. Vision didn't actually catch Panto. Do not believe they saw him there. Round from Spirit. Now Panto will reveal himself. It's not quite the target they want to start on anyway. Oh, jump in. Why? Can't afford to die like this. He'll drop the Static Storm, but he is gone. The Static Storm will do nothing. Lee Sin Q stole Sonic Wave, I guess. But there's your Axe Storm just doing absolutely nothing. See if they can buy themselves 55 seconds to have Y back up.
A little bit curious as to what they were hoping to get off the back of that. Like you said, not really the prime target, and Ench, you really need this rough round to even have any hope of trying to find these openings here. And now for the side of Team Spirit, I mean, they do have the advantage. They don't really need to have to push that advantage too hard. They go back to farm, get that build-up going for themselves, maybe look for Tormentor next if they'd want. Get themselves a little bit of extra gold going their way, and just a free shard coming in here for what seems to be really just Panto now. Having that point, I guess, is nice enough. And they will go for the safer play. For Vici Gaming, I'm trying to think about what item gets them back in the game. Very interesting to see XM queue up the Specialist array. Which is, I suppose... it's interesting because you don't really get the split shot.
No.
The stats, I guess, are nice. I don't know, maybe... Yeah, maybe just purely on a stat basis he wants this. I actually don't get that. Stats, I guess.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. For now, 31k advantage. Against Spirit, waiting for next Roshan.
All right. It's
What
the
is it,
DOT
John?
on Hydra's breath. I always forget it has a DOT, 2.5% max HP, so trying to find some way to get some damage out with the pokes on XM. Panto.
Uh-oh, they found Panto. That's something, and
Heard a lot of poke.
the thing is, Panto just, him dying like that makes you feel so much more comfortable on the map if you're Vici Gaming. Because now you're not worried about this pesky Ench just running around giving all this information away, though as I say that, Team Spirit, they have grouped up and smoked just 4, even without Panto. Not like Panto adds that much anyway, but they're moving in. XM spotted. Nice slide of fist, but it's not enough. Lasso will catch him out, and he is gone. Huge pickup here from Team Spirit. They'll look for a little bit more. They do miss out on Wise Disruptor. And it looks like that's going to be all she wrote. A 1-for-1, but certainly a pretty big pick-off here from Team Spirit.
It is. You do have the buyback release there for XM, so you can come back in if things go a little bit dicey. I don't see Team Spirit, again, pushing the envelope too hard. They're happy enough to just choke out Vici Gaming as much as possible here. A little bit more time left until we start to see Roshan to come back in. About a minute, we'll be back up. So, I mean, no rush for Team Spirit whatsoever. Good side of Vici Gaming now, you can't really make use of this moment where Panther's down without the Enchantress. You can't really dip outside the base all too hard. And I'm keen to see just how much this Hydra's Breath DOT will do. If that's going to be enough from the poke. And if XM can just stick back, keep spamming out these Sleight of Fists, maybe? After a long fight, that could be nice. It's just, it doesn't feel great to rely on DOTs when there's a Largo. Right? You still have to take care of Bakyuk somehow. We're not seeing that anytime soon here at all from the side of Vici Gaming. Maybe you start to see some exciting things happen at the 60-minute mark, perhaps. Start to get some good tier 5s, maybe Divine Regalia to help the cause here for Shiro, perhaps. A bit of a risk, but it doesn't feel like you have that many options in Vici Gaming anyhow. Either Divine Regalia or a Stygian you'd want, but that's still a good 8 minutes away anyhow, so it's a lot of stalling for Vici to still have to do here.
The full data list now up on your Toro. Roshan, of course, is available. Team Spirit surely looking at that now. We'll see a Lincoln Sphere build up from Shiro. Obviously, the only thing he's really going to be worried about is that big lasso. Lincolns will make him feel a little bit safer. There's going to be a 4-man smoke once again from Team Spirit now. They're heading towards that Radiant Triangle. Hoping for somebody to try and farm away. So they are going to find Shiro. Shiro's going to be right though. Lotus up from Buck and ensure that the lasso dragback cannot be there. So Shiro perfectly fine. Team Spirit still paying a lot of respect here to Vici Gaming, and they are indeed going to start on Roshan once again.
Going to be nice and quick for Team Spirit. It doesn't look like we're going to see any sort of contest out, although we do drop the pick.
Hidden Malice is there. Can they do anything with it? Not really. Bark's just being annoying. Bark's just causing seizures. It's the one thing Vici have. My eyesight, please, Buck. Not me, Buck. I mean, is that actually... Is Buck showing us some game-breaking stuff, John? Is that what you do? Like, depending on the monitor meta? Like, what if there's new monitors, John, that they're just too bright?
Yeah, true. If you have HDR on, can be something. I mean, look, you know...
That's a sponsor idea, John. You're welcome.
That would be. It reminds me of when we were watching, what was it, G2IG versus Azure. And at some point, everyone's just bored. I think Bach just started chaining randomly, right? And who was it? FY dropped an acorn tree in the middle of the base, and no, Bach was Abbott on that game. No, he wasn't the Timbersaw, right? But you know, if there's anyone that finds stuff that keeps him entertained, it's Bach, of course. I mean, what can he really do? He's Underlord in a 60-minute game, Mikey. He's not scaling anymore. He's not getting any tankier. There's nothing to do as an Underlord in this game.
You already, I mean, this is the first series. The first series we're casting, you already sound so upset, John.
No, but I feel for Bach, you know, because what can he feasibly do? Stand there, pop his stuff, maybe hope, stay alive a little bit longer, get a couple of right clicks off, and then die, right? Like, yeah. Might as well make it entertaining. A little flashbang, you know, CS action in here.
It is going to be a slow process. I mean, Panto's the one to start chipping away at the tier 3 tower. Brew looking for the lasso opportunity, has the refresher orb up as well. Static Storm drop, Panto is going to be taken care of immediately. They will jump in with Lyle though. Lyle's completely alone, but blinks back out as now a lasso. Catching two of them. This could be bad. Bark's been caught, so is Y. Y is the one to go down as Bark is continuing to walk out of there for now. The Sonic Wave, it does nothing. Sinq drags him out. Bark, though, still dropping, does go down. As Lyle going after Shiro now into the tier 4 towers, but maybe he's gone too far. Shiro's running away. Another lasso. Rue dragging two of them back out. Bark in trouble again. Will finally go down. Die back on the Underlord. Now XM, he jump back in, trying to force another fight. But they're out of damage. They've got Bark down for 2 minutes now. Oh, Lyle jumps in another time. XM going to be careful not to die back as well. Bark is not happy about this Queen of Pain damage output. Mid-racks also dropping. And Vici, well, Jonathan, they're going to try. Lyle does get caught in a Static Storm. The lick not going to help too much, but they will. No, in fact, they won't. Lyle is down. They'll find Sinq as a trade. Definitely favorable for Vici so far, but they've lost all their barracks. Lyle's brought back into this. He wants to put a lid in this game, but they will look to retreat. So XM still chasing, still trying to bait them forward. If Lyle dies back somehow, you could have an opening. Shiro, though, he gets jumped. Side the Vice Sonic Wave. Shiro's down. He'll buy back those. Yatoro onto the tier 4 tower. We'll go once again. Batyuk being targeted with the focus fire. Gonna be just fine as they'll glimpse him back now. Batyuk getting into the ghost form. Will survive. XM being chased down. XM. He jumps right into Yatoro. That's not where he wants to be. XM. Slider Fist still surviving. Trying to find a way. Does regen up, but he's out of remnants. Slider Fist again from XM. Everything thrown at him. He'll finally die. Yatoro back onto the tier 4s. Back onto the Ancient. Here comes Shiro. Back onto the Tiny. Can they find him? Yatoro is not dying. A Static Storm even dropped. Now Lal being called, but GG's called. They've seen enough. They are fountain diving now. And it looks like Team Spirit, they will spare us from happy defense. No happy death.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to take the risk up against a team like Vici. Granted, Team Spirit, after the first half of the game, just looked to be in control. Again, the 20-minute mark this time, Team Spirit was only 2K behind. Vici didn't really have a notable lead whatsoever in this game number 2 here. And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of this comes back to just this choice of supports, right? Like, you have 2 supports that can make plays with the Bat Rider, with the Enchantress as well. You had a mid lane matchup for Larl that was much more favorable. Despite him having to walk back home, it wasn't like he was being completely crushed by someone like the Viper, and that just led to more opportunities for some early rotations to come in. For the side of Vici Gaming, it looked pretty good. These timings on the Ags on bot was massive. This fight as well was one point where it felt like they were starting to get a grip back on the game, splitting the fight up, forcing all these resources to go onto a Disruptor instead, and giving that opportunity for Shiro and Bach to look for Yatoro in the backline. It's just that as this game went on, like, Team Spirit scaling is just so much better. Like, Ags timing on Largo, getting a Kaya Sanj up, all of that durability coming in, no easy burst damage to take care of the Largo, BKBs coming up, kind of mitigating the potential of these Pit of Malthus, of these Static Storms overall. And your scaling in Vici was not straightforward, right? Like, the Hydra's Breath coming out for XM, trying to help apply some damage, percent-based damage on heroes, it's just not enough. And this was the fight where it was just so unfortunate for this timing. The full Ags on Rue, getting that double lasso. This is just, for me, this was the moment where the game was pretty much starting to really just go out of Vigi's hands. Like, they were trying to gun for that big kill. They find Yatoro, but the timing's just not it. You know, it's just so, the Ags was up, you just didn't have enough, and the timing for XM to jump in and get lassoed as well, it's just rather unfortunate, but Team Spirit just had control from that point forward.
I mean, you give props to Vici in some sense, because they kept the game going for quite a while. And they were quite behind for quite a while as well. And you did see some fantastic plays as well being made by Rue on this Bat Rider. Just constant double lassos to try and catch out these heroes of Vici Gaming. And again, props to Vici. They still drag out the game for almost an hour up against Team Spirit here for this game number 2 in a game that felt quite lost. I want to say around the 30-minute mark. But we'll see what happens now in game 3. I can only imagine. This is our first series of PGL's Wallachia Season 8, by the way, Jonathan, for the B stream. Already, we approached the near hour mark, you and I. Just some things never seem to change.
Nah, it certainly doesn't, Mikey. And who knows, you know, at some point we could break the best of 3 record for longest series at some point.
I hope
maybe
so.
not today. Maybe not today. You know, day 1, it's a big thing to aim for. For the side of Team Spirit, it's hard to say who really stood out as like the player of the game. I feel like all of them did a fantastic job to be nominated for the MVP. Maybe Yatoro with that Shadowblade pickup. I think that was a massive factor in a lot of these engagements on mid that just kind of gave the openings for Team Spirit to scale further. I think him taking that early activity on the Tiny was a big difference maker in comparison to how rough of a game it felt like game 1 was. So I'd say Yatoro, but you know, Batyuk was doing a great job in the Largo sustaining. Larl and Rue were finding these big openings. Panto was giving so much information out. Felt like the entire team really stepped up to the plate here for game number 2, we'll go to Yatoro. I think that Shadow Blade timing alone kind of opened up the next 10 to 15 minutes for them, shut down this momentum building up in Vici Gaming, and just gave that opportunity for Team Spirit to keep that scaling going. So, very good showing from Team Spirit on game 2. And again, you look at the comparison from game 1. They start with much stronger win conditions. They get much stronger supports to play with instead of the Hoodwink and the Pugna. And I think that's something to watch out for. If Team Spirit does get access to some pretty good flex again, I think Vici Gaming, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Wind Ranger. I think you get proven right again here, Mike. They've got to look for a better win condition.
They certainly do, Jonathan. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hai, hai, bună dimineața, lume întreg. Lubușorule, lubușorule meu, și n-ai văzut-o ițrii mieli, n-ai văzut-o ițrii mieli, dar le-am văzut și le-am pescut, măi, le-am văzut și le-am pescut.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 3 between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. Jonathan, game 3 is where we're at, and I'll tell you what, Team Spirit, even though they took that game 1, I gotta say, Vici Gaming, they really seem like they got their number here going into this series, game number 3. I mean, even that game 2, it didn't look that convincing, I want to say, up until the later stages of the game. What are you thinking here? Do you feel like it was a draft issue for Vici Gaming game 2? Was this always a game 2 that should go the way of Team Spirit? Like, what happened?
I think draft-wise, it wasn't the strongest one for Vici Gaming. Their win condition in Wind Ranger, for example. Like, yeah, Pause 1 Wind Ranger used to work without the facets anyway, but just doesn't feel as strong in scaling nowadays, right? Especially when compared to other Pause 1s that are in meta. I think the fact that Batyuk also managed to play Largo is a pretty big factor as well. His offlane actually had impact in comparison to the Void Spirit in game 1. So I think that's something that Vici needs to respect. Maybe now even consider either a direct pick of the Largo or ban of it at some point. We'll see if any of those are considerations for Vici. Already have some on hand, of course. And she went back to targeting offlane. They ban out Bristle, they ban out Pango, they take care of the Alk once more. Team Spirit take care of the Bat Rider themselves. As they don't have first pick, they take care of the Io, Phoenix, and a Rubik. Sinkyu as well, showing a lot of respect for what that Rubik can do. Vici Gaming for the first pick do pick up the Beastmaster that has been consistently banned out in the first phase. And this hero still does everything, right? It still has some flex as well. Maybe not every team prioritizes it running on Pause 1 or mid, but for Vici, it should really be more of our Bach hero here overall. And this hero does feel pretty good, right? Like coming out of the facets, the hero still feels really strong, still good tempo and push, still a very strong team fight option, strong aura option as well if you need it. if you need to play it that way. So I like seeing this for Vici Gaming, just a very stable foundation to build the rest of their draft off of. You don't need to worry about something like a Rubik either, in terms of someone that will steal the roar. Maybe you worry about some Dispels on hand, right? And Team Spirit just go back to the Tiny that Yatoro showed a lot of really good tempo on. He knew when to show up to these fights. He knew his itemization was perfect for that last game. There is still room for Team Spirit to flex this more so than the Beastmaster, I would argue, for Vici Gaming. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Team Spirit just picked that for Yatoro straight up. It looked pretty comfy for him.
I mean, it looked comfortable. It takes time, but it did look comfortable. There was that one team fight that you did point out last game that felt like it worked out just because of the Shadowblade reveal on that Tiny. I wonder how the game would have gone had that team fight not went the way they were hoping for. But nevertheless, Spirit, I mean, why the hell not just go back for the Tiny if that's what works the first time? Always could be a flex pick anyway, not too big of a deal for them. More bans to come. We'll see the Tusk being removed.
I'm a little bit surprised they didn't ban out Largo at that point. So you have that option open for Batyok overall if you want it. And again, just the sustain coming out from that hero. In lane share, it didn't feel like you were getting overly pressured on Shiro. I mean, there were a lot of dispels to handle, say, the wind run, but you just had such a stable game for Batyok. Largo overall, it's just not a hero that you really see losing lane too much. It tends to be pretty stable. He always has ways to farm a lane from afar anyhow. And his timing for Kaya Ags is just ridiculous. Like, the sustain is just too much. I'm surprised that it's not getting prioritized by Vici overall. We'll have to see. Maybe Team Spirit just kind of slides back to the same key pieces on off lane and safe, right? The Tiny safe lane once more, Largo off lane again. It's not as crazy without the Enchantress, to be fair. You lose out on double dispels, right? And you lose out on double healing. But Largo alone it still feels pretty darn good here if you want that for Team Spirit. We'll see. Still taking their time on their bans as well. Digging pretty deep into that reserve to figure out what they want to take away from the side of Vici Gaming. It's fairly open. It's hard to think about what you'd want to ban out when it's only the Beastmaster showing, right? Like, there's still a lot of potential on mid. They'll take care of the Monkey King. Just making sure that you don't have to play into a Shiro Monkey or an XM Monkey. Both things are pretty comfy for the side of Vici Gaming. Maybe lining up for a melee mid themselves. We'll have to see for Team Spirit's part. But I am curious, because that leaves stuff like, again, XM Vipers in the pool if they'd want that. Want to kind of go back into that. They get the Muerta out for Team Spirit, so they switch things around. They take the Muerta themselves. And there is room to run this support. I don't think it's actually too bad in support nowadays either. It's maybe likely a little bit more onto pause 1 for Yatoro, leaving our Tiny onto plus 4 here for Ru, which is perfectly fine. But it does leave some flex here for Team Spirit as well, which I do appreciate. They can kind of change around whether or not the matchup's not that great for either hero on pause 1 here.
Interesting stuff indeed. Vici Gaming, not to be outdone for their second hero. Plenty of reserve time to have a think about this. Team Spirit, of course, again, taking the Muerta for themselves. So maybe just even the deny pickup against Shiro, who did have a pretty easy performance in game 1 with this Muerta. A lot of chatter here from the Spirit boys.
I mean, again, surprisingly, Largo is still open. Maybe it doesn't fit into VG's draft as well, because you have that Beastmaster that's likely going off lane. Largo support can still work, but Ag's timing just disappears. You're not gunning for it anymore. So you lose a lot of, like, utility without that double strum on the guitar, the double effects, and that added damage. Unless you flex that Beastmaster onto, say, mid for XM or safe lane for Shiro, which I feel like is very unlikely for the side of Vici Gaming. And I'll end up with the techies. We do get our taste of techies here, Mikey. You know, in the last game, went 60 minutes. This one, you know, who knows how long it can go with the techies on hand. It excites me, Mikey. Are you know what, Techies? He's an interesting hero because they still don't know what to do with him. They gave him green mines back somewhat. When he dies, he drops a green. It's like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, It's like he lost his range facet, so he's not as obnoxious to play up against in lane. You know, it's interesting. And an AA to boot. So fascinating for Vici Gaming because they don't have the best control pieces on the board. They do have a lot of magical damage. Like, you can easily blast the Muerta. You don't really care about her ethereal form. You have a lot of magic damage that can get on top of her anyhow.
10 seconds remaining.
Laning-wise, these two supports are pretty decent. Like, Beastmaster plus Techies or
5
Beastmaster plus AA
remaining.
is solid enough. You take another melee core perhaps on safe lane for Shiro, and the lane matchups feel pretty decent. There goes the top Team Spirit. So we'll see some fishes on the board, Mikey. We'll see the Tidehunter
John.
eat in the middle of a match. That's going to be fun.
That really upset you too, didn't it, John? The fact that there's fish dropping from Tidehunter now.
It's just... Why does he get fun stuff? Why does Tidehunter get fun stuff? This hero's... He's already kind of fun to play anyway in your pubs, right? Like, you anchor smash, you're laughing, the enemy can't kill you. And he gets fish now? He gets attention? He gets chosen? Instead of someone who's, like, absolutely... Like, you know, Underlord. Underlord's boring as heck. He's stable. But he doesn't have anything silly outside of his ads.
John, stop it.
And
What
this
do you
guy
mean he
gets
doesn't-
fishes?
He has... John, he literally respawns after he dies instantly. I mean, that sounds pretty
Underlord?
broken to me.
No, that's Undying. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
Underlord.
Yes,
he
it is
doesn't get
Undying.
anything. It's sad. And Tidehunter gets everything. He gets fishes. Why?
Just revealed I wasn't listening to what you were saying anyway, John. Woodwink is the pickup from Team Spirit. Another very popular hero as of late.
10 seconds remaining.
Have you got anything against Hoodwink, John? Like the nuts falling out? Does that
5
concern you?
seconds remaining.
I don't get how her passive redirects melee attacks onto trees. It makes sense for range attacks. On melee attacks, really? Can someone up close to you just miss a squirrel?
Yeah, you could punch a tree. If you're fighting in the forest, you could definitely swing at a tree,
guess.
John.
I mean,
It would hurt.
You would know. You would
In
know
fact,
better.
It
as
probably
an
should do
Australian.
damage to them.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Okay, you know what? That's a great idea. If you do redirect an attack
10
as Hoodwink,
seconds
it should do a % amount of damage back to the attacker. That's save that for the notes
5
to Ice Frog.
seconds remaining.
The Viper comes out for Vici. So XM's got himself a incredible game to play. I'm sure he's always happy to play the Viper on mid. A very happy guy right now. As we saw in game 1, I mean, if it worked, why not? I'd say this is not as clear-cut of a game for it, but at least, you know, Viper against Tidehunter eventually is going to feel good. Viper against Tiny is also something that somewhat feels good. Not amazingly so, but, you know, your Viper Strike is going to be useful up against these two heroes.
Dire
So
team
it's
battle.
pretty well stitched together for Vici so far. I'm curious to see what their win condition is, because that's where it really all hangs on. In fact, it does look like Team Spirit might be expecting
Spirits
that
turn to battle.
safe lane Beastmaster here for Shiro, because they're banning Bach heroes now. Underlord gone. We're seeing mids being banned out by Team Spirit, looking for the Laurel hero. Again, just expecting Yatoro Tiny to come in here. But, if Vici do run the Beastmaster
10
safe,
seconds remaining.
I mean, it does work. I don't think that's really changed too hard.
5 seconds remaining.
Laning partner again with AA on hand, with a Vortex down. Can be quite nice with axe spam as well. So I'm curious to see how Vici decide to kind of play their lanes, if they are going for a Beastmaster 1.
Dire team
And Team Spirit, yeah, and they just banned Sand King. So just, again, keeping all the offlane options closed out. There's still something like a Mars on hand if you are worried about like the Muerta, but it is a support Muerta, so chances are you aren't. I'm curious to see what Vici will want. They could still pick a pause 1. There's no issue with that. Just give
Team
Bach the
spirits
Beastmaster.
turn to
It could still work. And they go with the Doom. So they keep it flexed till the very end. You could run Doom 1. You can run Beastmaster 1. Chances are you do run Doom Pause 1. With level Pain, it's actually not too bad. He does a lot of good damage. You eat a Alpha Wolf. You're
10
doing
seconds
pretty good. And
remaining.
right click. You tend to go, 1-1-3 nowadays with Infernal Blade
5
maxed out
seconds
first.
remaining.
On Doom and laning phase because of how heavily nerfed the Scorched Earth is. So I can see this panning out for
Choose your
Shiro.
hero.
Team Spirit, though, pull something from left field and take out the Yatoro Terrorblade. So they flex that Tiny out pretty darn hard. have to say this is a pretty straightforward pick, right? Like, it's a good counter for AA. You don't care about the Ice Blast. You can swap your HP just fine. You can kind of lean into whatever is there just fine. You can always hit the jungle as well. I'd say maybe leaning into the Doom is fairly annoying. You walk up, especially while Metamorphosis is down, you cop that Infernal Blade. It is a lot of output, but it is somewhat manageable. I think the magic damage you have on Vici Gaming is still overwhelming, though. There's a Viper, there's this Beastmaster on safe lane for Shiro that's going to be rushing Ags. The Drums of Slum is going to be a factor later on. So it's rather interesting. I think out of all the games, this is the most even draft we've gotten from both teams. It's hard to lean one way or the other for me. Maybe a slight advantage for maybe Vici just from tempo alone. I think if their lanes go well, they have a lot of rundown potential, but if it falters, let's say 15 to 20 minutes, they don't have a 4K lead at minimum, it starts to feel pretty awkward for Vici Gaming if you don't get that start.
I'm looking forward to it, Jonathan. Game number 3 now between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. Now, I really didn't think we were even going to get here after game 1, but props to Team Spirit putting up a fight here in this first series of Wallachia Season 8. We are seeing the lovely faces of Vici Gaming going into this game 3 once again. See how it does pan out. Curious myself about this techies as well, Jonathan. I know the green mines issue does annoy you quite a bit, but yeah, it's still a fun hero, John. This techies.
Yeah, fun for the guy playing techies. Or debatable about everyone else that has to play with the techies. For the enemy team, probably not. For your allies, a mixed bag. Of course, in a pro match, you'd expect Vici to be fine with this. And so they should be aware of what they're doing here, Mikey. And let's say I am staring at Batyuk's Tidehunter, and that is a beautiful hat he has on. Very old hat, but a hat that I appreciate all the time. The shark with
classic,
with a shark anchor as well. Beautiful, beautiful work on Batyuk. Outstanding. And he's going to be eating fish anyhow. So there you go. Leviathan's catch.
Very good, John.
Sleep tight, little guy.
Kind of a smoke on smoke situation. Not to be mistaken with the smoked fish that Leviathan's Cash will be providing Batyuk this game.
Are you ready to rumble?
No real action yet. We do have Shiro wrapping around the top lane. XM also wrapping around the mid. Shiro could still get caught, but no, they do retreat here on the side of Spirit. And surprisingly, nobody runs into each other. Everyone naturally ends up avoiding each other, and it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. Very nice. And there we go, Jonathan. You got your Pos 1 Beastmaster. He's going to be there. They do run into a TB illusion. Not too big of a deal. They don't even find that. They are going to take out the range creep down at that bottom lane before they do get started anyway.
Yeah, there's a little bit more extra EXP for Bach to play with. I think this is a little bit rougher of a time with that last pick flex for Laurel. He's having to play Tiny into a Viper matchup. And we saw what XM did with his Viper versus Invoker matchup. This is a little bit more straightforward. You just have the range advantage. You can keep poking at Laurel. You don't have to worry any longer. He does not have Crag the Exterior anymore. So you just whack away. Happy days for XM. And, well, Laurel's going to cop it, but you did flex it. And this is what your picks kind of lined up for in Team Spirit. Maybe feeling that they banned out a lot of the good mid matchups versus Viper anyhow. So you might as well run the Tiny, pick a stronger win condition for Yatoro. It kind of makes sense. But I would not expect this mid matchup to really be too profitable for Laurel. We'll have to see. First wave has been going well. He's been playing around that 3 quite nicely, although Bach.
He's alright.
There.
It is a tough lane. I mean, Rue's going to have a great old time, it looks like, here on this Muerta. And Yatoro is doing a pretty damn good job of just controlling the lane equilibrium. So Bach not having the greatest start of his life. Think you're going to try and be as annoying as possible in this techies. Mid lane's still proving to be so annoying for poor old Lal. I keep having a quick look around to that Tiny against this Viper, and you know, props to Lal for having the CS advantage for now, but It's going to get so annoying the moment you have to actually lane against this hero.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good. At least, again, Laurel's adjusted from game one. He's pulling the wave back, just stacking them up, just looking for his own farm, not looking to contest that Viper at all. And if you circumvent the Viper strong laning, you kind of negate, like, almost 80% of what this hero does in the game. It's supposed to dominate, crush the enemy, ensure the opposing mid doesn't find anything. So long as you find something, it's kind of winning for that opposite laner. We'll see if Laurel can find a little bit more. It's starting to really rack up in XM's way. Bot lane again seeing a lot of poke. Whenever Metamorphosis is up, it's such a heavy threat onto the side of Vici Gaming. At the least, you've got that early reactive, so you can kind of hold him back here with Sin Q. But Bach is not finding as much presence. In fact, he's having as good of a time as Laurel is up against a Viper. So, not the best of starts for what you'd want to see from a Doom, but somewhat to be expected when you're in against so much damage in that Terrorblade with meta at level 2 now for Yatoro. Just no contest to be done here. Maybe if you had your sticky bombs, you could maybe poke and prod more, but Rue's been doing such a great job of just putting himself forward, ensuring the Techies has no angle to try to play that you wouldn't even really hope to land any of that on.
Yeah, certainly a strange kind of skill build here from SynQ, but well, like you said, you don't really have much to play with anyway. Top lane. Shiro being a nuisance there with those balls, but Bayuk's having a very good time with this Tide. There's no real contest here for the Tide Hunter. Not too much Wine and Shiro can do apart from try to abuse those wild axes here. And that they are doing. But ultimately it does feel like Bayuk always going to have plenty of stick charges, always going to be just fine to stay in the lane, and not really much to come out of here for Vici. Middle lane, we did see an attempt from XM onto Lyle's life, but Lyle's just being really annoying, just tossing him away every time he does try to attempt it at his life.
Yeah, it's a lot quieter in game 2, but again, it's just down to how these drafts have played out. A bit of a blast off from SynQ, but no follow through box too far out. Again, every lane's just kind of set up to keep building up here a tad bit.
Why barely survives up at that top lane? Mishiro's still being a pretty big nuisance with his axe spam once again. Panto still hunting down Y. Does actually land the bushwhack and has the acorn shot. A very nice bushwhack from Panto. A chase on from Shiro, but Shiro not going to continue. Just to prove to be a bit of a waste of time for him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are going to try onto Bark. And it seems like Bart, no, the blast off and the taser from SynQ gonna ensure the Buck walks away. The evades, SynQ, no, he will die. But he does at least protect Buck.
Yeah, does buy that space out. You're still happy enough to find these kills though. On the side of Team Spirit, Yatoro's had himself a pretty uncontested lane. Bach, I mean, he always has the option to go into that jungle. He is actually opting for that old Scorched Earth build. Just looking to kind of have some potential to jungle or run down a little bit. Just not seeing the opportunities to do so in the lane. I would say for Team Spirit, having a strong laning start, though, is going to be massive, right? Outside of maybe Laurel, again, having to lane against Viper, all things considered, Laurel isn't losing out as badly as you'd expect him to. You're getting a lot from a free lane for Yatoro. This Doom is going to take quite a fair bit of time to come online in comparison to Batyuk's lane, where your Tide Hunter is matching the Beastmaster's farm just fine on Shiro. You managed to get that punishment onto Y. I think the one issue for Vici Gaming is actually these supports. How do you really set up for a fight? You've got Doom, you've got Roar. You're going to be relying on more so of those spells rather than your supports to jump in for you. And that can make it hard when these cores aren't ready. And with a start you're getting on Bach, at the very least, doesn't feel like he'll be ready anytime soon here.
Top lane, they do attempt to chase down Y, but the bushwhack didn't really land from Panto. And well, now XM's going to come for a rotation on the Viper. They don't really have any lockdown, though.
No.
No, XM. Not going to really get anything done here. Shrine of Wisdom is still coming. So they are going to try and force a fight over that. TP rotations, a 3-on-3 scenario. It's still favorable though for Vici, considering they have XM around on the Viper, and the Shrine of Wisdom will indeed just go the way of Vici Gaming. So even though the TP rotation doesn't amount to any kind of kill, you get the double Shrine. And in fact, Xingqiu in the meantime able to hold back Lal in the mid lane anyway and just soak some XP on these takes.
And they find both Shrines of Wisdom once more. I think that's something Vici's been very consistent in the first 7 minutes and the next 14 minutes as well. For those 2 Shrines, they've been very consistent in securing them for their supports. Granted, they don't really have a way of maximizing the supports anyhow. Again, without level 6s on their own cores first, like having Doom up, having Roar up especially, is going to be key here. So it's still going to be a slow game for Vici no matter what. I don't think you mind on Team Spirit. They understand it's going to be a slower game from Vici. They can just play the farm game. They can kind of just play catch up here on Laurel on mid and just be happy. Get that steady build up on Batyuk and Yatoro. And you're kind of good to go. The key timing to watch out for though is once you get that first point in the Roar up on Shiro, and once that Doom is ready as well. Those are points where you can play with Vici, especially as you approach level 6 in these 2 supports. There is a lot of output. Say the blast going off from AA or the blast off from Xingqiu with the mines. That can do some nasty work, especially if you can somehow isolate Yatoro before you can say sunder off somehow. And it's just going to be some straightforward kills. But again, it's just that it's that aspect of time. Will they have that time? Because they're already getting siege on that bot tier 1 with early metamorphosis out from Yatoro.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Such a nuisance, this little combination of Xingqiu and Bach. Like, they just reactive taser with the Scorched Earth, and it's just, they're able to clear out the creep wave and stop the push. Like, you wouldn't really think about it too much, but it is a pretty nasty little combination if you're just trying to defend.
And it is. And it's holding it off, at the very least. And again, it's buying time. That is pretty much a 3-man rotation onto bot for not much of value. At the same time, you're really not finding much with Batyuk up top anyhow, unless you're looking to commit a Ravage at some point. They might soon. They do get the gate movement cross onto line.
He's got no mana for it though. Ice Blast is going to land. Blast off. It's going to mean the Batyuk is dead. Panto will try to go for a run, but the axes are going to make it rather hard to hide. And Xingqiu is going to block him off. Shiro to secure the kill. And wishful thinking. Wishful thinking by York. Getting a little bit excited, but he had no mana. And Soaring wasn't up yet for him either, so he had no way of getting the mana for Ravage.
Yeah, quite some big punishment coming in. That does reveal the 6 up and Y, but again, once you do have some of these support 6s, so long as you have one bit of setup, or if you overcommit.
You'd love to kill Batyuk another time. Viper Strike not committed yet by XM. He's still holding out. Shiro is around with the Roar, but they don't really find the primary target they wanted. They'll leave it be and just get back to the farm game for now. The Xingqiu just with his tasers just being such a nuisance. You can't push against him.
No. It's kind of nuts how long that this arm is, how much damage he gets per point of mana. Like 210 damage for 60 mana? That's kind of unbelievable on a 14-second cooldown. It's kind of nutty. It's just such a great stall mechanic for Xingqiu. No progress made on these tier 1s. So long as that Techies is there, the bot's still relatively healthy, despite, again, bot being bullied out a fair bit early on. And they keep the game even 2-2. Less than 1k lead for Vici, but things are starting to get a little bit more online. You don't have Doom up yet for Bach, but he is just farming right now anyhow. Doesn't really expect himself to jump in with those Dooms just yet. You've got steady build up on the Ags for sure. Just to part way now on the Beastmaster for that timing. Actually, and a blast coming across the map.
Bottom. Root. Getting mined up. Not dead yet though. Will keep himself alive. In fact, Yatoro gonna pop the Metamorphosis. Does get the kill. Root does get hit by the Ice Blast though. So he should eventually die out. Meanwhile, a Doom committed by Bach, chasing down Yatoro. There goes Root. Bach, oh, he can't get it done. The Doom will eventually get him. Yatoro, able to at least secure the 2 lives before he does go down. Still worth it for Vici Gaming, but very, very annoying nonetheless.
And it is. I mean, you miss out on the EXP there for Bach. Very important to actually be alive for that kill if possible. He is a little bit behind now in comparison to Yatoro, who manages to get that, that pick off first. He's level 10 now on the TB. You're still in pretty happy days for Vici Gaming overall, though. Again, 31's starting to get this aggression going. They're really utilizing Y and this AA quite nicely. They're constantly on the aggressive with these blasts. They are looking to make a play again. This time it's Laura that they're targeting down mid.
And Blastoff is there, and it is really that easy. Q is going to die, but well worth his life. It's no problem. In fact, he's going to be a nuisance before he does go down. They might even find Y, though. Y sticking around. Does go down, and Rue does get a double. That'll be for the life of Lal on that mid tiny.
Yeah, it's 2 supports for mid.
It's getting kind of stupid to watch this. I mean, even the taser, John. I mean, you said 60 now for the 210 damage.
Yeah.
30% movement speed on allies as well, by the way, John.
Yeah.
Don't forget about it's just kind of dumb, isn't it?
Yeah. He doesn't need to upgrade it from a shard to give it away.
It's so good.
I don't know why they did that. It's like,
it's really good.
Did he need this? Did he need his MAD ability as well? All of this, even though MAD, that's right. All right, maybe it's not amazing anyhow, but still kind of. Did he need all of this all at once? Maybe, sure, but it is obnoxious. I mean, Team Spirit's not enjoying themselves. Again, they haven't been committing for any push since seeing that wave clear coming in. They are still in an all-right spot, but again, the axe is up now for Shiro. He could look to join in some engagements. Spirit using the gate to get across, trying to get an angle top, but they did have wards here from Vici, so they saw the gate moving as well with the pings coming out. No one's going to be caught off guard here. And you want to take that risk into Ag's timing from Shiro. The drums to Slam are up. It's a lot of damage coming in here.
No. Panto. Raw is available. They do commit it immediately. You've got the Ravage if you need it, but he's holding out. Blast off. It's finally going to come in the Ravage, and they do take down Q, but they need to get out of there. Or do they? Yatoro, he's still moving forward. Just ensuring his teammates can get out. It will be a 1-4 on the supports. Not really a big deal for either side. I suppose at least Vici get the Ravage committal, but that's pretty much it. Not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, support for support. Ravage for Roar, really. Not the worst thing in the world for Vici. I think they're actually pretty happy. They hold on to Doom. They still have the Ice Blast if they'd want. They are giving space for XM to get the steady farm into his Yasha Hurricane Pike. And you are forcing even the Terribly to show up to help counteract some of that. So it's pretty decent for Vici. They do lose their top tier 1, but it feels like they've already gotten max value from that anyhow, with the Ags running on your safe lane. I would say for Vici, though, it's around this time where you would expect a little bit more activity to start to flow. Right? Like, yeah, you need to start to really reel in control on the map, start to apply that pressure onto Team Spirit before they start to get their own items up. Like, a Manta alone on Yatoro can do a lot of work up against all of these debuffs you have riding on Vici Gaming. And it's a smooth ride up for Yatoro into his Dragonlance, into his Skadi as well if you leave him alone for too long. So you have to start shrinking this map and start sieging on that bot. No real defense coming in from Team Spirit. Maybe you try to patch out Panto. Pretty big maybe there. Doesn't look like he's too keen to overextend. Even Rue showing up though.
XM's just got Q behind him. There's your taser. And now you just can't kill him. Lal's gonna die. XM's got a bunch of mines here. Yatoro got to be a little bit careful, but they've got him. Very, very nice pick off here onto XM, who got a bit too confident. XM, Q, still chasing them down with all these mines. Q, just an absolute menace, apparently. Panto, Q, surely set to die. Has the taser in one. Is going to turn around again. There's your taser out. Surely he will die. Mines out again. They'll finally kill him off. But what's it going to cost?
Oh.
Well, it's going to cost you a Tide Hunter. It may cost you a Yatoro TB. If they can catch him, but they cannot. 2 for 3 trade in the favor of Vici Gaming. T1 Tower at least a night off by Yatora.
That's the kind of pressure we're looking for from Vici. They do manage to bait out quite nicely. Maybe, except not as tanky as he'd want to be just yet in this game. You know, it doesn't quite withstand as much right before his allies can really come in to try to utilize that time. But it still works out in the end for the side of Vici Gaming. Starting to open up the map a little bit more. Granted, you really need the mid to fall next, and you want to start planting some aggressive wards. The vision game of Team Spirit has been pretty good. Just good vision, watching all along the river. Just ensure that no big jumps come in just yet, which is important when this Beastmaster already has that blink with the Ags. Very quick timings for Shiro. BKB not too far off either, with all of the space being handed to him. And that's where things get a little bit tricky. You know, once you have that BKB up on Shiro, you don't have anything that pierces through debuff you need to here. Yeah, you have no way of just stopping that onslaught that this Beastmaster provides once that roar is up. And it's going to be relatively straightforward to connect that to the Ice Blast every single time. So Team Spirit have to kind of watch themselves here. They are still getting pretty good build-up in Yatoro. You know, we've seen Laurel even out in the net worth, matching XM this game. He's not lagging too far behind. He's got that blink up on our Tiny with the Echo Saber on hand as well. There is output here. It's just down to how often does VG want to play. Box working himself up into that full Crimson Guard, just lacking the recipe at this point. And with that blink on Laurel with the Echo Saber, maybe it's time to go hunting. A bit of a smoke out from Team Spirit. And they've got these nice wards across the river, but not ending too deep. Can be a little bit harder to guess as to where Vici's trying to safely farm here.
Sinq's going to reveal himself. Immediate jump in by Lal, and they'll find him. Nice quick pick off here for this Tiny of Lal. Not much else happening in the game right now. They just take what they can get. Once that BKB is available on Shiro, you expect a lot of action to come out from Vici. Yatora, of course, rushing towards an Eye of Skadi himself on the TB. It's a very, very quiet style of game. But you're right after the Aghanim Scepter. One of my personal favorites. Very, very annoying to play against that Gush.
Yep. I think he has a good read in the game. Like, he understands that it's not going to be about going on top of Vici anyhow. Vici's going to be on you. You kind of want to be able to control the waves, ensure that you've got every single thing shoved out. You have vision into Vici. You make it harder for them to smoke into you.
Imagine the fish.
And kind of give a shelf. And the fish, I guess if you do go finding a kill, you can get a fish. We'll see if they'll get some fishes now. Smoked up, looking for some kills.
With that Gush, John. That AoE Gush with the fish. Underestimated.
Oh!
Jump in. Avalanche toss. That's a fish. No, he didn't get a fish.
No.
He didn't get his fish, John. He was too late.
No.
Gushed way too late. How embarrassing.
It's unfortunate. You know, you gotta rack up these fish numbers. Not high enough on Batyuk. Needs that omega-3 fatty oils, Mikey.
Yeah.
He needs them. For good health.
I feel like it's a scam, that omega-3 fatty oil stuff, John. Yeah, while we're on the topic. I feel like we're getting scammed.
I don't know if I can... I mean, I don't know. The gains might be marginal, but maybe statistically it is there.
What do you think Professor Jang thinks, John? Professor Jang? Probably has the answers. Vici Gaming. Oh, jumped in. Avalanche is out, catching two of them. And nothing's going to happen from John because you've got the taser. The taser put into all of them. Nothing to happen. Oh. Jump in again. Roar is out. Batyuk, the Ice Blast. It's going to land, but he gets the Ravage in time. And it's going to be Buck to go down first. No damage. Oh, Shiro down to Bird. They catch the Bushwhack as well into XM. Blast off from Sinq for nothing. Just fireworks. It's XM gone. So is Sinq. And Team Spirit. They're going to get a 4-for-0 trade, Jonathan. 4 for nothing.
And that's just so awkward to see. Bach did not commit Doom as he jumped in, so maybe they thought they could burst down this Tidehunter, but they just didn't have it. The Force Staff out from Rue, giving him enough spacing. Still gets caught by the blast, but just enough room to be further away from all of the source of damage. Further away from their own damage sources on VG just ruins that. Laurel, again, also just finding this perfect avalanche onto 2 as the smoke breaks right at the creep wave. Just cuts off these chances for Vici Gaming. And for Vici, the execution has to be perfect. They commit with a roar. You're seeing Bach trying to come and get silenced up from the calling. Just never gets that Doom off. And with a Ravage flying through, that's it. That's all she wrote. You have to win the 5v5, turn it into a 5v4, and just hope you have enough to clean up, because that's how this lineup plays. And once that dissipates, it's just gone. You only catch one in Blast either, so there's no way you're coming back in for the re-engage.
Panto with a sharpshooter. He's actually gonna... Oh, he's gonna get it. He got the shard. He got the shard. The sharpshooter on the Tormentor. He got it. It was that easy.
Oh.
Well, there you go. You love to see that, Jonathan.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, getting the Spectral Slug for free. That's going to be very interesting as well. The old Ags of Muerta, if you'd remember when she first got her Ags.
I
Now
don't
in the shard.
know Muerta, John.
That was hilarious. We were joking about it being one of the worst Ags upgrades in the game. As a shard, it could be decent. Seeing if Rue actually ever uses that Spectral Slug. But as an Ags, it was kind of silly. I mean, when it came out, if you recall, it was bugged that you could, I believe people were doing Phoenix Eggs on 2, right? Once you get unstunned, you Phoenix Egg on your main, you Phoenix Egg the Spirit that's out there. It was funny in that one moment, and then it got patched away, so, Smoke out, though. See if they use that Spectral Slug in this smoke play. Vici's starting to lag really behind. Sync
Oh, Q immediately taken down. Man, that mad thing really does do nothing, huh?
Yep.
Just complete trash.
It's
what can
funny.
you do?
Radiant's courier.
Why? Bushwhack gonna land onto Y. Nice little setup by Panto. I don't even know if it's funny, John. I'll be frank with you. I don't even know if it's funny.
They bothered to give him that. It's funny that they gave him this. It's like, all right, you want green mines? Here you go. It doesn't do anything, but hey, have fun. It is funny that way. Roshan falling, not so funny for VG to have to play into this, but we talked about the conditions VG had to meet in this game. And, it was like a 5k lead at 20. You didn't get that. It's a 4k lead for Team Spirit at 25 minutes instead. And with the full Lincolns up in Yatoro, pinning down this terribly, it feels impossible. Right? It's so curious as well for Vici. They had great Ags timing. They had this strong start from Shiro. They couldn't capitalize on it. Their smoke gets broken early down in that bot fight. They still force the engagement, jumping a Tidehunter that they can't even hope to burst. And it's just kind of slipping away. This lineup in VG does not scale particularly well, mind you. This is a lineup that depends on that early to mid-game timing, and this mid-game does not feel good so far for the side of VG. Trying to see what else you can hope to pick up. Shiro's trying to go for the full Silver Edge. A break would be useful. But again, it's just a matter of, you can handle the Tide, but can you handle everything else?
On Panto, spotted. Blast off did land. The poor old Panto going down, top lane. They are just going for the T2 tower. Nobody to really aim down here from VG Gaming. I mean, T2 tower is still pretty damn nice though. Crimson Guard is going to slow things down just a little bit here for Yatoro. But ultimately, they're still going to get away with it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That'll be enough. T2 tower is gone. Team Spirit still hunting around for a bit more. Maybe a team fight, maybe a mid tier 2 to be taken. VG hanging around by that dire triangle. Shiro's really got to pick his target with this Beastmaster. I mean, last team fight, we saw him try to go after Bartyuk, but he just doesn't have the burst potential. Even with the Ice Blast, there's just nowhere near enough to burst down a Tide. Q gonna jump in. They'll throw in some mines. Q is actually able to just jump right back out of there as well. Or is he? Almost down, but not quite. He's gonna survive.
Dire's middle tower is under
And they have so much time on this Aegis, they could just go for the high ground. Metamorphosis is still ready on Yatoro as well. He does not care. Vici have to do something for this defense. Shiro has to get his way back here or flank from the rear somehow. There's vision here, at least for the side of Vici to try to play.
Jump in. Raw was committed. They're trying for the Muerta, but it's still not enough. Oh boy, this is just desperate. Shiro trying to run, barely gets away. Doom was also committed, but it was on Bartyuk. Bartyuk, he'll just wait it out. He doesn't care. At least they'll get Shiro out. He'll have his rule back up in 38 seconds. But it feels as though Team Spirit could just continue to go as they missed the avalanche from Lyle. But Lyle's still more than happy to keep the fight going with the toss-back play onto XM, who's trying to walk out. The Ravage connecting on 3 targets. They will continue to run, but they are nothing. But you're catching all of them. Plenty of fish coming his way. And nothing to be had for Vici Gaming, John.
No. I mean, I don't see a way for you to turn these team fights any longer. That was a roar on 1. There's just so many force stabs to move things around that you don't even land the Ice Blast consistently now. And there's just no output. Again, you went all in for this tempo on Vici Gaming. You didn't really find enough in the laning phase, right? Like, XM wasn't crushing as hard. Laurel was doing a great job of pulling the creep waves away. Yatoro was under no pressure in his own safe lane down bot, up against like this Doom. In fact, it felt like all the pressure was coming out from Team Spirit onto Bach this game around. And lose 1 set of racks. Next drops dangerously low, but respawns are short enough that you are forced to back off here on the side of Team Spirit. But, you know, Aegis is set to expire. You are just about at the point where the Scotty is going to be up in Yatoro. Just so much stats to have to dig through. And just having this pipe up on Bakyok, I mean, all you have is magic damage. You literally don't have a right foot in the side of Vici Gaming at all. Maybe you could transition Bach to a little bit more physical output, sure. Doom can kind of get that job done, but he's tooled himself up to be Aura. Crimson Guard, Shivas next, maybe some utility down the line. There's no way to just make short work of any of these heroes just because of that pipe. They'll smoke up again, Team Spirit. They don't have Aegis, but do they even care? Probably not.
XM. Get caught. And in fact, he has. Avalanche toss. No problem.
Ooh.
Oh, neutral
Those
crit.
Crocus.
Okay. That's all right. The Crocus again. That's fine. Q also caught out. I'm not gonna lie, John. I'm a bit upset you didn't appreciate my Professor Jang joke. You didn't like it.
No, I don't know who Professor Jang is, Mikey.
How are you gonna say you don't know who it is? I know you know who it is. Don't say that.
I don't. It's not ringing a bell. I've been unemployed too long. The brain hasn't worked, Mikey.
That's how you know, John. Unemployment is how we know about Professor Chang, John. The employed don't know.
Okay.
The guy, he looks like
I think
you,
so.
John. He looks like your uncle, John. That's not even, you know, I'm not even trying to be spicy about it. You look very familiar, John.
Fair enough. I will take that. What's very familiar for Vici, well, for anyone watching this is the state of affairs for Vici Gaming. 14k behind, 31 minutes in, 2 racks is down. I would like everyone to take a look at Yatoro, take a look at his neutral. He has the Dormant Curio tier 3. Outstanding work. Really showing the power of this neutral at this point. Great investment on Yatoro to hold on to that to this point of the game. He's going to hold on to that until 60 minutes. Only at the tier 5 will the Dormant Curio rise. As they get a roar.
Who's going to die? Oh, hold on a minute though. Pushback on Bark. Yeah, so that's going to be about it. They took the Ruru kill, 12k advantage, the way of Team Spirit still remaining.
You know what? I would lose it
What is it?
if Yatoro somehow finds a bobble after this after this material. He finds himself a bobble at tier 4. Like, this is absolutely a guy that doesn't want to interact with neutrals at all. I'd love to see it. And that is an
Incredible.
awful buff, though. So what? If it boosts by 30%, so the 10% turns it into 13%? Maybe at the
No,
tier
it will-
5 if you keep the bobble? Would be great. I guess.
Where'd you get 13%,
I don't know.
John?
Because it's the bobble boosts the enchantment by 10%. So
Right.
30% of 10 is 3.
Is-
So that's 13%. Or am I wrong? Is it not 3?
Well, I don't know, John. You're the professor. How am I meant to know?
God help us. If it is a bobble, you know, Yatoro, we're watching you. Going for the most dormant neutrals in the world. Would be
That'll be your
amazing.
new nickname, Professor John. I see it now,
There you
John.
go.
It's very clever.
I am. Blast to just grief. And that Tormentor, no one's gonna die. A free shard coming out for Yatoro. Happy days,
Very
gets
nice.
that Demon Zeal. And for Vici, yeah, I still do not see how the lines connect here for Vici Gaming. We've got the Butterfly build up for Shiro, so he is going to try to right click, which is fine. You know, you get the drums going for longer. You've got the Scotty being built up by XM into his own Butterfly. So it looks like it's Butterfly Gaming here for Vici Gaming if they can stall it out long enough. Question is if they can. They are smoked up and they have really good single target pickoff, but they need to find a good target because you've got the full Aeon disc up on Batil. Even if you jump him, he's not dying.
Anto. Ace Rune. Waiting for the bait. Jump in. Roar is out. They caught Lyle. That Tiny. Looking to get blown up. The BKB was there in time. They never had the Ice Blast. The fight is over, it looks like, for Vici. Ravage is out. Oh, it's not the fight they wanted. It is not the fight they wanted. What happened?
I need
What
to see
happened?
the replay on why. He got
Where's
the
the
first
Ice
tracer
Blast?
off.
What happened? When the fight's over, surely. XM, he's going down.
He gets stunned?
Well, what happened?
Was that
But
just an
there
instant
was an
ravage?
Ice Blast.
Yeah, he got the tracer off. He didn't get off the secondary, the actual release. I'm not sure if he got stunned by an avalanche in the back somehow, or a ravage came in, maybe a pushback, or he got feared off by the dead shot. He was far back enough that I didn't think avalanche would be an issue. He did get clipped, and that was it. That ruined it. It was such a good roar target as well. Like, clipping Laurel first would have led to such amazing things if they found a follow-through. They didn't even find it. So now Doom's down. You still have Roar at the very least. You lose not as much as you'd expect, but it's a massive opening for the side of Team Spirit. Chances are to wait out until Roshan. We'll see
Look
that
at this.
replay. And they get the good Roar. Look at the wise position. He's fine.
Oh,
He just doesn't
Oopsies.
use it.
just doesn't
He
use
just doesn't
it.
use it.
He didn't press R. Oh, there's no reason for it. Just didn't use it. Well, that's all right.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, John.
Yeah,
It happens.
It happens. But, I mean, you're going to have to look for that opportunity again. Maybe when Doom's back off cooldown, your progression towards these double butterflies are still underway. So, hey, some more damage can come in. The evasion's going to be nice and helpful. No one has anything like an MKB or full Bloodborne up. So that EHP you get from evasion is going to be pretty big. Whether or not it's enough, we'll have to see. And Roshan is back up. Team Spirit just grouping down bot. Not going to take too long to clear this out themselves. And for Vici Gaming, and they can drop an Ice Blast if they so wish. But I don't see them coming into that area at all. So, Team Spirit, they've got all the tools now to get that last set of racks going for themselves if they'd want to. We aren't seeing the insane mind from CMQ for that high ground defense just yet. This is when the Techies game really shines. As I'm sure Slacks would be talking about as well if he was in the room seeing this game somehow. And like, oh, it's a Techies game! You know, he just talked about it, just mining it up, being a menace. But it hasn't been a menacing game from Q outside of being annoying with a taser. It's not really been doing too much.
He's basically just been mogging in this game, John. Is what it feels like. He's just been mogging. I don't even know what that word means yet, John. I'm trying to figure it out as we go. I'm getting a bit too old. I keep hearing the kids talk about mogging these days. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means, John. Yeah, back in my day, you grew a beard and that was it. Now these days, these kids, I'll tell you. Mogging, they say. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Well, you didn't want Professor Jang, John. This is where we're going now. Right? It was your choice. You know I can go deeper if I need to. Okay. Bottom racks, jump in. Buck, he misses. Wrong target for Buck. Toss back as well from Lyle. Buck forced to doom up. They even roared up the Tiny, but still he's not dying. Finally they'll take down Rue, but the Ravage is going to fly in from Batyuk onto everyone. Shiro's gone. So is XM, in case you were wondering. Batyuk fish maxing Jonathan as GG's call. Look at that, 12 fish. 12 of them.
Oh my goodness. 12 fish, 5th max, getting mogged by techies, and in the end, Team Spirit MOUZ all over us as they take a 2-1 win over Vici Gaming. I'm pretty sure you don't get that one either, Mikey, but Team Spirit does. We get away with it, look a little bit rocky in game 1, game 2, a little bit more back and forth. Game 3, just absolute domination. It felt like the ideas for Vici Gaming in game 3, I mean, they had to win lane. They had to get this tempo. Shiro had this really good Ags timing, but it never really translated to anything. And I feel like, again, maybe it's also just a bit down to these supports you have. Like AA techies. Yes, there are ways of playing around that with, especially the Beastmaster on hand. You can fight for the Roar X-Blast, but it just feels very one trick, right? Like that's all you do. You catch one, you roar, you Ice Blast, you rinse and repeat. You can't really take these wider fights into Ravage, into a Metamorphosis Terrorblade, into Avalanche Toss, into the Calling, silence it and slows, pushbacks for control. Team Spirit just had a much more well-rounded draft, and it was this moment for Vici that just felt so awkward. Like, why could have just released the blast and just releases it too late, misses that opportunity for a fast kill on Laurel, and everything falls apart afterwards. You know, but I'd say the game was already very hard to play for Vici Gaming before that point. Like, it was already a very difficult game because their tempo was just off. They needed to maximize this Ags timing on Shiro and just never came up. Props to Team Spirit. I think I'd like to say I feel like Laurel really showed up for this one, right? He's laning against Viper. He was just pulling those waves. Wasn't far enough behind the Viper to say that the Viper did its job, which is such an important aspect of picking that Viper. If you don't crush your lane, this hero is not doing what you picked it for, right? Like, even though it hits its own timings, if you don't crush the enemy from meeting their own timings, it's kind of a moot point here for the Viper, and it just didn't feel like XM could achieve that in this game as well.
No, absolutely not. Props to Team Spirit. I mean, game 1 looked pretty rough, but they got it together. Game 2 and 3 looking fantastic, and Vici Gaming, you know, pretty close, I want to say, to pulling off their first series win, but nevertheless, Team Spirit proving to be the better team here today. Standout player, Jonathan, do you have one? Do you want to give us one?
Yeah, I'd say Laurel. I think he, again, managed that mid lane really well. He held off on XM quite nicely, and he was getting all of these really good rotations. Again, his itemization for Blink Echo Saber was perfect for this game. He was leading charge with a lot of his teams. He found all of these good openings. He found a good smoke breaks and just enabled all of this to happen. Because Laurel does not look happy to be our stand-up player for this match. It's all right, Laurel. No. You did a good job. No need to be looking so distressed.
We'll be the judge of that, Jonathan. We'll be the judge of that. You stay on your toes, Lyle. You never know when we're going to turn on your cert. But he is the standout player here for this Series 1 today for Team Spirit. And that, Jonathan, means that we get to move on, I do believe, to our next game of the day, which I do believe is going to be between Aurora, and I'm trying to look at which other team it is going to be. SAR, I do believe. Go on, Jonathan.
Yes. South American Rejects. You were right, Mikey. I was like, you got it, you got it. South American Rejects up against Aurora should be a fun one as well. And again, maybe a little bit of a dark horse versus favorite team. We'll have to see if SAR can kind of, defy expectations, Mike.
All right, well, with that, John, we are going to head to a break, and right after the break, we'll be back with our second series of the day.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Să-ți fie mai de păcat,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of the day here between the South American Rejects and, of course, Aurora Gaming. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. This should be an exciting one, of course. Aurora up against South American Rejects. Aurora has been a team that honestly has been building up very steadily throughout its time, you know, with the addition of Mikado and WSN. It's a team that should hold a lot of interest, especially for people from Southeast Asia. And I think on paper just has had much more consistent results, or at least a little bit consistently better in comparison to the South American Rejects. We'll see if they can hold that tempo here in their opening match up against the South American Rejects, of course. But Aurora has always been this team full of promise, even with their older rosters, right? Like they've changed things heavily with Mikado and WS this time around, but it feels like the foundation with Nightfall still there, still pretty strong. And WS has just always been probably the most promising player from Southeast Asia. So it's been very interesting to see this blend coming in for Aurora, you know, kind of going back to some of their Southeast Asian roots as well with these two players on and how that's melding together. I'd say there's still some build-up time for this team. It feels like there's still a lot of potential that has yet to be realized, but the results have been climbing up and up throughout 2026. For the South American Rejects, I would say it's maybe a little bit more of a rougher time for them, right? Like they've managed to qualify to a few tournaments while they were on as PGL Gaming, and they're coming into this one released from that. This is a roster with a lot of experience from South America, as we've seen a lot of these names before, and we know that they can go pretty darn far, but it's been overall just maybe a little bit more challenging for our South American teams, all things considered, throughout the past few years. Still, you can never count them out. They've always got very interesting ideas in how to play Dota 2, and I think it's going to be a very interesting clash of playstyles here, as we will see once this game is underway, Mikey.
Absolutely. We did have I believe, a quick issue with the game, so hopefully that does get resolved. I mean, like you said, the favorites of this matchup should be Aurora Gaming, South American Rejects, not to be, not to be underestimated, but certainly looking to be the underdogs going into this matchup. I'm sure you're going to have some horrible jokes about music and American Rejects and whatever the hell else you've got ready, John. You know, I don't listen to the band. I have no idea what any of the jokes are going to mean, John. Don't even waste your time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I've known for a long time you have no taste, Mikey. It's all right. You know, it's okay. We are open here. Besides, I don't think there's much jokes to make about All-American Rejects. You know, it's like, I don't even know how to transition. I plan these things out, Mike. I really don't. I just say spontaneously dump things on my own without... Okay, give me some credit for the spontaneity of it. We should be getting into this draft. We're relatively on seeing what changes drafts. We already have...
We do have some initial pickups here already. The Pangolier and Grimstroke both being picked up by either side. So not too much to talk about there. Aurora Gaming straight into the Pangolier, South America Reject straight into the Grimstroke. So just the direct counter towards the Pango. And of course we are going to be straight in to the next set of bans here for either side. South America Reject, yeah, again, I mean, you've got the Pangolier counter, I guess. Grimstroke, you know, you may as well just take it.
Aurora Gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah, a little bit.
Venomads are banned out as well. South America Rejects go with the Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining.
Aurora Gaming
5 seconds.
looking for those final ban-outs to be made. South America Rejects again, looking to be the underdogs, but a lot of familiar names here for this side, and looking forward to seeing what style of draft they do intend on bringing out for their first series of Wallachia Season 8. As Aurora still having to think about this final ban-out. We have lost John for a moment, but I'm sure he'll be back at any second now, as the Viper ban-out's going to be made by Aurora. Did see 2 out of 3 games of the Viper last series around. was very, very frustrating for Lal over and over again. As South America Rejects, they are going to get rid of the Rubik right into the Hoodwink, which we have also been seeing a hell of a lot of as of late. So not too surprising, and there's your support duo already for South America Rejects. Aurora Gaming, on the other hand.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Plenty of reserve time to think about these choices.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
I'm going to go the way of the SD. And not too much being revealed whatsoever here by either side as of yet. Aurora, though, do go into the Jakiro as well. So a lot of lane domination from the support duo that they have picked up. Jakiro is still not very easy to deal with throughout the laning stage, of course. SD not so much either. South America Rejects, 3 calls to be made, 3 core pickups to be made.
5 seconds remaining.
Welcome back,
right.
Jonathan.
Thank you. Sorry about that. A couple of hiccups here and there. You know how that Filipino internet is, Mikey. It's never been the best.
I do.
Have to sort it out. You experienced it a couple of times here. It is what it is. This draft looking pretty interesting. I mean, Jakiro coming back. I can't believe it. You know, it's still the most annoying thing to lane up against. You've got the Shadow Demon for saves as well. This is overall as an opening, a very well stitched together opening from Aurora. One pretty nice flex in the Pango. Could be Mikado's mid, could be WS's off lane, open enough. You've got 2 strong supports, decent enough control. Maybe not the quickest control in the world for something slippery that can come out here from the South American Rejects. And it will get something slippery. The Ember does come out, which, you know, it can be a little bit harder to try to nail that hero down with, unless you manage to, say, set up nicely for the ice wall or the ice path coming in or from a disruption. And we'll have to see how it plays out. But this should be much more straightforward for the side of SAR. That should just be our Ember Spirit mid coming out here for good old Dark Mago. And again, when it comes down to the matchups for the Ember into Pango, it's something we've seen a lot of. It's pretty all right for the Ember Spirit. You get the Underlord now as well. So there's a lot of reach here from the side of SAR. We have seen already the effect of that Underlord, of course, especially if you manage to get the Ags timing. It can be incredible in ripping up the backline. And I think this combination still holds up well, especially with something like the Inkswell coming up. You know, just run forward on the Underlord. You get all of this massive control with that Pit of Malice. It can be outstanding. Just need a win condition to come out for the side of SAR. Next for Aurora, again, very open. You can still flex this Pangolier. This pick should cement in. Not quite, actually. It's still open enough. You can run the Slaughter mid now into the Ember, or you can run it off lane for WS. Very open overall for Aurora, which I like to see. And this allows quite a few pause 1s to slide through here for Aurora as well. Right there's the option for something like the TA to be on. TA Slaughter, just incredible amounts of minus armor to play with, even up against something like the Underlord. It can be a menace to actually deal with and scale so well. So I'm curious to see if that's something SAR might think about banning. They take care of the Ursa already, but you know, Aurora has quite a few options here.
They do. Final ban now from themselves, Aurora. Go to that Wind Ranger already. Still looking for another position 1 ban out to be made. I have been liking this Underlord pick quite a lot. South America Rejects choosing to pick it up for themselves to boot. I wonder what kind of pose one they're really thinking about here for South America Rejects. And there's the MK and Abaddon straight away being banned out, so not really much of a thought process behind it here from South America Rejects. Aurora still needing a position 1 of their own by the looks of it.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, looks like a relatively decent game for,
5
again,
seconds
even
remaining.
something like, say, a Luna Shadow Demon. Maybe not as potent as before, but and you can kind of play with a minus armor. You've got two really good front lines. You've got two heroes that can play with your Ags pretty darn well. On top of all things, you land into Underlord so-so. Might be maybe the issue going forward. Maybe you're just looking for something that leans decently into the Underlord. And we'll go with the Lone Druid instead. So something for Nightfall that he can specialize in. Just a really big menace. Mind you, I will admit I have not seen enough Lone Druid recently at all. So I'm curious to see how much Nightfall can bring out. But we know Nightfall's
10
played quite a fair bit of
remaining.
Lone Druid before. Laning into the Underlord should be
5
manageable.
seconds remaining.
There's not much to really... There's not much burst threat, actually. That is one weakness here for SAR. There's no instant burst to catch out this Lone Druid before he switches to true form. And that just means he's almost always going to have a bailout just fine here. The key thing now for SAR is to really leverage their lane, right? Like, you've got to bully out this Lone Druid before it can really get to a running start. You need to prevent it from being able to actually get its farm timing with, say, the Ags up and Bear, and, you know, all of that item stacking later on. Lone Druid does do quite a fair bit of damage, of course. Sieging and just in control with the roots, it's kind of nuts. This is one way to counteract it. You have an ethereal form, you don't have any way of hitting that Muerta. It can buy you some time here. The fear can be quite nice as well coming out for your Muerta later on. So you have a pretty decent core-to-core matchup. In fact, it counteracts all of that minus armor coming out here as well. So Witch should have himself a pretty nice time to play up against all of this physical output. The issue is, can they have enough time to do it? Because yes, your Muerta should be fine. Everyone else still has to face off against all these issues of all of this minus armor coming in, of all of this output that can eventually get out there. For the side of SAR, this lineup, it feels like a lot of it relies on Dark Mago having a really good time mid. Now, like this Ember has to kind of win out up against the Pangolier, has to get some really nice early item timings, get rotating around early, buy that space for your Muerta to start hitting its big item spikes, and kind of go from there. I think overall, it does feel like it's much more forgiving to play Aurora's draft, where you have good scaling, you have a good intermediate timing in the mid game as well. Let's say just a blink pickup here and there, you're kind of set to go with your offlane and your mid. So for Aurora, there's just a lot more leeway to play their draft. Whereas for the side of SAR, again, it feels like if you're behind in this Muerta, it's not going to feel great. It feels like if you're not getting active for Dark Mago on his Ember, it's not going to feel great. So you have to get that ball rolling a little bit quicker here for SAR to kind of have a foothold in this game.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how they do try and deal with this Lone Druid game. I mean, the draft from Aurora does look very, very scary. And yeah, I mean, the OD didn't really come to me at the time, but looking at the draft now, it does feel like it's going to be pretty hard to deal with. But we'll see what SAR can get done here in this game one of a best-of-3 series. Again, Aurora looking to be the favorites here in this matchup. But we'll have to wait and see, Jonathan. I do like the draft of Aurora, I will add. A little bit better than what I've been seeing from SAR. But let's get into it, game one of a best-of-3.
Yeah. You can see again just how much Nightfall can kind of get out from his Bear, right? Like, because it feels like Lone Druid, it just does so much work once you do get to that point where you can just run heroes down. I think having the Entangle is just kind of insane as well. Just getting those 2 free stacks, and then you get, 3 right clicks, you get the guaranteed root off. It's just so obnoxious. You can just chain stun someone down. The Ags timing for the Bear is going to be quite nice as well if you can get that up. You can just stat pad on the main hero still. So there's just a lot you can still do. It's just a matter of getting through the rougher laning start. That's where it really can be punished. And that's what SAR should be looking at in this game. Have to see if they can kind of get that pressure on to Nightfall if they get that good start they're looking for. Already setting up for maybe a bit of an ambush here with the smoke. Nightfall just hanging closer to that tier 2. But still, if he gets greedy here, it's going to be punished super quick. Just not too careful.
Okay, for now. Yeah, still waiting around to see if Nightfall's going to reveal himself. And in fact, he will bring the Bear in. That'll be about it. Bit of a fight. Nightfall does actually get the boundary rune anyway. So a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Aurora to get things started. Happy days indeed. They could still try to catch Nightfall, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to even bother. In fact, hold that thought, because Nightfall is going to be spotted. Body blocks out. Eventually, he will realize, and it seems like they are still going to find first blood in the end. As Double-1 able to secure first blood here onto Nightfall.
Yeah, that's pretty painful for Nightfall. Loses his bear as well. I mean, at least the respawn isn't too long. He respawned it up early, but that's exactly what you want to see from SAR. Right? We were talking about the weaknesses of picking the Lone Druid. Bullying it at level 1 is your best bet. And they get a good start off of that. You know, they get Wits a free kill, already starting with 1% spell amp. Hey, not too bad, not significant by any means, but still a nice little gain for the Muerta to start with. You know, and see if they can keep building off of that. The mid lane matchup here for Dark Mago up against Mikado. Again, this is something we've seen quite a fair bit of. Mikado can play it quite nicely, so can Dark Mago once his levels are up. Early levels should be a little bit better for Mikado, though, as you are seeing all that aggression kicking in, just leveraging that damage onto the Ember in the first 2 waves. And be quite nice in trying to create a bit of an advantage for himself. See if they can keep that momentum going. Now we're looking at maybe just a few pulls here into the back. Getting some stable EXP and farm for Frank. As much as Nightfall is very easy to manage, the Jakiro is not, of course. Like, Kaori will try to do his best to make this a bit of a hellish lane. Best way to avoid that is just pull the waves back and soak up. This is giving Nightfall easy EXP gain, though. So after that first gank, it doesn't look like they're going to be emphasizing any sort of movement onto him again. Instead, just focus on building up for their own. Build up Frank as much as possible. Get these pulls going. Kaori can punish. It's got level 2. That Liquid Fire and the Dual Breath will do a lot of output onto Schofield for free. But he'll get the pull eventually. Doesn't matter too much.
A pretty easy lane so far for him. Mid lane, Dark Mago having a decent old time. Makoto, of course, not to be outdone. 1 CS behind the Ember Spirit as of now. Pretty even affair between the two. Bottom lane, it seems like things are going pretty swimmingly as well for both sides. Double-1 not really under too much pressure. Neither is WS at the moment.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Probably the scariest lane is going to be that top lane. But even that, it is pretty split up. And the thing is, if you are SER, you really don't want to mess with the Lone Druid at any stretch, especially with the Jakiro around. It's just not going to be a fun time whatsoever. Bit of chip damage being applied towards Mirror, but he's just perfectly fine to walk out of there. Gets the Lotus, healing Lotus on top.
Bot lane can be quite explosive for Aurora if they land that Disruption Chain Stun combo. Just a little bit harder to gap close onto someone like El Misho and Wits, right? Like, they have a lot of ways of holding that back. Schofield does eventually just die to the neutral for trying to pull instead of trying to bleed out that kill onto Kaori. But that does mean the waves will just stack up instead of being pulled into the rear. You're going to have a hard shove in coming out towards Frank, who, again, isn't finding as much farm as you'd expect. He's been opting to play it way safer all the way back. So he's stuck at 7 CS in comparison. This has been a very free game so far for Nightfall, which is a bit concerning. I mean, Frank can catch up and farm quite nicely, but again, we were talking about what you have to do on SAR. It's all about tempo. So even this early EXP loss from not finding last hits can be a bit painful. Tried this up on El Misho down bot, but
he's going to be alright. WS, in fact, needing to retreat as well. Meanwhile, mid, we did have a bit of action. El Misho finally does go down bottom. So they do eventually get that pesky hoodwink. Mid lane, nothing really amounts apart from both mid laners finding a water rune for themselves each. Not much to come out of the rotations that were happening. Oh, Chain's not going to land quite onto Makoto. Schofield has been sticking around to ensure the kill can't happen here. Makoto, though, going for the chase, does find it. Oh, nice tree chop as well. Nothing really coming of this for the side of SAR. They'll miss out. Makoto, he gets away with all of it.
Happy days. Nice little solo kill. Good punishment coming out. Doesn't quite get timing into runes, at least for uncontested runes, but is at level 6 much earlier than Dark Mago is, so you always have the threat of the roll now, and you have the bailout of roll as well to just get out of dodge. And that's without even investing in resources here from Aurora onto the mid anyhow, outside of that D-ward. Already rolling onto Dark Mago. No spirit to get him out, but he does get bounced up at least, so, yeah. Mikado.
He does. Still has help. Shield crashes there. El Misho going to show himself. Schofield also around. But Makoto happy to just swash to the bottom, rather the low ground into the river. Power runes are spawning up in 20s, so all the supports will stick around here to help out their mid laner respectively with this power rune. Life proving to be very annoying for Dark Mago as of now. We'll see if he can get lucky with at least a power rune for himself. It's like Mira, gonna avoid the bushwhack, but at least you find the haste rune for Dark Mago. And that will mean Mira does eventually get caught. So Dark Mago getting a bit of a freebie for his trouble.
And does compensates a bit for that solo death, but I suppose you're not too unhappy overall on Aurora. It's a lot of time these supports are wasting, right? Like top lane's just so free for Nightfall right now. Level 6 now on the Lone Druid. Has some decent poke on the tier 1s as well with that Bear and with the Liquid Fire around. And this has been such a free lane for Nightfall. I don't think we've seen such a free Lone Druid lane in a long time. But this is scary for SAR. And this Lone Druid timing into Maelstrom's just going to be outstanding on the Bear. Still setting up here.
They are top lane trying for more. Makoto in trouble. Schofield though already down. Makoto still barely alive. Chains out from Dark Mago. Going to ensure they are able to find the Pangolier. As the fight will continue. Now the chase for Mira. They're also trying for Frank, but Frank will make it just barely as Dark Mago just doing so much work. Also going to find another in the form of this Jakiro. They do end up winning out a pretty big fight here, SAR. And boy, I mean, it looked bad for a moment, but just the amount of damage and control we had out from this Ember Spirit proving to be more than enough.
And like we were talking about in the draft, this game for SAR is down to how well Dark Mago's early game can go. It looked a little bit rough with that solo death, but Aurora this time just overcommit. Like, yes, this Lone Druid has had a very free game, but it still takes quite a few items for him to really keep track of everyone. To just get those entangles off consistently is going to take some time. Even with the Maelstrom, it feels like you maybe need, say, a Mask of Madness to be going if you want that, or even just a Harpoon Echo Saber sort of build up. You're also not getting the full force of Aurora in comparison to SAR dragging everyone in, right? Like, yeah, you don't have your Muerta, but your Muerta doesn't count for much. Instead, you don't have WS. You don't have that Slytherin Crush that can come in. He wasn't 6 yet anyways. You didn't have Corrosive Haze. But you need all these pieces to fit in together to get those wins. Kaori?
The chase is on. They are going to find Kaori. Still trying to mess around with Makoto, but now Makoto's got help from Mira. Rolling Thunder. Oh, it's not quite perfectly timed, but they're still going to land the stun. Still Dark Mago running. Shadow Poison stack starting to add up. He's at 4. Probably needed 1 more for the kill. And that'll be all she wrote. Dark Mago going to be perfectly fine for now. Nice little attempt from Aurora, but not quite enough.
Oh, and all of this time that they're committing now on Aurora without landing themselves these kills. I mean, again, arguably you are getting farm in these side lanes, but you're also quite happy on the side of SAR. Like, Wits down bot in the Muerta, having a good ride into that Maelstrom. Already has a nice intermediary Falcon Blade with the power treads. You're managing to catch up on Frank. Can't really die solo unless he absolutely missteps. Still has a lot of catching up to do, to be fair, but has that threat ready at least with the Fiend's Gate. We haven't seen WS play with any pressure yet. Again, still working onto the Blink. And no one's been rotating onto the Slaughter, which feels like it has a lot of potential to play with the setups. They've just been trying to play off of Mikoto instead. And again, this is leaving a little bit more room onto that Muerta, maybe more so than you'd want. And Wits is keeping up quite nicely. And this is in comparison to a Lone Druid who can clear camps like insanely quickly with Bear. Still, A lot of emphasis on that mid. Dark Mago is still copping a lot of the attention here from Aurora.
Mid lane. They are going to find Carry again. Carry. Go down another time. Shield rune now for Dark Mago. There's the one big thing for the side of SAR. I mean, this Ember Spirit, again, off to an amazing start. You do have to somewhat be concerned about the fact that Nightfall's been left alone and does have the Maelstrom up on the Spirit Bear at this point. But it seems that they've kind of accepted the fact that there's not too much they can do about him as of now. Bright side is you do have Double One farming pretty effectively himself on the Muerta anyway. So you do have that going for you, as we are going to have a two-man smoke. Mira, Makoto, both looking ahead towards the top lane. They do have the option for Frank, but Frank's been proving a little bit challenging to catch up to. Mira around the corner, ready with disruption, but it seems as though Frank's going to have the helping coming. And so they're never really going to bother trying for the life of the Underlord.
They don't manage to spot out the stacks though. Massive win for the side of SAR. Investment paying off. Schofield just has to be a little bit careful about copying all of that damage. And they managed to get that investment going for themselves. No contention on the side of Aurora. Again, they're just evening this game out quite nicely on the side of SAR. Still have the kill lead, net worth, just going back and forth. Most of this net worth is coming from Nightfall for the most part. Mikato and WS lagging a bit behind, but Frank kind of offsets that as well. It's an Underlord, you know, it's timing key, yes, but you still eventually find a farm relatively quickly anyhow, thanks to Firestorm. So it's all about this build-up. It's all about these key items. Although Mikado just being poked a bit.
Let me just fine.
Cheeky.
Cheeky indeed. Dark Mago of the Spirit Vessel trying to be annoying and does still get the Invis rune for himself anyway. Making all the space in the world here. Smoke rotation out from our support duo of SAR. They'll head towards the dire triangle, see if they can find themselves a Makoto Pangali. In fact, never mind, they're going to wrap around back into the mid lane where they do run into Mira. Fiend's Gate has also been committed. Mira still on the run, but completely surrounded here by SAR. Is going to end up going down. And that'll be your mid-tier 1 tower now under siege by the side of SAR, but it is a very slow process, even at the 13-minute mark. And well, they're going to bring in Double One to boot. So full committal here for this. With Double One around, it is going to be a much easier target to go for, but seems though Nightfall going to throw the bear in just in case and dissuade them from continuing.
Again, you're not quite in a rush for Aurora. You just hit your blink timing on WS. You just hit your full Mage Slayer and Mikado as well. So it's around this time you should be looking for a clump up. But even as the game stalls out, I think, again, you're still relatively happy. There's a lot of room to grow for Nightfall. It's going for the full Mjolnir now on the bear into that bear Ags, just so it can operate independently from the main hero. Top tower does get denied off, but that does leave a nice snipe angle here for Aurora to try to run down. And they will try. Scan doesn't quite connect. Let's see if this rotation pans out. Again, this is the blink reveal for WS. Very big for them to find some wins here.
Oh, big jump in. WS, double stun committed right off the bat. They are still going to bring in the numbers here. SAR trying to fight back. Dark Mago, he's been caught in the middle of it, but he will remnant back towards the high ground. As Makoto, he did run right into Double One, but they haven't really got the damage up. And in fact, now the double chains up from Dark Mago, taking down Cowrie. They even found Nightfall. Nightfall to drop to boot. They dive way too deep here, Aurora. They got the Shrine of Wisdom, but they weren't ready for the Tier 2 tower. And ultimately, they end up paying quite heavily. In fact, they're even going to find Makoto here on the Pango. Makoto caught, WS on top. Not the fight you'd want as Aurora, but just everything going wrong for them. Even Mira being chased now. The sharpshooter not going to land, but the chase continues as Dark Mago is going to see him, but eventually will be forced to run as Cowrie now there to back him up. But he's going to be all right. He'll find a regen rune on top here, Dark Mago. And so it's like nothing ever happened.
No, it's... I will say for Aurora, it's not just the overcommitment towards a tier 2, it's the fact that they split that fight pretty badly. Right? WS is jumping on the left flank, on the ramp area, trying to take care of an Underlord with no damage coming in because Mikado is rolling on closer to the tier 2, divided by the cliff. Like, if they unified onto one target, that fight could have turned out a little bit better, but it felt like they split up too much, they couldn't focus their damage, and they just couldn't kill anyone off. You have to respect the durability that comes in here from the side of SAR just by having an Underlord around. It's only a level 2 atrophy, but that does cut off a lot of your output already. Again, they have a decent amount of control in comparison to the side of Aurora here. The bushwhack was amazing, into the chains, coming out from the side of SAR, and that just held them off enough. Again, just too split apart on Aurora. They've got to play as a team. They're not at the point where they can split up just yet.
Bottom lane, Chase is on. WS very, very fast, but Dark Mago is going to be there to cut him off. Still WS continuing the run, still alive, just barely. The Spirit Vessel not proving to be enough. Dark Mago, though, still continuing. Blink, TP away. The Sleight of Fist. No! Oh, how close was he? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Just a touch off. WS. I mean, he had to pop his Greater Healing Lotus as well under Spirit Vessel. It's fine Cowrie, though. More than likely.
Cowrie. Let's get caught, Cowrie. Will end up going down. And I'll tell you what, I mean, SAR, thus far in this game one, just looking absolutely fantastic, giving no leeway to Aurora. And it is really off the back of this Dark Mago Ember Spirit, but, you know, geez, tough times for Aurora thus far, just unable to find the advantage they're looking for.
No, and again, it just felt a little bit sloppy on that fight right by the Shrines of Wisdom. I think you still have a lot of farm you need to get done on Nightfall as well. Again, this Ags on the bear, which is set to come out, but it's just, you know, it's going to take more time. You need more damage, more attack speed on the bear as well. Some stat padding on the main Lone Druid on top. You want the full Diffusal Blink on Mikado because he can't reposition onto the jump target of WS, as we saw in the last fight, without that Blink. So he's going to, it's just more time that Aurora needs. And this is, again, the window for SAR to really push Aurora off. 12-4, less than 1k lead. It's still not feeling amazing, but you know what? Frank is above WS in farm. Dark Mago is still keeping up with Mikado. Double one isn't too far off from Nightfall after that amazing free start for Nightfall. And this America is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I'll try to catch here.
The bottom lane, we're going to find WS. Nothing WS can do about it either. Another easy pickoff being made by SAR. Sure, it's not necessarily translating to a big net worth lead, but the kill is certainly very, very welcome here for Aurora. And the thing is as well, like, you're going to have problems if Double One, if he's allowed to just keep this kind of farm game up on the Muerta. Even as the LD, you're going to start to run into a lot of problems as top lane. Pierce the Veil was committed here. They have actually ended up finding Mirror on the Shadow Demon. And Mirror, he'll continue to go for a run, but it is not going to matter ultimately in the end, as they will have his number.
All of this is starting to add up. Mikado?
Going for more now, Makoto. Also caught, just look at the damage up from Dark Mago. He is alone, mind you, but can they actually control him? The answer is just outright no. They cannot. And now the Spirit Bear's in trouble. Rolling Thunder committed. They are going to try for the fight, not allowing the bear. No, the bear's gone. Respawn is there from Nightfall. But all of that to try and protect the bear that was dead anyway.
Yeah, not quite ideal for Aurora. And again, SAR is just winning in every single encounter they have. I mean, all of this is adding up. You've got the Blink Dagger up in Schofield. It's going to be easier to find Makoto in the middle of these rolls and just punish him for trying to get any sort of play going, or even just lock in the bear together. They do catch out Double One.
They do. It's going to be okay to escape. Pierce the Veil once again. allowing that opportunity. I mean, you still do have the saving grace of Nightfall, but it just so much farm's going to be required for him to be a big problem as mid lane. WS has been caught, and he's just gone. Once Dark Mago's on top, it's just proving to be impossible to get away. And another power rune on top of that. The amp damage now being found for this Ember. Matter's just getting worse and worse here for Aurora, who all they can do really is just continue to play this farm game and hope for the best. Bottom lane, Pit of Malice committed now onto Makoto, but it seems as though it's just Frank around. Frank, he'll wait for his team to back him up. Double one will be there. But nice sentry placement from Mira, going to catch out the Muerta. They're even going to try for a kill attempt here, it looks like, with the Rolling Thunder to lock down Double One. Double One, though, with that Pierce the Veil proving to be impossible to do with thus far, and is able to walk away as they'll turn back on a Mira, finding the Shadow Demon. Even Dark Mago now with the chase out onto Cowrie. And unfortunately for Aurora, Double One continues to survive through it.
Yeah, you know what this is really reminiscent of, Mikey? It reminds me back in the day when Talon Esports was a team. This is exactly the kind of games Mikoto and WS would play. They switch regions, they still play the same way. They at least find Schofield. They trade away a Tormentor for that, and you're happy enough to get that trade going here for the side of SAR. I mean, Aurora. I mean, I'm just looking at their item builds, right? Like, Cowrie's rushing the Ags on Jakira, which it does have a place, you know, pure damage up against the Muerta. Having this additional slow, the Ice Waltz on the side is nice, but that means you're not going to have utility, right? You don't have this Force Staff to bail people out. You don't have a Glimmer Cape. Heck, you don't have a Solar Crest that could help out as well. And for the side of Aurora, every single bit of utility will count. It's rough to see. This rush for the Ags has to pay off for Cowrie. Like, that damage has to work. I'll have to see if it does pay off eventually. SAR still maintaining that 2K lead for themselves, 17-5. And again, Nightfall's farming up a Storm, but we'll have to see just how much it pays off. He does have the Bear Ags up now, so the Bear can operate independently at least. And some damage can start to come in, especially as you get into the Silver Edge. You can start to do some shenanigans here, but it just feels like you need so much more. You need to stall for so much more here on Aurora, and SAR, I mean, they're in a very happy place right now. As Muerta has a Shadow Blade to sneak in and out, BKB next, unless they just want to rush the Silver Edge. So much output on this hero, and they're on the hunt again.
Certainly are. I mean, no reason not to be. When you've got this style of advantage in game one, it's not the net worth, it's just the momentum you've got behind you right now. It's all they need on SAR. They aren't going to find a team fight, but they are going to be able to find Roshan. Just as good, if not better. It'll be a nice, easy one. There is really no contest to come from Aurora.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There you go, first Roshan of the game.
Yep.
No contest.
I mean, all Aurora can do is just sit and wait for this farm. I think they've lost the initiative. They've tried quite a fair few times. Hasn't really found anything. Nightfall's Bear in a spot of trouble here, but has managed to dispel off at least. Still a massive target they find at somehow. Have to be a little bit cautious with micro on Nightfall, but does manage to bail out. What other big items are we looking at? Looking at the Ags on Mikoto coming up next. BKB for WS. A pretty big jump here for the Slardar. Could be a good launching point for them if they can start to find some of these key targets. And again, it's just a matter of, can you even find that? Look at the vision game here from South American Rejects. Really good wards watching across the river, across some common smoke points, some good choke points by the tier 2 down bot. It's hard to kind of sneak in right now on the side of Aurora. Again, key timings are up. And Ags on Mikoto and BKB on WS, that should be a start. That should be something to fight into. The issue is they have to fight into an Aegis. That still has around 3 minutes 40 seconds left. To find something softer and hope that the response time from SAR is just going to be a tad bit slower here.
Here we go again. Mid lane, they are going to try and Frank on the Underlord. Frank, he's a tanky boy. No chance in hell, in fact, of killing him off, as now the Soulbind to lock a couple down into the chains of Dark Mago. Bushwhack only catching the Spirit Bear. Now they're rolling Thunder out from Makoto. It's complete chaos here in the mid lane. The Spirit Bear is down at the very least, but that's the only thing down at the moment. Schofield, he does go down a boot. Now WS jumping in. They've almost got the Ember. Dark Mago, he is going to drop. WS able to secure us now, even double one. Double one is down. Buyback committed by Schofield, but a horrific fight for SAR. And now more incoming. Double one, he needs to keep running. The Pierce the Veil, it is going to wear off, and now the chasing will continue. But instead they'll turn their attention onto Schofield, who will die back immediately. WS also down.
Oh.
Now Dark Mago jumping back into the team fight, but
no.
the Ice Path to lock him down, and now the roots up from the Spirit Bear. Dark Mago also getting close to dying back. He'll survive. Just barely as they'll take down Cowrie. Oh, scary fight though. If you are SAR, I mean, how many buybacks did they have to commit to try and turn that one around?
They had to throw 2 buybacks out, and I have to say that was already a bit of a wonky start for the side of Aurora Gaming overall. WS, Slytherin crushed the ground. He couldn't blink in because I think he was firestormed up for a second. So he got hit by the DOT, didn't blink, didn't manage to get that initial stun, so you miss out on that burst opportunity opening up. Could have been far worse if the order of events for Aurora were lined up a little bit cleaner. And you do hang on to your Muerta even after the Aegis. You do manage to find some punishment, but having to buy back on Dark Mago is massive. He doesn't really find much for his buyback either. That kill on WS was going to happen regardless. Cowrie dying as well, probably not the most meaningful thing for the buyback there on Dark Mago. So Aurora, you've managed to find some bite back in here with these key timings. Going to be the Ags next for WS. We're seeing just how much output there is, especially with this Pangolier now, with that full Ags up. All these extra swashes coming in. Just so much more output from Mikoto when he's rolled up. And if you're managing to take these fights while Schofield's just a tad bit too far away for the Soulbind, it's all down to whether or not you can put this Grimstroke in the right spot, right? Like, you have to get that Soulbind off. This is the big reason why you chose this hero, to stop the roll. Didn't manage to stop it too hard last time around, and it does cost him a fair bit here.
Here we go again, top lane, this time Cowrie. Gonna go down, but WS now has jumped in. Here's the Veil was committed though. WS needing a way out of this one now. Makoto's gonna jump in and try to help out. Here's the Veil making it so hard to get anything done, but now that it's over, they can deal with double one. It does cost them the life of WS, but they'll take it. It's nightfall. Now with the Spirit Bear chasing down for another. That Shadow Blade, or rather Silver Edge, not proving to be enough to catch out El Misho on the Hoodwink.
Tower is under attack.
Nevertheless, Aurora showing now that they are seeing signs of life here in this game 1. And SAR maybe dropping the ball just a little bit. You don't really want to see this Muerta die like that, all on our own, but that's kind of the stage of the game we're at. And he is certainly quite easy to kill once the Pierce the Veil is gone.
It is nothing defensive just yet either. Again, still waiting for that BKB here for your Muerta. And still always not too far off from it, just maybe about 450 gold. So that timing should start to correct itself relatively soon, but whether or not it's enough, we'll have to wait and see. Full Ags for Dark Mago, so this Ember can start to weave in and out even further in these fights. It's just that Aurora, again, with her own tools, are starting to feel pretty painful, especially Mikoto now. Like, he's going for his own basher. Having a random bash proc off of these swashes coming in can just instantly lead to that chain control afterwards, from the entangle on the bear, from a crush out from WS. They're trying to go on the hunt, Aurora. A little bit of a smoke out into the bot jungle. Dark Mago fairly close by here if they catch him out.
Love Dark Mago as well. He's going to run into the Spirit Bear instead though. Nightfall We'll get the bear out of there. Does have the summon bear available where necessary. You're at the stage of the game at this point where you kind of got to be a little bit wary of that spirit bear. Nightfall is happy to take down the tier 2 bottom tower, though they are going to make the jump in, and it looks like they'll get through it. Immediate respawn committed. Nevertheless, though, a bit of extra gold here for the Dark Mago, and they will put an end to that bottom tier 2 tower push. Uh-oh, top lane. The chase is on. Elmisha is very well aware there's a bear chasing him through the woods. He's going to be perfectly fine to escape, but WS even now showing up. This is all under vision, though, in fairness to WS. He's jumped in anyway. They have found a nice bushwhack, though. The Muerta doing so much damage, but Mira, with the disruption, does buy some time for WS to pop the BKB and run out of there. He's still in danger, but he'll go for the BKB TP play out, and he does make it. Can't say the same for the support duo, though, as Kauri also caught. So Dark Mago with a double kill. And Aurora, they find nothing for all this trouble.
That's the second time they've tried to chase around El Micho with the bear up top. And they're committing so hard for this. They're not showing respect for the fact there's an Underlord with Ags. It's right by a tier 2. There's a lot of ways to punish here. And that Hoodwink's just so damn slippery with that Scurry. An opportunity here. Oh.
They're going to try for another bear, and they do get it. A bear timer, again, not too long. It's 10 seconds away, but they're just being very annoying here. Up against the lone druid. Aurora is still behind in this game 1. It's like SAR gonna go ahead and move in onto that bottom tormentor. Frank will go ahead and get a free shards for himself. It's back to the drawing board for Aurora. It doesn't seem like they're too interested in trying to force anything quite yet. Similar story right now for SAR, who are just sitting back and taking it easy. There is a blink coming out on double one now. Oh, even the Ags up on Schofield going to be doing a lot of great work here with that Dark Portrait. You'd imagine perhaps a smoke rotation be made off these item build-ups.
Is around that time here for SAR if they'd like to. Then they've got the slight advantage. It's still a relatively close game despite all these kills you found on the side of SAR. Now, Aurora, they managed to at least keep that farm game going, especially with the build-up on Nightfall. It just doesn't feel like the bear has been as impactful as you'd expect outside of the split push, which has just been going freely so far for Nightfall. Eventually this tier 2 bot will fall. Does find it. Has the BKB up for the bear now as well. Much more well protected. You actually have the full Octarine for Mikado, and the Roar is up. They're close enough to contest this one. Aurora.
Stick around. Smoke on smoke is there, though. They'll make the jump in now with the Spirit Bear. Nightfall. Finding himself Frank. Meanwhile, Dark Mago does catch WS for a second. Still both sides looking for the right target to start on. Neither side really finding what they wanted yet. The Makoto was scouted in the tree line and does pop the Rolling Thunder moving in straight off the bat onto Dark Mago. They've also found themselves Elmisha, though. Elmisha, just so much evasion happening with that Scurry, but finally does go down. Also Schofield being caught. Schofield to drop more and more. In fact, they jump in looking for a root attempt onto the Ember. They'll miss out on him, but instead they find double one. So double one down now on the Muerta. The Dark Portrait, it was a little bit scary from Schofield, but that's about the only threat they had that team fight.
They break that fight up pretty well in Aurora. Right? Like, they chase down Frank a bit with a bear, and then WS gets poked out a bit. They spot Mikado, but it's only the supports playing tag. and Mikado instantly seizes that opportunity while they're all kind of broken apart. They win that fight, they get a secondary life up for WS. And just easily frontline now for the team, and now they swing that network back their way. Dark Mago still being poked out, but will at least find himself the Shrine of Wisdom. A little bit of a consolation prize, all things considered. And Aurora are starting to reel things back their way. You have to be so cautious about just playing a bit more fragmented here on SAR. That's where Aurora shines. You want to be clumped up on the side of, or rather you want to take these fights when Aurora's clumped up. You want to be able to get maximum use out of the Fiend's Gate, out of the Pit of Malice, get some good uses off from the Inkswell. You get a good chainsaw for the Soul Bind as well. And again, it was just too fragmented. Aurora managed to drag them in slowly one by one. And there was never that full commitment out from SAR that time around. So they managed to find
forward
something
again.
here.
Chains around onto Makoto. Makoto just fine. Jump in from WS now, finding himself an Underlord here. This is a nice target to get started on the Frank. He's already down. No buyback available on this Underlord. Even now running into Schofield and Mirror. Both supports dropping. Meanwhile, Dark Mago just trying to play in the tree line, just trying to survive as El Misho will also go down. Just 3 for 1 in the favor of Aurora. An ugly fight for the side of SAR. They got picked off one by one. I believe Dark Mago was just trapped the whole time. And it's just nothing that could be done.
No. I mean, you just have to be so careful about being pretty fragmented in a position here for the side of SAR, because that's where Aurora will just shine. They have really good single target control, decent enough AoE with WS. And if you present your backline up front like that, if your supports are just out of position, or say you're not playing across the map here on Frank, on the Underlord, threatening with the Dark Rift, then, you know, you're not playing to your full potential. It's just easy to commit for Aurora. Siege, no problem for Nightfall. One set of racks down just like that. And you can start to look for that tier 2 on mid with a creep wave coming up as well. 10k lead coming out for Aurora now. Full nullifier coming out as well. Just more control to come in. Dark Mago just poking.
They're going to lose Mirror. It's a start. They'll try for more now. Carry also getting caught. They'll take down both the support duo. Aurora's still hanging around. But it's going to be a 3v5 if they want it, and they will not. It's a nice little support duo pick off now from the side of SAR. But they've found themselves 9k net worth behind. And you're still just terrified of the Spirit Bear that's constantly on the lookout for another target. He'll ignore Frank, but he'd love an easy support, and here we are. He'll find one. Schofield, caught, gone. They've even found El Misho. He's down a boot. Schofield will buy back immediately into this fight, hoping for at least the Spirit Bear, but is not going to catch it. Well, that's just a shame.
I mean, commit another quick buyback. At least it's just on a support, but you're not really getting anything for your money's worth here. And again, stalls out a little bit more. At the least, I mean, Schofield with his farm is in a happy spot, so maybe it's not the most worrying network to lose out on, just to ensure that you can kind of play into an overextension from Aurora. Aurora, for their part, I mean, they're just getting bigger and bigger. Full Basher up in Mikoto. You have the full Abyssal Blade on the Bear already. Just doing a ton of work and helping set up. And WS is becoming a menace. Again, with that Nullifier to take care of all of these scurry buffs coming out. Just easily pin down El Misho at this point. And they still have a little bit of time in the Aegis. Less than a minute left, not the most time in the world. Probably not going to lead to too much explosive action from Aurora. Just can afford to sit back a little bit and keep this build-up going. I will say they are starting to approach the point where they're running out of slots. I think Mikoto maybe gets an Ag's Blessing at this point, gets the full Abyssal Blade, and then it's kind of hanging up in the air as to what else he'd want to do. And WS as well, going for the AC next, and probably just Ag's Blessing or Overwhelming Blink. Still smoke out.
Middle they got this time. Oh, they found themselves a Dark Mago Ember, and he is just getting annihilated by Nightfall. Schofield down as well. That'll be 2 gone. Schofield without buyback. They'll commit the buyback now onto Dark Mago, but he's just going to watch El Misho drop. In fact, Frank is also gone. It's 2 versus 5 now, and the two are looking very vulnerable. They'll find at least one Spirit Bear, but the chase continues now. Is Double One just needing to continue to run, but a lucky bash up from Makoto, catching out the Muerta. That's going to be the 4th down. It's only Dark Mago versus the world. And I don't think he's going to be having himself a great time here in defending these lane of barracks. Mind you, Nightfall's not even there. He just left his bear to do all the work.
Yeah.
Now, there goes Dark Mago. Nothing he can do about it. GG is called. That's game 1 going the way of Aurora. And yeah, it's a real sad kind of game for SAR as well, considering the start they had to this game 1. You really felt like this game was theirs to lose, but Aurora, they never really lost that much of a net worth advantage, and ultimately they just calmly took the comeback.
Yeah, all they had to do is wait for this farm to come in. Like we were talking about earlier, it felt like SAR had to play this faster game, and they were looking for these opportunities. They were looking to kind of get this punishment off. They had a really strong start in Dark Mago, exactly what they needed to try to carry some tempo through. It's just that there were a couple of fights where it felt like, again, they took it a bit too fragmented, right? Like this one here around Roshan, the supports present themselves trying to poke out a Pangolier alone, and you didn't have your Grimstroke close by either. So El Misho just gets instantly taken off. Dark Mago's out of position, has to bail out. You give up Schofield in the process. Gets the Soulbind off, not ideal. And it's these kinds of choices that really caused issues for SAR. They had to make a snap decision of what fully commit as a team or fully back off as a team. And if you kind of go halfway like that, with your bets, you just end up losing everything. You needed to play around with awesome control as an entire unit, and it just doesn't happen. I think for Aurora as well, they had a really good read as to what to lose. Right? Because we're seeing WS get randomly on bot multiple times. They were getting killed off up top, chase almost multiple times.
Oh, absolutely. It's certainly a tough game here. And yeah, props to them. They just kind of kept it all together. I want to say they just understood their game plan at the end of the game. At the end of the day, and they just stayed calm, didn't allow the side of SAR to do what they wanted here in this game number 1. Jonathan, welcome back. By the way, you were saying, well, what's your final point here on this game 1?
No, I think when you're up against a team, like to be so careful about what they're allowing you to find, right? Because it feels like for a lot of that game, they were allowing themselves to sacrifice WS, to sack him, to sack the supports, to enable Mikado, to enable Nightfall. Nightfall was just not touched at all up top. Outside of a 4-man gank off the bounty runes, he never got pressured again. I think that's something SAR has to... Who are we supposed to shut down in this game? They didn't quite manage to do that fully to Nightfall after that first kill. And maybe if they kept that tempo up top instead, things could have been a bit different if this Lone Druid never had farm. Standout player? Hard to say. I think... I mean, Nightfall didn't do anything fancy, but his Lone Druid did do a lot of work. Mikado and WS had some pretty good openings, but really all the good went into Nightfall. And his bear did deliver the goods in the end. He was calm. He worked his lane out. He knew what to do to compensate for all of those pulls happening. And it was happy enough. Look at our standout player. 3 branches. That's all you need, Mike.
That's all you need. He did a great job. He wasn't even in the base. I mean, he's just sitting back, just farming the jungle.
Yep.
You know, just taking care of it. This is classic gameplay from our carries, just not even bothering. And that was the best thing he could have done. Jonathan just not being present makes him the standout player here in this game number 1 of this best of 3. And I wonder what you're going to do as SCR now, going into game 2, right? This is a game that really felt like was in their complete control. Again, they never really had a crazy net worth advantage, but you know, it was their control. So it was kind of as same to sort of lose. I know what you do, Jonathan, but I know we're going to head to a break, and after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Aurora and, of course, SAR. We'll see you soon.
Phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hai, hai, bună dimineața, lume trân. Lubușorule, lubușorule meu, ce n-ai văzut-o ițrii mieli, n-ai văzut-o ițrii mieli, dar le-am văzut și le-am pescut, măi, le-am văzut și le-am pescut.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into game number 2 now between Aurora and, of course, the side of American reject, and it is and Jonathan, welcome back. So,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Game 2, gonna be exciting up against these two. Aurora, of course, coming out pretty strong in that game number 1. Took them a little bit longer to get things cooking. They were behind in kills. They were giving out all sorts of targets to the side of SAR.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
Right. So just a couple of hiccups here and there. That Filipino internet passing along to Australia as well. I think. I think we're passing on our bad problems as well. Still a bit rough overall.
Hello, John. I'm back as I think I'm okay. We'll find out very, very soon. We do have some first things made. Slaughter and Big thing picked up now. So Aurora the roof picked up for the source first, so they're going back for the starter. I do want we'll kind of we'll start with looking at going into the second game. Yeah, considering they had off to a program good start for game 1, but unfortunately dropping the ball in the mid game. They did at least in the low draw, so you've got that going for you.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if they consider going back to start the mid end.
Radiant team pick. Aurora
Get rid of the
Gaming's
Viper.
turn to pick.
Outside SAR. Or not to be a double, they go with their own draft.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Gaming's turn.
What's it with?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick. Aurora Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right. Seems like we should be back, and we've already got the draft again. Devolved pretty far here, Mikey, for this game 2 of Aurora up against South American Rejects. Rather interesting to see that the Slardar has switched positions onto SAR's side. They keep the Pangolier here on Aurora. They take a Rubik instead on first pick. SAR gets the slide away with a Shadow Demon pickup, along with that Grimstroke once more to counteract the Pangolier.
Yeah.
And they have the Ember Spirit once more for Dark Mago to dance around on. This is a fantastic Rubik game overall, though. I have to say, like, this looks amazing. You've got the Shadow Demon to steal from. You've got the Slaughter to steal from, the Ember to steal from, the Grimstroke. Like, there's so much control, so much mobility for Rubik to play around with here. And now, you get the Mikado Storm Spirit coming out as well, up against the Ember Spirit mid. We've seen this one multiple times before. That should shift our Pangolier onto the offlane for good old WS, who you are seeing on screen. Again, one of those things with the Pangolier early pickup, very flexible between these two players here. And now you have a pretty decent Storm game. Like, there's not much to instantly pin down the Storm. You know, you're going to have to be really quick in the blink timing here on your Slardar, or be really good with your setup on the Disruption from the Shadow Demon to really kind of pin down Mikado, because otherwise there's no instant stun, right? Like, Phantom's Embrace has a bit of a travel time. The follow-through from Disruption can be awkward. The chains could be it if you manage to catch him out in a good distance. So that is one hope here for SAR to try to pin down Mikado. I'm curious to see what kind of win condition we see from Aurora again, because last game, you and I didn't expect that Lone Druid whatsoever. Looked fantastic on Nightfall. I'm wondering what he has up his sleeve for this game 2 here, Mikey.
I do wonder. We'll have to wait for these final bans to come before we can see where he's going with this. I was kind of shocked to see they gave the Ember Spirit back the way of SAR, considering the game Dark Mago had, but it doesn't seem like they cared too much for it. Aurora now with their final pickup to be made. Still looking for that Nightfall hero. No LD this time to fall back on.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of conversation here from Aurora's end of things. I can never read Mirror's facial expression either, Jonathan. He doesn't really tell you too much, does he? He just always looks unhappy about what we're talking about.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, that just tends to be. To be fair, I feel like that's the reaction a lot of people have. So there is that as well. We do get the tiny up.
He's just a support player, John. Nothing being said is worth his time. That's what it is. Get the tiny pause one going here. And we saw Yator have a great time with that tiny pause one. Last time we got the Monkey King out for the side of SAR, so that should be our double one pause one as well. A rather interesting one.
hard to say by draft which I favor. I do feel like this potential for Slardar plus Grimstroke plus Corrosive Haze with the Ember and the Monkey King can be quite devastating from the side of South American rejects. So long as they find their tempo, they find as a backline, it could be rather easy to manage the side of Aurora now. The big thing is if you can catch Aurora, right? The key thing is, can you actually stop Mikado? Can you also just always lock in WS? Because Phantom's Soulbind will always be on WS, which means Mikado is going to be free to run around unless they're right next to each other, which chances are in a well-executed team fight they shouldn't be. So there's still some question marks over whether or not SAR can execute to that level. I think Aurora, it's not so much the draft, it's more of these are very strong comfort picks for Aurora. Like Mikado Storm, WS Pango. Those are heroes they're very comfy with. Same thing goes for the side of SAR. Dark Mago again on that Ember with a fantastic game one. It's just that they have a few more tweaks to make here, some adjustments to make from that game one into the game two. We'll have to wait and see if they can execute on some of their shortcomings and kind of force us into game three here, Mike.
Oh, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if SAR can force us to a game three between themselves and, of course, Aurora. I mean, game one, it really felt like it was their game to be had. And again, Aurora, they just proved to be the better team at the end of the day. But game two, we'll see if they can rectify the previous mistakes that were made that ended up having them in an 0-1 position here up against Aurora. I mean, only time will tell. Their draft looks perfectly fine here against what Aurora have to boot. So I want to say they've got all the right tools here going into game two for SAR.
You die.
To see if they can execute.
Your failure lives on. That does not look good. These wretched fools have no.
I'm also really curious as well, right? Like we were talking about execution and all of that, but I'm wondering how Nightfall builds up this Tiny. It looks like the same sort of build up. Power Treads, Echo Saber, maybe a Shadow Blade, so kind of similar to what we were seeing on Yatoro. And the output again in this Tiny is still not to be underestimated. You don't have a damage issue in comparison to what Vici had in their own game last time around. There is a lot of output here on SAR, so you can go toe-to-toe against Aurora for sure as the game goes on. See if this smoke starts to pan out. Haven't had any big smoke fights on these early start of game bounty runes just yet, but maybe this time around. Although I would expect this to be a bit better for SAR if they do push the envelope here. They have a lot more stuns to play with if they want.
Oh, here we go. See if they force an early fight here. They are going to run into Frank up the top. Meanwhile, bottom, though, Disruption was committed onto WS. WS, they're going to be okay to retreat. Really too much threat for the Pangolier. Still wrapping around, though. I mean, you've got plenty of heroes around here to try and force a fight in this Dive Triangle. They'll run into Schofield now. Schofield, he's going to be all right. WS doesn't seem to want to turn back around and waste any time. You've actually still got El Misho hanging around here in mid lane as well, but he's going to TP out now. He'll get back to his lane respectively to boot. And it doesn't really seem like any real fight to break out.
Oh, top though. Damage
Well,
on Cowrie.
going for a fight. Top, a lot of damage already being dealt. But Cowrie eventually is okay to retreat. Looks like it was just some body blocks being made here by El Misha.
Yeah, maybe if you do that in level 2, you get out of position again on Cowrie. The chain stun can come in once you've got that value point in the bash. Level 1, not the most threatening, but that will waste quite a fair bit of regen on Cowrie. See if they can kind of maximize that. Already having to buy 2 sets of tangos, eating through a couple of them already. On that mid lane, of course, you've got Dark Mago again on his fantastic Ember, up against Mikado and his Storm. This is a matchup you and I have watched quite a fair few times over the years, and something that doesn't really change. It's just back to old Ember versus new Storm, who still keeps the static slide. And Dark Mago is not having a good time in that mid lane whatsoever. It's a bit of a rougher time. You don't have the chains to play with. You don't have that extra hit on the Sleight of Fist as you used to as well. So you really don't have facets to speak of for Dark Mago. Whereas, for some reason, Storm gets to keep his. Static Slide. Great stuff.
It certainly is. Nothing wrong there. Top lane. Few things wrong here for Cowrie. He's dropping pretty low on the Jakiro, but once again is barely going to make his way out of there. But Elmisho is certainly being a real nuisance here on this Shadow Demon against this poor Jakiro support. The bottom lane's been relatively quiet, I want to say here as well. You do have Double One and Schofield that have been going at it with WS and Mirror. Not too much action happening there, so that's probably the most quiet of lanes that we've seen thus far. Top lane certainly being the one with the most action out of any. Another disruption being thrown now back out towards Nightfall, but he's not going to be quite as effective with those illusions. But they are doing a fantastic job of keeping Frank feeling pretty uncomfortable on this slider at this top lane.
Yeah. Seeing some pokes as well down bot onto Mira. It's kind of a similar story for both of our off lanes, just not the best of times for WS and for Frank. Maybe a little bit rougher in comparison to this game, especially for Frank to kind of catch up and farm. You're not playing something like Underlord, you're not going to be freely clearing out. Slardar does have decent enough wave clear with Slittering Crush. Not amazingly so, in fact, Frank.
It's alright for now, but just constant chip damage flying in from both our Jack and Tiny. Speaking of Nightfall, he's having a really great old time here on this Tiny, just completely uncontested. 18-2 in terms of CS. Only to be outdone by his own mid-storm of Makoto. He's currently sitting at 19-6. So really, all lanes going what seems to be pretty damn well for Aurora at this point. Or even bottom, considering it's a Monkey King against Pangolier, it really hasn't been going too badly at all for WS. Water Rune's going to spawn up, and it just both will go the way of the Radiant. No real stress here from Aurora. Top lane chases on now for Frank. Frank throws a stun out, going to go for a quick TP play away, and does make it. Nice quick thinking here from Frank.
He's dragged all the way back to the base though. It's going to be a lot of free time up top for Nightfall. Maybe an opportunity as well for Kaori to swing by bot. They're starting to set up, or maybe just defensively set up for what could be a rotation from SAR later on. From Schofield, doesn't look like they're going to be capitalizing too much, but in this game state, you're not under too much pressure on Aurora. Again, their lineup, it can take some time to build up, but you're not really looking to fight into, say, the early spikes that the Monkey King, Slardar, and Ember can have. You just want to get a solid foundation for yourself, and that's what Aurora's finding. You know, with all of this farm coming out onto Mikado and onto Nightfall, you have a happy little start for your cores. You are still getting stable EXP for WS. Like you mentioned, he's not losing as badly as you'd expect for a Monkey so far. Up top again, though.
Try again. Frank, they're turning around now, trying to fight back. They'll bring in another in the form of Mirror here to ensure they have the follow-up damage to take down this poor Slardar. Frank will die, but at the cost of Kaori. So get at least a little consolation. Won't matter too much eventually though, as Elmisho looking like he's also just set to fall. Nice little fairy fire, but it doesn't make the difference. Mirror, he'll walk away with a double kill off the back of this Rubik rotation. And poor old Frank, they're just not giving the man a break.
They're really shutting him down. To be fair, WS had the same sort of game in game one, right? Except laning was a little bit better, but his mid game was pretty shot. He was being punished quite hard. Some emphasis on mid now with these respawns, or these power runes, and Dark Mago again finds himself a nice start with a haste rune up. But Kato does have that early 6. So even if you do commit here with a Soul Ring, he does have mana to just try to bail out. Doesn't look like they'll want to even attempt to bully out the Storm just yet. Try to focus on those side lanes once more. I think the big concern for SAR is just how much you're getting on Nightfall. Because we've seen this with a Tiny. The Echo Saber timing is just massive for the hero in terms of getting burst damage out here.
Well, top lane, they're not leaving Frank alone. Frank, he'll be able to get out with the Guardian sprint movement bonus, but certainly just not letting him feel comfortable. Mirror more than happy to just stick around the top lane and leave WS to his own devices down bottom. Not really much the Rubik can do there anyway. Makoto, however,
Trying to sneak.
he'll TP down. Schofield was around trying to take the Shrine of Wisdom. He might pay for it with his life. They'll bring in more now. Double one, even there to help out. With the Wukong's command, Makoto, he's dropping low. He's forced to zip out of there. Giving the Shrine away now. But they've got no choice while that Wukong is still going. Meanwhile, Schofield will hide behind the tree line. They're bringing more numbers in though, Schofield. He'll eventually die. Now double one, just trapped between a rock and a hard place. He's finally got some help incoming. It'll be Dark Mago on the Ember, who lands the chains onto the WS, who tries to run towards the tier 2 tower. But ultimately, WS does go down, and double one somehow survives all of it.
Just not quite enough damage. You know, Mikado is quite low, not comfy enough to try to dance around. They lose both Shrines of Wisdom here on Aurora, so a pretty massive win for the side of SAR, especially in building up these supports. Just free XP you're gaining on these lower XP heroes is going to be massive to hit these spikes. WS, though, instantly trying to force something here.
That he certainly is. Mid lane. A lot of action breaking out. Parun was picked up once again by Dark Magos. WS now dropping just so low, but gets a nice swashbuckle away, just barely. So we've seen this kind of before. You know, Aurora, throughout these early stages now, trying to play with fire up against what is the side of SAR. Though these fights have been pretty back and forth, I might say, and certainly Aurora just showing that they're not intimidated whatsoever. By SAR, they're just happy to go. Happy to fight this early. Again, top lane. Chase is on now for Frank. WS goes down bottom lane in the meantime. Frank is going to survive though. He's just proving to be a little bit too quick. The same cannot be said about WS.
Nah, it's such a rough go for WS again. Still doing a little bit better than Frank in terms of overall net worth at the least, but that's not really saying too much. Not getting the free levels he'd want, bleeding quite a fair bit out to double one, who's going to get a really quick timing on this Mage Slayer where the power threads up. Major spike for that Monkey to start to feel more confident in that front line. Tank through a little bit of that magical burst. Aurora, and they're still focusing up top. Nightfall's been farming up a Storm, sure. They're still looking to try to bully out the Slaughter somehow, but it does look like Frank knows better than to step out of line. No one's showing down bot. No one's really showing on mid soaking either, so you know they're posing for a threat here.
Well, they're hunting. 10-minute power rune now spawning up, but this time they really don't want to allow Dark Mago to have it. Trying to bait him forward for a fight. The Ice Path, it is going to land. This time an Arcane Rune for Dark Mago, by the way. He still ended up picking it up. They're going to chase onto Carry now. Carry is just set to fall eventually as they'll turn their attention onto Mira, also catching a second just in the nick of time. And Dark Mago, I mean, he's still got the Arcane Rune, by the way. Like, it's just that much committal, and he still just casually picks it up in front of them.
Yeah, I'm just surprised Aurora just handing these runes away. They didn't even try to deny. They got the ice pad off. They didn't react in time. So it's just a lot of freebies coming out from December. A very similar story to game one so far for Dark Mago. Right? Like, his lane goes all right. He starts to pop off. He's finding these kills. They're pouring all the resources onto this mid Ember. They're doing a fantastic job of just enabling him to have this kind of strong start as the foundation for the team. Good snipe in the courier. Dark Mago's courier going a little bit too far. Not stopping that delivery. At least doesn't lose any items for it, but you can see the confidence he has. He knows there's no easy control that can come in and pin him down so long as he has a remnant up. He's always got a way out of dodge. He is just farming up a Storm. Again, holding back Aurora. Aurora just back to a very similar pace from game one. Sit back, farm, get some levels, get some EXP going. Get some early items up. Nightfall already has that Echo Saber working into the Shadow Blade. That's when that early tiny tempo does kick in. And they just need to kind of ride it out. WS has been ignored down bot as well. So he's been free to kind of farm up. does manage to, I believe, clip the edge of that smoke. See at least maybe some of the particles coming in, some pings coming out. See if it's still a little bit of a success story here for SARs. They are looking to trudge down mid onto Mikado once more.
They are. There's no fear at the moment for SAR. Hunt is on Mikado. Could get spotted relatively soon, but it looks like he gets the memo and backs off. A lot of action top lane. I mean, they've just been pushing in the top tier 1 tower, so they're very well aware they are hanging top. A double balance strike will connect, but a beautiful ice path onto 3 targets. Double one still moving though, finding Nightfall on the Tiny. He'll even take down Carry now. Mirror, he won't make it out either. 3 down for the price of nothing. And Aurora are just getting completely caught. It felt like after that ice path on 3 with the macro, maybe you could turn things around, but just unable to do anything against Double One's Monkey King to this point.
No. I mean, if you're going to make that play, you need WS around, and he's just not ready. Heck, even Mikado's not willing to push himself too far yet until at least the Guardian Greaves are up. Having a self-dispel on hand could be massive for him. And until these 2 players are set to go, you're just going to be making sacrifices like this. I will say for SAR, they are making the right targeting decision. In comparison to game 1, instead of bullying out WS, shut down Nightfall. Keep this core Tiny from hitting its spike earlier than as it wants. You have a lot of room as well in your triangle. They're getting it all cleared up once more. No contestation on the stacks from Aurora. Aurora, for their part, are trying to sneak around with smoke here. Mikado wanting to take part in a little bit of some action. If they could catch double one here, could kind of swing things back just a tad bit.
If they could. I mean, it's a big if right now. They're having a look to see if they can find the MK in the tree line, but double one has retreated at the right time. On the tier 1 bottom they'll go.
There's
a lot of stacks. Here comes the cavalry now. They want to fight. WS immediately silenced. Jump is onto Cowrie, though Cowrie going to be protected by the lift up of Mirror. Instead, they'll continue on to WS, who's still caught out here on this Pangolier, just unable to get the Rolling Thunder. They'll just keep him locked down long enough. He's unable to ever get it off, and so they still get some kind of kill for their trouble here, SAR. Top lane, at the very least, the chase will be on now for Frank. But Frank, he just casually walks out. They just don't have the lockdown for it.
No. They really aren't set up just yet. Even if they did have the lockdown, again, the burst damage with Nightfall, whether or not that's enough, doesn't quite feel like it yet. You've managed to scrape up quite a fair bit of HP on Frank just with Strength Treads, along with a Bracer and 2 Gauntlets so far. Just enough. Again, there's a lack of burst here on Aurora. Until maybe if you can get your shard or just run up, get some good hits off the Echo Saber going overall.
Yeah, it's just that quick. Cowrie now going down. Tier 1 mid tower also dropping. No contest once again here in this early game. Yeah, SAR, I mean, with this style of draft, like, you've got an MK Ember, they'll just keep running at them. There's not really a reason to play it slow. Because if you're Aurora, you're kind of playing on the back foot like you had to last game. You're stuck just waiting. Here we go. Top lane. No, they'll just remain grouped up, and I mean, Aurora, they just want nothing to do with it.
No, I mean, you have to appreciate, again, the vision game from SAR here. Right in the middle of that top jungle, right in the triangle as well. Easy to spot out anyone just trying to play catch-up, which is everyone in Aurora right now. Just have to be so cautious. You at least have the defusal on WS. Could be the start, but it just doesn't feel like you're fully ready to go. Mech up on Mikado, wanting those Guardian Greaves next. Still a lot of farm needed, 700 gold away. Again, you're just stuck playing a waiting game. Mind you, despite all of that, SAR, their lead at 3K is significant at 16 minutes in, but it's actually starting to drop off a little bit. Wild Goat was 4K, dropped off by a K, not a huge amount, but you kind of want to, again, keep that ball rolling. Because we've seen what Aurora does. Even at a slightly behind position, they can't turn things around.
Well, they're trying to mess around with Dark Mago in the mid lane, but they're just doing no damage to him. He's alright. Nightfall, I mean, he's nowhere near ready to try and help out yet, that's for sure. Maybe once the Shadow Blade's there, he can think about it. Aurora still just sitting back, not giving the openings that SAR are looking for, but they have spotted themselves a Nightfall. They won't make the jump on him. Instead, they'll look for Mirror. And Mirror very quickly will die to Frank. At least they do buy time for the Shadow Blade to be up now, so a chase down at bottom. Looking for Double One perhaps, though they are underneath the sentry, so Double One's well aware that he should be around. If they do see him now, Avalanche, it will land, but it's all too late. They've already got the MK out of there. Schofield now on the chase along with Frank. They do find the Tiny. Nightfall looking to retreat. Soulbind will lock him down into Wukong's commander. There's just no help incoming. They're locked down by the Tier 1 tower. WS is gone. So is Nightfall, unless they can't find the detect, but it doesn't matter. They'll still get the kill. It's just nothing pans in their favor for Aurora. And that's your Shadow Blade reveal just going down the toilet.
Again, these opportunities are not presenting themselves for Aurora. SAR playing a pretty clean game, having that early sentry coverage on hand, now hunting for more.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll hunt for more. Carry now to drop to boot. Nice and easy.
And there's not much you can do on Aurora. You're just stuck playing this farming game again. I mean, at this point, waiting for what? It's going to be a Yasha coming out for Nightfall. You've got the Diffusal already up on WS, going for the Blink next. Maybe with a Blink, you can catch that back line. Mikado's got the full Guardian Greaves, so he has a little bit more durability to play with, as we see again. That Sentry giving all the space in the world, and the fact that they chase a little bit more.
Oh, they're going for more.
A little bit curious.
Nightfall gonna go down as well. I mean, it's just complete disaster of a team fight here for Aurora. Nightfall, I don't know what he offers right now as a Tiny, but it doesn't really feel like the answer's very much. You're just not really getting anything.
Not quite. Again, you just kind of need to wait out. Maybe you go for a full Manta here, have a Dispel on hand. WS just forced to roll to run away, which is, again, a big part of your team fight just gone. Not that you're looking for team fights on Aurora. 16-3 SAR, striking back with a vengeance in game 2 so far. Already taking care of that mid-tier 2, forcing a little bit of a chase down here, shrinking map space away from Aurora. And for SAR, I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. I'm for the side of Aurora. They're making things worse and worse. They've got full Deso up on Double One. They just easily take care of the Torm. Free Shard up for Dark Mago. So a little bit more coming out for that Immolation and the Remnants. Having some replenishments as well when he finds the kill. It's always nice. 8k lead being maintained at 20 minutes in. Quite significant for the side of SAR. Aurora, I don't see it unless they start to play a little bit sloppy on the side of SAR here.
I mean, they'll catch Schofield. So you got something for Nightfall now, but Nightfall gets caught by a chains. They will lose Kaori. Nightfall for now is okay. Looking to retreat a little bit more as Dark Mago moving forward. Here comes Makoto now to help out. Maybe Dark Mago going a bit too forward, although Disruption is out onto Nightfall now into the Wukong's command. They weren't expecting the rotation from Double One. So Double One just locking down the Tiny another time. And it's just like, you start off all right, you get this Grimstroke kill, but then the follow-up just amounts to nothing.
No. It's just so difficult to translate all of this for Aurora. I think they have to work double time. Their burst damage just really isn't there in comparison to this physical burst coming in from the side of SAR. Just Corrosive Haze plus a Deso out, and chances are you could probably two-hit someone down on these softer supports at the back. It's just such a hard game for WS as well. He's constantly getting caught out by these Soulbinds when he's trying to roll. unless they manage to burst down Schofield that fast. But then it feels like they throw everything just to kill off that Grimstroke in the far back, that you don't have much left for the follow through and bigger cores. So I don't know. It's a 12k lead now. You've got the Kai up in Mikado, a little bit more damage, but it just doesn't feel like that's enough either. And you've got the Mage Slayer you have to play against Dark Mago, mitigating so much here, although.
Well, maybe now Dark Mago, like, has he gone too far for this? Do they have him? They do.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is where you start to get a little bit worried now, because it's like, well, that was a pretty unnecessary death to have, and I mean, they need a lot more of that, but you know, you give a couple kills like that away, and suddenly the game flips on its head.
And it does. And we were talking about what opportunities you'd have to kind of reel things back. It's these kinds of pickoffs where you get a little bit reckless on SAR, you get a little bit ahead of yourselves here, and Aurora will punish. You know, they're not a team that won't say no to a freebie. It's still a 10k lead. It's not like it's the end of the world for the South American rejects. You just have to be cautious about, you know, giving that 2 more times, 3 more times over for free, as it can start to ramp up. Like this Kai Assange timing for Mikado, things start to get a little bit serious. You get the Ags in WS, Manta for Nightfall, as he is queuing up now. Fully, he's got the Harpoon. You can easily gap close and just try to burst down someone as well.
Well, they're going to find WS down at bottom, so a bit of revenge here from Double One now. Pretty easy pick-off to find another time. Meanwhile, middle, Dark Mago. He's alright for now. He's got plenty of help this time around. They'll try to jump in on Nightfall. Nightfall still surviving. Gets a nice little toss back on Frank, but the chase down. Dark Mago takes him out. Makoto still just trying to chase down El Misho in the meantime. He's going to end up going down now, Makoto. El Misho just casually walking out of there. So they'll also lose Mirror. They'll lose Carry. It's a full team wipe. This game might just be over.
Yeah, yeah, they call it.
There you go.
I don't know what's going on with Aurora, but, you know, Mikado was walking around. He had Corrosive Haze on. He was trying to get a kill. He had no mana. Didn't pop the Guardian Greaves to try to dispel off the Corrosive Haze. And I guess maybe they just need a bit of a reset. They didn't quite believe in their draft. Whatever it is, I mean, the South American rejects aren't going to say no to that. They managed to get a nice game for themselves, right? They have this really aggressive lineup for themselves. They managed to pressure in the right spots. This time, Nightfall didn't have a free game. It makes all the difference in the world. And I think for Aurora, you have to be a little bit cautious. Again, giving a Dark Mago that Ember Spirit once more. Sure, you have this matchup with Storm that feels like it could be quite good. Has the potential to be quite good. We've seen it before. And on paper, it was actually good, right? Like on execution, that Storm versus Ember was nice. But it feels like flexing this Pango off. WS didn't really achieve much. They pick it and they don't ban the Grimstroke. Grimstroke comes out. What a surprise. You're not able to roll around. Your win condition on Tiny never really got online, and you allowed SAR to play with these really strong picks. Like Slardar is a massive pick. Shadow Demon's been strong for how many months now? For how long have we seen him on and off just be consistently good? And having this Monkey King that builds off all this minus armor, well, that is very tricky to deal with as a melee Hangler on the offlane. The draft certainly didn't play too many favors to Aurora. We'll see if they correct in game 3, but again, SAR, they executed that perfectly. The vision game they set up, the sentries to preempt these timings, just as we're seeing in this highlight as well. It just made it so difficult for Aurora to even hope with some of these item spikes coming in. There was just no hope.
No, certainly not. It's constant aggression here from SAR to make this game 2 look really easy. And I mean, this is kind of what we're saying in game 1. Like, this is how game 1 felt like it could have gone in the first place. If you didn't have that one bad team fight for SAR, I didn't believe it going into game 2. I thought maybe maybe it was a bit of a fluke start for them, but turns out they just proved that it certainly wasn't. And Aurora now the ones kind of confusing me a little bit as to what's happening with them. Because SAR, they made it look rather convincingly easy. I wonder if you go into this third game thinking to yourself, maybe we at least ban out this Dark Mago Ember. You know? Because he's caused us a lot of problems in 2 games in a row now, I want to say. It's like, well, maybe get rid of this hero.
Yeah, and I think it also stands that Dark Mago is probably going to be our standout player here. He did a spectacular job of really setting up a lot of things. I think he's been consistent 2 games in a row now, and just how much he's been bringing out with the Ember. And, you know, we've watched Dark Mago for a while. This is one of his best heroes. So it's back to the drawing board for Aurora. For South American Rejects, I would say, you know, right at momentum, but don't get overconfident, right? Like going up against Aurora into Game 3, it should be a level mindset once more, a quick reset, but they showed up in Game 2. And like you said, Game 1 probably could have gone this way if they focused more on Nightfall instead of WS. It felt like their target prioritization there was playing into exactly what Aurora wanted. This time around, not quite. They just focused Nightfall. He had 5 deaths. He had no impact in this Tiny whatsoever. And that was all the difference in the world. Just take out that win condition, and he's gone. Wits does get our standout player. He didn't die. This man in the monkey just did not die. So, fair enough. Fair play. He was very active early on. He really utilized that early Mage Slayer spike quite nicely. You know, that ballsy fight around the Shrine of Wisdom was massive in the early tempo here at 7 minutes in. But I think everyone on the side of South American Rejects played phenomenally. And for Aurora, I mean, you know, that's going to have their head scratching a little bit. I think they've got the confidence that, you know, they feel like they should be the favorites. Game 1 was close, although it didn't really feel that much. Game 2 was a stomp completely in the favor of South American Rejects. So I'm curious to see how Auroras themselves kind of reset into this Game 3 here, Mike.
We shall find out, John. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 between Aurora and SAR. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are here, finally, with Aurora Gaming's Nightfall. You have made it! I cannot believe it. You are finally here at PGL Wallachia. It is so good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, miracles can happen, but yeah, it's nice to be back.
Indeed. So last time it was V-Tune standing in for you. Now, in this situation, were you watching your team? Were you watching him? Were you kind of like, wow, this guy sucks? Or no, just kidding. But what was that like to watch?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was kind of sitting at home and there's not much to do, so I was kind of watching, yeah. And I mean, as I said, I was kind of surprised they make it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they played good.
Yeah, but you would have been better, right, if you were here?
I mean, probably, yeah, because we were just at that patch very strong, I think. So with me, we will do, sure, good.
Yeah, and speaking of the patch, let's talk about the last event. So you guys were doing pretty good. It was looking great, and then you have this patch hit. Can you talk about that experience? Like, what happened in the last one?
Yeah, I mean, looking back, honestly, I think it just, I mean, kind of a bit ruin stuff, because I think we had like figured out kind of all the best heroes on every role, and kind of people also been playing them good, been having good item builds, gameplay, and when patch came out, like first two just a bit disappeared, and I mean, I'd also say maybe I'm as a player like not that fast in like adapting like this, because I kind of need to, you know, like just go there, like play like 20, 30 pubs, like play some hero, like learn it, and it's not. I mean, at the time I didn't really know what to play, but I think before patch we'll get like top 3 like easily.
Let's talk a little bit about you. Now, I don't know if you saw this, but Knoxville, great stats guy in the Dota community, he recently took a bunch of stuff about team fights, and you came up many times, all right? You had the second lowest deaths out of anybody in the entire Dota ecosystem in team fights. But more importantly, when you show up to fights and decide to actually come instead of not, you on average make 156 more gold than any other pro. I thought that was super interesting, that you know what fights to go to and which fights to farm. How do you do that?
So first one on death is like death in team fight, right? Only?
Yeah, just for team fights,
I see. I mean, how do I do it? I think I used to be not that good on it during like BetBoom times, and I think I mean, I've been kind of asked, and I mean, I've been kind of asked to do it, but back then I didn't really know and see how to do it properly. And then with times, like after BetBoom, I think I got like very good on it. Like I guess one of the like best, just to know how and when to connect to fights and how to like impact game in the early stages. So scary.
Yeah. As a player in games, to me, as a guy who's never played carry, but the worst mistake you can make is not coming to a team fight and continuing to farm, and your team gets wiped and there's nothing you can do. You're the last man alive. But I'm really interested in what you think the worst thing a carry can do in a game of Dota. Is it to show up and not be efficient? Is it to keep farming and not show up? What is the biggest mistake you can make as a core?
First which comes to mind is that you just super AFK farm and play for yourself, but you're still not farmed. So, for example, you can kind of do it and just not come into fights, but you have to be at minute 25, you know, super high net worths, and be able to kind of, you know, show net worths and like do stuff in team fights. Second thing, let me think. I mean, probably just come in to just every engagement, and when you see something happens on carry and you insta go there, it's also other bad thing, because carry you kind of have to have net worth and be farmed to not get like carry diffed.
For sure. We're excited to have you back here at PGL Wallachia so we can see you leading your team with your strengths. Get those yappins in. They're going to need it. But thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure catching up with you.
Thank you, guys.
All right. And we'll see more from Nightfall and Team Aurora Gaming here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
la 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 la.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our third game of this best of three here between SAR and Aurora. Jonathan, you look very distraught, sir. What's happened?
Well, you know, the draft began. I heard a Pangolier pick up, and then I instantly heard
seconds
Grimstroke come out again. And Aurora again are picking Pangolier into
5
Grimstroke.
seconds remaining.
And I just wonder
Again.
why it felt like in game one, sure, Mikado didn't care as much. In game two, WS cared a lot more because he couldn't do anything in that game. So I'm curious to see if Aurora will just not flex the Pango. Just give it to Mikado, give something else to WS that he can. We'll have to see. Of course, we went in game one.
10 seconds remaining.
You know what I'm worried about,
5
John?
seconds
Personally, I'm worried about the fact of them giving Ember away again, because I feel like Dark Mag has just consistently been having great games when it comes to this Ember
Radiant
Spirit.
team back. Radiant team
For now,
back.
no, they're not going to give it away. Well, thank God for that. No more Ember.
Yeah, 3 games in a row is asking for a bit much. Shadow Demon comes back out for the side of SAR, and this hero has felt spectacularly great. Right? Great saves, great setup for some fights. Really good stacking that we were seeing from El Micho in the last game.
10
So
seconds
I can't
remaining.
fault the side of SAR. They haven't revealed any of their big tools yet either. For Aurora, it's time to kind of fill in what you'd want here on your sports. Hoodwink coming back in. They do snag that one this time around. I suppose from that quite on that, running around and just not dying. This is the side of Aurora.
10 seconds remaining.
Hyper Mirror or Kaori, of course, with that hero. Should just be
Radiant team
probably double support picks, and it is. So Enchantress on hand as well. A little bit of a Dispel on hand to try to save some healing. Some good creeps to try to play with, a little bit of tempo early on. I'm curious to see how they kind of tie this up with, say, a much more durable core. Something that can really enjoy Nature's Attendance
10
and
seconds
just
remaining.
outlast a lot of this damage. Because there's not much burst yet
5
on the side of
seconds
SAR
remaining.
here.
Not yet.
Radiant team.
So have a think about this third pick, but no, it's going to be right into the Kunka. Okay? Don't mind seeing that. Could be our Dark Mago Conqueror as well coming out here in the mid lane. We'll see. More picks to
Aurora
come.
Gaming's
Right into the Underlord, which has been very popular today. And see, I believe this is the 4th time, in fact, we're seeing Underlord thus far in the 6 games we're having. So, well, there you go. Another Underlord pickup.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Aurora's damage. Like, you've got this Atrophy Aura you're
seconds
playing up
remaining.
against. You've got the Rum buff coming in. There's a lot of sustain, just a
5
lot of
seconds
durability
remaining.
coming out from the side of South American Rejects. Aura build-up, of course, from the Underlord you'd expect here. Very stable lanes as well. Disruption into root stuns just being chained up here on the side of SAR. Wonder what Aurora will lean into. You know, what does Coach KP have on hand here for them to kind of tie things up? Because this can be quite painful with no damage if you don't have any way of bursting through these heroes. We'll go with the Monkey King. That's one way. It's a lot of physical burst you can play with. You don't have, say, the Slaughter combination on hand to really just one-hit wonder someone. But lanes into Underlord quite fine. Maybe doesn't care about Atrophy as much as other cores, although it's still an annoying
10
loss of
seconds
damage, but
remaining.
manageable enough for a Monkey King, I suppose.
5
Curious to see
seconds remaining.
how they kind of try to work that out.
We'll see. More bans to come.
Radiant
Aurora.
team ban.
Aurora Gaming.
So Garen is the safe lane is here up against SAR. SAR immediately once again into the Abaddon ban out. So still focused on some on the similar style of bans that they were making in these last 2 games here. SAR. Aurora
10
still looking for
seconds
another
remaining.
position 1 to remove.
5 seconds remaining.
But they'll think about it for now with these final bans.
Team Aurora Gaming.
See the old bird getting removed, as well as Brewmaster now from SAR, and SAR have been very quick with these ban-outs. In fact, they've still got 2 minutes and 8 seconds of reserve time left on SAR if they want it. They just never seemingly want to waste time in this draft.
No. I like that mindset. You know, just blitz right.
Select your heroes.
No.
Admit, we've seen a couple of Wind Ranger games. I 20. It like it can also have some damage issues. So, builder of say a null.
Yeah, I hear you, John. I hear you. There's certainly some interesting ways to finish things off here for SAR. Ironically enough, I guess I didn't hear you too well, Jonathan, but nevertheless, interesting ways to finish things off. Do I like this draft quite as much for SAR? Not really. Not quite as much as I like the last two, but nevertheless, I mean, I guess the one thing I'd love to see change is the mid laner. I would have loved to see Ember Spirit, but that wasn't available. So there you go. We'll see how this one works out for SAR now going into Game 3. Props to them. The first two games, even Game 1, they looked like the better team for majority of the game. Game 2, they were certainly the better team. I wonder if they continue this pattern of just being better in Game 3.
I think they can. They've got some really good early tempo. I think when you tie an Underlord plus a Kunkka, there's a lot of potential to just take these early fights, not have to worry about dying. The burst damage coming in from Aurora, it does take some ramp up, right? Like, Ursa needs quite a few hits to start really melting someone's face in. And, you know, when you're playing up against Rumbuff, you're playing up against Atrora, that can be tougher to find. I'm curious as well as to how the lanes go for Aurora, because it feels like we haven't seen WS have a good lane at all in any of these games. Game 1 was pretty okay in the first 10 minutes, then became a big mess as he was buying space out for the rest of the team. Game 2 was just not amazing at all. Even from the first 10 minutes, it did feel like Double One was getting every single thing from that lane matchup. This time, his Pango up against a Wind Ranger. It does feel like Double One, again, should have a little bit of a better time. He has the reach. He can just kind of play around with Wind Run. If he gets threatened, he can just poke and prod at WS. I think this game for Aurora has to be on Mikado once more. Like, this Monkey King has to get a winning matchup going on up against a Kunkka. You know, it's a melee matchup for Monkey. You feel pretty good about it. But the Kunkka does have some slap back with a Tidebringer anyhow. So it's not as straightforward for the Monkey, I would say. It should still be Monkey favored. Maybe something like the Brown Boots timing could kind of fix that up a little bit more. We'll see. Late smoke on late smoke coming out for both sides. See if they actually do catch someone out this time around.
A big wrap around from Aurora. So both teams just going to stick to their side of the map. So I say that Aurora have now infiltrated the Radiant Triangle. No fight to break out yet. Both sides, again, just staying away from each other. So no early team fight to break out. Just should be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties, and it looks like it will be. This will be a much more interesting game, and I keep repeating myself when I say this, John, but you don't have the mid-Ember, which we saw Dark Mago just destroying on. So that's going to be one point of interest. I also want to say the position 1 Wind Ranger is something you and I have a lot of doubts about on top, comparatively to say last game's position 1 MK. This will be interesting, like these little changes. How much do they matter in this game 3?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, especially about the Wind Ranger again. It just doesn't feel like the most amazing thing in the world. This mid matchup as well for Dark Mago. Mikado should be able to dance around this quite a fair bit. He's going for that classic double Wraith Band into Brown Boots, into a chase down, and that is something that the Kunkka is not going to feel great about, right? Especially since you can kind of play around Tidebringer. You could try to Mischief dodge, although the cooldown of that is pretty massive. And Dark Mago can also just kind of bait out here. And again, Mikado, if he's just allowed to hit, he's going to be happy. He's got the Jingu, he's got the sustain, he's got that burst threat on hand. Curious to see if they really commit for these runes in this kind of matchup, right? Because these heroes don't need the runes as much. If you kill off Schofield.
First blood. Going to be drawn by WS. Looks like they will find at least a trade. Double One able to secure the life of Mira, but first blood going the way of WS, and WS, he's been very quiet this best of 3 series, I want to say, John. It hasn't been having too much action, but this will be the first game we do see him secure first blood on his offlane Pangolier, and it's already off to be a pretty nice start, though he does get himself a little bit too deep, I think. A bit of harassment being dealt back his way. So let's not get too overly confident here with WS. He does kind of hand a bit of harassment back the other way.
They do. Just have to manage that lane quite nicely. There is always that threat, though. When the Bushwhack does connect, can get quite painful. You don't have something like a Quelling Blade on Schofield, but they have cut the tree line already for the most part, so it can be a little bit harder to find that opportunity for yourself. The last lane we haven't really looked at up top, probably the most boring lane on hand here for Nightfall and for Frank. Just a straightforward farm lane as Mira just starting to drop a little bit low there, just for a moment earlier on. And again, for Nightfall, just a straightforward farm lane, probably looking for that classic Battle Fury timing. Frank shouldn't be under too much pressure unless he oversteps. There's this threat down the line with Enchant for sure. But so long as he's just staying back and you get these pulls with El Micho, you're happy enough. And you will just be able to get your steady farm up. And with El Micho on that Shadow Demon once more, there are stacks to be made here that Aurora has not really been targeting throughout this series. So a lot of flash farm for any core here on the side of SAR eventually to be built up.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly was a pretty big point of contention last game. Like the fact that they just never realized there was a 8 stack of Ancients that were made and just taken for free was pretty insane. As mid lane, Dark Mago in danger, does at least find the courier of Makoto. Makoto actually unable to finish off the kill as well. Bottom lane, we actually saw Schofield going down, so Mira able to secure a life of his own now on the Grimstroke. Back to mid, Dark Mago actually forced to run all the way back to the Falcons. So it seems as though this mid matchup against the MK certainly proving to be pretty challenging this time for Dark Mago.
And it is. At the least for Schofield, he's trying to make something happen up top. Instantly TP's top on the respawn.
They're going to try for an Ench. It's not the easiest target in the world. In fact, he's still going. Finally, he will go down. Mira also rotating to try and help out, but it's all too late for that. This can kind of hold any big push coming in there. Now the Grimstroke Inkswell coming in onto Frank, trying to put a hold onto Mira. Mira's still running, though, should eventually die to Shadow Poison stacks, and does. More TPs incoming. But nobody's really quite down low enough apart from El Micho. And he's run far enough that it doesn't matter anymore. But they even find Carrie's courier.
Yeah. And El Micho just goes for the reset anyhow. Wants to be fully topped up. Keep TP to a lane, try to get some action going. And we were talking about this earlier, right? Like, with these 2 heroes on mid, you don't need to contest these water runes or power runes as much. Heck, the water rune down bot is still standing, no one cares. The focus is on the side lanes. And SAR, again, is just getting their supports at the right spot, at the right time, every single time. Now at least putting pressure here. Kaori, a little bit of a chase down.
Indeed. Kaori gets next up, no real way out of this one now. A lot of creeps around the mid lane. It's a lot of committal as well for just an inch, but they'll take what they get. No problem. Meanwhile, though, there is problems because Double One has dropped. That's not quite a life you want to be seeing given away if you are the side of SAR.
And again, we were talking about WS quite a fair bit. This time around, he has a lane. He's actually playing it. And he's suppressed Double One to the point where net worth difference is staggering for the early point in the game. The Wind Ranger does not flash farm all too well. They're still trying to unleash some harassment top and mid.
They've got Dark Mago mid as well, though he seems to be able to run just barely. And in fact, El Micho is the one to fall down a rather up top. My apologies for that. I thought Dark Mago was 100% just going to die. But they still just lack so much lockdown. In fact, here we go again. They'll try another time. And this time they'll get it.
Yeah, it's... honestly, it's a really tough game for SAR. Right? Like, we talked about this potential with how tanky you can be with Rum's buff, with an Underlord with Aura. You haven't had a game on Dark Mago and Double One. They don't have the most net worth. They do have not an amazing amount in stacking, actually. There's been too much action around the map. Schofield again. Yikes.
Schofield. Just so much damage from the Pangolier once you get that initial bushwhack off. Meanwhile, mid, Mikoto feeling very, very confident to just run in and get that Jingu Mastery procced up. So this is I want to say, a much different kind of feeling game in this game 3 for SAR, because the previous two, we've been seeing them dominate pretty early on. This one looks pretty different, however. Very different indeed. All 3 lanes from Aurora have been won. Pretty convincingly, I want to say. So we'll see if SAR can find one of these nice little engagements they've been finding these past 2 games to give themselves a good lead. Usually you'd start to see it around now, funnily enough. But I just don't, not with this style of draft, I just don't think they have enough gas in the tank to actually force a fight. In fact, here we go again down at bottom. They're going to try for Double One. He's already popped Windrun. Taste will continue. Now TP's finally coming in. He'll break a tree, but the Bushwhack's still going to connect eventually on Double One. But they'll show that he's got help in the form of Frank. That'll kind of just force the side of Aurora to retreat.
Got 4 heroes with this kill.
Both thrown out. Mirror is going to at least get caught. So Dark Mago able to get something for his team's trouble.
I mean, it doesn't feel that worthwhile. It's just a massive commitment for the Hoodwink. Mid lane's been freed up entirely. Mikado is just freely shoving in, getting some farm for himself. Same thing goes for Nightfall up top. Getting all the farm he could ask for. Frank trying to sneak around back into the lane. Always watching out.
El Misho will be dying pretty quickly. Of course, you've got an Ench as well, so you can always just wrap around like this with the enchanted creep and start taking down the tier 1 middle tower. No siege creep, but they can slowly and surely get this done, and that they will. Meanwhile, Dark Mago has also been spotted. This is looking like a real problematic kind of engagement once again. The balance going to land, the Bushwhack going to be there to follow up, and Makoto able to secure the life of Dark Mago now. And they can just transition right back into the middle tier 1 tower.
And
nothing to stop them.
They're getting free farm the side lanes off the back of this as well, with all of this attention being kind of spread around the map. Again, Nightfall's just free farming into that full Battle Fury. WS has a game. He's constantly setting up for some kills whenever Mira's around as well. The stack game, it's not as amazing at all. I think you have 1 double stack in the Ancients right now. Not enough to help compensate for the start. WS
being chased down, and they do find him by the looks of it. WS giving a killing streak back the way of Dark Mago now. Because SAR still plenty of damage available with this Kunkka. Assuming they can have the numbers, they can certainly get any kill they want, really. Problem is, you just have to commit so many numbers to find these kills now. And of course, while you're doing that, you've got Nightfall free farming. In fact, Nightfall, he's free farming Frank right now by the looks of it, because Frank is just trying to retreat, does actually make it out anyway. They missed the Bushwhack to lock him down. But never mind, Makoto's here now. They've got more lockdown incoming. All Frank can do is run. And it's not looking too good for him. Frank will eventually get spotted. Frank is gone.
Just that simple right now for Aurora. Again, they've got the tempo, they've got the lineup that can play really early on. You need quite a few items to start to set up here on SAR. That Aura we were talking about in Frank, nowhere near being completed just yet. You've got the boat ready in Dark Mago, but he'd want 1 durability item, gunning for a BKB fast here. And for Aurora, I mean, you've got supports that are just so active. Right? He talked about that Ench. We've seen so much coming out from Mira as well with these Bushwhacks, constantly setting up for his team. Might be setting up once more here. Mikado's on the hunt.
They're going to try again for Mago, and I think they've got him. Mago will get the boat out. And that's going to tank him up enough. That'll be all she wrote. He'll TP out with the X back. And that rum making it very challenging for him to actually go down. So complete control in this game number 3 is Aurora. Bottom lane is where they'll head. Double One and Schofield both going to be spotted. They're just very patient with the setup. Makoto, they'll get him with the Wukong's command. A very nice soulbind though, flying out from Schofield just before he dies. Mirror will drop. So they do find some form of a trade. Now chasing onto Double One though. Double One's still just constantly running and is going to make it. So a 1-for-1 trade on the supports. Probably favoring the side of SAR in fact. But they will still lose the bottom tier 1 tower. They don't really get too much else out of it.
No. I think the big issue for SAR is that, you know, like, yeah, you only lose supports. You're not really able to try to make the same move across the map, right? Like, no one's coming up to pressure Nightfall up top. And this Ursa is still just in a world of its own. Battle Fury coming in now. Farm should start to really escalate for Nightfall into the Blink Basher timing, where things start to get really nasty up against an Ursa. And it's just going to take more time here for SAR. They are starting to smoke up now. You have the amp damage rune on Dark Mago, so there is some output here.
Amp damage popped as well. Makoto going to be the big target. They'll drop the Fiend's Gate right behind him. Both thrown out. Makoto, he's tanky, but not tanky enough. He is gone. In fact, WS also TP'd in. He's in the middle of all of them, though. He's silenced up immediately. WS still looking for an opportunity. Does get the Rolling Thunder just barely. Do they have damage to follow up? In fact, they do. Nightfall. He's going to join in, but they've left Dark Mago. Instead, they'll kill down Frank and Schofield. El Micho also dropping eventually as they'll continue now the chase onto the Kunkka. But he's okay. Nice rotations regardless, turning that into a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Aurora. It looked good to start at least. They just overstay their welcome on SAR's end.
Yeah, and they have to throw everything out for that kill on Mikato. Instantly dropping the Fiend's Gate, getting the boat out very early on. Just for that one kill. No one else is grouped up on Aurora. You know, maybe if you catch multiple, that's a little bit cleaner. A bit more of a reason to constantly keep that pressure. Trying to fight over the Shrines of Wisdom as well.
Absolutely. A lot of damage on Frank already. Frank cannot sustain himself, already down. They'll pop Soulbinds, they'll get a double disruption off, looking to set up a big team fight here. They'll move on Misho, getting caught by a shackle. Does go down, or at least Carry does. That'll be it. Not really much else to come. Like, you've got some great setup here, but the damage is sort of lacking.
And it is, and that's something we've had with these Wind Ranger Pause 1s. You know, again, you don't have that Tangled facet anymore. You've got Killshot at level 25, I suppose, but it's a ways off until you start sniping people down with your power shot. So it's a longer ramp up for the Wind Ranger to really feel like this endgame carry overall. For Aurora, they don't care. You lose a support like that, you don't mind. You managed to find a core kill beforehand. You took the Shrine of Wisdom as you were looking for anyhow. You've got the Blink Dagger up in WS, so finding backline is going to be a lot easier now for this Pangolier before getting caught out by Soulbind. Even the Blink up as well here for Nightfall. Just so many ways to pierce through and catch the soft, squishy backside. And bypass this Kunkka and Underlord entirely. Let's see if they find something.
Try, jump in. So Schofield automatically caught. In fact, they found a bigger target in the Wind Ranger, but the Soulbind gonna lock them down. Then unable to quite finish off the kill on either of these two. They'll eventually snipe Schofield, but they'll barely miss out on finishing the kill to Double One. Not that I think they really care, in fairness, John, because they're pulling a bit too far ahead at this point. The mid lane, Dark Mago looking to set up onto WS now. Nice little blink away though, meaning the boat does nothing as now WS turning back on a Dark Mago. They'll have Makoto moving in with the Wukong's command to boot. He's completely out of mana now on the Kunkka. Dark Mago just continuing to run. Meanwhile, Nightfall just showing up and taking down El Misho. Dark Mago,
Dark Mago.
somehow still alive, is being watched and eventually does get diffused up. So no escape for him. As Aurora, they extend their network lead to AK now. Thing is, with a draft like this as well for SAR, like, this is one of those challenging games to make a big comeback in, because you don't really have any cores that quickly catch up and can really start, applying pressure to what Aurora have right now. Like, you're not going to get that with Kunkka, Unlord, or Wind Ranger.
No, it's gonna take a steady ramp up and maybe a couple of slip-ups from Aurora. You could feel good. And Nightfall just rips through everyone, though.
Well, Misho's gone. Nightfall's waiting for his next jump in, and he will move on to Dark Mago, who's been broken. And this is kind of what I'm saying. Like, even if you found a good fight, it's like you need so much for any of these calls now for SAR to really force Aurora to make big mistakes. You're just not seeing it. Not yet, anyway.
No. And I'm starting to see the timing for Double One to be that carry. It's just an issue with Wind Ranger 1 overall. Right? Like, it's very single target focused. Once you kill that one target, you need a lot of time to reset before you come back in. Your level 25 kind of fixes that a tad bit, but that's level 25, man. That's a long ways off. I'm going to try it onto WS. It feels a little bit optimistic. Try to go for the Tanky Pangolier at this point in the game. I won't think twice about that. It does look like Double One's trying to go for Hydra's Breath at least, or actually a full Hurricane Pike instead. So, I don't know. I feel like if you were going Hydra's Breath, maybe that 2.5% max HP damage is significant. Roshan opening up for Aurora as well. They've got the Ursa. Doesn't take too long here. That's going to line up with a Basher delivery on Nightfall on top of all of this. So, secondary life, Bashes on hits. This game is not simplifying in any way for SAR. We've got to find some way of playing this game.
Alright, he's baiting very nicely here. El Misho going down very quickly. Even the Acorn shot and the pushback. Mira catching another.
Oh, boy.
That's Double One gone. Oh, boy. And there goes Schofield. No problem. Immediately into the mid lane where I believe they saw Dark Mago for a second. Though he does make a quick TP out, and he's going to be just fine to finish off the BKB now. Top lane in the meantime. It's like Frank narrowly avoiding WS on top, so at least you get these other calls out of there. But gosh, not too fun right now for SAR. 13k behind. And you've got a very angry Fuzzy Wuzzy to worry about at the moment.
Yeah. And it's just so hard to see how killing him,
WS eventually going to have the TP cancel. I mean, Frank can make this hard. Well, not when night falls around. Not quite when night falls around.
I am struggling to see an easy solution here for SAR. There's really no easy answer. It's just hyper farm on Double One, hit, say, this Hurricane Pike, maybe get Daedalus, and then perhaps you can start to kill some heroes, kite around a bit.
You're right.
Just feels like the point you hit that, you're going to have some defensive items up in Aurora as well. Misho.
It looks like Misho going to be a little bit safe for now, but not for long, though they do find a bonus to WS. They might actually blow him up completely, and in fact they do. WS is gone. Not a bad start at all for SAR now. If they can keep this going, they can just buy time away from Nightfall. Though Nightfall, he's actually being kited quite nicely. He's got an Aegis though, don't forget. So this time around, at least the Bear cannot help out. It's still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Aurora anyway, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
I'd say for SAR that's worthwhile. 2 supports for a core pickoff. You do gain quite a fair bit more gold than you lose here to Aurora, so you'll take that kind of trade. You are seeing some issues here for Nightfall until that BKB's up, but it's not too far off now. Tormentor almost kills Hofmira. At least has that Yules to save himself and gets his free shard his way. But maybe the follow-up fight here for SAR. They smoke up They are relatively healthy outside of Mira, though, so I don't think Aurora minds this too much. They will force an issue. Trying to look for stragglers. Don't quite manage to go all the way to WS. And I think they realize, right? Like, if we catch a core alone, we can probably still get these pickoffs. We can try to bounce back in this game. Nightfall still has 2 minutes on that. Aegis, not an easy target here.
Blinks away. Nightfall's going to be alright for now. Jump back in from Nightfall. Torrent's going to connect. Boundless is going to come in from the side. So Makoto just blows up Schofield, and now they're onto Dark Mago. In fact, it's just Cowrie. Look at Cowrie forcing the BKB out from Dark Mago, who has to just BKB TP away. Even the end's just making it too hard for the Kunkka. Double one. Yeah, yeah, he's just down. Just no gameplay right now.
No.
Not for SAR.
He was trying. He was trying to get out. Focus fire just to dissuade WS a bit, but you have so much mobility on Aurora. These blink timings being up, Mikado just dancing around as a Monkey King would on the tree line, cutting off any escape angle. Just slow choke out. 11 to 30, 17k lead at 22 minutes in. Dark Mago.
It just becomes a little bit too easy when the Earth is around. Props to SAR, they haven't thought about calling it yet, surprisingly. I mean, this is one of the games where you just don't really see the entrance back into it.
No. I don't know, like, even Frank queuing up this Ags, it doesn't feel like an amazing Ags game. Right? Like, yeah, let's say you catch them out with the Pit of Malice on your gate, and you get the boat on top. Where else is your damage coming in from? It just doesn't feel like it's enough. Maybe you can kill off these supports. I don't know if you can also kill off a core off of all of this. And it just doesn't feel like it's that straightforward here for SAR. We'll have to see. They're losing more map space. Tier 2 faults on the mid. Last outer tower down bot. On the side of Aurora, I mean, again, happy days so far. Not much pressure on them. Octarine coming out for WS next. We've got an MKB for Nightfall, so you can just keep chasing that Wind Ranger. Surprised it's not something like a Nullifier, but hey, you can still get that done with an MKB anyhow. You've got just this BKB timing for Mikado, so he's not going to care either about a lot of that damage and control, magically at least. And for SAR, you've got the full Hurricane Pike up on double one, so maybe a little bit more slippery. Just, is that going to be enough to kite Nightfall? Perhaps. But you have to worry about everyone else as well, because there's still Mikado, there's still WS, who can still jump on top of you. No problem. And amp damage hanging around here as well. You'd want to pick it up before the next fight.
Looks like Aurora still on the hunt, still looking for some more targets. No one revealing themselves yet from SAR. Dark Mago on the mid lane. Big smoke up now from Aurora, trying to wrap into that Radiant Triangle. But Nightfall's going to have his smoke broken immediately, though I do not believe they spotted him yet. Jump in, WS going to move right onto Dark Mago, and now the jump in as well from Nightfall. Double one just disappears, Schofield is gone. That'll be on Misho on top. We'll see you later on Misho. Your only survivor's Frank, who wasn't even there.
Yep. Just Underlord things. I mean, he's trying to clear out these creep waves, but okay. Silver lining for SAR. Respawns are fairly quick because they're not that high level. So they're going to be back up for a bit of a defense. No high ground just yet coming out from Aurora. Game's not over yet. Next Roche, half a minute until we see how long it may be. And yeah, at least, you know, it could be worse. Your high ground could be gone, your respawns could be longer. You're back up, you can hold back, you can look for opportunities here for SAR somehow. It's just, again, like this Mjolnir build up for double one, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be more than that. Either Daedalus Or it's really only Daedalus I'm seeing here. Even then, I'm not fully convinced just yet. Mikado?
Ace is on mid lane. They're going to try for a big one on Makoto. Be a great target if they could, but he's got his BKB. So they would at least force that out of him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nightfall not around to try and force a fight, though he is connecting back with his team now. Like Aurora, not really too interested in backing off here. Problem is they haven't really found a pick-off to get started on. Still waiting down around the bottom spot. They'll move in now. Dark Mago, he might reveal himself, and he does. Balance is going to connect. The Bushwhack will drag him back to boot, and they've got him. Dark Mago, even with the Shadow Blade. Oh, he does escape. Oh, he just gets out of there. It's no detection.
Nope. Just walk away. Nice and simple, Mikey. You know that happens. Happens in everyone's pubs as well. It is what it is. You know, a couple of ultimates wasted. Yeah, maybe not the worst thing in the world. It's like a minute long. Roshan's going to be up anyhow in half a minute. So you have some objectives to wait for. It's actually a window of opportunity for SAR, but it's a very narrow window here. Have to be smart with the target they jump.
Radiant are scanning.
They're still waiting. Aurora, they're still looking for a fight. Jump in. They are going to find themselves Cowrie. Cowrie's actually just healing through all the damage output of of double one, but he's all right. There's a Cowrie to go down. I mean, it's something.
Yeah. It's quite a fair bit of gold. It's just, you need more. Maybe you get 6 more kind of support kills like that. You can even out the game somewhat. Not fully, but drag it to a much more playable state here for SAR. I just don't think you're going to get that many opportunities, unfortunately. Roche is back up. Aurora can start to set up for that. About a minute and a half or so to clear it out down bot. We'll smoke up. Full MKB done for Nightfall as well, so the evasion coming in from double one shouldn't be an issue any longer. We'll see. They are going to go on the hunt first, and it does look like they will. To get the connection they'd want. Dark Mago again, right outside his base.
Oh, jump, Dark Mago. It's just too easy. I mean, they will glyph. The defense not going to really be forced yet anyway, because Roshan's available. So, like Aurora back to the Roshan pit, of course. Aurora will be out. So Roshan completely taken out for free. It's like Nightfall immediately TPing up top lane to address the top wave. They could get caught by himself. Looks like, in fact, he wants a fight. Pop in the rage immediately looking for it. Not gonna find the team fight he was looking for, however. And Aurora, in the meantime, they're hunting across the map trying to find anything. But it's they're not really having too much luck either.
No. I mean, at the least right now, for the side of SAR, they do have that full Ags on Frank. So they've got some team fight potential coming in with a Fiend's Gate. If they find an opportunity somehow, could lead to some nice angles for double one to, you know, position behind, try to use that Pit of Malice to their advantage, get the chain stuns going. Misho.
We are going to find Misho quite nicely here. Very easily from Mira. Just snipe him. At least he has buyback. Jump in. Rolling Thunder. Just being pump faked in the back by WS as Nightfall the lead Schofield. No fear in the world for this Ursa. Oh, you haven't even got your Wind Ranger here. Like, double one, he's still just farming. Frank is eventually going to TP in now. Double one's still not TPing over, as they're fighting without their carry at the moment. He's actually still just trying to creep skip the top lane. Not seeing the impact. He'll go for the TP now. Here we go. Now they're back as 5. Jump on a Makoto. Makoto's still going to be okay as WS now coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall immediately deleting Frank. El Micho somehow surviving. Meanwhile, Double One can't even sustain himself against Cowrie. Cowrie's just demolishing him on the edge. So there goes your Pons 1. Dark Mago, he'll also die as they finally call the GG. Aurora. I mean, it goes all the way to game 3. Props to SAR. But eventually Aurora, they do just take it 2-1.
That they do. Very convincingly here in game number 3. I feel like the main thing, the main difference here for Aurora is that they kind of change up their graph. Right? Like they go with much clearer win conditions, especially in comparison to maybe game 2. I think it was a bit more nebulous in how much that Tiny could do. We saw Yatora do great with it, but again, you lost a lot with Tiny on 7.41. And I think for SAR, it's also on draft, right? Because they don't get access to Ember. They go with the Dark Mago Kunkka, which is something Dark Mago loves as well, but they also tie that in. They double down on durability with Underlord, and then they go for Wind Ranger for damage. It's just, it just doesn't feel like that's enough damage to compensate for a lack of hard damage on these two heroes. You know, it's like there's nowhere else to get damage from. Your supports don't do damage either with Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon, and it just wasn't enough, I think, overall here for SAR. So another Wind Ranger game that doesn't go quite to plan. Aurora did play really clean though. And every lane just felt really good. Even WS, who in the first 2 games just never really had that much of an early game, had a wonderful early game this time around. And Nightfall again was just left alone to his own devices as he was in game 1, which is a bit surprising. SAR was just focusing on this aggression, then bot, and really trying to help out on mid once more. Except this time around, there were no early fights over, say, runes. You know, it wasn't a big deciding factor for Mikoto. There was no advantage for Dark Mago to find these runes in comparison to when he was playing Ember as well. And I think all of these just added up to make it a much simpler game for Aurora in comparison to SAR. I think teams have to rethink Wind Ranger core because, yeah, you know, the patch hasn't changed as much fundamentally in Dota, but some heroes just aren't as viable as they were before in certain positions nowadays. And Wind Ranger certainly does seem to be one of them on that pause 1. It's just not that menace it was with Tangled Up before.
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of weird. Like, it feels like it could be good, but in most positions, it's probably just not that great. Speaking of positions, I mean, standout player, Jonathan, do you have anyone you felt like really stood out here for Aurora?
I want to say WS did a lot of work this time. I think he was getting some good positions in with the rolls. He was baiting quite nicely. He was playing on the edge of his Pangolier as far as he could. And probably his best game out of the 3 games. He certainly did tie in for this early participation. And he won his lane, which is kind of massive. Yeah, if you completely shut down Wind Ranger laning phase-wise, her catch-up game really isn't amazing. And that just meant Wits or Double One just never had a game to play with. You know, after that rocky foundational start, it's just hard to build up on that kind of beginning for Wind Ranger. WS caused a lot of those issues there.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to WS doing some fantastic work. And I mean, he was having a pretty rough series overall, I want to say, before that game 3. Game 3 proving to be a pretty good, pretty more like the WS we're used to watching, Jonathan. So props to him and props to Aurora for finding that 2-1 victory, rather. Of course, there is 2 more series here on today on this channel, Jonathan, so don't go anywhere. We can head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the PGL Wallachia Season 8B stream as we're finished off with our early 2 series of the day and now heading over to the evening shift with, maybe some fresher faces, some fresher teams, something new to watch during the course of this lovely evening. Lovely to have you folks over here as well. I have to say a couple of quick remarks, though. I've been casting for almost a decade now, but I haven't felt this excited and this nervous since who knows for how long, like such a long time since the last time it's felt like this. And, over 2 years since I've been last with the PGL broadcast, so very welcome, very warm welcome, and thank you to PGL for having me here. And of course, with a few new fresh face for maybe some, but you guys, the tryhards, the veterans, who we're joining with here. We got an amazing talent joining beside me here, a pro player who's seen TI, who's seen the Tier 1 world. We got Lillis. Lillis, dude, it's so good to see you again. I think the last time we met was 3 years ago? I think I was interviewing in the PGL DPC back then, and dude, look where you are now. You've been to TI a couple times. You've seen all these Tier 1 tournaments. Now you're here joining me with the casting desk. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm also very excited to be casting this tournament. Also very grateful for being here and excited because we're going to watch the best teams play it out. And, it's a new meta too. So we're probably going to see a lot of new things. I mean, some things are already kind of set in stone, right? Some items are a little bit broken, some heroes are a little bit broken, but always good to see some new stuff coming. And we're probably going to be surprised with a lot of these teams.
Well, we'll see if there's any surprises in the results. We want to take a look at the schedule and, of course, the games that have already been played out today. We started the day with Team Spirit taking a 2-1 over Vici Gaming, followed by another 3-game series of Aurora versus the SA Rejects. And I was looking at that second series. That second game, the SA Rejects, they looked hella strong in game 2. A lot of people have said Aurora easy 2-0, like not even a challenge. The SA team definitely made it a challenge.
Yeah, even the first game, they had some good chances on South American Rejects. They kind of threw a little bit, and then they kind of lost. The lone druid hero is a bit of a problem. When you do like a small little throw, he kind of just takes a whole side because of the bear doing more damage to the buildings. But definitely very disputed day, right? Both series went 2-1, and I think the team that actually not really. So Spirit lost game 1, then they came back. And then Aurora, they won game 1, lost game 2. So yeah, I would say it was probably the expected outcome that these teams win, but dropping games, so it wasn't that clean for them. Shows that the teams are a bit balanced in this tournament.
And also the results on A-Stream, as you saw there, Xtreme Gaming 2 over Navi, 2-1 for Liquid versus GamerLegion. They move over to the 1-0 bracket into the second round. But of course, it's time to look at our matchups here. The third one of the day is going to be BetBoom versus Virtus.pro, and a classic East European clash between the two teams. Even, of course, VP has internationalized their lineup since the last season, and they've kind of sticked with some of the building blocks that they had and added a few additions here and there and stuck with the group. It's definitely interesting to see what their attitude's going to be going into these opening rounds, right? Because we all know, you know very well as well, East European team mentality. If they're like 0-2, or if they're playing in the 2-2 bracket of an elimination match coming up, they feel a bit fickle. They might fall under pressure. There's a lot of tilt going on. But how do they look like in the opening round?
Probably opening round is, I would say for some teams, it's kind of like the warm-up for the tournament. So sometimes good teams, they even lose this round. It's very common for the opening rounds to be kind of like some testing grounds for a lot of these teams, especially because you can come in with a lot of different ideas about what you think is good or not. Then you might just get slapped in the first series, and then you go back and it's like, all right, guys, this is not really good. Then you take a look at what the teams that are winning that are doing. Then you can come to some other better conclusions and have like a better day too. So there might be some sort of testing in this game. We'll see. I wouldn't take the result of the day 1-2 series, especially in this format, right? Because you can even lose 2 matches and still make it through the playoffs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You gotta find your course throughout this Swiss stage. Like if day 1 is going to be a bit of a hit or miss, you don't think about it too much. You work with what works, and you try to minimize at least the mistakes that you're making throughout the course of the tournament. If you end up losing a lot of games, that's when teams truly find that flight or fight mode. And of course, Virtus.pro with their lineup, you got Saberlight in the off lane, you've got a veteran of Fly, your old teammate as well, playing in here. So how do you feel this VP lineup goes together? It's got a lot of that NA flair from the past few years, added with some European talent. A lot of star-studded veterans in this lineup.
Yeah, it's kind of like Shopify 2.0, right? They even have the same coach, kind of. Almost three of the same players. They do have 3 of the same players, right? Fly, Saber, and Abed. So definitely excited to see them play. I really like this team to watch them play. They definitely feel a lot more challenged when now they play in Europe, right? And they don't play in NA, so they don't really qualify to every single tournament. And that's just the kind of the nature of competition, right? You can't win them all. So it probably was very good for them to be playing in Europe. So since you play with the best, and to be the best, you need to play with the best, practice with the best. You can't win them all, but they definitely have become a better team. And all right, an interesting opener, right? These 2 heroes have been very common in the qualifiers that were before this for Dream League, and even now from the first round of games. Pangolier being especially broken with the new changes to the items, Maid Slayer, Diffusal, and with the removal of the facets, right? He didn't really have a facet, so the way they changed the hero, like he ended up just being really good, the way they buffed him. And also Muerta, which is a very common hero being picked now, especially versus Pangolier, since all of Pangolier's spells are physical damage. Muerta has a really big advantage against Pango, right? You ult, and you just take 0 damage from his ult, 0 damage from all his spells. And some people even buy like a Ghost Scepter, because Muerta can hit even if she's ethereal. So the Ghost Scepter is kind of like a second ulti kinda. Not really, but it can also save you from the Pango spells. So I like the Virtus.pro way of drafting where they see a core picked on 8 and then they pick a core on 9. So it's very like, all right, you pick this, we will answer with this. It's not like some support-ish kind of dodgy pick. It's more like core to core. I like it a lot. And here comes the Grimstroke, another hero to counter the Pango, which has been very common, right? You ult the Pango and he's just locked into place when he's ulted. So it's a very good counter to Pango.
Yeah, it's like an old school classic. Grimstroke, Queen of Pain ulti, Primal Beast with a BKB, just nabbing Pango. It's like, feels like there's a lot of answers to a pause, not a pause one, a first pick, first phase Pangolier. Do you feel like that is something that teams are going to pay attention to more, kind of looking at old notes on what used to be the core counters to the Pangolier, or are you just gonna quietly let this Pango slip and be happy that you have this Muerta answer to it? You have a direct kind of, I wouldn't say, I don't want to keep repeating answer, but you have checked the box on this Pangolier, or do you feel like you still need something more on top of these two heroes during the course of this tournament, per se?
I mean, hopefully the teams think that this is enough, right? If you have to pick like 4 heroes to respond to a single hero, then that hero is just way too broken to leave in. Maybe it's better just to ban Pango and then leave Alchemist, depending on what you think about the Pango hero. But more and more teams will keep doing this. They'll just pick the Pango first, since it's a hero that can go to 2 lanes, right? It can go mid and off lane. And it buys the meta item, which is Mage Slayer.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
it's just a nice hero to just pick first, right? And oh, but we countered the Pango. Yeah, but it's the first pick of the draft. The first pick of the draft is going to get countered anyways.
Yeah.
And Pango will probably do his job, right? It's just a hero that someone needs to get picked first. And it's probably better to pick the flex hero first than it is to pick a hero that will for sure go to a lane, right? If you just pick, example, you just pick Tide on 8. You just get mega countered in that lane, then you just can't play.
Yeah.
Right? Pango, at least he has like some wiggle room where he can go to a different lane, maybe have a better lane, and then he can be quote unquote like a little less countered in the game. He can have like a better game.
I'm kind of intrigued as well. BetBoom's answer feels like it's a really good one. Normally, I would say, like, if you have the second phase, you open up with a support, you kind of see a support and a core coming up. But because you opened with a core Pango, it opened you for a double support. You're not telling too much about your strong cores that you're building up on. And now BetBoom has the chance to answer to these counters. And we're seeing the Primal Beast, which is, again, another answer to the Pango we mentioned. We have Overgrowth, which is also a pretty handful tool here for this this Train Protector that's coming in. But do you feel like BetBoom now could cheese the draft a little bit, knowing that they double support into enemy cores, and now they can find a real kicker here?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let's say I like the 2 supports on BetBoom. Rubik, very meta support, got buffed in the recent patch with his new passive and the shard. The hero got a lot better. And it's also very good versus Muerta and Grim. All their spells he can steal are very good. So Rubik already is set up to have a really good game. But I also like the way VP drafted. They picked this Primal on 16-17, so they are flexing the Primal to mid and off lane, and they have the last pick of the draft. So they can decide which lane the Primal will go to. So now they know that the Pango is mid, since Axe is picked, and Axe exclusively goes off lane. And by the way, Axe is one of the best answers to Muerta, because Muerta is kind of like a glass cannon hero. If you ever get the call with the Blade Mail, it's very effective versus Muerta. A little bit less now, because Muerta now can buy Satanic. It works on the ult. That's a recent change to why Muerta is even a better hero. But I also like the Treant versus the Rubik. It's a pretty decent lane versus Rubik. Rubik doesn't really like these heroes that sneak up on him. So I like the way VP drafted. Think they have a really standard draft. The core being flexed on 16-17. The insta response on 9. Together with the Treant in lane. No, Muerta tree lane. Really good lane. Primal Grin lane can be also really good lane. So I really like the VP draft. The BetBoom draft, not that it's bad, it's also, their heroes make a lot of sense together. The Pango and the Axe going first, Rubik and Lich come in with the follow-up damage. Lich, a hero not really seeing that much in this draft, which also got a little buffed in the last patch. He got his sacrifice spell back.
So thinking about this Muerta hero for VP, what we kind of used to know Muerta as is like if you see her as a core being played mostly in the pause 1 position, not the mid Muerta to be mixed with, but the carry Muerta felt like she was kind of defenseless in the lane, she does nothing in the mid game, and she fully takes over the late game. And VP with their players, with the way that they've been drafting lineups, is they quite heavily emphasize the mid game, that they're able to take over the game, dominate and dictate the pace. But BetBoom does have some really good answers for that mid game in their lineup right now, and they don't have the last pick. So I'd be very interested to see what they're going to pair up with this Axe and the Pangolier. There's a lot of physical kind of already coming in together, nice amount of lockdown in this lineup. But who's going to be that big hitter? Who's the one who's going to be taking down towers? And if you can get to that point, because VP got some good tower defense with this lineup. You have some great counter initiation. And there goes the Bear Man. I think you were bringing up the Lone Druid as well.
Yeah, Lone Druid, another hero that did get changed in the 7.4 patch. It even got changed before that. He now has like an active spell that lets him lane even better. So that hero definitely had laning issues since forever. Ever since been a hero. His laning got a little buffed, and Kiritich also plays a hero. But definitely, they're missing a tower hitter, so let's see what they're going to pick. Tiny. All right, another hero that's also been buffed in the recent patch. So Tiny support kind of got destroyed after they removed the facets. You cannot really one-shot waves with the W anymore. And also kind of like the changes to his spells kind of made the Tiny support very weak. And you see a resurgence of the Tiny being played as core. After the changes on tree grab, he just basically does more damage. He has more hits on the tree grab, and what a better hero to hit towers than Tiny with this big tree, right? Does a lot of damage to the tree. Don't really have any buffs for Tiny. Tiny really enjoys buffs like IO, attack speed buffs, Ogre, stuff like that. But you can't really have everything with Tiny. Also, Tiny not amazing versus Treant, since Treant has the overgrowth spell, and Tiny doesn't really buy dispels besides BKB. So I'm definitely favoring VP's draft at the moment.
True. VP looks more like a cohesive team with their picks so far. And BetBoom, you were mentioning the lack of like auras, the lack of ability buffs. There's not even a proper Solar Crest builder in this lineup for BetBoom. So it feels like it's every man for himself.
Yeah, definitely more of a selfish lineup, right? The cores are I'm not sure if Axe is going to buy auras. Auras are not really a thing in this patch, really. I can't really see a reason for Axe to buy Pipe. He can. It's not that it's bad, but Pipe has been kind of nerfed. And the Wraps item has just been so dominant in most of the games that people just buy Wraps and skip Pipe. So definitely have a very... I would say the cores need a step up on BetBoom, and they need to have really strong individual performances because they're not really buying team items. It's kind of like every man for himself, and BP has a more rounded lineup, as you said. They're going to round up around the Muerta, go for the Roche, go for the objectives. And they even have the buffs, the Treant spamming living armor for his cores in the lane, making the laning phase even stronger for VP. And as you said, VP, they're this type of team that they're very brawly, right? They like to bring numbers in the mid game and just overwhelm the opponent. They abuse their TPs a lot. They just want to TP and fight, connect, 5 heroes everywhere. And I like their lineup for it. Treant, he can always be part of the fight with his living armor. The Void Spirit with the Grimstroke is a really good combination. And so is the Primal Beast. They have all of the boxes kind of ticked on BP.
You feel like there's any wild card strategies that BetBoom could maybe pull off? Because VP's plan is very clear. You're pointing it out. They want to group up early. They have some pretty good item timings to combine. You have BKB for Primal Beast and Ags with Void Spirit. Great timing to hit together, go together again, look for more fighting. How does BetBoom answer that with this lineup? They got some good lockdown. They've got a good amount of damage. Is it all on the Pangolier here? And he's also countered by 2 or 3 heroes already from this VP lineup. So it's not going to be an easy one, but how do they approach that?
I would say that it's mostly on Tiny. Let's see what items he's going to buy and what he's actually going to do in the game. Because as you said, the Pango's countered, right? So it's hard for you to first pick GPK's hero and just tell him, bro, you need to overperform and carry. Not really, right? He's the hero that's countered, so the Tiny, which is the last pick of the draft, he kind of needs to do some heavy lifting. He needs to go first, try to find enemy supports, right? This Grimstroke is going to be a key part of the game. If they can kill the Grimstroke first before the fight starts, it opens the fight for the Pango, right? Then the Pango can have massive impact. And the Axe, he just needs to get that one call on the Muerta with Blade Mail, right? They don't really have any save for Muerta. So it's going to be a combination of the 3 cores. Tiny kind of needs to open the fight for the Pango, going on the Grimstroke or something, or even the Axe can go on the Grimstroke, and then Pango can come in for the 3rd round, right, where they go in again and try to go for the Muerta kill.
We got both teams smoked up on the separate sides of the map right now. Doesn't look like we're going to get ourselves a level 1 first blood fight. Just a bit of vision placed down on both sides of the river. A bit of movement from BetBoom. Get that hard camp blocked. Most likely going to get checked pretty soon. You do want to make sure that Saberlight has access to that hard camp.
Interesting that BetBoom chose to not go top and cut the trees versus Treant. It's a very common move for the teams to go and cut the trees before the lane starts, so Treant can't really sneak up on you on the lane. They kind of just chose to be passive and not really attack, which is okay.
That's like old Dota knowledge, right? You see a Treant, you check him in the first 30 seconds of the game starting.
Yeah, and you saw that VP, the Treant went over to those trees to see if they were there. He was smoked, so if the smoke would break, he would know that they were there. So kind of standard, both teams kind of playing a little safe. And nothing really happening level 1. The kind of exchange of bounty runes, wards placed, no wards being dewarded by any of the teams. And pretty even laning phase coming up. Lich already places both sentries, as you said. He pre-blocked the big, so he doesn't have to expose himself every minute. Smart from Kataomi.
Hellscream did block the easy camp, but Kataomi's going to get that open as soon as the Lich just walks past that easy camp. Make sure that that's going to be open. A bit of a poke there from the Lich. Of course, the Pango and the Void, it's not like Pango's abilities are the hardest to dodge, except for the ultimate. That one's something that you can always roll your opponent around in circles and never really get hit by the Rolling Thunder. But in the lane itself, it's not like Void Spirit's going to get a lot of benefit out of it to simulate. So you can just see like Q, E, most likely going to be the spells to work with.
Yeah, Pango, I think ideally he puts 1 point into his W, even 2 maybe, some matchups, and then he just maxes E. Kind of the standard Pangolier build. Together with the Orb of Blight, he removes a lot of armor from the enemy. One of the reasons that makes this hero really good in laning phase. Remember, all his spells do physical damage, so when you get the Orb of Blight in laning phase, your spells do even more damage, right?
You see Miro at least getting the Vanguard on the axe queued up pretty early on, so he'll want to get that region going, mitigate some of the heavy punching damage coming out from, well, the Treant Protector does punch quite hard, but by the time you have Vanguard finished, it's not like Treant's already level 5 wants to hit like a level 6 axe anymore. Just ignore him completely, as in the bottom lane, it's going to be Saberlight finding the first blood off of Kataomi's Lich.
Yeah, Bing Bong, he got him on the side. One of the reasons why you saw that Lich place the sentry in the hard camp, he knows that when he goes on the side, he's in a lot of danger, especially versus the Grim Primal. Primal hit level 2. Lich was barely level 2. He just hit it, but he was a little bit out of position. A little bit execution there. And as you said, the axe with the Vanguard, he's probably just buying Vanguard to be his sustain item. Usually you want to buy some item that can give you HP regen or a way to farm faster. Also, you see a lot of Mage Slayer being back in the meta since the build-up got changed into Perseverance. So a lot of heroes just buy the Mage Slayer to be able just to sustain the first minutes of the game. And that's the whole idea with the Vanguard on Axe. He just wants an item for him to be able to sit in lane and be able to farm creeps.
Yeah, pretty good early stat items to work with in the early game. Of course, the transition from the laning stage is going to be really important for both of these two teams. But what do you think about like the first 6 minutes when we get our first action move? I think there's a couple good ones for both the Pango and the Void Spirit to gain benefit off of. I'd say maybe the Haste Rune plays a pretty big role. Getting an amplified damage is nice. Well, just look at this bottom fight instead for now. Saberlight does have to be very cautious about his mana usage on the Primal Beast. He doesn't get a whole lot of spells out. So once he does pop that trample, you do want to get the Onslaught to connect, dropping Kiritich down to 400 HP. Same for Kataomi, down to half, but no casualties. Does have a salve of the Primal who'll be able to regen himself up.
Yeah, a bit of a lead here for Pango, almost 10 CS up on the Void Spirit. I wasn't really expecting this. I kind of thought this matchup was more even, but Pango definitely pulling ahead, and maybe that's why this year is his first pick, right? Maybe that's why you don't see a Void Spirit.
Don't say Abed washed yet.
Oh, we see a contest a Hellscream on the rune. Oh, you almost got it. It was a little close. That could have kind of ruined the Pango's lane right there, but nice read from GPK. He read that Grim was going for the rune and he got there first. One of the small little things that supports do to ruin the core's games is go for these water runes in mid. And if the core is a little lazy, and he ends up at the rune 1 or 2 seconds too late, he might just get his lane ruined for the next couple minutes. And as you said, the 6-minute rune, probably the most important rune in the early game, so they can set up for the 7-minute wisdom. And the wisdom that did get nerfed, right? It doesn't give as much XP as it used to. So the snowball from getting the double wisdom or something like that is a little bit less, but it's definitely still there, right? The teams still kind of treat it the same way. Whereas if you can go for the wisdom, you should. If you can contest it. And definitely if you have the rune at 6 minutes in your bottle, you should definitely try to use it to be able to get the wisdom.
You can still build that domino effect. Like we see GPK rotating down to the bottom lane and Saberlight locked inside the trees, but he's in such a good position in the middle of all of those. He's able to onslaught back to a safer distance. GPK does have a swashbuckle in 3. Saberlight trying to get the aggro off the ogres. Can he get the ogre smash? No, it doesn't connect. GPK already got the swashbuckle ready off cooldown, takes the primal down, making it 1-1.
Nice little move from GPK. These sort of moves, they're really cool because the mid laner, he could just sit mid and just farm the creeps, but he sees that the primal is running for the wave, right? And it's enough time for him to go take the bounty bottom, then he sees that the primal is going for the wave, casually just walks over, collects a kill, right? If he walks over and doesn't really get anything, it would cost him a lot. It would cost him probably like whole wave mid, and he would just be behind the void. So these are like the small little rotations that make these players so good. Their read of the game is very spot on, and every single move that they make is just very clean and fast. And as you see, the Axe just cutting the wave top. Can't really contest, so he kind of just leaves the lane and goes to play the runes. Kind of concerning situation for VP right now.
Yeah, they are going to ramp up and farm pretty fast here. GPK sort of uses Rolling Thunder chasing Abed, but so is the Lich also being pressured. Here's GPK finally arriving, but his ulti's already ran out, of course. And Katami will get dropped as Abed gets the assistance from both of his supports. These are pretty important moves for VP to get these early kills, because I was looking at the CS chart and there's 3 BetBoom heroes on top of the chart. The Axe is going to continue doing so. The Tiny's going to be fast in farming. You already brought up how strong this Pango is as a hero. But BetBoom can get away by farming. But can they fight back against the oncoming onslaught of Virtus.pro? These are important kills for VP.
And they definitely have an Axe problem, right? He kind of just starts cutting the wave now, and they don't really have a way to kill him. Only when Primal has level 6 and he can rotate or Void, he has a rune or something, because Void Spirit is kind of a low damage hero in the beginning of the game.
Bottom.
We see the Wisdom rune contested.
Now we got a lot of numbers coming in here. The Dire Scan connects as well. They'll see Catalni and GPK around in the area. Swashbuckle forward. Grimstroke getting punished by Kiritich under the Wisdom rune. And gets himself away. Catalmi already taken down by Abed. And this Pango is desperate for the kill, but Saberlight might be able to take him down first. Does have an onslaught ready. Does he get to do connect? There is the barrier for the Pango off the shield crash and forces Primal Beast to go all the way back to the fountain. GPK gets a courier on top of that as well. And Kiritich is going to take a pummeling from Abed and fly. And GPK, you ain't got a lot of places to go, but can he turn this fight around? So its shield crash is ready. 7 seconds for Rolling Thunder. Has a couple charges in its magic wand as well. And VP, I think they're recognizing we cannot take this fight all the way to the end. So it looks like just a couple kills here and there, but now we're going back to the top lane as the Muerta is going to get a piece of this, as Tomato will get his first kill of the game, and still chasing down bottom. Saberlight returns after a quick trip to the fountain, hunts down GPK, and VP comes out with flying colors, even though Save got one of the wisdoms, Fly got the other.
Yeah, kind of a bad exchange for VP right there. They kind of overextended with their heroes. It was very bad for Pango what happened. He had to use his TP to contest this rune, didn't have his ulti, right? So it kind of just didn't really line up for them. It was a little bit too greedy for them to go for this Wisdom rune. They could have just chilled and played it safe. But it happens, you know. You try these moves, it doesn't really work out. The game goes on. They got a nice response top and maybe a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, GPK is able to kill the Phantom's Embrace. Always felt a bit weird that lore-wise, Grimstroke does throw his wife at the at the target you want to silence, but Pango, at least with a lot of attack speed, has the help of his supports around. Kill the bug quickly and get yourself back free, because he could have Rolling Thundered onward if that was a heavy commitment from VP, and they're just going for a bit of poke here and there. Just a quick reminder that we're here.
Yeah, one of the reasons the Grim is picked versus Pango, not only for the ult, but the Phantom's Race is also very effective versus Pangolier, since he needs to constantly be casting his spells all the time, right?
Nice juicy ancient stacks for the Axe. Does have that Blade Mail queued up. Does mean we have to wait for a blink a bit further, a bit longer for BetBoom, but I don't think it really minds or matters to them that much that they won't have an early game blink at their disposal. I feel like late mail and just having these guys farm up as they have will do just fine for BB.
Yeah, it's one of those games where Axe can feel really good or feel really bad. It's very high and low in that regard. If he gets to cut the wave like this and not be contested, he can definitely be a little more greedy and not go for the blink immediately after Vanguard. He can just go for Blade Mail and play off the fact that he's super tanky. And with phase boots and battle hunger, he can just run over the enemies. So BetBoom definitely got an advantage there. Ooh.
Well, we're finally going to get that fight down in mid on Abed. He'll dodge the first round of that Rolling Thunder. He'll dodge another one. And Niero brought in, got the call onto 2. Treant Protector down to half HP. They're going to get the jump from Abed as well onto the Rubik. As Fly has already been taken down by Niero. They've got the Primal Beast locked in, but he's pretty tanky with the Uproar. And they can't get the Axe close enough. Tomato, nice zoning calling set up there for the silence. But GPK, he's not done yet. He's going in for more. The Primal Beast will drop his ulti. Buy some time. Niero coming with the call. They're going to take down the Primal. And GPK going to get caught by the Hypnotize as the follow-up to Simulate will take him down. Trading 2 for 2. Pango dead, Primal dead, a couple supports gone. Miero with the double.
Casual 10 heroes mid at 10 minutes. Every hero came to this fight. Interesting. You see how these teams value these runes, right? They really want to get the rune, and they really want to brawl for the rune. They don't just want to passively let one team outnumber them and them get the rune. No, they want to contest every single rune. So very similar play style from both teams here. Makes it even more fun, right? There's 10 hero brawl. We're going to see how this game's going to go. It's just going to be constant brawling.
That's the best type of Dota, right? I mean, at least from a viewer's perspective. But how does it feel as a player? Do you prefer the slow pace, the more thinking, the planning on specific timings, or do you like the mayhem?
I feel like the more human interaction, the better, right? If you just want to play versus the NPCs, you can just like, I don't know, play a solo game. So it's a lot more fun when people run around and good rotation here from VP.
I was hoping you'd give that answer. Heritage going to be surrounded by 5 heroes of VP. Hell, let's bring everybody, get the 2 quick kills. And they don't even lose their top or their mid tower for this. The Treant can keep these towers up. And this is also something like old school Dota. If you're playing versus Treant, you kind of have to commit if you want that tower. You cannot poke. You can't get this over time, slowly built up damage. You got to go heavy on it. So if VP is able to win a fight, they won't lose a tower on any of their other lanes. But now fighting in the river, Abed already dropped down to half HP. Caught by the Lich for a second there. Pops his 80, Rune jumps away, but save! He stole the Astral Step and went for the chase, took him down. Saberlight dunk to the face. Miero will get a culling right there, and they'll get themselves a reply of 2 kills this time on the side of VP.
Yeah, interesting turns of event. They bring 5 heroes bottom on VP. They get a really good rotation, but a little bit over-rotating where they go mid as well. They also want to contest the rune, so they're trying to do everything on VP. And BetBoom, they take a loss in that bottom lane, but they take a win in the mid lane, right? They come mid, they have all their heroes ready, they overwhelm VP with numbers.
They're coming on top now with numbers as well. Scan connects, they saw this one coming. Tomato should be safe. There we go. Good read.
Yeah, good read from Tomato and from BetBoom. They know that the Muerta here is here alone, right? They use a bunch of TPs mid, so they can instantly just rotate top and try to open this tower. And since they know that the tower's already open, they can start rotating back to their lanes. So very efficient movement, right, from BetBoom.
That will actually be the first tier 1 tower of this game at 13 minutes, taken by Miero in the top lane. Constant fighting hasn't really led to any objectives. Sometimes when you see 5 heroes bottom, they stay to finish that T1 tower if they have the opening for it, but instead, no, we almost had to wait till the full 15 to get a tower.
Yeah, you see also both mid laners going for the Mage Slayer. So very common item in this patch after the changes. Everybody wants a Mage Slayer. The item's super good, the active is super buff. Yeah, it's probably one of the best items in the game. And also another item, which is the Essence Distiller on the Rubik. He Giga Rushed it without mana boots. And you can also do this build since this item uses his Wizard Hat, which gives him a little bit of mana. And a fight for the rune. Rolling Thunder used.
Still holding on to the Astral Step, so he has this technical Blink Lift available. Well, man, now they're just going to nuke down Hellscream, sure. Might as well. Grimstroke ain't exactly the tankiest hero up there. They spot Abed. Still has the Astral Step stolen. Abed hasn't used any other spell at the moment. A resonant pulse to simulate the safety, and now actually the backline's been hit, so they found Fly's Treant, and that opens up another T1 tower.
Yeah, VP not really hitting
bottom.
their timings yet. Primal still doesn't have his item, so he doesn't really
Wondering
want to
if
join
they're
the fight.
done, but you know, it's just 2 supports looking forward. Like, yeah, we're not fighting a Primal with 2.
It's just the difference between the net worth of the offlaners, right? The Primal, not really a hero that can just go cut the wave without being unpunished. And the Axe, he just has so much net worth, so much easier for him to connect, right? The Primal, he has been connecting. Saber has been playing a really good game, but he still doesn't have his item completed yet, right? He just has his first item, 15 minutes. So he's going to be very tanky. A little power spike for BP. Let's see what they're going to try to do with this. They're probably going to try to defend their jungle here. Flush out the enemies from here. Try to D-ward, play some wards, play around the Treant.
There's a smoke coming
from
to
BetBoom.
top. Yeah, they're going to go for the gate. Is this another Muerta hunting run? They've got Fly around. He's in a good position to maybe pop those smokes with his Nature's guys. At least he's protecting Tomato. Tomato's going to show now. And here comes the impending gank. The arrow. Nice lift into the call. Does get the ulti off, though, and Tomato lives just a bit longer because of it. But that ulti is about to run its course, and there's nothing that's going to save the Muerta. Miero will pick up his 5th kill. He's on a mega kill streak already.
A nice rotation from BetBoom. Rotating exactly on the siege wave timing, right? Every 5 minutes a siege comes out, and if you rotate on the siege wave, usually you can get some extra damage on towers. Here they won't exactly get some damage on the tower, but it's a very textbook play to smoke and attack on the wave that the siege is hitting. So nice stuff from BetBoom. And going back to the Essence Distiller on Rubik, it's a really nice item versus Treant. It can reveal Invis heroes. If it hits them, it's kind of a little trap you can set. So very nice versus Treant, this item. And I like it a lot that he goes for the item without bind mana boots. Because with the new build-up, the wizard hat, it gives him a lot of mana pool to be able to cast his spells even without mana boots.
They find Fly with without it in the top lane. Quick dust pop there. TPK to find a kill. I do like the fact that if you can counter a hero with an item that costs less than 2,000 gold, that feels really cheap, really valuable for it. Because sometimes you see something like a Legion Commander, something like that. You have to buy a Yules, Ursa, for example. You see an Ursa there, you buy Yules. 2,600 feels like quite a heavy investment for support, but it will counter throughout the game. So that Essence Distiller just feels like a good pickup for Rubik early on, even with just brown boots.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see, what will VP's timing be? What are they exactly waiting for? Because they're kind of in a bad spot right now. They're down a lot of gold. They can't really control their jungle. Muerta feeling a little unhappy. And we see they're TPing top. They don't want to let BetBoom play in this area. They really need to defend their area. When you have like one of these turret carries like this, you can't just let the enemy have your jungle and have your Muerta just sit in the corner and farm 2 camps per minute. It's just very hard for him to play. So they kind of need to make something happen. And both teams smoked up.
Got a good lane ward down here in mid, so BetBoom does have eyes. Probably suspecting Abed's a bait. GPK will go for it. He's going to get hit by everything that Virtus.pro has to throw at him, but is it going to be enough to take the Pango down? Just a little bit more needed, and finally, Saberlight will finish off the kill. He hits the back line. Meanwhile, Treant being connected onto. Nice overgrowth coming out as Miero going in for the blink call, connected onto 2, and Kiritis will find the double kill, but Kiritis is not feeling too great. VP still holding their ground somehow, but Abed, all of his spells are on cooldown. He's got nothing left to give, and that's going to be the Primal Beast also locked in. Saberlight trying to get a bit of poke, trying to get himself away. Not enough mana for an onslaught to charge away. Axe comes in for the call, goes for the dunk, and Tomato, he's left alone with only himself remaining as Miero will go for the chase and finish him off. Kataumi gets the kill in the end. Disaster for VP. And BetBoom, they had the Pango soak up everything at the start of the fight, and they still come out with shiny colors.
And the BetBoom offlane is doing work. The Rubik, he had Deadshot when the fight started. He stole Overgrowth. He overgrowth every single hero on VP. This is why this hero is just so good.
That was big, yeah.
Yeah, he played that fight really well.
And he actually even failed the call at the start, so Miero just... I'm not sure if he just failed the blink or was it on cooldown because of the Treant, but here you see GPK soaks up everything and Save. Aggressive positioning on the Rubik gets to steal all of the spells. There's that huge overgrowth you were talking about.
Yeah, without that overgrowth, could definitely go win the fight. A little fight going on in the bottom. Really going to use. Primal getting Very tanky on Primal.
It's a hard kill. See the little
Axis
picture
here.
there in the bottom right corner. They finally locked in the Primal B. Saberlight will go down. VP forced on the run. VPK going for a bit of a chase there with that Calling Blade buff given by Nero, getting the donk kill. But that's the last tier 1 tower gone, and a 9k lead for the BetBoom team side.
And now VP is going to start having a bit of damage problems, right? The Tree is not really a hero that does that much damage, and Muerto, she needs more time to be able to do damage. When you're playing with one of these lineups, as I said before, like, Muerta is a turret hero, right? She just sits there and she does damage. And she's kind of all their damage. And if she's not ready, the game starts getting really hard. She needs to join fights that she doesn't really want to because she's the damage from the team. So it becomes really easy for BetBoom just to choose their fights and even their targets. If they target this Muerta and they burst her, there's no way VP can take the fight. So 10k lead at 20, starting to look kind of dire for the Dire.
See what you did there, but you are absolutely right. We were liking the draft of this VP side, but it just comes to show how confident BetBoom was in their draft from the get-go. They went for that first phase Pango, how they started building from there, how they played this laning stage really played a big role because we had 3 cores ahead of all the other 3 cores on the side of VP. BetBoom could build from there, and this is the end result of that. So now all of the timings from VP are pushed back. We're one piece towards that Void Spirit Aghanim's, and now finding in bottom. Mass TP's coming in though. Abed already tanking the front. Katami will most likely fall there to Abed, getting that Simulate. GPK just trying to keep that Void Spirit busy. Has one Astral Step, but he knows as soon as he uses it, that Rubik's going to spell steal, and he's going to come for it. Not even need it, just steals the Remnant, locks him in. GPK rightfully giving the tip for his buddy save.
The Rubik is owning. It's one of those games where the Rubik, he's just not dying, and he's just stealing all the spells. And then you start pinging the Rubik's like, guys, this guy, he's a big problem. He needs to die in the fights.
Hell of a game for Save. Save Rubik definitely is something that you gotta watch out for.
Yep. And Tiny, you see that his build, he went for the Shadow Blade and the Harpoon. Harpoon, another item that got buffed in this recent patch. Now you can harpoon trees. So you can be kind of like a ninja. If you don't have any targets to really harpoon, you can harpoon yourself as a defensive tool. You know, it can be offensive and defensive now. And Tiny kind of hitting his early game peak where he has Shadow Blade and the harpoon finished. He's a menace for these supports. He can just almost as you saw before, he just one-shot the tree. And even the Grim. This guy just has 1000 HP on Grim. He kind of just insta-dies the Tiny. So you kind of want to wait for the Tiny to create the moment for Axe and Pango, as I said earlier.
Rubik actually, Grimstroke actually doubles his armor with the Medallion of Courage neutral item that he's picked up for himself. So it goes from 6 to 13. So even more than just double. That could help if you get it cast at the right time versus that Tiny's right-click damage.
Yeah, and we see the Torm being contested. Little smoke, they think they're coming on BetBoom.
Could get a pick and then finish the Tormentor. Like, that could be the play. They spot Hellscream in the lane. And there's the Harpoon move in. 1-2, whack, Hellscream down. Tormentor is theirs for the taking now.
And also the Torm that got a little change in this recent patch. It's a lot harder to kill. In general, it does a little bit more damage, so you need more heroes to come and commit to the Torm. So you see 5 heroes here on the Torm. Since they don't really have the best lineup to kill the Torm. Pango is good, because he reduces armor, but they definitely needed like a lot of heroes there to be able to take this Torm.
Got himself a pretty handy shard as well, considering what spells the Virtus.pro side has, so... Pango Shard, a pretty good pickup there from the Tormentor. Quick key. Oh, he needs a keybind for that, you know? So,
yeah.
Classic land setup. Oh, my roll-up doesn't have a bind, so quick be right back. How often does that happen, by the way? I know pro players are taught, if you need a pause, write anything. Just give a reason, right? But does that actually happen quite often that you don't have a binding for, like, say, a 5th or a 6th spell or something like that? You need to take a tech pause?
Well, usually these days it doesn't really happen anymore because Valve have the cloud system for your hotkeys, but sometimes in the LAN environment it's kind of bugged. I don't know exactly what the bug is. Maybe it doesn't register exactly, or some past save didn't have the the hotkey selected. So then you kind of just have to do it immediately. But it doesn't happen that often anymore, right? It used to be a lot more common in the past. Valve got a lot better at this system.
Right. So there's a chance it could happen, but it's not happening as frequently as it used to before.
Yeah. Before, it was definitely a very common problem. You would have to check all your hotkeys before. So how it usually works at the LAN, a lot of people don't know, is at LAN, you have your own SSD for the games. So you preset all your configurations on the SSD. So PGL, every team has like a practice room. And one day before the matches, they swap out the SSDs for the tournament SSD, get all the hotkeys ready. You log in, you change all your settings, and then they just have it ready for you when you are on your PC to play.
That's really smart.
So that kind of avoids a lot of these problems, right? But sometimes it happens.
Yeah, that's really smart, though. It's good to know the hidden little data that your everyday viewer probably hasn't even heard of it at all. They're like, oh, they're playing on their home PC, right? No, the guys are playing in a LAN environment right now. So always a good day to wake up to when you learn something new. But you got to wake up into this game if you're VP, right? Because you've got that Ags coming up on that Void Spirit any second now. There's also a gem picked up for the Lich. I mean, you're dominating the map. You're winning fights. You feel pretty confident getting that gem on a support.
Yeah, very good pickup. The gem, it's more of a snowbally item. You're already winning, so you want to win more, right? You want to take all vision from the enemies. And if they can't fight you and they're just dodging you, at least you're going to get all their wards and make it really hard for them to predict what your movement is. So nice for Kataomi. And Free Roche, are they even going to contest this? Looks like they're coming over. They're smoked. They definitely want to contest.
Comes out. They've got the high ground advantage. But how much does that actually give? Because BetBoom coming in from a bit of a wraparound on the left side. They don't have the Rubik nearby. And Hellscream, the hero day did not want to leave on the front line. He's going to be the one getting caught first. And Abed stopping the low ground. They didn't actually see where he went. So they're on the chase for the Primal Beast. A nice lift from Save, preventing that onslaught from going through. Primal, if he drops, that is a clean Roshan to pick up for the BetBoom side. And VP, they're just going to leave him for dead. And the one player who has not died this game is the Axe. 10-0-3 Miero.
What a phenomenal game. He had a free lane and he made all the right moves. He's just trying to make the Roche move faster.
Yeah.
Every time you get grabbed by the Roche, it starts running even faster. So they just want to kill the Roche as fast as they can while the Grim and the Primal are dead. But
is there anyone who could blink in and steal? Well, Abed's the only one with the Astral Step. He went into the pin instantly, and a beautiful goal on the back line. Takes Tomato, takes Fly. Miero on point once again.
And what a beast on Axe. He's delivering, right? He had a free lane. All his rotations were really nice. Little small detail on that mid-fight where he didn't blink the call, but what a game he's having. We also saw in that previous fight that the Grimstroke got targeted first, right? So that's like the worst possible situation for VP. Is the Tiny going on the Grim before the fight starts, so then he opens the fight for the Pango to be able just to roll in. Oh, you could also argue that the Primal Beast can grab the Pango, but it's not that simple, right? At least one target is already dealt with, which is the Grim, so it becomes a lot easier for the Pango to be able to play the fight. VP, it's looking even harder now that their carry also dies in this Roche fight. Even delays Morta's timings even more. The game is kind of impossible for him. He just gets called by Axe and he just dies.
Yeah. With these unfortunate kills, or let's put it this way, unfortunate deaths every here and there, they may have finished the Ags on the Void Spirit, but they didn't have the full BKB on the Primal Beast in the previous fight. He's still 40 gold short from the recipe, so that means that they didn't have the Primal Beast able to just BKB, go forward, grab that Pangolier. Now that they lost Abed a moment ago, they're at the Lotus Pool. A kill for Kiritich, holding on to the Aegis. A tier 2 tower to fall in the top lane. That's going to be the tier 2 Glyph. They'll have another one for the high ground.
And VP going to take their first tower at 27 minutes. The first tier 1 tower to show you how much...
late.
Yeah, how much the game has been in favor of BetBoom. They've kind of just been doing everything they want in this game.
I don't
VP's
think...
timing just didn't really line up for them.
Yeah, I don't think there's a very high win rate if you've taken the first tower at plus 25 minutes. I'm not sure on the stat with that, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty low. Heritage, ooh, hunting in the night. Did get the stun on the Grimstroke, but he lost eyes on both Abed and Hellscream. Didn't quite go in for the deep kill. He could have, technically, but maybe worried he didn't have his full team nearby.
Yeah, the Pango's in the corner farming some creeps and taking the Wisdom. He didn't really want to commit in the triangle like that.
There's a big rune in top
low.
if they knew about it. That's like an invitation to siege.
That Tiny still has the Aegis. He can just hit this tower. It's very hard for VP to fight. They are smoked, though. They have the BKB on Muerta and on the Primal. So this is probably going to be their best timing to be able to come back into the game. Hitting 2 timings while the enemy is attacking your tower so you can wrap around them.
You need to win this fight.
Yeah.
This really dictates a lot, and they spot Katami. He is invis. Do they have the detection to see where the Lich went? He's getting away. He's getting away from this one. And finally, Abed snipes the backline again. Another call coming in from Nero. He's got the Dream Protector and the Muerta. And Tomato's BKB already burnt. They're trying to focus down the Rubik. Save will fall. That's 2 dead on the side of BetBoom, but also on the side of EP. And Abed is locked in GPK with Nero. They get so much benefit out of their AoE stuns when the fight is clumped up like this. And I feel like that might have been the fight to win the game for BetBoom as they take all 5.
Yeah, VP, they're trying their best. You know, it's one of those situations where you're so far behind, and the more you kind of wait, the worse the game gets. So, nice try for them. You still got to keep playing the game, and that was probably their best bet to try to wrap around and go on the back line, because Tiny has Aegis, so they can't really focus the Tiny. But they weren't really able to get a clean kill on the Lich, right? He reacted fast enough, pressed Glimmer. I think even Rubik saved him with Telekinesis.
Looked like it, yeah. He just got far enough that basically VP's positions were revealed as they had to dive even deeper to make sure that they're killing the Lich. That gives Miero eyes on the fight. Where does he want to go? Where will he find the most heroes? And he catches perfectly the Muerta with a BKB on, by the way. So that's a BKB burnt. That's a Muerta found in the fight. Miero's happy soaking up those hits with the Blade Mail. And VP's fight kind of basically breaks apart from that moment. If you get that quick Lich kill, you haven't revealed all your positions, it could have been a whole different fight. But that is a what-if scenario. It's now Saberlight slowly getting poked at. Won't get the kill on him. It's still 3.4k HP to burn through.
Yeah, very tanky. Went for all the tanky items on the Primal. He doesn't even have a blink or anything. He just went for the Raps BKB. Very hard to kill hero. A little bit of a poking going on from BetBoom. You know, even though you're not going to kill the hero, it's good enough to press some spells on him and make him feel scared, right? Don't let him farm the camps. Oppress him. Rolling Thunder on mid. Treant getting chased. Gem on Pango, so you can't even go in invis.
They used everything on GPK. That was Soulbind. That was Overgrowth. That was a BKB on the Muerta. Just to get away.
And they're going to keep going. Aegis expired though on Kiritich.
That's a lot of money riding on this axe, but he's not as easy of a target as you'd think. Tomorrow doesn't want to get too close to this fight. As Kiritich, remember, he does not have himself an Aegis. That's a nice lift save from Save. Primal Beast is getting pushed back into the high ground. Another good call from Yaro. He's just dragging him back. Lich ulti bouncing back and forth. Take down another one. Abed down to 200 HP. Miero does not have a blink, but he doesn't need that blink for himself as GPK is going to go for it, and Save will assist with the lifts again. And that's a Void gone for 60 seconds. Mid lane of Rax gone, and your Tiny can continue the siege.
And what a better hero to siege than Tiny, right? Just smacks that tower with the extra damage he does the buildings. And they're just too far ahead on BetBoom at this point. They just have way too many items, so the fights, they just look easy. Even though VP, they get like a lot of good spells off, they just don't have enough damage to actually kill the enemy heroes.
They're going to make an attempt here, but that's just a roll TP out. Saberlight doesn't have that blink, so he's going to have to walk up to Kataumi. And he won't have eyes on the Lich. He gets saved by Save once again, living up to his name. Perfect
What
disengage.
a broken shard. What a broken shard. After they changed the the distance that Rubik can throw people with the telekinesis, that's one of the changes, right? That's why Rubik is good. It's just he just has the shard is just a lot better to save, actually. You can actually use it to save people now. and it's just mega broken. It just all the situations where you reposition your teammates the way you want to, right? It's like a better force staff because they don't have to be facing the way you want to put them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you think about the old lift and the old lift shard looking at the one we currently have, they'd be in awe.
Now, so let's see. Next round of items coming. Lich has an axe, actually. Jesus, he's very farmed as well. Axe is going to have Lotus being delivered soon.
Well,
Pangler with the Lincolns, so he cannot get grabbed by the Primal in his ulti.
They are 1.5 racks ahead, so the Lich is not that far off of net worth of the Primal Beast. Abed, BetBoom are quite clumped up here. Still not an opening as they don't have all their heroes here. Tomato only just TP'd and Abed is dead for 60 seconds. Doesn't have his buyback this time around. He bought it out. He bought a casual plate mail towards the Shiva's guard, so now they're down to 4. Beast getting pulled down through the low ground by the Lich. Arrow going for probably another blink and call back, but he did get pushed by the onslaught. Now that is Save actually grabbing the Primal Beast. And he'll take down Saberlight, dropping VP down to 3. The run to the fountain. Grimstroke looks like he might be able to get out, but is Miero just going to go fountain diving here with a blink call and pull him down? Nope, they're just going to kill Muerta where she stands. And that's GG. Game 1 will go in BetBoom's hands.
Yeah, clean game here from BetBoom. They played super well in this game, had all their timings kind of lined up, and they snowballed really hard, identifying that VP kind of over-rotated in the early part of the game, and then they just kind of punished the Muerta in her side of the map. And Axe also had a phenomenal game, right? He had super free farm in the beginning of the game, knew that he could not die, so he just continuously cut the wave. And probably the MVP for me, 15-0-10. What a score on Miero, what a game.
Yeah, it has to be, right? I mean, Miero had great farm coming out of the lane. He made some really crucial plays and calls here and there. MVP or not, Miero, maybe save. You could think about how well Kataumi does with the small things on the Lich, but this was a team effort from a lineup we deemed not team worthy because it felt like they have a very selfish lineup that we were bringing up, and they looked more cohesive compared to VP on the plus 10 minutes phase, where basically VP should have just been a team that groups up together. They want to play as 5. They did rotate with 5 heroes most of the time, but couldn't really cause any structural damage versus BetBoom or slow them down. They can't contest the Axe, they can't really contest the Pangolier. They can contest the Tiny, but he's also a pretty bulky hero to focus in the early game. It's a lot of resources spent for a hero you might not even kill, so hands down, BetBoom, they look great in this game 1.
Yep. Let's see if VP, they can make a comeback. Let's see what they're going to think that was the problem in this game. If it was gameplay or if it was draft. I thought their draft was good.
The draft was good, right?
Yeah, just the way the game ended up, they couldn't really hit the Muerta's timings, right? So I'm curious to see what will they think the problem was, right? Is it just gameplay, or do they need to change something? Is the Pango too strong to give? Do we need to ban Pango and give them something else, right? That's the most interesting part, at least for me as a player, is to see what the teams, what do they think, and what will they do for the next game? Or will they just double down and do the same draft again, right?
Yeah, we can sit and guess as much as we want. That's a good point to bring out. That some teams will make small adjustments, some will make big adjustments. They'll just wrap up the entire draft into something completely different. But I think the Pango question is a good one to bring up because we talked about it during the draft. Are you going to spend heroes to block it, to counter it? Are we banning Pango in the first phase? GPK, he is an absolute god when he gets to that Pangolier hero for himself. So that is definitely a question that arises and you got to look at. So interesting game 1. I think we got to see quite a lot of action from both of them. VP had their moments, not as many moments maybe as BetBoom. BetBoom, we can see that they're welcoming the challenge very openly. This first game shows that they're ready for the challenge. They're having a good time. You can see the vibes are there. Save, aggressive positioning on the Rubik, a lot of confidence in this team. BetBoom has also been a team that I've highlighted multiple times that they are a bit tilt heavy. But when things are going well, they look really good individually. They look great as a team. So I think it does fall down to VP. What are the things they're going to be changing for game number 2? We'll find that out after the break, as we'll be back for game 2 with BetBoom versus Virtus.pro. See you guys in a bit.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have made it to the greatest interview of all time. This is Virtus.pro Fly. Welcome, my friend. So good to see you back in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Yes, it's been a minute. I am very selfish. I did request this because I love me some Fly interviews. It's a bit of an interesting situation for a viewer, obviously, but how does it feel as a team? Because you're here, it's a great competition. There's a lot of good teams to practice for.
It came as a surprise, and we were just really happy and thankful we get a chance to compete against, like the best teams again, and show that we improved and stuff. So excited for that.
So what's the vibes like? Are you guys here to win this thing? Are you here to just see, how the practice can be? What's going on?
I think we're on a good roll lately. Like it feels like we're improving. We've been together for quite a while now for like a couple tournaments, and overall, I think we hit a good stride. Mm-hmm. I can't say we're going to win the tournament. I feel like the top echelon of the tier 1 teams were still kind of out of reach for us. Uh-huh. Not saying we can't beat them, but we need a good day, and maybe they have some slip-ups.
Sure.
But I'm really hoping, it would be amazing to hit top 6 for us. Mm-hmm. That would be an awesome goal for us. Mm-hmm. Hey man, if we make it all the way, that will be like a bing bong special. I know Saber won Wallachia before, so he'll be carrying us to that one. So that's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Well, that sounds awesome. All right, well, let's talk about the last tournament. Are mid-patch things okay?
I'm happy for the patch.
Yeah.
I think the game was definitely the same for a very long time, so I'm definitely happy. I really wish it came one day later, because I think we needed just one map win or something to have a chance at tiebreakers. And we did, it's a new patch, so everybody's kind of in the same boat. The patch did not help in our current mental state, I would say.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of cool new things. Some other heroes finally are back in the meta, not just Jakiro Warlock every game, so that's cool.
Thank God. The iconic Fly Phoenix is kind of back, a little bit, so pretty hype.
Yeah, the Phoenix is still goated. I'm pretty sure everybody knows though that Phoenix is still probably one of the best POS 5. So not sure how often we're gonna get it, but if I get a Phoenix, I love it.
Free win as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, all right. So I did want to talk to you a little bit about how open you are to your team's faults and improving on them.
The cool thing about having a good team structure is that it's easier to spot mistakes and it makes it easier to correct things. Mm-hmm. So now that we have a better structure, I would say, for ourselves, in terms of how we want to play, what heroes we want to play, how we want to play the map, all that stuff is we have an overarching idea between all of us.
Yeah.
now we're like, okay, we lost this game because XYZ. So yeah, last tournament, our laning was exposed by the tier 1 teams. Like we played Aurora, we got smashed in lanes, like game's just over at minute 7. We're like, okay, done. We can't play the game from this point. So we go back, we start doing like more lane practice, we make sure we watch our replays, watch our counterparts from like the better teams. So like, whatever, you know, I would watch some white man pure lane and be like, hey, Tomato, maybe we can replicate this or that. It takes work. It's a lot of not just mindlessly playing pubs.
Sure.
You actually have to look at what you're doing wrong and try to actively fix it. Usually you'll do it worse in the beginning, but then it gets better. That's usually how it works.
I do have to ask you about your legacy in Dota. I mean, you are truly one of the unks that can still play. There's a lot of guys out there. I'm not trying to name names, but a lot of these guys are moving on to coaching now, puppy, etc. But you're still in the thick of it, and you're still fighting really hard. And there's only a few that are still around in that. I think it's you I'd put in there. Saska has been around for a million years. No one. What makes you capable of this?
I mean, it's hard, man. I'll be honest. I think you kind of just have to be very open-minded and you have to play a lot. That's the reality.
Sure.
I think that's the hard thing about getting older, because you might have other things in your life all of a sudden. Maybe you're married, maybe some people have kids, I don't know. And you spend less and less time on playing the game, less motivation, and you get worse naturally. I really don't believe older players are just worse mechanically. I think they can still be amazing. I guess No One is a great example. He's still like dumpstering kids left and right on the mid lane, right?
What do you think that you would do post Dota?
That's always a tough question, especially in esports.
Sure.
It's such an unknown space in terms of where you continue in life. You know, I do enjoy talent work more than I do streaming. Oh, okay. Realistically. There's no like real clear plan for now, but I will say talent work has been fun, casting is fun, paneling is also fun, so.
Well, if VP continue their current trajectory, I'm sure it will be many decades before we will see you retiring. So may it not happen. May we see that continue, and may you do the Wallachia special of just somehow destroying everybody as the guys who weren't meant to be here. So, Fly, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you guys for watching. You're going to see more of Mr. Fly and the boys from VP right here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
You'll be
And we're back, folks. Welcome back once again. We've got BetBoom versus Virtus.pro, game number 2, starting at the PGL Wallachia Season 8, and a draft ready to start. So let's start talking about what Game 2 is going to be giving us. We saw, Lelis, in Game 1 that BetBoom, they came out with flying colors in the laning stage. They looked great in terms of farm. They had a game plan to set up. VP tried to pull out massive numbers for those ganks. Bring in 5 heroes, bring in 4 heroes, but they couldn't quite get that connection to the next step. And we've been kind of sitting and wondering, what is it going to be? Is it going to be a draft answer? Is it going to be a gameplay answer? This is the fastest draft in a while that I've seen so far, you know? So Pango went through, and they didn't want to target that. Is there something else that maybe strikes your eye in terms of the bans? Because the picks are identical.
Everything is the exact same. The order is the same. The only thing that's different is that Axe is banned in this game. It's kind of funny. They just did the repeat, you know? And I need to give VP some credit because they think their strat is good and they think they mis-executed. So they just do it again. They're just like, we're not scared of you. We think the draft was fine, so we're just going to do it again. And it takes confidence, right? Confidence in yourself to be able to do that. And they do start adjusting. So instead of taking the Primal here, they take the Sand King, which is kind of the same thing. It's a hero that flexes to mid and off lane. Not the best in the off lane nowadays, since his laning phase is very weak. But it's also a hero that combines well with the Grimstroke.
10 seconds remaining.
So kind of a little bit the same for VP. Let's see if they choose the Treant here, if they want a different hero. Because I think the Treant's pretty decent versus Rubik. You know, the laning phase is good. And it makes sense with the Muerta. But maybe they think, oh, let's just change the Treant. It was a little bit too low damage, or it was a little bit passive. You know, I'm not really in their head. I'm not exactly sure what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's true. Like if they pick up the Treant and play Muerta Treant again, it's going to be a different offlaner. What about maybe flexing Muerta into the mid position? Because he said Sand King can be a 2-3 flex, but we saw, let's say Nigma, for example, did quite a lot of Muerta mid in the previous patches. Is that still a thing, or is Muerta hard locked for Tomato in the carry position?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I would be shocked if Abed played Muerta, because I have never seen him play it. And I feel like the only player that plays Muerta mid is Sumail. Like the only one. And I feel like it was also only possible because of the Dominator patch, because you could just buy Dominator on almost every hero and the item was OP. Now, I guess you can buy Maid Slayer on Muerta mid, and it can be fine. You know, it can make you tanky, give you regen, but definitely you need to have some games on that hero before you actually play it. So maybe Abed has some games. You know, ever since Dota 2 Pro Tracker got removed, you can't really spy on what your enemies are doing. So maybe it's a curveball, you know, just Muerta mid, but probably unlikely, right? Here. And it's kind of the same. It's a hero that doesn't have that best of spells to steal. Chen is even better in that regard, because spell Rubik steals from Chen. It's just kind of bad for Rubik. The Treant is kind of different, right? He got that overgrowth in that middle fight, which is pretty good.
I think we had a bit of a mad hiccup there. Hopefully, Lelis is still around here. We've got the Chen coming out for Virtus.pro, additioning into that team fight side of things. And now without the Axe, they went for the Underlord on the side of BetBoom. So this will give you some more presence. You have +1 for ganks. You can have that global potential to bring out even more heroes if you're on the other side. Need to help somebody out really quickly. Does this mean if we get an Underlord, we want a glass cannony squishy hero for Kiritich, or does that Underlord speak the same language in that sense at all?
Dire team ban.
So the dynamic's a little bit. Am I here? I think
you're
am.
here.
Right?
I hear you.
All right. So I think the dynamic changes a little bit when you don't have an initiator on the offlaner versus Muerta. So before in last game, it was very simple, right? Call Muerta with Blade Mail and he will die. In this game, it's not that simple, since Muerta will not take damage from Pango because of the ulti. They definitely need a hero that can do damage to the Muerta. Kiritich needs to play a decent hero versus Muerta, right? The matchup needs to make sense. And the Underlord kind of changes that. It's a nice Underlord pick because it's nice versus Chen. It's a hero that has a lot of AoE versus Chen. But the dynamic definitely changes for BetBoom, like the way they need to think about their last hero. Even though VP bans Tiny, because they respect the Tiny, I think it's a good meta hero, which it is. It got buffed and it's decent at carry. But they definitely need to change the way they're thinking about this hero.
All Well, let's see what the last pick's going to be. There's still the Tiny getting banned out from VP. BetBoom deciding to remove that Tidehunter, a pretty scary-looking hero, at least if you've been playing pubs lately. It's a pretty interestingly scaling hero this time around. I mean, Tidehunter did have his previous scaling in previous patches, and now the new one that we see feels like it's more on the damage end of things because he looks like a beast. He turns into an even bigger beast as the game progresses. And they'll remove the bristleback as well. That's a pretty interesting ban to me.
It's a very good hero versus Underlord, especially versus the fat heroes. Bristol, he can kill them all, right? The Underlord, at least in this patch, he doesn't really buy the auras that much anymore. Maybe he'll buy a pipe this game because it's very good, but they're just buying Atos into Gleipnir into Ags to have more AoE on their spells. And when you have those sort of items, you can't really deal with the Bristol. So, makes sense, the Bristol ban. I think it would be a nice hero, especially versus Rubik too. All the spells are really not ideal for Rubik to steal, right? You don't really want to press your ult on a Bristol ever.
Looking at the potential last pick here, there's no Monkey King. That was banned in the first phase by VP away from Kirtich. He has had a go at a bit of variety of different types of heroes, but this is not one of them. I was looking at his Trial Ranger, the Kez was also banned in the final phase. Potential Wind Ranger that could have been showing up. He still plays that Monkey and Kez the most, but the Lifestealer, how do you feel about this one?
Well, this hero is one of the heroes that has been highly benefited from the new patch. The way they changed around the innates and they integrated some of the facets to the heroes. This hero definitely got very buffed. And since it's a very heavy strength hero meta, the hero definitely gets more value. The only thing that's a little bit concerning for me is he doesn't see his lane, right? It's a decent Lifestealer game. Chen doesn't really do anything to Lifestealer. Lifestealer is very good versus Sand King. And it's okay versus Muerta since you can buy the Ags and just infest the Muerta when she uses her ult. You know, it's a decent... I wouldn't say it's a counter to Muerta, but... the only thing that concerns me is that he doesn't see his lane. So, Sarda, which is a counter, is banned. The other things that come to mind is Enigma is very good versus Lifestealer. It's very hard for Lifestealer to play versus Enigma, but they have a Rubik, right? So maybe they think the Enigma is under control, but the lane is going to be a travesty for the Lifestealer. And Saberlight does play that hero. It's one of his most played heroes, the Enigma.
I've looked at quite a lot of his replays when when learning my own Enigma gameplay. It's definitely been a staple to watch. Quite a lot there. Though, if they want to play that Sand King in the off lane, how do you feel about, say, a Storm Spirit here for Abed?
I mean, it would be a Boba classic, giving the Storm.
It would.
Not really an amazing Storm game. It's not very good versus Underlord because he has multiple roots. It's fine versus Pango, but not really the best versus Lifestealer. He does a lot of magic damage, right? Lifestealer is good versus heroes that do magic damage. And they don't have any heroes that do physical damage on VP at this point. It's okay. Wouldn't say it's like the best 24 pick. And so
that is physical, though.
Yeah, it's another hero that has tools to deal with Lifestealer. He has the silence, right? You can start the fight with the silence on Lifestealer, but it is a strength hero, right? So like the feast on Lifestealer is going to do a lot of damage to the NS. It's all going to depend on the flow of the game, right? If VP starts snowballing, they can definitely make the Lifestealer's game really slow and hard. So let's see how the tempo is going to go. The Pango last game, he had a really nice laning phase. He kind of outlaned Abed mid, and I feel like this game, he's also going to have a free lane, right? Sand King's not one of those heroes that is a lane contester. He kind of just sits there and farms. So Pango, he's going to have a free game. He's going to kind of do whatever he wants, rotate wherever he wants. And that kind of concerns me for VP. I do understand that they have Muerta, which is very good versus Pango, and Grimstroke, but that only comes later into the game, right? When you're in the mid game, then you actually see that impact versus the Pango.
I also feel the same way about this Lifestealer versus the Night Stalker. Previously, we had Primal and Grim, which felt like a kill lane, and they found a couple kills. Grimstroke Night Stalker is a very defenseless lane in the first 5 minutes. So Lifestealer gets free farm, Night Stalker will get what he can. After that, he might be able to shift the balance a bit, maybe kill the Lich once or twice, but you're not really killing this Lifestealer unless you're bringing in the numbers. So I feel like BetBoom has two pretty strong, reliable lanes to look at.
You know, to play devil's advocate, VP definitely over-rotate. So they are going to rotate this Life Stealer's lane. They're not going to let him farm there. You know, if they rotate the correct way and not let this guy hit creeps in this lane, it's going to be really good for them. Because they did that last game, right? Remember when they came bottom and they had 5 heroes and they killed the Tiny, but after that, it was kind of just disaster, the way they put their heroes on the map. Let's see if they can do a better job of what they did last game. Because VP's game plan is kind of the same from last game. And their playstyle definitely is just going to be kind of the same. They just want to overwhelm BetBoom on the sides of the map using gates and abusing the fact that they have multiple silences to be able to kill heroes that are alone.
Well, they're coming in 5. They're popping those smokes already. Kataomi in the front. Abed, he takes a quick look at the high ground, turns around with his team. They were only 4 heroes, and there's the counter smoke from BetBoom. So we'll see if they are willing to make a move around the map or just simply spread out, get more info, see if they're going to drop a ward somewhere.
Nice positioning from NS, breaking the smoke, abusing night vision, of course. NS is one of those heroes that has increased night vision, so he sees the enemy before they see him. It's the classic Dota vision game, right? If you see your enemy before they see you, it's a really big information win for you.
And that will help Abed on the long run, because he's playing a hero that needs to find good spots to jump into. If it's just a single target nuke, or are we looking at a big epicenter play on, say, a 2-man burrow strike? That Night Stalker with Dark Ascension up later on is going to be a very handy tool in terms of the vision game. So you're absolutely right about that.
You definitely want to pair the NS with other heroes that can jump, right? That abuse the fact that he shows everything. It just makes the Sand King jump even more potent.
First time.
And of course, from VP's perspective, in terms of this opening series, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world if you drop this one, but you need to win Game 2 to stretch this into a Game 3. We are playing best of 3s, and the both 2 series earlier played on in the B stream both went to full 3 games, so we've already had a full 7 games of Dota so far in the B stream. We can keep that trend going.
You definitely don't want to start with the 2-0 loss, right? It's definitely a bit demoralizing. But let's see if they can come back in this game, at least tie it up to see who gets the best in Game 3. But from lanes, I would say mid lane's probably going to be just a lot of farming. I would be surprised if one of the heroes gets like a solo kill or something, very similar to last game. But definitely eyes on this bottom lane. I think this NS can easily die to this Lifestealer Lich lane. They have a lot of slows.
I do hope one thing changes in the mid lane. Remember, GPK trashed that mid lane in terms of CS.
Yeah, he did.
10 or 11 last hits ahead of Abed on his mid hero. So Sand King, of course, a more heavier hero. Like you said, it's going to be a farm on both sides, but I don't want to see another repeat of Abed falling that far behind in terms of GPK's Pango.
Yeah, doing a lot better, at least in the early parts of this game. Gets the bottle before GPK, doing better on resources. So he got a little bit better trades in the mid lane. And also the top lane is probably just going to be a lot of just farming. There's probably not going to be that much action besides the bottom lane in this game.
There was no regen left on GPK. He only just got the bottle from the courier. So Abed, nice read from him to just commit to the poke on GPK. Have a chance of maybe getting a kill. Bottom, quite a lot of heavy harass onto the Saberlight Night Stalker. They have a Fairy Fire and a Salve. The Hellscream will just return the favor on Kataomi. Drop that Lich low. He also has a Salve, so we're just trading resources here on both sides.
Ended up being a really big win in mid for Abed. He got a Water Rune, pushed the wave into the Pango, then ended up using his TP to take the other Water Rune. So Pango going to be a little bit low on resources until the next Water Rune comes in. So nice stuff from Abed.
That's really smart, actually. I don't think you see that too often, that you use a TP from the other Water Rune to get both of them. So since your supports are locked in on both top and bottom, last time we had I think it was the 4-minute Water Rune when he had help from, I think it was Hellscream, who came to help out Abed. I think that's a really smart thing to use that TP scroll to secure both Water Runes and empty the Pango from resources.
Yeah, for sure. And now, the funny part is that event will probably trigger a bunch of other things will happen. The Sand King is probably saying that the Pango has no resources, and if we take the rune at 4 minutes, he will have no game, right? Maybe he's communicating that already to his supports. So maybe the Chen can put a creep on the top rune, or maybe the Grimstroke can go for the bottom Water Rune at 4 minutes again. and that can make Pango's game a lot harder, right? So a lot better start for Abed this game, as we were hoping, right? Wouldn't get that trashed in lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Certainly a bit of a wake-up call. GPK back-to-back games on the Pango, and of course to highlight Miro, he might not be playing as flashy of an offlaner in this game. He was unkilled on the Axe last game. You also highlighted him as a potential MVP from game 1. We're going to be looking at bottom at the opposing offlaner, Saberlight, looking for first blood, and it's Hellscream who actually gets the last right click in onto the Lich. Looked like a really high damage roll on Grimstroke's right click because he had plenty of percentage there. So instead
Still
of
double
the
fairy.
Night Stalker
fairy
not getting
fire
the first
meta.
blood, but good amount of money. It looks like he got it. Did he get his boots? Yeah, he got his boots. So yeah, that's good for the Grim.
Lich having, sometimes it happens. The 5 just ends up a little bit out of position. I think in the first game too, he was a little out of position and he fed once or twice in the lane. Nothing really crazy. It's all good. He comes back full to spam his spells on the NS again. Ooh, and he's a little out of position again.
He is pretty deep in, but
or is he?
Actually gets the response there. Daytime silence, it's only 3 seconds on Crippling Fear, so probably just turns
it's
around
just like
and kills
the
him.
meme. Call the ambulance, but not for me.
Not for me, yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So that's going to be now 1 each for both teams. Same way as last game.
Rubik already stacking the triangle, knows that Underlord and Pango benefit a lot from stacks, and VP, they should also be looking at stacking. Grimstroke already stacked the hard camp for
nighttime.
Sorry, the ancient.
That should be a kill. Are bringing in Abed here to secure. Maybe they can even follow in GPK, but he does recognize that Sand King's not around. Well, they'll leave this kill. Hellscream, he's got both of them now.
A nice connection there from Saberlight. He's very good at this, connecting to punish the enemy support when he's out of position. And one of the new things about NS is that in this patch, he got some of his innates, facets, the whole thing got changed. So now, his third spell is that he insta-kills a creep every 40 seconds at nighttime. And he gets a little bit of lifesteal from his attacks, so it gives him a lot more sustain. So basically, every minute, he can just farm this big camp.
Yeah,
and
that,
he can
that
also
definitely
just
helps
insta-kill
his,
the siege.
Yeah, it definitely helps his farm potential now. Not having to resort to anything else. I mean, we had a bit of a talk about like itemization on Night Stalker from like if you're playing it as a carry or if you're playing it as a pause 3, and mostly the pause 3 perspective, right? Like you don't really want to look at stuff like Armlet because what's that going to do for your team? Not a whole lot. So you still want to look at the Blinks, the Echo Sabers, maybe even a Basher feels a good. Potentially even a game like this when you're against the Lifestealer can be handy. But you are, again, like a non-aura, potential damage-dealing backline assassin in a way.
Yeah, that's the only hard part about NS is since the hero doesn't farm that fast. Ooh, he's getting gone on blood grenade and
Triple
everything.
slows. You got open wounds, you got Frost Blast, Frost Shield, a blood grenade. They almost got the kill.
So raindrop value right there. If you play against Lich, buy raindrop. It just saved them so hard right there. Blocked 240 magic damage total, and he was able to live there.
7-minute wisdom. No battle this time. We had like 9 heroes, 8 heroes last time around for the 7-minute wisdom.
Yeah, meanwhile that happened, the Sand King farmed the ancient stack, the triple ancient stack, and the hard camp, so already a lot of levels on the Grimstroke. You can see Grimstroke level 5, the same level as Night Stalker. But really good for Grim. And Lich getting on again.
The save rotating in. Night Stalker might be in trouble. Again, more blood grenades. Stacking up all those slows. Abed couldn't quite get in position to the epicenter. He's still charging and loading, hoping there's going to be an extension, but nobody's coming. Well, they'll get away with a Saberlight kill.
Yeah, really nice stuff from BetBoom.
Might not be safe though. Kataomi, he's going for you get the kill, you transition to the next move, you go into the triangle, and Abed was going the same way with Hellscream, so they'll get a reply.
He got a little bit too excited there, walked up the high ground, and NSTP mid contest the rune.
PK got the regen, but he's not making out of this one with a regen. So we'll leave it for his second life by the looks of it. Abed will secure the kill.
And you see again, VP bringing multiple heroes, right? They're not shy to bring multiple 4 or 5 heroes to get one rune, and on that rune maybe get a kill, right?
You asked for it, you're getting it.
Yeah. I mean, and everything kind of coming from the NS, really. Wherever he goes is where they fight. And I really like the way BetBoom is playing this game. They're focusing a lot on this lifestealer lane, which they should. They just want to leave the Underlord farming top and have him connect with his ulti. So they just want to play through the other 2 lanes, right? And that kind of triggers the Rubik to TP bottom for that skirmish against the NS. And it starts making a really big difference for this NS.
This is a very optimistic dive, but bringing in the Underlord, they might be able to pull it off. Good position there for the Pit of Malice, bringing in the Nice Stalker, and here comes GPK. So, yep, BetBoom, they can play the same game. They'll bring in 4.
They identified that the NS used his TP mid, then he had to run bottom, so he's kind of just stuck in this lane. And using the Underlord gate, already level 7. And you can see the NS, his farm is very low. And it's going to get even worse now, right? The Lifestealer, which has a really rough early levels.
Looking at the river. Tough battle here. Abed still got quite a lot of HP to work with, but what they can do here. Infest is also coming into play. 4 versus 2. Abed nowhere to go. Hellstream getting smacked down by GPK, and no high ground missed today. Save will secure the kill. Now Fly and the Saberlight trying to turn around onto the Nice Stalker, getting a bit of assistance there from the center. The stun locks are coming in, and the Lifestealer with no Infest doesn't have anywhere to go. He used it in the previous fight, so that was a good read from Saberlight and Fly that we can kill him. He's got no Infest. He can't get away.
Yeah, good rotation from the Chen coming through the gate to try to open this tower now. Especially now that NS has ult, it's going to be a lot awkward for the Lifestealer to TP back to this lane. You already see both supports running bottom on BetBoom because they really want to defend this tower. Underlord doesn't have his TP up, so it's going to be a 4v5.
Maybe even more than that, yeah. I mean, more TPs. Lifestealer coming back in. Saberlight popping that Dark Ascension. Not getting quite a lot done onto GPK, though. Save. Still Penitence. Just gonna have to throw it out there. Fearing for his life. That is probably gonna be over. That Night Stalker ulti is gonna be out in about 10 seconds or so. They won't be able to pressure this tower too much. They still have 4 heroes about. Tomato is also here with a Javelin.
Underlord has ult now.
Is Abed willing to join in here? They don't have any resources left in bottom to fight. I don't think he should go. Yeah, he's turning around.
Yeah, that's a big moment there for the game. Nothing really happened. No heroes really died, but Radiant not letting VP take their tower like that is a really big deal. Because now Underlord can always defend this tower forever. And that, since it's daytime now, the Lifestealers are going to have 4 minutes of just complete free farm. He's probably going to get to his Radiance at 15 minutes. And he's going to have a great game on Lifestealer. If they just lose that tower there, their map might just start getting super small on BetBoom. And they might have problems later. So the way they read the map was really smart and really good. Even though the Underlord had no ult, they were very confident to come and defend this tower.
Drawing some circles down in top. Miero felt like he's indicating that he wants to push this tower down, but VP, they've got a similar thought. They want to fight him back. As soon as he shows up in the lane, they're ready for this engagement. They'll take Miero down, and GPK gets a couple pokes at that T1 in mid as that happens. So, on their way with the kill, Abed TP to the triangle as they've spotted themselves a Lich. And another kill for VP, double for Abed.
And nice stuff from VP. Since they can't go bottom, they attack the Underlord in the top lane, which they know that BetBoom will not play with them, right? They have all their heroes bottom.
And a bit of trouble with Kurtic chasing him, but Save can't get in range for the telekinesis. They might be able to take this tower down with no epicenter, no Dark Ascension. Night Stalker's got no resources. Instead, they're going to TP top, push back Tomato and Fly. Looks like the Chen army is pretty much dead, though.
And forced a bunch of TPs.
A lot of
nice
moves.
stuff from VP. Yeah.
Seeing traffic in bottom, straight to top, back to bottom, back to top. Very critical moments, you could say, in the game right now with this post-laning stage exit.
Yeah, and every single time they take the gate or they use a TP is a very critical moment of information for both teams. It's both teams just thinking, this guy has no TP, this guy gated, they don't have this spell, we can do this, we can do that. There's a bunch of these things being said in the game by both teams. As BetBoom's probably saying now, Underlord has ult, we should defend this tower. Let's take the gate and defend, right?
On a traffic to bottom. Kirkic is just going to rage TP out, and VP are going to smell blood in the water. They go straight for save, and they lock in GPK. This Pango is going to be a big kill, which they will gladly take and give for Tomato. And he gets a double. Deadshot flies in, and 2 kills for the carry on the side of Virtus.pro. They lost their tier 1 in the top lane first, allowed BetBoom to rotate to bottom, and again, a call happens in comms. We're not taking this, spread out and farm. And it's just a little bit too late.
Nice stuff from VP doing the. They keep it up, right? We weren't able to take this tower, so then they attack top. Then when they attack top, they force BetBoom to use a bunch of TPs, and then they attack bottom again. So they're kind of dictating the tempo, even though it's daytime. And as he had ult there, but even though it's daytime, they're definitely getting the most out of the map. Considering that Lifesteal is not really a hero at this point, he really needs to get Radiance and then Armlet to actually be a threat. So VP know this. They know they have their timing with the Chen creeps, and they're just playing super aggressive, which is good. Good for them.
See what this bottom move's going to be. There's a haste activated on the Pangolier. Smoked up. They'll see Fly on the Chen. He'll lose half of his HP from the first 2 spells from GPK. Helps the mech for a bit of extra healing. Nobody coming in yet, so it looks like they're just going to leave the Chen for dead. Penitence rank 1 stolen, rank 2 actually stolen by Rubik, and that opens up for another tier 1 tower for BetBoom to take. Both side lanes have fallen.
It's all good. He tanked the gank. It was better for him to die than for Lifesteal to die.
Now counter gank maybe?
For NS, I mean.
They smoked under a ward though. And, you know, Saberlight takes a bit of a poke from Roche. BetBoom are fully aware of this move. First the ward, then the scan connects in the triangle. Defensive positions going in. Oh, Orbit missed the stun. Didn't get it to connect onto Miro, and it's a complete backfire. As BetBoom, yeah, they were fully ready for it. 50 HP Night Stalker able to run away, but Hellscream, he has a gate being opened in front of him, but that's not a friendly gate. Miro comes back in, takes the kill, and another tower to fall.
BetBoom's super ready, right? As you said, they saw it on the ward. They knew it was coming. They kind of just baited them in. And really big loss for VP there. The NS, he kind of gets nothing out of that. A lot of time not really farming, and a lot of space for Lifestealer. He ends up getting the tower, starts to farm the Ancients. And Underlord now has a pipe, right? So gonna be even harder for Sand King to actually do damage in this game.
Yeah, even if the Sand King did connect the Burrow Strike stun there on the Underlord, I still think that would have been a full backfire for maybe even lose the Night Stalker as well at that point, because then they fully commit, try and get the kill. So I think they're going to be okay with, you know, they're not going to be happy, but they lost Orbit and Hellscream, but not a second core for gaining nothing.
Let's see if they get something with a smoke on BetBoom, or if Chen's just going to break and they're going to bail.
Oh, Underlord's in between, but he's a very difficult target. GPK with an Invis rune in between. They've got Tomato set and locked in. Kirtic coming in as well. Tomato, he's done for. Quick blink out by the Sand King. They got info on that blink dagger now too.
Nice smoke from BetBoom. Lifestealer ends up connecting. Very smooth move, right? And right after Underlord TP's mid to fix mid, he's going to have his ult up in 7 seconds, so they can keep going on BetBoom. They might do a go here on the Lifestealer. They have 2 silences. He can definitely die. Remember, the Night Stalker sees him, but he doesn't see the Night Stalker.
And he actually went for the Armlet build, so he does hit quite hard. Is it going to be enough? Got the bug killed. Of course, off that silence, it's going to be enough. That is a very good kill. I was about to ask you the question, Lelis. Like, it feels like it's game 1, but it's not quite the same as game 1 because they're still making moves on the map happening at 17 minutes. So what do you think has changed in the perspective of Virtus.pro?
I think for BP, most of what has changed is the hero Saberlight's playing. I think he's a really big part of this team. I think when he can make aggressive moves, they play so much better. But when he's kind of stuck on a hero that needs to farm an item or have a timing, because last game he was playing Primal, right? And he went for the first item for the wraps,
And that item kind of has a slow build up, right? Especially on Primal if you don't have a really good lane. And in this game, he's playing a hero that can just go when it's nighttime, right? It's nighttime, let's just go. So he's been very active in this game. And I think that makes the biggest difference. Not that he wasn't active on the Primal game, but for NS, it's just so much easier for him to be able to make these moves. He's a very active player on Saber, right? He's very selfless, and he's not an AFK-ish farming guy. He wants to make the moves, make stuff happen.
Yeah, don't drop any names, you know. Man, quickly trouble in that. But let's see. Smoke on smoke action. Itami runs into Hellscream, so support battle in the front line. Nero following up in the bottom. Atos and SK Illusion Other was hoping to pull in a bit of a bait there. No commitment onto that Sand King Illusion, though. I'll get away with the kill on Hellscream. Nothing else. They spot Kiritich in the top lane, but man, there's a deep ward placed down by Save next to Tomato. So they've seen all of that traffic. He should be able to get away, even with Saberlight bringing in the eyes on him. There's nobody to help him.
Nice read from Kiritich. Last time this happened where his team was on the opposite side, he died on that Lotus Pool.
Yeah, the Lotus Pool.
Nice read from him. Just walk back, farm safe, wait for the creeps to come close to your tower, so then your team can maybe TP respond and help you. And I kind of want to talk about the Underlord build, which has changed considerably since the removal of the facets, right? Now they don't really buy all the auras anymore. Usually they buy 1 or 2 auras. This game he chose to buy the pipe because it's very good for Sand King, and then they always go for the Atos now, which was a very common build in Underlord before, right? But then people stopped buying it. But now, since Gleipnir gives you more AoE on your spells, it became a lot better for this hero to buy this item. The build-up makes a lot more sense with the Chasm Zone and all that stuff. So they just buy the Atos into Ags, into Gleipnir, so it also affects the Ags portal when you use your ult.
Yeah, he's a bit of an immovable force or unstoppable object in this case. You could say goodbye to the right-clicking carry Underlord. GPK had an interesting interaction there with the Fiend's Gate as he's rolling as a boulder. If you're ulting up and you click the Fiend's Gate, you're not actually rolling, you're kind of sliding towards the gate. So it can change his trajectory slightly with that. Interesting interaction. That opens up
Little
Roche.
pick off into the Roche, yeah. A classic move from BetBoom. They made a move on the Siege Raid mid, right? Then they go for the Roche. Of course, Pango very good at killing Roche. His passive is very good. It makes Roche basically do no damage. And he takes a lot more physical damage. And with the Arcane Rune, it's going to be an easy Roche. Even with the Medallion, right? There's so many items to reduce armor. And Roche also got a lot harder to kill. It's just been getting buffed forever, right? It used to be super easy to be able to kill Roche. Now, very similar to the Torm, you need to actually have multiple heroes and actually commit to it. Have like items that can help you kill the Roche, like the Medallion and all that stuff.
I do wonder, since Roshan is getting stronger and stronger these days, there is an item in Demo Hero you can create, which is called a Pocket Roshan. I do wonder if we're getting that into the actual game at some point, where you can summon a small controllable Roshan for like a minute.
You know what that reminds me? It reminds me of that mode in Dota 1 was the Super Creeps mode. I don't know if you ever played that.
I
some
remember.
random Super Creep just came down some lanes, and then you could just go with them. They would fight for you.
Yep.
Modes are getting gone on already. Very low.
That's a
Alright,
big
he's
kill on
dead.
Tomato, just out of range from his allies. Basically, it's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was a very risky position to be in as a carry. You know, like you usually want to farm the safest camps and have your team around holding the front line, giving you the vision. But in this case, he was the one in front with a Shadowblade, Maelstrom, Dragonlance build-up. So he's fully equipped basically for this mid-game stage. He's on top of Network. We'll see if he holds onto that spot for much longer, because Miero is also crazy farmed on the Underlord. They're going to try him. This is a hard kill, but with all of this brought in, he doesn't stand a chance.
A good read from VP. No, he's alone playing on the ulti, and they go for it. NS had to use ult there, so a little costly, but it's all good. It's worth to get a core kill.
I do want to talk about this Night Stalker a bit more. You know, he's been changed a lot. You brought up his new Midnight Feast ability that only works during nighttime. It doesn't work during daytime at all. Maybe the right-click lifesteal does, but the ability itself doesn't. What do you think about the Ags? Is the Ags finally worth purchasing on the Night Stalker, or do you feel like that's just a luxury flavor item?
It's probably just a luxury flavor, or maybe you have an alchemist on your team and he gives you Ags. But it's definitely, this year, his problems are kind of the same from before. He doesn't have a way to farm fast, so every item you buy needs to make a lot of sense. You can't have the luxury of buying an item and that end up being a bad item for that game. It's just going to hurt you so much. And especially on a hero like Night Stalker that depends on BKB. Like, he needs to get the BKB, he needs to have Blink, so he needs all these items for Ags. Sand King getting a little bit picked off there. And just to finish on the Ags, it's just, you need to be able to kill someone, right? Or else it doesn't really, it's not that value.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to have, like, late game, a nullifier to be able to kill a support or something like that. Because if you're ulting and nobody's dying, then it's just not really worth.
Yeah, it's
There's
true.
probably just some late game item, like 4th, 5th item that you can buy.
If I compare that to, say, a Phantom Assassin with her old Ags, which was kind of like, I'm not sure if it's still the same. There's been so many changes, but you refresh your abilities if you killed somebody. So you could just instantly jump to another target and, you know, nuke a Skywrath Mage, get your spells back up, you jump to the next target. So you're absolutely right. Night Stalker needs quite a lot to make that work. But VPK, right blinking onto the rim stroke, regular right clicks won't quite do the job. There was the assisting dead shot from Tomato in case something else jumped in there. We'll get away.
A little bit of a whiff from GPK, missed his spells there. It happens to all of us. And kind of awkward moment here for VP is what are they really waiting for? I guess they're waiting for the NS
Infest Bomb. Surprise attack onto Fly. There's the Kinder surprise. Don't really get that in the Americas anymore these days, but you know, East European Dota still got it.
I guess they are waiting for the double BKB. BKB on Huerta and BKB on NS, and then they're gonna go. But definitely some awkward downtime for VP, right? It doesn't really feel like they're trying to go for a fight or actually contest BetBoom on the map. Of course, BetBoom has Aegis, right?
You think they're happy with that, considering Huerta is still dangerous in the late game?
I wouldn't use the word happy. I would say it's probably okay.
Content.
Right? That Huerta is still farm. Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's that fine that not really fine, but you kind of cope a little bit and you keep playing.
You tell them that you're fine, but you're actually not fine.
Yeah.
Meme rolling in the head.
Team wipe, and then you say in the mic, guys, it's fine.
It's fine. We got this. This is good for us. They got their spells on cooldown. 4-man smoke towards the Radiant Triangle. Nobody found there, but Nero's going to show soon towards mid. Tomato reveals himself first. Taking that T1 tower down. That will be the last of the tier 1s on the map.
I mean, good timing for the smoke on VP. They recognize the Aegis is aspiring, and they go for a move. They don't end up challenging BetBoom in their area, right? They kind of just mirror them, which is a bit sad. If you use the smoke, you kind of get a little value out of it. But good read from the game. They know that the Aegis is expiring. Maybe it's a good timing from the fight. And Lysier's TPing. They want to fight. Pango has a DD.
Oh yeah, that amplified damage is going to hurt quite a lot. Especially if it's on a support like Grimstroke, who just doesn't stand a chance, doesn't even get any spells over, does he? Finally gets away with the Ink Swell, and that's going to be enough on GPK with another jibing. They've got Earfest, and Abed is stuck on the cliff. He burrow strike himself there. Won't be able to participate in the fight properly. Save, stole the Stinger instead. Epicenter still intact. Now Saberlight going in for the jump onto Katalmi. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Saberlight has to back away. Low on HP. Does have the armlet. He has to wait for that soul release to run out before he's able to toggle so he doesn't accidentally kill himself. So just a 1-for-1 trade, and that was 8,000 to 7,000 damage dealt for only 2 people dead.
That fight was pretty cool. If you notice, the Pango started the fight and he was infested by Lifestealer, and he did not instantly infest out because he was soulbinded on the Pango. So they're constantly talking about the Grimstroke, right? They're saying, don't get soulbind with me. The Pango is probably saying that. So the Lifestealer didn't instantly infest out. He waited until the soulbind ended, and then he infested out. It didn't end up killing the Grim that fast. But it's cool. It's cool how these teams, they take these fights, right? These things, they need to happen, right? If the Pango gets stuck, then they're probably not going to win the fight. So the Lifestealer was very patient there. He just waited and waited until the ult ended.
And he's getting closer to that Axe, just 800 gold short. The Lifestealer Axe to be ready. That could be a timing for BetBoom to make things happen. Axe also ready on the Underlord, which will grant the route under the gates.
Yeah, so the Lifestealer Axe has been nerfed from its glory days, right? Before it used to disarm through BKB. It was just absurdly broken.
Yeah, that
it
was
was one of the most broken Ags in the game. And now you kind of just jump inside them and hit them. So it scales with your attack damage and it doesn't disarm them. So it's kind of more like a get out of jail free card, you know? That you just, after your rage ends, you press it on an enemy and then you just do a little damage to them. You kite out until you have rage again, kind of. And he probably is looking to press it on the Muerta in the fight, right? The Muerta presses her ulti, then he just presses Infest on the Muerta.
Yep.
Won't disarm her, but he'll buy some seconds if the Muerta ult is activated.
Yeah, it's a good trade-off, right? Like, it's not directly a disarm,
It's good.
but it won't give you a target to hit anyway. I mean, Muerta is just a quarter away from level 20 and get that 2 extra seconds on Pierce the Veil, making it a 10-second duration ulti. That Infest will take a couple of those. That's 5 seconds. So the Infest takes half of the Muerta duration if Muerta has nobody to hit.
It's very good. I like Kirk's build a lot this game. As you can see, he's not buying like the damage item. He's buying items so he can survive. And why is that? Is because Dire has 3 silences and they have stuns. So he needs to live. He can't just run in, get silenced, and die.
The
So he buys
shows.
BKB.
This could be a big fight. Saberlight ready. They
Rune
have
coming too.
Everything up 3 seconds. Let's see what rune's going to be spawning. Looks like BetBoom's going to be keeping an eye open on it. It's an illusion rune. It's not the biggest, but GPK. Abed goes through, and with the Burrow Strike, they just pop the gate right on top of him. He's forced to use his BKB to get away. Kiritich still on the chase. It's hit by the silence from Tomato. Bit of poke here and there, but Abed down a precious resource. Also, Saberlight did pop Dark Ascension, getting Vision save on the front line. And Rubik's going to be targeted right away. Saberlight pops his BKB to hold the front for a little bit longer. But where's the follow-up? Tomato is still hitting the creep wave, so he's not even doing any damage to the heroes. And there's Kiritich giving that Infest for save. He'll lift himself to safety, and now it's daytime once again. Dark Ascension ran out. VP, they don't have a lot of tools to work with. Tomato trying to turn around to get a bit of poke. Kiritich very patient with the usage of that Black King bar.
And no more Dark Ascension, daytime, so good time for BetBoom to be aggressive. And I was surprised that Rubik is very tanky. The under press pipe got infested as well.
Down Tomato. There's her BKB and the Pierce the Veil both used. Just a little bit needed for that level 20. He'll get it now as GPK falls. Kiritich taking that fight all the way to the end and gets the Infest off, and that's going to take Tomato, and he's going to be able to chase down Ovid as well with the Rod of Atos connecting onto the Sand King. Kiritich finds another for himself, and he's getting some value out of this. The fun fact is this fight's been going on with another pick-off found off of the Chen. Roshan spawned at a pretty much record time. So BetBoom, they can choose between Roshan and getting Pangolier back up and then sieging the high ground with the protection of the Aegis.
Big fight for BetBoom. NS wasn't even there, right? You see the NS, he doesn't want to fight, doesn't have ult. And BetBoom know that. They know it's daytime and NS has no ult, so they can be ultra aggressive. Even though the Pango died there, they still got a really good fight. Really good exchange for them. They look for more. Can they get the scrim? He's good.
BetBoom are getting the better trade-offs when looking for that engagement. I feel like in the early game we were highlighting their spells on cooldown. We can fight them now. Now we burn spells and the opponents are calling. They just use their abilities. Let's go at them. Now we've been seeing a couple, I wouldn't say failed engagements from Virtus.pro, but a couple times I've seen Tomato out of position. And in this case with, you mentioned the Night Stalker, he's not even there. He doesn't have anything to give. His abilities on cooldown. His ulti's gone. It's daytime. Tomato's in the front line. That's an easy decision for BetBoom to cluster on the Muerta. Force her ulti and her BKB. Nuke her down once it's done. They don't need to think about it twice because a Lifestealer who's now with an Axe doesn't really have to depend on cooldowns that much. They can just go at it. But let's see, VP, they're coming for the contest. Roshan's only down to half. Pop the Dark Ascension early. Do they just YOLO this Rosh? No, looks like they might want to fight, but BetBoom are in pretty good position. They're going to try and take this Rosh for themselves. They kind of have to.
They're committed with everything, even the Muerta ult.
Hero is close. VPK didn't get anything out of the pits, and the Aegis is secured for Tomato. Now VP just needs to get out, but I don't think it's looking too great for Tomato. Daytime still. Tamerlight's got nothing left. Abed fighting versus GPK on the side of the fight. Pushing them back to the river. King will follow with the Sinister Gaze. Aegis popped and Vortec getting fully locked in. Nothing from Tomato. All of the commitment into the Roche pit to get the Aegis, only to die twice.
Hard decisions there for VP. It might look kind of bad in the game where it's like, wow, they're using all the spells to kill the Roche, they're just going to die after, right? It might look obvious for us as spectators, but the moment the NS presses ult, if they do not get something during the NS ult, BetBoom is just going to get the Roche for free. So they kind of just have to make a decision. And running up to the enemy triangle might be kind of hard, right? You're just going to run in and die. So they just have to go for the Roche and commit for it.
But Fly's taking Premier on a bit of a walk. Yeah. He knows he can't TP because he either uses Pit of Malice or Rod of Atos. Fly was never getting away. Use the Lich ulti for it, sure, might as well.
Really good stuff from BetBoom. They played that really well. They forced the Roche to roar, then they back off. VP doesn't know if the Roche is happening or not, so they kind of just have to commit in with NS ult. And when the NS presses the ult, they're just on a timer, right? So BetBoom playing it really well. They force VP to have to press their spells or do something, or else they're just going to get the Roche. And free lane for them as well.
At least the economy is much more even in game 2 compared to the first one that we saw, where it was already like 20,000 for BetBoom. VP was constantly on the receiving end. But the story is still pretty much the same. They are on the receiving end. They cannot find success in this team fight. They're not really finding a pickoff, which is what Night Stalker excels in. Duels, 1v1s, 2v1s, you solo a hero, you get to... I think BetBoom is answering that really well by staying somewhat clustered, not allowing VP's AoE to come into full play, but still keeping their heroes protected well enough so that they can find an opening. What are the win conditions for VP in a situation like this when the traditional role these heroes are built for isn't working and you gotta go for plan B?
I think for VP, the ideal situation is the NS finds the supports and he jumps them with the Sand King. They can definitely die. The Rubik and the Lich, they can definitely die to the Sand King Ags and the NS jumping them. And the Grim ends up using his ult to stop the Pango from rolling. If those things happen in the team fight, then they can definitely win the team fight. It's just that those things have not really happened in any of these engagements. And it's not because VP is making big mistakes or something. It's just BetBoom is playing really well. They're just not really giving them those openings, right? Yeah. Their micro decisions and even their macro decisions have been on point for BetBoom. Even to when to go Roche, when to contest, when to smoke, how to jump the enemy on the wave, and how to position their heroes. It's all been really good for BetBoom in this game.
Yeah, so still stick with plan A. Just hope that the timing is right on some of these engagements. Because I agree, and they haven't been able to make it work because BetBoom are making it really difficult for VP to get those openings.
Especially if it's Rubik, right? This shard is just way too broken.
It's kind of silly at this point. 2 games in a row.
Yeah. He just saves the guy, and then Underlord's gonna have a pipe too. Lich also has save items, and they don't really have Nullifier, right? The NS has it queued up, so maybe that's gonna be their next timing to be able to fight. They're just gonna wait Nullifier on NS and then try to do a wrap when BetBoom comes to push.
I mean, we're getting back to was it last year's or the year before's meta of Lich going Axe Blink. We're going to get the same build in this game, too, for Kataomi. Is the Blinks coming up, the AoE from the Sinister Gaze, and you also being able to cast other abilities. So usually it's the Spire, the Chain Frost. It's pretty deadly.
Yeah. You can just solo kill a hero with the combo, right? You pull the guy, use Shard.
Go for it.
There it is. Morita getting Chain Stun. Yep. Right there.
Chain
Stun, then just dead.
Not much of a chance. Saberlight has got his BKB of cooldown, has to use it again to disengage. No buyback on the Morta. No money for the buyback either. Very, very far off.
And this might just be mega creeps.
Looking for that 2-0 finish at this pace.
And again, this ward is just going to keep paying dividends. They got the Mortar kill, and they see the NS.
Yep, no BKB, nowhere to go. Night Stalker will get dropped down as that Infest pops. It shows up. They tried to save him with a Force Staff, push him away. That's not going to do any good. Now 2 cores are dead, another lane of racks falling, and as you mentioned, Mega Creeps, looks like it's on the menu.
They're kind of cruising. Lifestealer Immortal cannot die. They're smoked up. They're going to try with the NS buyback. When Murta's up, they can go for the last fight. Let's see. Panda trying to reveal the smoke.
Attempt. Nice pre-rage there as Abed's coming in, and all of his spells are going straight into Default Immunity. The follow-up X, an attempt is being made onto the Lifestealer. Still has his BKB though. Kirchix, man, he's so patient. He knows he's not in any harm's way. Saberlight with the dieback, Abed gone. Kamado, it's all down to him now. Might find a kill or two, but that BKB used still has Pierce the Veil, but won't be able to use it at all. And as that Vortex goes down, that is GG, and we'll get our first 2-0 of the day on the B stream, breaking the Game 3 cycle.
And BetBoom definitely showing why they're a superior team, at least in this series. It was very convincing from them. Both games, they were very similar since the draft was kind of like a repeat in a way. But you can see they're very happy. Smiles across all their faces. Really good performance from them. Very impressed by their moves and how they played the map. It was very clean.
Yeah, not so happy on the side of Virtus.pro. A lot of things to think about what went down in this series, because we saw 2 pretty much identical drafts from both sides. Just 1 or 2 heroes being adjusted for game number 2. But still, BB looked slightly better than Virtus.pro as a whole. They got GPK with a grand performance on this Pangolier. You got to start thinking, is this hero worth the first phase ban?
Yeah, I mean, VP, they had an idea. They tried, right? They had the Muerta and the Grim, very good heroes with Pango. But in the game, what ended up happening is Pango just started on the Muerta in these fights, right? And you just stunned him. For the first stun, it was enough to win the fight. So maybe in the next games, VP will think more dearly about the Pango. They will think that this hero's maybe a little bit too broken, or maybe they were just not playing their best game today, right? Yep. These things we can only really know when we're listening to them, what they're saying, how they're thinking about the game, which makes it interesting for every team. Every team has like kind of their own idea of why they lost and why they won. Maybe VP, they think they just didn't really execute their aggressiveness in this game, which can partly be true, right? Maybe if they got a little bit more out of the NS, the game would look really good for them. Yep. And if they got one of the Roches, right? They didn't get any of the Roches in these games.
And that's exactly...
I guess they got the Roche, but they all died.
That's exactly why we have you here at the casting desk, as the player perspective, who knows all of these things, who's been to these situations. Because it gives a lot of insight on how these teams probably think about if they come from a win, if they come from a loss. But Virtus.pro definitely have to go back to the drawing board and see in their second series if something's going to change. Plus, you have to adjust to a different type of team in the next round. It's not going to be a team like Virtus.pro. It's not going to be a team like BetBoom. It could be somebody else. It could be an early game aggressor. It could be a heavy late game team. Or can we outscale them? So many little intricacies coming into it. But at least in this one, BetBoom showed they were the stronger out of these two. They go into the 1-0 bracket. Save also finishing the game with a nice 5-1-15 on a Rubik. You'll love to see that. You know, a good Rubik player, you can feel it, you can see it, and it makes your team feel really good when you have a guy like that stealing all the right spells at the right time. Like, such an impact hero.
And one of the most satisfying heroes of the game, I would say. You steal that good spell, you're just having so much impact, the enemy needs to deal with you, or else it's just a free fight. You control them, you save your teammates now because of the dumb shard. That's
the dumb shard. That's what's making them look so good now, yeah. But Kataomi will be given the standout player for this match, absolutely, on that Lich. You could say it was a standard performance, but, you know, regular day at the office for Kataomi, still well-deserved, well-earned in this victory. That closes out our opening series, our third series on the B stream, opening series for you and me. We got another one coming up. We'll give a quick glimpse on that one because it is Tundra versus Heroic. Two different regions again, going neck and neck against each other. I have been a huge Heroic fan since who knows for how long, and now I'm conflicted because during this last, let's say, 8 years, I've been a big V-Tune fan as well. He's replacing Pure as a stand-in for Tundra. I can't wait to see him play. But what about you? What are your feelings on Tundra and Heroic before we head over to a break?
A bit sad that Tundra playing with the stand-in, right? I think last Wallachia, they also played with the stand-in, so they're not at their peak form. But very hyped for Heroic, too. I think the new addition of their mid laner, an up-and-coming player, I think Tai Lung, he's very good, very skilled, and I think he's on par with all the high-tier, tier 1 mid players. And Heroic, I like them because they're very chaotic. They go for the plays that are not so obvious, and they're very high risk. And I like it into it. It's very entertaining.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see what unfolds between the series of Tundra versus Heroic, which is going to be the last one for B-Stream here for the day. So we'll be heading over to a break and more coming up with T-Panda and Lelis here at PGL Wallachia Season 8. See you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey, welcome back. You're tuning into the PGL Wallachia Season 8 and our final series for day number 1 of the group stage on the B stream. Here, T-Panda and Lelis as your commentator duo. And we are diving into Tundra esports versus Heroic. A bit of backstory about these two teams. For those who don't know, of course, you know, Heroic has been grinding these last few years, rising up the pedestal, rising up the ranks, and finally getting to that stage where they are a true contender for some of the top teams out there. While Tundra, they're already a household name. They're TI winners. They are a lineup that keeps on winning tournaments. This last year showed how many first place finishes they had. Mostly Blast tournaments, but of course, you know, Fissure Playground, Stream League Season 28, ESL1 Birmingham, the latest LAN. They keep on winning. And they win with stand-ins as well, Lelis, which is kind of wild. They're playing with a stand-in again.
It's very impressive that they win with stand-ins. It just shows that like the core of the team, the four, all of them without the carry, like they have really good ideas and they can adapt to any situation, even though they don't have their own carry player. Pure is an amazing player, but they're also just a very good team without him too.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you like how they view the game is a really smart and nice way, and they are a very adaptive team.
Absolutely. And to talk about this team as well that has been going through some small changes since the start of the 25-26 season, where they had first Whisper playing in the mid lane, Devilam in the off lane, then making some roster changes with this up-and-coming name of Tai Lung going into the mid lane and Whisper back to the off lane. So that trend and that attempt, you call it a Project Heroic, Vol 2 or Vol 3, whatever you want to name it. But it's interesting to see how Tai Lung is now, how he's going to fare with this Heroic lineup. And is he truly the promised star of South America, bringing in that young blood?
Esports turn to ban.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic, they tried to swap their roles around, their players around. You can't really blame them. You're trying to like be the best team, and sometimes it kind of just comes with changing roster, changing roles, changing players, trying new things, right? If you don't try, if you're afraid of change, right, you will probably never achieve greatness. So they're trying, change their players around, and they ended up, I think, with a really big win with the addition of Tai Lung to their team. I think he is one of the most improved players recently out of all the pro players. I think he's now almost ranked 1 in Europe. So he is very good, and I think he is all that everybody's saying. I think he has a lot of potential. He still hasn't achieved, you know, his prime yet. I think he's entering his prime right now. So very excited to see him play and to see Heroic perform.
He's definitely gone up quite high. If I understood the whole story for Tai Lung is he went from Herald to Immortal into the top of the ranked leaderboards. He's 16 years of age. So again, we talk about a potential prodigy from the mid lane. How many prodigies in the mid lane have we had in the history of Dota, Lelis? I feel like they are always the mid laners, the 15, 16-year-olds who get the show, because it is a 1v1 lane, and that can make a big difference when you're talking about age.
It's like the most flashy role too, right? It's like the role that always gets the runes, always has like all these shiny particles around him. And as you said, the 1v1, there's a lot of ego there, right? And all these young players, they have a lot of ego. You have to have an ego to be able to win, right? If you don't have an ego, then it doesn't really work like that. Yeah, competition kind of, you need to have it. So I think it's nice. I think it's interesting, and I think it's refreshing, right? To have new people, new players come in, and different players, right? He's a very unique player. His hero pool is very unique. And I think it's really nice to have this refreshment of players that are not only from the Eastern European region, right?
Right.
Because nowadays we kind of only see the Eastern European region bringing us new players. Satanic, one of the names, right, that comes to mind.
You could come up with a whole list, the whole Navi junior lineup moving into Navi, replacing the original Navi lineup. We had what was it called? Struggling with the name. It was like what was it called? Planitia, something like that. I can't even remember. It was like based on a bread or something like that. But they were
the bread team.
The bread team, yeah. Those lads. So many new names to it. But to talk about one particular name, V-Tune. So I mentioned in the pre-studio, he's absolutely one of my favorite carry players out of all time. And we had some good talks with Fear back when we were doing like panel analysis, when we were doing the panel together. And that was actually PGL DPC. He brought up VTune as well as one of the carry players who invent and theory craft these very interesting builds. And some of them break daylight, where people start to build like, oh, this guy makes the meta. That was when everyone followed, what does Topson build? They play what Topson does. Vtun wasn't that kind of guy, but he sometimes made a build that cracked and everybody wanted to do that. I was like, he's brought something to the game. 33 is another inventor. But Vtun versus Pure. How does his gameplay style fit with Tundra? How do you think it's going to go? Do they change his pool? Sorry, not change his pool. Change their team pool around him? Or is it going to work the other way around?
I think Tundra, they're probably just going to pick him what he feels comfortable with, probably. I don't think they're going to force him to play a hero that he doesn't really want to play. But as we saw in other tournaments that they play with the stand-in, for them it's not really that big of a problem, right? They have such a wide hero pool, and for other teams, the way they view Tundra is the carry is not the only problem, right? You have 33 that has a massive hero pool, so many problems, right? All these players, they're such problems for the enemy team that they don't have to rely so much on their carry to be the only threat. And interesting draft already. We see the Beastmaster, which is the menace of this patch, being picked every game. Even though this hero was a beast in last patch, he still is very good hero. Especially on mid, carry, and off lane. You can flex it to all three cores, and you see Heroic respond with a support on 9. I'm not really a big fan of responding with the support on 9, but in this case, the Ench is a really good response to the Beastmaster. You can always enchant the boar, and you can threaten the Beastmaster in the early game. And also, in the mid game, she doesn't just die to Aurora, right? You have the ulti that reduces the attack speed, so she can also be a little bit tanky for the Beast. Definitely an annoying hero for the Beastmaster.
And they also, on Tundra's side, banned the Pangolier in the first phase. So they definitely have a different theory on how the hero works. They don't want to play against it. Picking up the Largo after seeing the Hoodwink brought up by Heroic. There's going to be another pick from Tundra. I'll be interested to see what is going to be Heroic's response. They went for a double support opening, which means there has to be 2 cores coming up next. So Tundra can still bring in a support here. Leave either Beastmaster or Largo vulnerable to a potential counter. Maybe the Enchantress is already the counter to the Beastmaster. Might be something else coming up. But there's definitely 2 cores coming up from Heroic after this.
And the question is Largo a support in this draft?
Can it be?
Just the way they picked it, I feel like it makes a lot of sense for Largo to be a 4 and just to play against the Ench, right? Against Ench, you kind of want to play the melee supports that can block a lot of damage, that can pull the wave, then Ench is kind of useless. And Largo kind of fits that. He's like he can be a melee 4, go pull the wave. Because it definitely feels very odd to pick the Largo this early in the draft. Especially in a meta where Maid Slayer is the main item, right? And Maid Slayer kind of ruins Largo. The hero takes so long to come online. And since last patch, they nerfed the Ags. It just does less damage now. They changed kind of how the hero works. They kind of gave the Q an innate damage every time you strum it. But it just does less damage in general. And especially in a meta that's just every core just buys Maid Slayer, it just becomes hard for Largo to actually hit a timing where he's very useful in the game.
Yeah.
So that's why you see Largo in this meta just being picked either on 18 or on 24 or on 23. Different to what it was before, where he was just first picked because people didn't really buy Maid Slayer. And the hero was kind of busted.
I'm curious about that IO, what the IO pair is going to be, but we can get back to it later once we see the true pair who IO is going to be going with, because there is the Bristleback coming up from Heroic, and something about what we discussed about Tylone coming into the team, Whisper back into the offlane. We had some good talks with Cafs Cafrutado, the coach from Heroic, to those who don't know. We back in, I think it was the Fissure Playground tournament that we did in December, managed to talk about, like, he has so many different ideas for drafts. He just wants to show how many good plans he has, like what kind of drafting style they could do. He just filled with like that coach like enthusiasm of like, we have a great roster capable of pulling some miraculous things, putting an off lane into the mid lane, picking mid Enigma. It's one of Whisper's best heroes, and hell, it worked. But it was purely just Caf's cooking. Like, Whisper probably didn't even think about it. Now that he's back into the off lane, he'll get to play his traditional pool, and you have this flashy youngster of Tai Lung. You've got Bristleback as high tempo. You'd love to get another high tempo hero for Tai Lung, but what is it going to be in the end? Yuma might like a last pick for himself, but if the game is right, we might get something like that Whisper Enigma on 24 if the game is just made for it.
Yeah, an interesting part of Heroic's drafting is that Tai Lung, he has a very wide hero pool. He plays a lot of different heroes, and including Bristol mid. He actually plays Bristol mid. He played it in the last qualifier they played against South American Rejects. So just the way Heroic drafts, as you said, Whisper was playing mid before, so he would play a lot of offlane heroes mid. But Tai Lung also plays a lot of the offlane heroes mid as well. So they kind of remained with that flex, which is nice for them. And they went back to having Whisper in the offlane, which he's a beast on, right? He's one of the best off players. Is he PA? All right. So PA, a classic counter to Bristleback.
Yep, good break.
Especially because she's high armor and benefits a lot from the stick charges in lane. So the Tiny's kind of flexing to mid and carry. Mid Tiny's probably not the best in this meta, so it might just be a carry Tiny. And the Bristleback is really Heroic's flex, right? So now they will decide, do they want to put the Bristleback versus the PA lane? Which is favored for PA. I wouldn't say it's the end of the world for the Bristol, but it is definitely very nice for Bristol. The PA can scale into the late game with the Ags, right? The Fan of Knives is now the Ags, and it's an undispellable break. So it's nice for PA in this game, especially because she can also break the Ench, right? It's really easy for PA to kill Ench. It's one of the heroes that can easily kill the Ench, especially with the dagger and with the Ags.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm a bit curious about the
5 seconds remaining.
what the Heroic draft with Bristol and Tiny, where are they going to go based on what they have played? So yeah, like you said, Bristleback could be going mid. I see Yuma's got a nice amount of games on Bristleback carry. Then you wonder, can the mid Tiny work? As you brought up, it's not looking too hot in the current meta, but Thailand Tiny was something we saw quite a lot in the last year's tournaments when we were casting, when he was still 14 in 2024. He played a lot of mid Tiny. I don't see Whisper with the Tiny, but his Tidehunter just got removed.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think we're seeing Yuma, Bristle, mid, Tai Lung, Tiny, and we have a 24 for Whisper. But, they have the freedom to flex because they see Tundra's last pick anyway.
Yeah, it's just that the way Tiny got changed, it's very unlikely that Tiny will not be the carry. It's just the way the tree works now is you have more charges on the third spell and it does more damage. And toss damage is kind of nerfed since you don't have the facet anymore. So they kind of just remove that. So it's definitely likely that Tiny is carry and the Bristle will go mid or off lane.
Yeah.
But they definitely are lacking a lot of team fight on Heroic, right? They don't really have a lot of AoE spells. It's kind of what happens when you have these Ench drafts where Ench doesn't really offer that much AoE spells. And even more like the Tiny and the Bristle, they're not really big AoE cores with the team fight. Different from Tundra, right? They have the Largo always playing the spell and the Beastmaster with the Roar.
So looking like a mid Beastmaster for Tundra. So they're banning out the Brewmaster on top of the Tidehunter. Two of Tai Lung's heroes got banned in the final phase with the Puck and the Storm
10
Spirit.
seconds remaining.
What kind of pulls this lineup together for... Because Tundra has a lot of team tools, a lot of auras, buffs. They have a glass cannon that's being protected by those aforementioned abilities. Capable of dealing some heavy damage.
Will they put the Beast mid to dodge the Ench in the side lane? Or is the Beast just going to go to the Ench lane and just have to deal with the Ench, right? That's what they're deciding now, right? Is there a more value pick for the off lane or a more value pick for the mid? For the Beastmaster flex?
Heroics
Could support 23.
That's also, that's right. So it's just Largo core.
Largo core.
All right, it's just Largo offlane probably and Beastmaster mid. So 3-3, believing that Largo is still a very good hero, which it can be. I mean, he is very good at Largo, probably one of the best Largos. And let's see how it works out in a meta that's just flooded with Maid Slayer. The funny part is that there's no Maid Slayer heroes on Radiant at this moment.
Yeah.
None of them really buy Maid Slayer. Maybe Hoodwink can buy it and apply it through the queue, but definitely unlikely.
Spirit Breaker, at least on the first day so far, was an uncontested hero in the tournament. So this will be the first Spirit Breaker of PGL Wallachia. A hero I've been patiently waiting for its return. But I did not actually want to see this one come up. It's going to be the Tai Lung Viper and an offlane Bristleback for Whisper as Yuma picks up the Tiny. We're going to talk about that Viper in a second, but do you feel like Spirit Breaker, it's been about time we get him back into the competitive scene? I can say one opinion only, and Matt, I got hella mad in my last pub game versus Spirit Breaker when he one-shotted my 2000 HP Omni Knight. I got hella pissed. I was like, what is this?
It's probably unlikely that he's gonna get towards the. He's gonna like actually get an Ags in this game, unless he gets like a 50 minutes. But then everybody already has a bunch of Lincolns and stuff. I think that's more of a pub thing, that they end up like doing the one shot. But the Spirit Breaker is more a melee hero that can pull the wave against Ench, and then they just play double melee against Ench lane. That's kind of like their whole idea. So the Largo was just core from the start, or maybe they pivoted and they said that they rather have the Largo core in this game. It's a good core Largo game. But the funny part is that in this game, the Spirit Breaker Shard, which used to be the Ags, right, the Planner Pocket, it is very good against Viper, because the Viper Strike breaks. So if he presses his Planner Pocket on the PA can definitely just go in and he can just tank the Viper ult for the PA. So that ended up being a pretty big win for Tundra, in my opinion, in this draft, where Heroic, they picked the break hero to be able to kill the PA, which is the Viper, one of Tai Lung's best heroes, by the way. But the Breaker just has kind of like, let's see how it plays out, right? Maybe it won't play out the way I'm saying, and it won't be this simple. But it definitely is one of the better tools that the Breaker has, the Shard, giving him a lot of magic resistance and being able to kind of yoink one of the spells being casted on the PA.
Right. And you still get that self-magic resistance, which means that if the Planner Pocket is never popped, you still gain magic resistance for the duration of the Planner Pocket buff if it never gets popped, right? So against AoE abilities, it's good for increased magic resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty much still the same as it used to be before. Slight adjustments here and there.
Kind of interesting, if you see the Tundra's items, you see that the Largo has the smoke. So he ended up buying the smoke on Largo because the IO's build, he couldn't really buy smoke, and the Bara, he also can't really buy smoke because he needs boots plus Tango. So the Largo ended up buying the smoke. And it's one of those things where you don't really see that often, because most of the teams, they kind of just do the standard, where the support just buys the smoke, but Tundra, one of those nerdy teams, right? They count their gold until the last dime, and they do everything they can really to extract max value from their items.
They're min-maxing. They're definitely min-maxing as Tundra. They always have. That's a fair point. Chat, don't get too excited. 33 support is not confirmed. Whisper gonna get poked back from the bounty rune as we get this game started and underway. Split 2 for 2. Now let's see how VTune sits in Tundra. Ever since I've covered VTune games, he's always played in a lineup of 4 Protect 1. It's always been about VTune taking over the late game. He has amazing farming patterns. He always stays away from harm's way. If needed to, he'll rotate with a hero at 13 to 15 minutes just to ensure he gets a kill. So you'd think about, how does Anti-Mage play the game? He's never there until the fight's over. As a PA, he might do something quite similar, that he only shows up to throw a dagger, get the quick Phantom Strike, and just go out back to farming right after. That's VTune Dota for you.
I would say he's probably just gonna play standard. I don't think this 4 Protect 1 thing is really a thing in Dota anymore. It's kind of more just a team game in general, right? Most of the teams that at least win tournaments or do really well, it's mostly a lot of just team play nowadays. No more of the 4 versus 1 thing. So I expect him just to play the standard Dota that we see a lot. Maybe he has some innovative, like some new build that he can do. He can show us why he creates a lot of things in Dota, as you said. Ooh, and a little go on the Hoodwink, getting low.
Good attempt on
Right,
Theolicorn.
Fury.
There's the jump from V2 going in for the dive, and the dagger should do it. And there's enough stick charges to get some regen out, but Whisper still gets the trade going. Maybe a second. Another spike available. Yep, he should have this one. There we go. Whisper for the double kill. So you might have gotten first blood on V2, but you instantly pay the price.
And Whisper is very happy with that trade. They lose a lot of creeps on Tundra. Definitely not worth it for them. Even though it was a first blood, now Bristle gets to finish his Null Talisman and his Bracer, and he has lane control.
Yeah,
So
two
very
solo
happy on
kills.
Bristle.
Like his support's dead first, and he kills them alone. So all the experience going into Whisper's pocket. The Theolicor's still level 1.
I got a little bit too excited there on the PA, and it comes back to the Fairy Fire, right? A lot of people realize that Fairy Fire is a really good item, and Hoodwink only survived that extra hit because he had a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, the the abbreviation for Fairy Fire isn't actually fast finish. It could feel like it sometimes when you're going for that deep dive. Battling down in bottom. Ari going to get slowed up by the grenade. 33 getting in a bit of a lick. Save his buddy.
I always really value to lick off the debuffs on your allies because you get the extra regen on Largo, but this lane's starting out really hard for Tundra. The Largo, he's definitely struggling a lot. They end up getting the pull here on the wave with the Bara, but very low resources on Dire. I expected Bara to at some point leave this lane when he sees an opening on either mid or top. Probably top, where they have a lot of slows from the PA. Be able to get a kill.
Yeah, they have been trying to get this creep wave pull multiple times now by Ari, but it always sets them in danger of potential jump because the enchant slow with 30% should be enough for Yuma to get in avalanche range to start poking and dishing out some pretty heavy damage. They're not exactly super tanky on Largo and Spirit Breaker early on. They've got good armor and nice base HP to complement, but Theolicor's in trouble in the top lane. Might still go down. There we go. V2 with the jump in. Secures it. Whisper's got so many resources. You mentioned that magic wand, the effectiveness of it versus this PA, and he's going for the dive. He's going to get this one. Now he's blocked by the creep wave. Goes down the right trees with the tango and dives for Whitemon. Another double kill for Whisper. Yes, sir. That's 4 kills for Mr. Bristle.
And this lane kind of, another kill on mid. Lane kind of backfiring for Tundra, right? They kind of had the counter pick to the Bristol, and they picked the PA into the Bristol, but how much of it comes back to the level 1, right? If he didn't dive there on PA, the lane would probably be in a really good state right now. But the small things, they add up in Dota, especially on the first couple waves. A lot of pros, if you actually ask them, they will say that most of the lanes, they are decided in the first couple waves.
They almost went for BZM right away as he TP'd, hoping to get a back-to-back kill on the mid laner off of Tundra. But they'll get the response on Theolicorn, down to 100 HP. Nice bash from Ari. And the secured kill for Whitemon. Does get the bushwhack off, and Tylum is dangerously low. Has a couple stick charges to work with, but as mentioned, the supports stick around. The Io goes for the double kill. 2, 2, and 2 for Whitemon.
A lot of return kills coming, and of course, when these sort of things happen, it's always good for the team that's losing because they're just trading a bunch of kills, right? So you're getting more XP and more gold from being at a disadvantage. So good comeback for Tundra, especially for the Beastmaster. Gets a push in the wave.
Largo might be in trouble too.
Some
They get 33. Yes, they can. Yuma setting up another tree right after the previous tree throw. Get his first kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Whitemon
Interesting
and Ari
items
invading.
on.
No
Interesting items on the Largo. He has a Void Stone in his inventory. He had a Perseverance queued up. So I wonder if he's going to make that into an item or if he's just buying it to just have it in his inventory.
It's good regen, sure, to have a Void Stone. I was already thinking, like, is 33 having that bad of a lane that he needs to go jungle and resort to mono region because of that given reason? But we'll find out in the next few minutes. His farm's not bad. Even if he's the last, but 23 last hits at 6 minutes, it could be worse.
And for the lane he had, it's like, okay. It's the double melee lane versus the Enchant melee hero that kind of win the lane against you. So kind of expected outcome for them in this lane. They definitely didn't go into the lane thinking they were going to win this lane. So maybe you would have been a little bit more happy if already had a Perseverance. But I like it. I like it. I haven't really seen a Largo buy a Void Stone in lane. Usually they just do the standard Soul Ring into boots, into Ags. Maybe he buys different items on Largo since they changed kind of like how the ult works, since the Q just gives flat damage now. I doubt it though. I feel like he's just gonna buy Ags. It's way too good.
It's really good, but it is also 33. You know, could be cooking something new. The inventor. No Spirit Breaker charge coming down bottom. They could maybe lock in for Yuma, but they do see him in the wave. There's a melee creep in between, actually enchanted by the Enchantress, so they'll see if Ahri starts charging. All spells used by 33. Yuma down to 500. Has a double healing Lotus. He'll be happy to get a upgraded Lotus at the 9-minute mark, since he's already picked up the 2. Let's see what happens as the game unpauses. He'll let Yuma go. No charge. Ahri did back away. He's trying to ask for vision. Yeah, he's charging now. They're bringing in numbers for that Tiny. They're going to look for a kill. Yuma?
I was here.
Let's see if he can make it happen. Avalanche is already spent. Ahri's going to get a free connection. The damage is close. It's going to be enough. 33 gets it.
Right. Kind of a pause moment there, you know. Maybe Tiny, he kind of forgot what the game state was, and he got charged. A little bit unlucky, but it happens. Yeah. Kind of a what can you do situation right there. And Largo, pretty big win for him. He's going to be able to pull this wave, and he's just... The Ents just kind of left this lane, so the Largo just giga free farming. And alright, we see the Largo, he has a Phylactery in this quick buy. So he's probably thinking about the long run. He's thinking about when he gets the Conda, he'll just break this Bristleback with his Q. And so he's going to do the Perseverance early to have sustain. Which is smart. I like it.
You gotta have big brains. You're a Dota pro after all. Whisper also finished off the T1 tower in the top lane at sub 7 minutes. He's already got an Ags queued up.
Yeah, he's going to be super snowballing from those kills he got in the early stages. And Tundra, they don't really have the best heroes to really deal with this Bristle, right? The PA doesn't really do damage to Bristle early. Later, of course, when she gets Ags and all those items, then yeah. But early game, they don't really have like any heroes that really kill Bristle, right? It's only the Beastmaster with his ult if he can actually catch the Bristle by himself. Nobody's buying Vessel. Nobody really does any magic damage if you think about it. Like IO balls, sure, but not really that much damage. So Tundra, they're probably just going to play a farming game. And that's going to leave it open for Bristle to also just farm his items as freely as he wishes. And he's going for the Ags, which is another pretty uncommon build, I would say.
Yep.
It used to be super meta, but it got a little nerfed.
That was kind of like when we had the Bloodstone Bristleback, right?
Yeah.
Worked a bit different. Toon is being pressured. This is illegal. I'm just going to point it out. It's 8 minutes into the game. You're diving a tier 2 tower. Only a Broodmother from a mid lane is allowed to do that. Maybe a Bristleback in this case, but you can't let that happen. That's highly illegal.
Have you seen the Hoodwink blocking the PA's camps in the top lane? He just has 2 sentries on both camps in the corner. So even if PA farms this spawn, all his camps are going to be blocked. So kind of a disaster start for PA.
Smart.
Lost his tower, 2 deaths, and he's not really getting the lane creeps. So like, it's so bad for him.
Might see a fight in top. Ahri doesn't actually get any backup with that charge. I was thinking they might go for the level 4 supports, bring in an extra hero down into top. Nothing really happened in the end. But yeah, that is a good point to highlight. Those sentries blocking those camps, really understanding what hurts VTune the most is his jungle farm potential. You don't really see VTune a lot in lane.
A really good start for the game for Heroic. They already have both towers, mid and top. They have a super free farm Bristol. Yeah, and Tundra, they really don't have any choice but to really just farm creeps. And they're no stranger to this gameplay, right? They'll keep farming and keep scaling into the game. They're a team that deals very well with pressure. They kind of just keep scaling and do their own thing. So let's see how much they can do in this game.
Gonna be a big kill because getting that Beastmaster, delaying his Ags timing. Tundra will not have their tools up. That's another time getting pushed back once again. So good move from Heroic, really applying the pressure. This is kind of old school SA, kind of looking to have a constant bloodbath going on, but they've fully taken over the map. You know, a level 6 Enchantress, I'm used to seeing her at like 9 minutes pressuring a tier 2 tower, but now the whole lineup of Heroic is doing exactly the same. It's just Yuma farming those camps safely because he still has a T1 tower down in the bot lane.
Yeah, Heroic played this early game really well. They came mid when they had a siege to pressure.
No, BZM back-to-back deaths incoming. Oh, what happened to TP on Viper? Oh, Tylon canceled it himself. He's actually not going to join in. As the Oliker dies, Whispers on the run. The whole Tundra team is here. The Roar does connect on Bristleback. That's going to be a big kill. It's a tanky one for sure. He's making them pay the price, but is he going to get any kills out of it? He got Ari. He's still surviving, but King Jungle slightly late for this one. Vtoon, he's low on HP. BZM in 33, giving the protection for the PA. Tylon finally here, gets the poison to connect onto the Beastmaster, and without the Roar, he won't be able to keep him back. They'll have to decide to stay out of the way. So Whisper's giving the tip for Tylon because that might have been an unintentional TP cancel from the Viper.
Yeah, and Tundra bringing multiple heroes to try to respond to this aggressiveness. They end up TPing the Largo, which kind of hurts his net worth. They end up not dying on any cores, so not the end of the world for them, but they do spend a lot there to try to respond to Heroic's aggression.
PZM needs 2 more pieces to finish the Ags on the Beastmaster. He needs to get to that ASAP.
Bristol gonna get his Ags soon, and then let's see how they're gonna play the map. Will they just play top area? Will they bring heroes bottom to be able to take this tier 1 tower and open the ancient area so they can contest the enemy ancients? Viper also going, so a lot of Ags, right? Viper Ags, Beast Ags, Bristleback Ags, they're all just buying items.
KJ is being targeted here with the Roar, and the charge is coming through. They don't even need the charge. Ari just for the quick drive-by, pick up the shared XP.
You're playing a little bit too aggressive. It's a classic Ench death, right? You're playing in the enemy's face, and if they don't respond, you kind of just be there annoyingly. But sometimes the enemy responds with multiple heroes, and then you just kind of end up dying. But I like it. It's aggressive from KJ, contesting enemy camps, right? Taking the creeps, not letting them just free farm.
Yeah, I think from for KJ's perspective, maybe he's allowed that 1 death on the Enchantress. If that happens again, then we can start thinking like, okay, was it smart to stick around that deep? But that was his first death. We can allow that.
Yeah, considering also that the Viper with Boots of Travel can always TP to the Ench creep, so probably playing on that fact as well, that you want to contest enemy areas with the creep, and the Viper can always connect while the Viper farms your side of the map. And there he is. It's the classic Ench gameplay. He spawns, and he runs back to that camp, and he starts taking those creeps.
Same place. Also, kind of weird. This is a statistic that doesn't actually happen quite often. So we're at 13 minutes. Everyone has died at least once, and the cores have more deaths than the supports. BZM has 2, Vtoon has 2. Okay, Theolikar still has the most deaths in the game, but not too often do you see a stat line like this in an 8-8 game.
Yeah, it shows that some unconventional things happen in the game. You know, some things that shouldn't have happened, probably starting with the deaths on the top lane. That kind of bled into them losing a lot of the towers early. So that kind of just makes the cores have to move around earlier in the game. They can't just be static while you're getting super destroyed in the other lanes.
Well, we might get a 4-man fight in bottom. Let's see. 33 wants to pressure the tower. He wants to draw Yuma's attention, and he's got the backup now. So let's see if they can connect onto this one. The charge from Ari is going to be there. Are Heroic bringing anybody to save him? No, they're not. They'll just leave Yuma for dead and lose the bottom tier 1 tower for Tundra.
It kind of surprising. It seems like there's a little bit of miscommunication, right? Yuma just showing in the lane, and if nobody TPs, then it's just kind of suicide, right? You're just walking there to die. But definitely feeling a little bit of hesitation for Heroic in this point. They already taken top towers. They could have easily defended this tower bottom if they really wanted to. They want to rotate a bunch of heroes. But it looks like they don't really want to. They want to continue controlling the top part of the map. So maybe Yuma had a different idea there. He was expecting his team to back him up, but they didn't. So costly mistake for Heroic, I would say. That they had this game kind of in a really good spot. And now it's not that good anymore, right? PA coming back with the Battle Fury. And just like that Tundra, they end up hitting their timings, right? They just keep farming and they keep scaling into the game, even though the game can look at it's a really bad spot. They're just really good at doing that.
Yeah, they on the Heroic side, they absolutely lost their momentum now. So BZM is 100 gold short from Ags. Beastmaster's getting to his timings. The boots are finally finished on all Tundra heroes with some pretty late phase boots on Largo and Spirit Breaker. And PA with the Battle Fury. So Vtune is in full online farming mode. Not necessarily online in terms of the threat potential on the map, but he'll be able to ramp up his farm. Whisper and Theolic are going for a bit of a wrap-around smoke. They'll run into the IO. Should be able to nuke him down. There we go. Easy kill for Whisper.
Heroic knowing that the game is not going the way they want it to, so they press the smoke and take the gate. Nice little move for them, but didn't get the ideal target, right? They wanted to get the Largo there. And Tundra also very good at where they position their heroes on the map, right? If you look at their map, there's one hero in one corner, another hero in another corner, another hero farming a creep wave, right? They're all spread out farming.
Those deep wards did show Vtune farming in top, so I would be wondering if Heroic is willing to go for the chase. Tyler wants to go Roche. He just straight up started it with the Ags. Yeah, nose dived into the pit. Okay, sure. Early Ags. Aegis, I mean.
Yeah, all the minus armor effects are very effective against Roshan, so Bristleback is a very good hero to kill the Rosh. Especially when he has a really good game. He can easily just go in with... He also has bought the shard.
Oh, they found that Vtune kill. That was a Yuma solo.
Yeah. It's the Tiny Shadow Blade.
And they get the Aegis, so 2 birds on 1 stone. Not sure if that's the right saying. I'm Finnish after all. I might get these ones wrong from time to time.
Ooh, he knows that the Largo's bottom. Just in time he TPs out on Largo. Alright, nice game. I mean, he had a ward. He saw the Tiny coming. So, nice by 3-3. So now with Aegis, I'm assuming they will want to control the Torm in 2 minutes. So they have 2 minutes to be able to do whatever they want. So they will go for the mid tower with the Bristol. And they'll probably just play with the Bristle and the Ench together, having the Viper be able to connect with Travels, and have the Tiny Hoodwink start hunting on the map. Because the Tiny Shadow Blade, they can probably kill almost any target. And especially when he has Silver Edge, even the PA can just insta-die to the Tiny. It's actually a decent matchup for Tiny, since he gets bonus armor from his ult, and he's a natural Silver Edge buyer. It's actually pretty decent versus PA.
Yep. Yeah, that works. A lot of breaks coming into this game. You kind of highlighted the Conda, which is now finished on the Largo, and then that Silver Edge. Just they're fighting in mids. They got the tier 2 tower out of the way. KJ will fall. And
There's a big timing for Tundra. He has the Conda now, so what that means is that Bristol can die. And honestly, if this Largo had an Ags, this game would probably be kind of over. I think Heroic would just easily win this game, but since he has a Conda, he actually can threaten the Bristol and the Viper and the Ench. It's such a value Conda game.
Yeah, it really helps their team deal more and more damage, having access to that. You have an IO lineup after all, so IO amplifies somebody's damage, and Largo enables you to do that given damage.
Yeah, and speaking about Ags, the IO is also going for Ags, which is a very common theme in this patch. There's a lot of IO being played, especially in the high-ranked games, in the pub matches, and usually the IOs, they just buy 1 or 2 items. They buy like a mech and a soul ring, and then they just go for the Ags, and they end up scaling like a core. And that's what Whitemon wants to do, right? He knows that the Bara doesn't really farm, so he's doing the farming for his Bara.
Smoke connects onto Whitemon. He doesn't have the mana for a relocate, so as low as he was farming those camps, he'll have to forfeit his life. Now we're at the 20-minute mark. So they could make the move towards the Tormentor that you were highlighting. That's something that Heroic wants to play towards. They might just stick with the aggression. Ari gets nuked by Yuma. Doesn't really stand much of a chance. They also see that there's an amplified damage rune in the river. So that'll be very good for Yuma to pick up.
A nice pick off from Yuma. And you see Tundra, like the Beastmaster is not really interested in fighting. He's just in the corner farming camps. The IO also died in the corner farming camps. So you can see that their game plan is to just keep farming and scaling the game. And when they get a good opportunity, like with the Beastmaster will get a roar with some reload, they're going to force some TPs, get some corner fight, and then just keep on getting map from these small little rotations, small little events where they force the enemy to use their TPs in a bad way. That's kind of like the whole way Tundra plays, is they just play map. And they just chill.
Oh, they run into Whisper. Perfect target as well, but E-Tune's already spotted. Whisper does give the heads up, and there we go. The break is there, but the Lotus Orb comes out right after. So reflecting all those abilities, and the Roar can't be used. And here comes the return from Heroic. They're going to bring in the numbers for the response, and Tundra are trying to run away. Break on the Beastmaster by the Hoodwink. Ari getting slowed up by the Enchant and the Viscous Nasal Goo. Nicely holding their ground. Tundra aren't fully backing away. There is no Yuma. I think they only make that play because they spotted the Tiny was in the top lane.
Yeah, it was also the Wisdom Rune timing, so they were smoking to maybe get the Wisdom. But this was so farmed, actually. He just has 1,500 net worth at 21 minutes.
That's pretty
Lotus
sick.
Ags at 21 minutes and 3.5k gold. I wonder what he's going to think now, knowing that there was a break in the game. What is his next item choice?
Could you technically Manta Bristle?
The break is undispellable, so that's what makes it more interesting.
So maybe Sanj and Yasha would then be better with status resistance.
Yeah, he has that queued, but he also has a Yule's queued. So maybe he wants to Yule himself when he gets broken. That may also be an option. Or he can also have a Yule's for the bar, right? He can just dispel the bar. Very useful item versus Bara. He hasn't made up his mind yet. 4,000 gold, still thinking. Easy Tormentor, again. Heroes that have physical reduction, physical armor reduction are very good against Torm and Roche. So Bristol easily takes the Torm there with 3 heroes. And a DD.
Talking about minus armor, also spotted. V-Tune has queued up a Desolator as well on the PA. Let's see if he ever gets to finish it in this game. Heroic is still 8,000 gold ahead, but the smoke is coming in from Tundra. They spot KJ first, instantly nuke down the Enchantress. Heroic, no, the Roar is down. They're going to respond. Yuma coming in to slap Ari. The toss right on top of 33, and Largo is out for the count. That's 2 for 1 traded. And V-Tune, Whitemon, BZM, they're trying to make their way out. There was a Dark Troll Summoner blocking their exit for a moment. But able to get themselves out of harm's way. They do end up losing 2. Does Heroic, what do they want to do now? There's no Roche, there's no Torm.
Don't be mad.
Yeah, they probably just want to keep following Tundra around the map and not let them farm. So they also know that there's no Roar right now, so they just kind of want to take their camps and oppress them on the map. Make them feel like every camp they try to farm can be contested and they can probably die on these camps. So you see right now, Beastmaster, he can only farm this medium camp, right? Then he has to walk back to the corner of the map. So Heroic definitely playing the map really well in this point. And will this Bara die? Yep. Ooh, that was close.
Still
Quick fingers on Io.
Whisper was very cautious about rolling there. There was still an active reload from Whitemon. But yeah, it does feel like the South American Astini style of Dota. We choke them until they make a mistake when they leave the base. I'm sure if Tundra makes a lot of mistakes, but this game might tell us if they do.
I mean, if there's a team that's good at responding to that towards the gameplay, it's Tundra, right? They know that they need to go to the corner, farm their creeps, hit their timings, and not be in a rush to be able to play the game. You know, even though they're 11k down, they're probably one of the better teams at coming back from these sort of deficits. The game is looking hard, though, I would say. I think this game is very hard to come back from. I think the Bristle just has way too much net worth. But you never know. Maybe they get that 1 kill on him when he's isolated, and that can just turn the game around.
Yeah, one of the old Dota theories was that Bristleback's always going to kill somebody in the fight, so you ignore him and try to kill everybody else. Does that apply here at all?
Well, it kind of applies, but at the same time, you have a way to kill him, which is the break, right? That's why the Largo bought Kondo, for them to have a way to be able to kill him, so they can't just ignore him, right? Because he's just gonna kill everybody. So the way you don't ignore him is you have a way to be able to actually kill him. Because if you don't have the break, he will never die, right?
Yeah. Yuma groups up together with the rest of Heroic. They were smoking under their own observer, their cliff vision, basically. We're expecting if Tundra walks into them, they might take the engagement.
Big timing now for Tundra. BKB on Beast. They kind of need to win this next fight, or else the game is going to start getting out of control. It already is kind of out of control. Rune timing coming up.
It feels like you're holding on to a very slippery rope right now, but you're holding on to something. Yuma's trying to get into position. BZM cuts another wave. Tundra doing a good job of at least cutting the creep waves, so they're not allowing Heroic to start knocking on those tier 3 towers. Trying to play the map safely.
A nice read there from Heroic. They kind of knew that Tundra was smoked on this wave mid. They played their side while Tundra also played their side, so usually that favors the team that is smoked. Because you're smoked, you can get the jump, but Heroic, they didn't give them the jump. So nice read from them.
It's good.
And
info.
Roche is up, so they're gonna go Roche.
Yeah, Roche is there. Ari was drawing some lines on the map as he has warded this triangle, which Heroic actually don't know about. It's giving them a decent amount of information. Ari is fighting Fiora Core down the mid lane while Roche is being taken. Oh, here comes the relocate. Sure, okay. D-Tune, one shot, some fresh Desolator. They still get the Roche.
Nice little pick off there for Tundra. Off the wards that they placed when they were smoked, right? So I definitely want to see Heroic buy a gem and take away these wards that they have mid and top. Beast using his BKB TP.
They're trying to go for KJ here, and they will.
Okay.
Oh man, Heroic. That's 2 heroes already given away just like that. At least the first one, they were doing the Aegis, but this second one was a bit of a chase. They were backing, they were like semi-backing, not fully. Yuma though, he strikes like a thief in the night, takes down Whitemon, and they do get the target on him, but that Tiny is going to get protected as Ari doesn't have the backup for it. But yeah, that was dangerously close.
Yeah, a lot of little pickoffs going on. And you see the gem now on Hoodwink. He D-wards triangle. He might also get this ward mid. He doesn't really see it. He's going to go D-ward the other cliff now. And now Heroic, they want to keep doing what we were talking about earlier. They want to just keep oppressing Tundra on the map and try to force them to make a mistake and then capitalize on it and then try to go high ground with the banner.
And Yuma spotted.
Tiny getting charged. He's very alone.
There's no IO relocate, but they've got BZM, they've got Ari. Dust is used for the vision there. They're going to get the roar out, and that Aegis might be gone. Backup is arriving, but are they too late for it? Yuma just goes man mode. Here comes the relocate, bringing in at least 33. It looks like they brought the Largo instead of the PA. D-Tune was not around. Whitefawn and BZM should be heading straight back to base with that. There we go. All right, they got the Aegis out. They only trade Ari for it. That's pretty good for Tundra.
Good win for Tundra. And again, they're kind of just outmaneuvering Heroic on the map a little bit. All these small little trades we're getting.
CV2. Catch him though. BKB TP. That's a 9-second BKB charge.
Then no more Aegis now on Tiny, so they can't really go high ground on Heroic. Or can they? Never mind what I said. They're going high ground.
The shot on the Viper is going to help him with push quite a lot. And Whisper just takes the front. Whitemon has to be careful of that Quill Spray. It's going to ramp up quite a lot of damage on a hero with not exactly that much armor. It's about 19, but that does drop pretty quickly.
They do have a banner to use on next wave if they want to.
Smacks goes in. Let's get the actually, it wasn't his heart going. Looks like it was just Largo licking the Tiny closer.
Right. they'll back off. Well, at least they got all of Tundra's heroes to come back to the base and defend. So that's a pretty big win for Heroic. And smart that they back off. They don't really need to commit to this high ground. They already won by having them all come back. Now they can just farm all the jungle camps and the waves and start posturing for the torments in 2 minutes.
Can I give your, or can you give me your tier list ranking for Tai Lung's Viper build? Shiva's Bloodstone Ags.
I mean, this guy, last patch, he was probably the best Viper. And I kind of like his build. I think the Shiva's combos well with the Nether Toxin, right? Because now Shiva's increases the area of effect of your spells. And the Bloodstone definitely makes sense as well. So now Bloodstone is another item that also got reworked and is made with Veil now. So it's basically a permanent Veil in an area around you, 1200. So I like his build. I think it makes a lot of sense. Banner placed mid on the siege wave, so sieges are not dying. Let's see how much they want to commit on Heroic for this push.
Who do they go for? Tundra decides to jump someone. They're out of the base. They find Yuma. They got the roar out onto the Tiny. Here comes also White Mob to get the assistance. V2 going for the target. They only took down Tiny down to half HP, and V2 just melts as Tundra will lose their carry, and BCM is going to get forced all the way back. White Mob's getting trashed by Whisper. And nobody dies from the South American squad. Instead, Tundra, 4 dead. GG. Game 1 in the bag. Just like that. It was a hard game to bounce back in, but that's how rapidly it finally ends. And, you know, any other team than Tundra might have taken the fight 10 minutes ago and the game would have been over. They were holding on to something, but that's just how quickly a game can end.
Yeah, really good game from Heroic. They snowballed from a really good laning phase that they had into taking 2 really early towers and not really letting Tundra's lineup come online. They have a lot of greedy heroes, right? The Beastmaster with Ags, even the Largo's a greedy hero, even PA, right? Battle Fury hero. And they didn't really give them the space to really farm their items. They went for the early Roches. They also got the Tormentor. So really good stuff from Heroic. Playing really fast, knowing when they're strong, when they can push. Like that end push there was a really good read from them, right? They don't have Aegis. They lost it earlier, but doesn't matter. The Siege Wave is coming. They can press banner and force the fight. And they know that Tundra needs to come back into them. So the best way to catch the enemy sometimes is not running after them. It's just running at their buildings and make them come back to you, right? So really impressed by Heroic's performance. And I think Tundra kind of dropped the ball a little bit in the laning phase, especially in the top lane. I think the Bristol, he had some unreal god game in this game.
That was pretty
He had way
sick.
too much net worth.
Like that graph, he's at 10 minutes. He has 6,300 net worth on a Bristleback. We usually say 5k is free farm. What does that make 6.3k at 10 minutes? That's absurd. Like how far he got away from everybody else. Also, at like looking all the way at the post-game stats, one thing that does worry me a bit is my point of Core Protect 1. Because Tundra would only play as 5 if they would make a play somewhere. Otherwise, it's just spread around the map, go for the team fight, that's kind of they work. But it's a 30-minute game, and your carry has 7,000 hero damage. They didn't get anything out of this PA, or at least as much as they hoped for. He got the farm. They got the chance to get back into the game. Heroic, of course, they were pressuring, but they gave a few pickoffs here, allowed Beastmaster to finish his Ags, allowed PA to get that Battle Fury, but they couldn't complement it with any actual damage later on down the road.
Yeah, I mean, if this game, if Tundra had one fight in a defensive way, the game would look a lot different. But props to Heroic. They did not give that slight edge. I mean, they made a couple little small mistakes that didn't really cost them that much. You know, maybe the Tiny dying with the Aegis is a mistake, but in some ways they also got a return kill. But I think Tundra definitely got punished for their greed in this draft. Heroic definitely minimizing their mistakes, and most of their deaths on their supports. You know, the Ench dying once or twice, like who cares if the Ench walks in, takes some camps, and dies? Who cares if the Hoodwink is dying for the Roche happening, right? Heroic, they got the most important part of the game, which were the objectives, and they punished Tundra really hard for their greed.
Yeah, they always got a favorable trade going on the side of Heroic, and a great first game from them. Tundra, let's see how they bounce back into the series. Would be quite weird to see Tundra in the 0-1 bracket after their opening series. Wouldn't be the first time, but Heroic at least is a team that I've seen a couple times go straight up 3-0. And how does that playoff run work out after? Can be a bit rough. But, it's just game one. Doesn't tell us a whole lot, but it tells us something. We'll find out after the break what goes down in game two.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are here with Ari from Team Tundra. Welcome back, Ari. Congratulations. You are coming off of the last T1 event as the champion. Well done. How does the crown feel on that head?
Crown feels heavy.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. I mean, it must actually, you guys are always targeted. Every event, they're like, Tundra's gonna win, Tundra's gonna win every single time. Now you guys have won again. You feel that target for real?
I mean, I don't know. I guess, of course, people will be watching our games and see what we're doing, and that makes us more well-known maybe than other teams are, because people are watching us a lot. But I think for us, it's more about just trying to maintain our form and trying to do what we know we can do, and then we feel like we should win if we succeed in doing that.
Now, I think you bring a lot to this team because people used to genuinely hate Tundra. Back in the day, after the TI win with the Wraith Pact, most people that I'd talk to on teams were like, I can't wait to beat Tundra. Now, it's that's more reserved for someone like Falcons. You guys seem to be people like facing off against you. They think it's a innovative thing. I hear this a lot about Liquid as well. People like facing Liquid because they come up with fun, cool ideas. Is that how you feel? Do you feel like teams have a very friendly rivalry with you?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't feel like anyone particularly dislikes us. I think some teams may think we're boring at times, maybe. But I think boring is part of being good as well.
Right.
You need to be disciplined and things like this. So yeah, I would say we're pretty well-liked, fairly well-liked, yeah.
That's what my father used to say. He used to say, consistency builds reliability, before he threw the bottle at me. But Team Spirit, they have Collapse out. I think a lot of Team Spirit is built off of Collapse. I think a lot of Tundra involves Pure. Do you guys think that you're going to adjust to VTune and do what he needs, or are you going to ask VTune to adjust to you guys? Because last time, I think you guys made Parker play for you, right?
Yeah, I think it depends on who the stand-in is. Like, I think actually like halfway through the tournament, we realized we cannot make Parker play like Pure. We need to just adapt to what he wants to do and what he's good at. Whereas with VTune, I think he's maybe a more versatile and adaptable player. He can play like lots of different heroes. And he's been very receptive so far to everything we say to him. He's like really easy to work with. So I think maybe he will adapt to us a bit.
Cool.
But of course, if there's anything he's uncomfortable with or he wants to do, we will try to help him as well.
That's great. Are we going to see much different from what we saw at the last big tournament from you guys?
I would say yeah.
Really?
there have been some like minor patches that have changed the priority of heroes, and also just the nature of how new patches go is at the start people have an idea of what's good, and then a month later there's new ideas of what's good, partly as a response to the first ideas of what's good, and partly just learning more things. So I think we're still so early in the patch that there will be different things even a week or a month later. So I think there will be differences, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys obviously adjusted the fastest out of any pro team on the last patch. Do you have a little bit concern now that people have had some time with it and they've saw what was successful from you guys? Do you think that might have some stiffer competition than what you saw at the last event?
Yeah, I wouldn't say concern, but I am expecting the gap to be closer between us and the rest of the teams in terms of the ideas. I think we were, I would say, pretty far ahead of everyone else on what's good. And now I think it should be much closer. Maybe some teams are ahead of us at this point, who knows? We will see it.
What is the vibe, the Tundra vibe? I would imagine from an outsider's view, it's very quiet and reserved and professional. You know, is that not the case?
It's not really the case. I mean, when it's like game time, that's the case.
Yeah.
But out of the game, I'd say our team is very playful, very fun, like not serious at all.
Oh, okay.
Even the types that you think might be serious, they might be the least serious, I'll tell you that.
All right, well, good to know. Okay, cool. Are you ready to win this one? Is this going for another W? Because you know TI is coming. So is Riyadh. It is about time for you guys to start sucking so people don't prepare for you. Will you be winning this tournament? Are you going to try hard?
We will try hard.
Okay.
We want to bring a win for VTune, but it's going to be win-win no matter what, because either we win it or we lose it, and then all of our best heroes don't get nerfed for TI.
Ooh, that's a good point. All right.
That's a win-win.
That is a win-win. Okay, well, we are going to see Tundra win-win minigames here at PGL Wallachia 8. We'll see if they'll be in the grand final yet again. Stay tuned.
right, that's game one done and dusted with Tundra and Heroic, and time to set our sights towards the next match of Heroic still sticking with the Dire, Tundra swapping over to the Radiant side this time around. Let's see what kind of draft adjustments we see. The Enchantress has been doing pretty well in the tournament, at least on day number 1. Undefeated, 4 out of 4. So I do wonder what that is going to be like. Enchantress banned out this time around now. Is she going to be like a mainstay in the tournament, or what's going to be going?
Yeah, it is interesting. The Ench is more likely like a response pick to a lot of the heroes that are in the meta, especially for Beastmaster. I think if you 8 Beastmaster and you have an Ench on your team, you're pretty happy in either side lane. So I think on herself, the hero's not that good, but definitely a good response pick. And I think the win rate definitely gets a little skewed when you have a hero that's like a response hero to one of the meta heroes. You're kind of just having a nice win rate, but it is an interesting way to see it, is that it's a good response, right? So maybe the hero's back with the buffs. It was enough for the hero to actually be playable again. So last game you saw him, he didn't go for the heal build. He just went for the Q, the impetus, since the facet that was usually taken was the one with the heal, right? So there's no more facet, and that really didn't get implemented with the hero. But no Ench in this game, and also no Bristleback. So definitely a different draft for Tundra.
And we're going to stick with the Beastmaster. It's a staple of Tundra. We've seen BZM played in the mid lane, 33 from the off lane. There were times they might have even picked it as a carry. That was before Pure came in. Pure wouldn't really like the Beastmaster carry that much, but definitely a team who liked to implement this hero in 2 separate roles and kind of made everybody else follow that Beast can be a decent mid laner too. But Heroic, Pango goes through this time around, instantly snatched.
Yeah, one of the heroes that made it through, the Pango, was banned in last game, first phase. And Tundra continue banning the heroes that they lost to. So they banned the Hoodwink as well, now in the second phase. So it's going to be a completely different game. Now the Beast will have more freedom to be able to go to a side lane since he won't be playing against Ench. So maybe they'll feel more inclined to put the Beast off lane in this game. But they do end up giving the Pango, which we've seen in other games and other series of tournaments. This hero is a beast in this patch, especially because of the Maid Slayer changes and because of the hero changes as well. The hero definitely got a lot of those buffs in the most recent patches. And the last ban for Tundra will be the Chen, which is, again, kind of the same thing that the Ench does. He interacts with the Beastmaster boars and doesn't let him have a snowbally laney phase. So just respecting KJ a lot, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just banning out the Zoo heroes.
KJ Chen is definitely one of his go-tos. That's a respect ban, if anything. It is a good hero in general, finds his place, but absolutely towards King Jungles. Don't want to let him have his Chen. They don't want to see that Husker when it is Heroic, though, which makes sense. One of those teams. It's either a team where Crystallis is playing or it's Heroic, and there will be no Husker.
I mean, also, I think BZM probably not the biggest Huskar fan. I do know he played it in some games before, but now that the hero doesn't have a facet anymore, he doesn't have that free dispel early on, the hero definitely got a little bit harder to play. So I feel like the players that weren't really Huskar players before and were playing it because of the meta, they got kind of exposed in a way where, are you going to double down and practice a hero now? Or are you just going to not play it, right? And BZM, I feel like he's more on the not play it side of the Huskar, because he plays other heroes.
And before we talk more about like the draft of heroes that are going to be picked here, I did want to ask you a question about patch adjustment. So we've been on multiple teams where a new patch comes out, and it usually is like either the team figures out the fastest, which works, then the meta starts to build, and then you look for those niche little details. For your perspective, maybe, would you say this is one of the hardest patches to get back to because we just removed a huge mechanic, being the facets, from the game? Or do you feel like we treat this patch as any patch we've had before? Do you feel like this is any different? Do you feel like this is any harder to study for players?
I wouldn't say it's harder. I would just say it probably has more depth to it because a lot of heroes got changed, and you can't really know the changes of every single hero, right? You know about the heroes that are played the most, at least in your ranked games. You take a look, see what happened to the hero. You know, oh, this got removed, this got implemented, but not for every single hero. So there definitely probably is a lot of undiscovered things in this patch still, right? Heroes that got changed are the sleeper broken heroes. Those heroes are not really getting touched right now, but definitely will come, especially when there's like another letter patch where the super meta heroes get a little nerfed. Then the sleeper heroes, they kind of start showing, right?
At least some that are directly looking pretty strong. The Treant Protector was one of them, but he's still out there. But the Dawnbreaker will also make a return once again in the arms of Heroic, combined with the Tusk and the Pango, quite heavy on the physical end of things.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker, another hero that got pretty changed. The Ags got kind of destroyed now. The Ags is like not the best item you go for. So before, Dawn had the facet where it will reduce the cooldown on her spells every time she proc Luminosity. And now that facet's not on the hero anymore. So the permanent having ult all the time with the Ags is not really a thing anymore. So people are now pivoting to buying the Armlet, even the Harpoon, which now you can harpoon yourself to trees, so it gives you a little bit more mobility. So the way that hero is being played now, I definitely won't expect Wizard to buy first item Axe, as it was in the previous patch that Dawn was good. And Dawn also a very good hero versus Beast, right? In the whole game, every time Beast presses Roar, there's always the possibility that Dawn presses her ult to save that target. So I like the Dawn response. It is a new hero, right? How good is this hero in the meta? What are her timings exactly? Let's see in this game. But it definitely combines very well with the Tusk and the Pango, right? Two heroes that do physical damage, and in the lane with the Tusk, with the tag team, with the Q, it's very deadly, especially for this tree. He might just die level 1 to this combo if they don't pick like a combo breaker for the Starbreaker.
And you do have a defensive tool in your ulti versus Aurora, right? So if Gyro ends up getting hit by a lot of single target lockdown by Tundra, Heroic can just use the Dawnbreaker to try to mitigate the effect that Gyro's going to get blown up right away. So Dawn will help in that sense. You don't want to play aggressive, but you have the option of playing defensive when required, or at least getting a counter initiation going your way. As the Muerta is going to be brought up by Tundra as a reply to this Gyrocopter.
It's a nice pick on 18, especially as we casted in the previous series. The Muerta with the Treant is a very strong lane. It kind of gives Muerta everything she wants, a body in front of her, a buff, and control. So Treant, it fits perfectly with Muerta. And Muerta also, remember, very good versus Pango. All of Pango's spells are physical, and Muerta's ult is undispellable. So even if Pango has a nullifier or something like that, he will do 0 damage to the Muerta when she ults. Of course, the Muerta needs to get her ult off. So if she gets chain stunned, she might just die. But if both the heroes get their spells off, the interaction is good for Muerta.
Well, they banned out the IO to prevent the Gyro IO old school pair up from going through.
5 seconds remaining.
They might still make a shuffle in this draft for Heroic, right? They got the 24th. You wouldn't necessarily want to burn a support as your last pick going into this one. So we could still see Pango or Dawnbreaker, or maybe even the Gyrocopter even, pushed into the arms of Theolicor, for example. We see KJ with Tusk, Theolicor with the Gyro, plus 4 support, something that SA teams did do quite a lot in the past, and they could still do it here if they're forcing Pango and Dawn to be the 2 cores. You could play... Can you play Dawnbreaker support in this patch? Is that a thing, or is she hard locked into being a core?
I'll say no, but then they're just going to play a 5, and then I'm going to sound stupid. But
how do you feel?
I feel like the last patch when Dawn, she could buy Ags, you could definitely play at support. But now I feel like the hero kind of relies on just doing physical damage, so as a support, it's not ideal. I could see the Gyro being support, especially for Heroic. Like KJ, he's played Gyro a lot. But I do think they're going to pick a support on 24, actually.
Okay.
And they're going to pick a 5. And the IO ban, I liked it from Tundra. It's a hero that doesn't have spells for Rubik to steal, right? One more hero that's good against Rubik, a good 5 against Rubik, and all the good 5s against Rubik are kind of banned. Chen, Ench, Io. Like, all the heroes that don't really have good spells for Rubik to steal are just banned. So let's see what Heroic will pick. If they're just going to pick a 4 to lane with the Dawn, or if they're going to pick another 5 to lane with the gyro, because the Tusk can be 5 too, right? That combo, the Tusk gyro, is a little nerfed since Drinking Buddies is not a facet anymore, and it doesn't give the extra damage on the flak. But it's still fine to just play the Tusk as a 5 with like the tag team. It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
So they have both their options open.
Remaining.
Well, they're trying to soften up the safe lane at least with the Centaur ban and Tundra. 20 seconds on the clock. What do they still want to bring up here? They're suspecting that Beastmaster flex still. So they go for the Largo. We'll return back to it. That should lock in BZM Beast. V-Tune with the Muerta, 33 with the Largo.
All right, going back to the Largo once again. Maybe 33 still thinks this hero's good. And, I mean, these guys won multiple tournaments. I'm sure that he has some tech. And that if he thinks it's good, it's probably still a decent hero. But definitely not as good as it was before. Like, as we said in the last draft, it's a meta full of Mage Slayer, and Largo has been nerfed. So the value of the hero has gone down a lot, since he relies on doing spell damage that gets reduced by Mage Slayer, and the hero got nerfed as well, right?
Yeah.
So all his timings are delayed, he does less damage, blah, 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 right? All that stuff that we've gone through.
Yeah, a lot of cons and not as many pros to complement Largo. And now the real question. What's Heroic's final pick going to be? What position hero is it going to be? Where's the Gyro and the Tusk? Where are they moving? Will we see a pos 5 Dawnbreaker? Are we seeing some cooking on this final pick?
Like, Cage is a good cook. He cooks some stuff sometimes.
Oh, hell yeah. He does. Does feel like maybe Yuma was the one with the thinking cap, but we're going to get a Whisper Darkseer unless we see something wild like a mid Thailand
So it is
Darkseer.
Dawn 5.
And a Dawn 5. So we were onto
I'm
something.
stupid.
You're not stupid. I was the one who brought it up. I kind of threw you under the truck.
In my defense, it's a new thing. Honestly, let's see what his build is going to be. What he's going to actually buy. Is he going to buy Holy Locket? Is he going to buy Solar Crest? What is his item? Is he going to buy Mana Boots? I honestly have no idea. I'm actually intrigued to see. It does combo well with Gyro. You know, it's a melee support that can go with Gyro in the lane. It can frontline for the Gyro early on. And maybe they thought that the Darkseer was way too value in this game versus Muerta, which it is, by the way. The Muerta illusion can hit Muerta while she's ulted, since Muerta has the innate ability to be able to hit and be hit when she is ethereal. So the illusion also carries that innate over. So the Darkseer wall can actually kill Muerta through her ult.
It's a pretty strong tool to have. And it does complement with the whole theory we talked about, like Dawnbreaker being able to act as a counter initiator. So now that you're playing it as a support, the way you're using your ulti, you're not feeling as trigger happy when playing aggressive. You can now just wait for the right time to pop your ult to protect the Gyrocopter. So I really like this this heroic draft as a whole, but my question is it enough for a 2-0? Obviously, gameplay will tell us maybe a whole different story, but I've got a lot of confidence on this heroic lineup here.
Yeah, I like their draft too. I think they have all the good heroes versus Beastmaster, right? They have Tusk, that is a save versus Aurora. They have Dawn ult, and they also have Gyro to clear all the units. I personally don't have that much faith in Largo anymore as a hero. I think the hero is definitely over-nerfed, but...
more the player than the hero, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think 33 is a beast, and if he wins this game, and he's buying the smoke again, as he did in last game, you know, he's just the guy that buys the smoke now on his team. Let's see. Hopefully he does something cool and teaches us something about the game. I always learn a lot when I watch him play.
Good part about innovators in Dota, we don't have a whole lot of them anymore in today's Dota. The game has been so well researched, and you know it's existed for quite a long time now when you think about it. We are aging as the game does too, so people naturally only get better and better with every year. But there are the same names who people look up to in terms of creation, invention, new ideas.
Saw a little bit of a Dawnbreaker breaking the trees in the bottom lane. Comes back to that Treant factor, right? Level 1, when you play against Treant, You want to cut the waves in the Treant's lane, so it makes it harder for the Treant to gang up on you.
Deforestation.
So Dawnbreaker, yeah. Dawnbreaker walked to the lane and uses her spell to break the trees. I'm not sure how much it's worth, since it costs 100 mana, so he's going to show up to the lane with a little bit of mana missing. Maybe it is enough to help the bottom lane.
Saw a Dominator queued up on the Darks here. If this was Tundra, I'd be like, they were the ones in last year's TI who made everybody follow the Dominator meta. Sometimes they built 3 Dominators. They had one on BZM Invoker. I remember that in like their first opening match, they have an Invoker with a Dominator. And now it's Whisper who's got the only one. No, well, we won't be able to see it now because he just disconnected. Like there's a bit of a tech pause going on the side of Heroic, most likely. Now, what do you feel about the Dominator? Do you feel like it's obviously changed a lot during the course of this last year?
It's been very nerfed, right? It used to be mega broken, and now it's just an okay item. And I feel like that's a good place for Dominator to be. I think the recipe could be a little cheaper, but I think it's a very good item for Darkseer. I think it just makes his gameplay really nice. He can farm a lot with it. He can do a lot of different tricks with the Ion Shell, with the Surge. So I think if there's a hero that has a lot of value to buy Dominator, it's definitely Darkseer, since he has a lot of spells that can combine with the creep. And Whisper, he farms a lot. He's very effective at farming. So he's probably going to be farming a lot of stacks with his Dominator. He's going to be pushing waves with his Dominator. And I think if he can make good use of it, it's definitely still a very good item. It's not as overtuned as it was before in the past, right? Because before it was just broken. It was just ridiculous.
It was.
You just buy on every hero. Now it's more like you actually need to use the item well, which is how it kind of should be, right?
Yeah, that's how a lot of items should be in Dota. At least I hope that a lot of metas would be like the items that you're bringing into the game make sense because the game needs it and not because I played 50 games of Enigma and I made Dominator in 49 of them. That's kind of like, that's just a core item on the hero. That's just a core item for any hero in the game because the item is so good. So on that topic, do you see a lot of Krella's well, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Crozier?
Yeah.
Do you see that item a lot?
Surprisingly, yes. I actually think that item is very good, especially now since there aren't that many ways to reduce healing in the game. It's only really Vessel, Scotty, and the Krella's Crozier. And it's more like just an upgraded Ghost Scepter in a way. It's made for heroes that want to buy Ghost Scepter, but you don't want to have a Ghost Scepter in your inventory, so it's like another... It's kind of like the upgraded Blink.
Yeah.
Where you can buff your item that's just in your inventory, giving you no stats.
Yeah.
But it definitely is a very good item for the heroes that buy Ghost Scepter. I think even for Largo in this game, he might buy it.
To me, it feels like a Necro W with stats.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is technically
That's
what it
exactly.
is.
Exactly what it is.
But yet, don't see a whole lot of Necroboss. Still a bit too one-dimensional. Too many saves to save from that Reaper sight. But no Necro in this game, so no point in talking about that. It is game 2 between Tundra and Heroic. Heroic did take the lead in this series. This is the last best of 3 for the opening day on the B stream. You guys have been enjoying the games and the commentary. We'll be here for the next 4 days. Complete the group stage, the Swiss stage to be more exact. Top lane, a bit of pummeling onto Ari, but you know, KJ still level 1 with just the Celestial Hammer, so no Starbreaker to follow.
Just already really low mana on Dawnbreaker since he spent all that mana in the bottom lane. Kind of hurting their lane a little bit. On Dawnbreaker support, at least you want to hit some timing in your lane. When you get level 2, try to get a kill. Because kind of the longer the lane goes without you getting a kill or something, the kind of worse it is for Dawn. It's one of those heroes that you want to brawl a lot and you want to even maybe die to come back full again so you get full mana. Because this hero has a lot of mana issues.
It feels a bit like the Primal Beast, where your max mana is like 300. Both of your active spells are going to take like 2/3. It's exactly the same for Dawnbreaker. 100 on Starbreaker, 100 on Celestial Hammer. You have 330 3 Fairy Fires as well in KJ's inventory, so trying to pack
It's the
up a
flavor.
bunch. It's the flavor, yeah.
The Fairy Fire on every hero, multiple of them. I like it. I think it's one of those items that it gives you a little bit of the, am I going to kill him? Am I not going to kill him? Is he going to turn it around? You know, I think that sort of stuff. It's cool. It brings some tense moments to the game. The turnarounds.
Does that mean we maybe need a mango buff in the near future?
Not really, right? Mango, it's kind of like, if you're low mana and you use a mango, it doesn't really change as much as I would say a Fairy Fire. I think mango's in an okay spot. I think maybe clarity is a little bit too good. I mean, clarity has to be good because it's so hard to get mana in this game sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe give like an extra 0.1 HP regen on the mango and start stacking them in your inventory.
Yeah.
It's going to be the replacement, but bit tough for Tai Lung to play this mid lane. BZM has just driven the Pango home. He's 17-11 to the 9-1, so we're going to have a walk of shame. TP back to the lane. Well, this is not okay. This is not the walk of shame. It could be worse. So he's still going to have the TP back to the lane, but BZM is celebrating. He's already won the lane at 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's crushing this lane, actually. He has more denies than Tai Lung has last hits, which is very uncharacteristic for Tai Lung. I feel like one of his strengths as a player was his laning phase. Is his laning phase, right? But in this game, getting very outplayed in this lane. I'm not sure how exactly this matchup goes. I'm not a mid player myself, but I didn't know it was this bad for the Pango. I feel like maybe he misplayed a little bit the first couple waves, and then he ended up being in this situation. But Beastmaster definitely should win this lane. This hero is just absurd too. It's just an absurd hero. All his spells cost way too little mana, and they do way too much damage.
Ari. All right, they have to wait for the lick before the Starbreaker. I think that might just break the animation, so he never got to use his Q. But they got a heavy amount of damage on both Ari and 33 Guma, forcing him back with the flat cannon. There's the lick. A poke. Oh, he misses the Celestial Hammer. That's just wasted mana for the Dawnbreaker.
And a lot of the Dawnbreaker's network just being invested in regen, right? Just clarities, raindrop. It's what he has to do to be able to have impact in lane. You even see the little Rubik throwing a grenade on the Dawnbreaker just to cancel his clarity.
Tai Lung is in some pretty serious trouble. There's no roar still for a half a level for BZM, but after this creep wave, or at least the next one with a +1 range creep, you have roar available. So I do wonder if BZM wants to just stock up on mana. He's got 7 magic 1 charges and try to go for a solo kill play with the roar. He has that level advantage. He knows Pango doesn't have the Rolling Thunder to get away.
Yeah, maybe on this next wave when he gets level 6. Sieges are coming, so let's see if any support wants to rotate mid to be able to do some extra damage on a tower if they get a kill or something.
Would have to be the Tusk to TP in because KJ doesn't have the resources to teleport and actually be able to cast a spell. He doesn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, the Tusk definitely wants to rotate. He kind of wants to go for the rune and see what happens there. Since the Darkseer, he's doing fine. They pulled on bottom, Blade will eventually push into the Darkseer. Kind of frees up the Tusk to be able to rotate. And he has boots on Tusk, so he's very fast. He can get there really fast. Yeah. And there he goes. Dawn also coming for the top rune, so Heroic putting a lot of emphasis on this rune.
Ari's going to be late. He won't be making it there for the 6-minute rune if it spawns top. So scam bottom, 80 picked up by KJ. The Olakor also coming in to assist, so Ari and the boys, they're going to be late. Help out, recognizing the situation. Now there's a bit of a backline Treant Protector found, so they get the D-Ward, they get the kill, first blood for the Dawn.
Yeah, that was really good by KJ. He went for
Bottom
the rune.
died as well. Going straight for V-Tune. This is going to be some slow damage. Can they get V-Tune in the end? There's a creep wave under the tower. It's also doing some damage to Whisper and the Olakor, but they're smartly swapping the aggro. They'll get a return kill. Now down to the mid lane. So the third fight in a row. Tai Lung is going to push BZM up to the high ground, and it's a close call, but Ari's there with the zap, and BZM lives.
So much action in 30
Love
seconds. Wisdom coming too in 10 seconds. Look like you want to contest on Heroic.
Fourth fight. Got a battle in top and mid and bottom. So, of course, it's only natural we return back to the top lane. Ari trying to go for the lift steal. He could have waited. There's a little trick you can pull by lifting them out just as the circle's almost complete. Then you walk in for the steal, but, you know, they just wanted to play it safe. Not take any risks.
Fun fact is they changed how the XP thing works. So before that would happen, right? The enemy would charge the XP, and then you would just walk in last second and pull them out, and then you would take it. So now it doesn't work like that anymore. Now if two heroes are standing in the XP pool, they just cancel each other out, and then you have to recharge it if you want to take it. So they kind of nerfed that little interaction that also SD had, that you would just disrupt the guy and then just steal the wisdom. They kind of nerfed it. You actually need to commit to the wisdom now and sit on it for a couple seconds to get it.
Yeah, I thought it worked that like the old way there. It's he lifted him out, then he walked into the circle. Because it felt like it continued from the previous point, but you could be right. At the same time, KJ gonna get targeted, but BZM doesn't have the chance to use the roar. KJ actually doesn't get himself on the high ground with the Celestial Hammer, but the most important part, Tylung secures the Arcane on the Pango. He's caught up pretty nicely in farm. Only slightly ahead of 33's Largo, though.
And Darkseer, the winner of this laning stage,
again.
Top net worth,
Whisper.
Dominator, yeah. And he's super happy. He's just giga turbo farming every camp. Eventually, he will just take this tower with his Dominator.
Also, I'm just loving the Olikar's movement on this Tusk. Like, he's super deep into the enemy jungle, sharing some of that. Now he's sharing V2's XP. First, he was taking BZMs. Actually, might even get a solo kill on V-Tune just by being here. Forces out a Fairy Fire. Pushes V-Tune to the limit.
Casual boar.
Ari is coming in.
Away.
Can Rubik cross the river, get that maximum movement speed to get there. Here comes Whitemon. Blood Grenade up. Throw in the Nature's Grasp. Try to body block this Tusk. That's some beautiful movement there. The Olikar nowhere to go. And V-Tune will get his kill. He'll hit his level 6.
Alright, space created. Same thing from last game. The Hoodwink was there blocking camps. He's doing the same on Tusk, but
spotted BZM, got the roar off, and he might be able to run away. Good escape for BZM. Yeah, ton of action. With just 4 kills in this game, we got almost all of those 4 kills in the span of maybe a minute. We're definitely increasing the tempo now.
I really like the way Heroic's playing. They're playing super aggressive on the Tusk. Now the Darkseer is just cutting the waves. They're also playing aggressive on their safe lane. And then they just combine mid, even bring the Gyro to hit this mid tower. And they're going to get really early mid tower. Just like in last game, they got the mid tower at 10 minutes. And here, again, they're getting the mid tower. And naturally, they'll also probably get this offlane tower with the next siege, right? Pango's going to take this rune. Doesn't have his defusal completed yet. Probably going to farm this stack here and finish it now. And then look to take this bottom tower and already have a really good map for the next coming minutes.
Also, did you look at Whisper's build? He's picking up an Orchid on the Darkseer after finishing the Dominator. Is this standard on Darkseer now, or is this just a Whisper build?
Not really standard, but I like it. I think a lot of people have gone for this Orchid recently. Most notably, you saw 3-3 by Orchid on Brewmaster versus Weaver. And that was a classic matchup that it's very good for Weaver, since Brewmaster has no stuns, but if you just buy an Orchid, you can just kill the Weaver. So identifying that maybe he needs Orchid to be able to kill some hero.
Or onto the Surge. Here comes the Dawnbreaker. Snowball comes as well. And the Dawnbreaker ult, maybe a bit of an overlap, so he doesn't get the full healing benefit, but 5 heroes from Tundra are coming here to just kill the Dawnbreaker. Everybody else seems to be getting away. 33. Can he catch up to Theolikor? He might get a second kill if there was a target to lick. Nobody to catch, nobody to find, and V-Tune will get that 1 kill. But they brought the Gyro through the gate. They're actually pinging him. They see him. Yuma got to be careful. Can the rest of Heroic come to the rescue? Because now Yuma has just put himself in a very bad position. Here comes the Pangolier into the silence. Doesn't get the instant rolling thunder. That's going to be Ari down and onto the chase. Good overgrowth by Whitemon, and the shards almost block everybody's escape, but only catches BZM, but still a value target to find. BZM will get killed. Tylung with the double, looking for even more. The Olakor spells on cooldown. Whisper has a surge, and he'll push Tylung forward. He's surged and rolling thunder, but it doesn't actually give him any extra movement speed in his ult. Still a triple for the Pangolier.
A really good rotation from Heroic there. Tundra bringing multiple heroes to defend this tower. I like it, but after they use all their spells, we also saw there when the Beastmaster uses ult, the Dawnbreaker immediately ults and the Tusk saves, so the Darkster got out safe and sound. That just shows the draft right there. You know, they have the saves with the Beastmaster. It's going to be hard for Beastmaster just to roar a target and just kill that target. And nice from Heroic, using their spells at the right time. They opened another tower, so very similar to the first game where Heroic get the early mid tower, they get the early bottom tower.
Yeah, here's the replay.
And they just open the map.
It was a pretty crucial moment for the team to come out just in time. I feel like it was the right read from Tundra, but they took a moment. They were pinging Yuma at the gate and didn't instantly go to him. So maybe that 2 seconds of decision-making took them too long, because Heroic also understood. Yuma saw them all coming towards him and was like, I'm in danger, guys. Like, help me out. We can turn this around. And they did.
Beastmaster had no roar there at that fight. Maybe Tundra just had to back off there after they used all their TPs and they came over. But as you said, it's that little second of hesitation that maybe cost them the go on the gyro, right? Maybe if they've gone a second earlier, they would have killed them and it would have been a good fight for them. But different build this game from 3-3 compared to last game. Last game he went for the Conda since he needed to break the Bristol. But in this game he's just going the straight standard build, which is just the Kaya into
using quite a lot to try and kill this Tusk down the mid lane, even burnt the overgrowth, but that's instantly countered by KJ coming in with the Solar Guardian. That's more than enough damage. Take down a tree. Heroic looking really, really hot here, like riding off of that game 1 momentum.
And they're playing really good. Let's see if they can keep it up. They can keep up the tempo. In the first game, I think they did a really good job. I think they kind of didn't give Tundra the space for them to come back. And I think this game, they have everything they need to also not let them come back, since Tundra didn't really have an easy way to open the map, right? This Largo hero is a really greedy hero. If you just watch what's happening, he just walks up to the wave, farms the wave, then he retreats back to the jungle. He can't really pressure this top tower, because the moment he walks up to hit this tower, the Tusk can TP, the Pango can TP, and he's just dead. So the map is becoming smaller and smaller for Tundra, and that just leads them to make this move, right? They have to press the smoke. Beastmaster still doesn't have Ags, but they still feel pressured to have to smoke here and try to open this tower.
And I also feel like this is a kill they kind of need to get to, because this would be the axe for the Beastmaster. So Yuma, he's going down most likely. No Solar Guardian to protect them, and no TP from the Tusk either. They're going to try and reply and get themselves a bit of revenge for losing their Gyrocopter. BZM stuck between the Olakor and Whisper. A couple more hits, they've got him done. Tylung giving pressure on 33 with a Diffusal Blade.
He's diving.
Need a little bit more Swashbuckle ready. Can he get both, Ari? Oh, he doesn't get either one, actually. Whitemon, well, the Train Protector will give his life away so his friends can run. There was a chance Tylung could have maybe swiped both of them dead with a Swashbuckle, but he missed both. However, it's still a 1 fight for Heroic. They do lose the Gyro, but they slow down the Ags on the Beastmaster. Once again, he's still 500 short.
Yeah, good moves from Heroic. They want to keep this top tower alive, so the Gyro just being there and them being able to TP is really nice for them. Even though the Gyro dies, it's a very good trade for them. They end up getting a lot of kills. Tundra uses a lot of resources. And they're going to continuously keep taking the rune on Pango and just abusing his TP off cooldown, right? If they ever try to attack the top area of the map, they'll just bring multiple heroes to defend. And I'm not really sure what Tundra can really do about it. I think they kind of just have to keep farming their items and just keep scaling like they did in last game. And as they usually do in most of their games. But think a lot of it is on Heroic to make a mistake at this point. And they're in a really good spot in this game. Just
It
like
does
we're in
feel
last
like
game.
that. It does feel like that Heroic needs to make like a really big mistake to allow Tundra to have a bit of leeway.
Yeah. They really want to go on this Gyro, but they can't really commit on him. Especially now that Dawn has ult. It's just so hard now. This is like the ideal scenario when you have Dawn on your team, is that you can keep your tier 1 alive, and whichever hero is acting like as an anchor there, you always have Dawn ult to be able to connect and defend that hero.
They see V-Tune, the ward placed down, Whisper's got eyes on the Muerta. Might be able to... Oh, that wall's going to be a complete miss, but... Got traffic coming through the gate, straight to Whisper here as Yuma's brought in. They tried to intervene with a gyrocopter, but he made his way through, and that just leaves the Muerta for dead. Tai Lung will pick this one up. They could still take the gate back and maybe defend that top tower. White Mon is there as the greeting party. It looks like they're not going to go.
Yeah, at this point, 17 minutes in, you can probably let that tower die. You know,
Hey,
it already did its job, right? They were able to connect there with the gyro earlier. You can just leave that tower to die now. You don't have to be out of position, try to take the gate to go back, but just let it die and keep farming your side. And here they come to contest the rune.
Yep, another rune
super
for
lucky
Pango.
with the rune. And they're just probably going to go Roche with this. Yep. Does Tundra want to contest? I feel like they do.
Get the
Do they even
tree
know that it's
closer.
happening?
I don't think they even know about it. Just might do that as well. Dawn is steeping top already to protect the tower. Gonna lose that Aegis to Tai Lung. Pango for the second life, not for the gyrocopter. They feel like this Pango is the real haymaker right now. Diffusal, Aghanim's already built. Maybe even the better Aegis carrier at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I like it when the first Aegis goes to the mid. I think it's so much better. The carrier's probably just going to be farming anyways, right? So probably just give it to the hero that's going to get in there and fight so he can play even extra aggressive. And Dawn going for that Ags. I did mention earlier that I didn't think he was going to buy Ags because that item just got nerfed. But he's gonna buy it anyways, right? What do I know? I said that they weren't gonna play at 5, and he wasn't gonna buy Ags, and he's just doing the exact opposite. So he probably knows something I don't. I probably need to take a look at this replay and learn some from him.
It's a very interesting mechanic, the the Break of Dawn, that it's more effective at the start of the daytime, and it's got less effect towards the later portion of the day. And if you start a night into day, you get the full benefit.
Yeah, it's just interesting that it doesn't really make that big of a difference for support Dawn, right? Because the only difference it makes is kind of like Division. Because you're not really doing damage, right, on Dawn. Tormentor up. Heroic using some TPs to contest the Torment area. They're also smoked. Dawn can always connect at any point. And Gyro's probably going to take the gate in the next couple seconds after he clears these camps.
That's also the first POW rune for Tundra, 20 minutes. The AD picked up by BZM into the bottle. It's a hell of a good rune to have too if you want to have a quick power spike. They saw the gyro
BZM.
top. They might be able to move to Yuma. BZM's running
BZM
into
is
him.
surprisingly farmed. He actually has a lot of net worth. He did a really good job.
His farming patterns have been excellent. He actually has more than Whisper, and Whisper won the lane pretty convincingly. Goes the Roar, finds the Dawnbreaker. They'll take what they can get. That ends a long drought. The last time they killed a hero was Yuma at the 15-minute mark when they dove the T1 tower. So it's been almost 6 minutes since Tundra has found a kill.
Kind of weird that Heroic, they went bottom with the smoke and they didn't end up taking the Tormentor. Like the Gyro didn't gate and they didn't kill this Torm. They had 3 heroes bottom. The Gyro just had to gate and they would be able to kill Torm, but they chose just to not kill it.
Yeah, I feel like teams used to highly prioritize taking Tormentor at 20 minutes, but Heroic just don't feel like it's a must-have.
It comes back to the change that it's harder to kill now, so you need multiple heroes. So maybe the Gyro said, I'm not coming, guys. And then they concluded, we just cannot kill.
Yeah.
That's probably what happened.
They do get info
at
that
least tier 2.
Yeah, the tier 2, there's something they're going to get. Double wisdoms for Tundra at least. V2 and Ari both finding a piece. They'll get what they can take. And you can see the building damage graph there. It's already 6 times the number for Heroic. Not big numbers yet, but less than 1,000 building damage at 21 minutes. Kind of comes to the topic you were bringing up about 33 on the Largo. Not that much pushing power, or at least not that much tower power. Beastmaster does have it, but BZM has been mostly farming either safe lanes or just jungle. Haven't really prioritized buildings.
Yeah, the Largo, he doesn't really add much to the team until he actually has Ags. He's just kind of a hero that farms very slowly until he gets to his item. Of course, when he gets to his item, then he's really strong, but it's a very greedy hero. He takes a while to get there. And if the game implodes before that, then it's one of those what can you do moments, right? It's like, I can't really help, guys. I need to get to my item.
And also 600 building damage from 3 tier 1 towers, of which 2 have been taken. That's, what, 5,400 minus 600? So you could say Tundra on their heroes have done less than, maybe slightly more than 10% of building damage on their own. The creeps have done the rest.
Yeah, they're just not in a position to be able to take the towers. Like, ideally, the Beastmaster would be able to snowball, and then he can hit the tower with the boars, or the Muerta could be hitting the towers, but Muerta's had a really quiet game, right? He farmed, he had a couple deaths, and he kind of lost his lane because of the rotations that happened in the early game, right? He got dove, the Treant ended up going top, and then he died, so not really the best heroes to hit the towers. They weren't really in position to be able to hit the towers.
They are interested about bottom because Tylung is half HP. His Aegis is expiring. Tundra looking for a response. Can they kill Yuma out of position? That would have been down to Whitemon just pressing the R button, but not enough backup in time. It was just the supports in the front. The AI even ends up stunning 33 at the back. So the Croakers preventing 33 from fighting. And now Heroic is turning around instead. So are Tundra ready for this fight? The Dire Scan is on point, but they have no idea where the Tree Man is. Oh, no fight in the end.
Mega value for the Treant there. He's just scouting everything. Didn't get caught. That's why that hero's still being picked. The Nature's Guise is a really nice spell. But meanwhile, the Dawn is just farming on her side. He's just doing his thing. One of the perks of having Dawnbreaker on your team is any downtime is farm time for this hero, since she can always connect with ulti.
Got the shard now too, so will help with the Starbreaker usage, or at least being able to soak up maybe some incoming stuns or crowd control. You can Starbreaker in through the calling, so you don't want to get silenced by walking in close to get your stun out. You can just use it to get into the circle anyway. Not really an interaction, but pointing it out.
Heroic being very cautious with their movement. They're just S5 a lot, right? You just see there were just 4 heroes bottom, and now there's just 5 heroes in their jungle. So, thinking, are they confused on how they should play the map, or is this purposely how they want to play? They just want to hug each other and just play as 4. Because I feel like they're hugging each other a little bit more than they really have to.
The Olicor goes in. He interrupts that force staff of Amari with the Walrus Punch. In with the vacuum, make sure that they get a kill. He's going to be up in 40 seconds again. They spotted Whitemon in the back with an Observer Ward, and now it's the eternal chase again. Try and find the Tree Man. He's cutting waves now. There's the blink with the dust. They finally spot the Tree and Protector. That one cast spell reveals his location, and that's both supports dead on the side of Tundra. Heroic will claim territory in the top area.
A nice moves from Heroic, getting some pickoffs. The warding too. They had a ward exactly to see the Treant movement. And they're probably going to get another tier 2 off this. So what's next for them? Roche is still 30 seconds from respawning. They're probably going to start playing for that since they took it so early.
Tundra, you know, they need time. They want to get bigger, but how do you feel like the scaling goes in this game? If Tundra gets the free farm and Heroic doesn't take objectives, does it actually allow them to get back into the game, or how do you feel like? We'll get to that in a second as PZM actually... Can he get that TP out? No, he cannot, because there's a Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. And that was costly. That's your 9-second BKB gone from BZM on top of him actually being dead. So if Heroic want to continue going, which they will, they TP to the outpost, they find another. Not good for Tundra, but Heroic, I think that's what they were looking for. That's what they've been waiting for.
Yeah, punishing Tundra on the map. Tundra very efficient at farming while losing the game, right? When they're in the deficit, they're very good at positioning their heroes on the map, but getting punished now. And it might turn into a little bit of a high ground while Beastmaster's still dead. And remember, when he spawns, he has no BKB and no roar. So they might try to even take a fight in the enemy base. Largo did finish his Ags, so he's ready.
And P2 also looks capable with his inventory. He's level 17. He gets to that level 3 Pierce the Veil. It's an extra 15% base damage bonus, so double the damage on the Morta.
Yeah, about the scaling you said earlier, I think both teams are fine scaling. I think they can both scale into each other. They probably both feel comfortable scaling into this game. I think Morta late game is a monster of a hero. She just kills everybody so fast. And Gyro is as well, right, with Rapier and all that stuff. So I feel like both teams, they're okay with the game scaling, but you definitely don't want to scale in a losing manner, right? You don't want to be losing in the game that's going longer. So they're not going to be just content with just farming. They just hit their timings now with the Largo and everything, so they use smoke.
That's a good scan. They know exactly what Tundra are up to. That's a good scan from Heroic.
Good read from Heroic. And they'll smoke themselves. Want to get a counter smoke. Of course, these are the smokes that go on for the Roche, right? Roche is up. So both teams, they want to get a position advantage.
And all waves are pushing in towards Tundra's base, so this is like the best moment to try and get out, get himself a move going on. Like
the Roche is going to roar here. They're going to know if they're doing it.
Tundra's right nearby.
Tundra smoked again.
Might be an interesting fight. It's a big one for Tundra. This could also be a game-winning for Heroic if they're able to take this one. The Roshan down to 7,000 HP. Not a whole lot lost. BZM, they see him. Oh, okay. Well, the Stormcrafter neutral actually revealed his location. He got zapped. Or actually, he zapped the KJ Dawnbreaker. Sorry, he did actually zap BZM on the lower. Yeah, that's how the Dawnbreaker saw him. Neutral on the beast. Goes down to half.
No BKB on Gyro for this fight. He can definitely get bursted. Even with all the saves.
Oh, this is really
30 seconds
right now.
Swap sides.
I wonder who's the one to drop first. Yuma down to 2,000 HP. Going to be pulled back to safety. Heroic will reset. Tundra also have some. Well, they don't really have lanes to deal with. The bottom lane is close enough to push back. Top's doing fine. Heroic anticipating something?
They just think they won't be able to kill the Roche in time, so they just back off.
There is good vision laid down by Tundra down the mid lane on both the steps. At least one showing in front of the pit, one on the Heroic side. Heroic, they only have a Roche ward. Do they actually have any wards in stock? No, they don't have any wards in the shop. They don't have... There's a courier delivering one ops ward for the Oligarch. That's the only ward they can work with right now. And it might just be for this top Roshan pit too. So then you're going to be in a... I think it's 1.5 minutes without another ward restock, so no, it's not that bad, but gotta make them work, gotta make them count.
It's like Gyro kind of giving up on the Roche for now. They can always continuously just scatter with the Dominator, so Tundra will never really be able to kill the Roche without Heroic knowing.
deciding not to go for it right now. Tundra keeping their eyes open on it. Still a 9,000 gold lead for Heroic. They took game 1. They are in the lead for game number 2. The previous series on the B stream was the only 2-0 today. Everything else has gone 3 games. We are still open in this game 2 if we'll get ourselves a equalizer. Tundra at least wants to make it happen. Ari finds the info on Theolicor's Tusk. Great target, gets the snowball off though, and Tyler coming in with the Rolling Thunder, charging straight in. Good ulti there from the Dream Protector. Solar Guardian also keeps the Tusk alive. The Roar comes out as well. Tylung is stunned, but they can't get any damage out of Heroic. Are really applying some damage on V2. He's standing his ground. Onto the Pango they go. They're looking for the kill on Tylung. They will get the kill on him. V2 cleans him up, and BZM on the low ground pushes Theolicor away. Yuma has to reset his position as well. BZM's BKB is running out now. Whisper will die to 33. Tundra, 2 big kills. Heroic pushed all the way back. Might lose a 3rd hero. King Jungles, nowhere to go except to the safety of that tier 2. But 33, he's on the chase. He's hungry for blood. They want more. KJ running away as they got White Bond down to half. BZM down to half. Whisper with the turn. Yuma gonna get lifted up into the air. Doesn't have his BKB. He's still got a Manta available now. Finally pops it down to 900. They're pushing Tundra away. Tyler coming in from another frag bang, and he gets a double. And they might find a 3rd. Tundra overextending, not finding any quick kills. And Heroic bringing in Tylung with the buyback to turn this one around. V2 and ulti activated. King Jungle's down. BZM hunting for another. And they've got 33. Triple kill for Tylung. BZM with another roar. Rolling Thunder's coming up in 6 seconds. And they target V2. Yuma will get the kill. And Theolicor with just 200 HP with the Blink Walrus Punch takes him. And now with V2 and the boys down, the buybacks pay off. Heroic team wipe Tundra. Long sequence.
That was such a long fight. It ended up being really good for Tundra there. Getting 2 kills early in the fight, and not ideal for Heroic. They end up using the Dawn ult, not on the Beastmaster Roar, to end up saving the Pango when he gets ulted by the tree. And they just end up extending at the tier 2. Good buybacks there from Tylung and from Whisper. It was looking grim for Heroic there. They had lost that fight and they were in full retreat mode. Tundra could have just backed off and gone for the Roche, but they kind of overextended into the tier 2 and got punished by Heroic's buybacks. And they're going to get this Roche, or they're going to give the Aegis to Whisper. Okay, since he has no buyback, he will take the Aegis.
Yeah, because of those buybacks spent on Heroic, the economy only swings 2,000 gold towards Heroic. This could have been a whole lot more, but because of those buybacks, it allows them to actually win that fight. You think that's a good thing for Tundra, that they still lose this fight and allow that Aegis to go away, but they burnt 2 core buybacks away from Heroic? Do you think that's a good sign?
Well, it definitely shows that they are still in this game, right? The game's not over yet by any means, but I do think that fight was the ideal situation for Tundra, was where the Tusk didn't end up saving from the Beastmaster Roar, and the Dawn ult was used out of the Beastmaster Roar. So for that to happen again, I think Heroic, they need to mess up. I think if Dawn just holds her ult for the Beastmaster ult, it's impossible for Tundra to win a fight. Better than to have them use their buybacks than to not use their buybacks, right?
True.
But I felt like it was more of a mistake from both teams. Heroic didn't use their spells properly in that fight, and then Tundra just overextended at the tier 2 and got punished by buybacks.
You probably weren't expecting Heroic to commit that heavily into the continuation of that fight using buybacks.
Yeah.
But I guess when you see them under your tier 2 tower, it feels like, why not? Because we can get there.
Exactly. And now it's kind of coming all together where the Gyro, he's actually getting the damage items now. Since in that fight, he didn't really have any damage items. He had only Crystallis, really. But now the Daedalus is almost ready, and he's actually going to start doing damage in these fights. Before, he was kind of just there, right? He has Dragon Lance, Manta, he has all these items to help him live, but not really damage. But now he will get to his first damage item, and he'll actually be a threat now. He might just kill the beast through his own BKB.
I love how you're pointing out the Gyrocopter lacking damage items when the Darkseer feels like the right-clicking carry, right? He's got an Orchid, he's got a Nullifier. This is like of course, this is your offlane build to disrupt and harass, but it does feel like I'm looking at some Night Stalker, Phantom Assassin hybrid in his Darkseer's inventory.
And he's just doing it himself. You know, there's he buys a nullifier so the Pango can buy refresher.
Yeah.
One of them had to buy nullifier probably in this game to kill the supports. So.
And Tylung did buy the refresher in game 1 too on that Pangolier, so he's wanting to do it again. Got the Basher queued up next. That will really kind of culminate the power of Pango and an Axe, having a Basher in there. And of course the Diffusal Blade. They all work together so well.
Yeah, I think ideally you don't want to buy Nullifier either on Pango since you're going to build into Disperser anyways, and that also gives you a Dispel. So, commanding position here for Heroic. They have the Aegis, Gyro hit his timing, he now has Daedalus. So they're probably feeling comfortable to take any sort of fight that comes to them. I think if Gyro just goes first, and he's the first point of contact, it's very hard for Heroic to lose a fight. I think Muerta, she's not there yet. I think if she finishes Silver Edge and then a Mjolnir, then I can see Muerta being a really big threat, but not yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. Anyway, Lelis, I want to throw a bit of a fluff question for you. I want to test your mettle, because this is our first day in the casting booth together. I'm going to throw a bit of a wild one here. So, talking about your ex-teammates, would you... I'll hold that question for later, apparently, because we're going to be fighting. At least with the Solar Guardian, they're going to keep their buddies up. KJ, that's a lot of damage coming in with the Nolakor and Yuma, who can't actually do anything. And Whisper's just opting to TP out, but that's a no, sir, with the Overgrowth coming in. So that fight doesn't even feel like it even started for Heroic. They burnt the Solar Guardian to keep the boys up, but man. 17,000 damage to the 2K. Holy. That's an insane metric right there.
That did so much damage, actually. Yeah, I think that was just the Largo Axe doing so much damage there. And just like that, Tundra is back. Off
Tundra
one fight there. They had a really good... Yeah, now the Muerta definitely feeling a lot scarier, right? Finished her Silver Edge.
I need to look at this replay again. Like, okay, there's the Roar. They set everything up. The Solar Guardian comes out. The Largo ulti is in there. And they're just getting sucked in and they don't do any damage back. They're just helpless. That felt like the Wumbo combo that Tundra has been looking for almost all game long, and it finally gets handed out to them, and it's a massive swing.
You can't really ever count Tundra out of these games. They're really good at comebacks.
So now we might have a moment. My question to you is, we got Tylung Pango, but would you choose Quinn Pango over Tylung Pango?
I'll definitely choose the Quinn Pango. You know, I'm a little biased there.
I know you're biased. I know you were probably going to answer that.
The thing is when I played with Quinn, he didn't play Pango as much. He started playing it more when he played for Gaming.
Right. Didn't get to enjoy it too much.
Yeah. Alright, so from being in a dominant position now, I think Heroics, they're bringing a bunch of TPs to defend this tower. Do they really want to fight this? Dawn TP's in. They do want to fight.
Just trying to find a way in, but Tundra is already positioned pretty well onto the high ground. Spotted Yuma. The poke on him. Roar comes out on the side. They spotted Whisper, and here's the response. Yuma trying to get in position to deal damage, but Tundra really nicely pushing themselves away. They've got full vision on Heroic. This is not a good fight necessarily, but Tundra, they do get pulled in by the vacuum. Whitemaw's going to be the one going down first. Whisper is down very low on HP. He's finally fallen, and the Olakor has to retreat by 33. 3 heroes hitting him at the same time. V2 going to find himself a double kill out of this fight. 33 finally falling to Yuma, and now they got V2 locked in as well with BKB trying to get away as he's got 800 HP remaining. Should be okay for now, but can they complete the chase? No bash coming in from Tylung. Rocket is still chasing. It's gonna give a nice little bonk to the head for V-Tune. But anyone with detection, Dawnbreaker has some sentries. They know where the words is. Just a bit more force depth coming in. No Rubik Shard for Ari. No save today. probably the first game of the day where the Rubik doesn't have the shard and he's not saving his allies. So that allows them to get the V-Tune kill in the end.
Such a close game. So many small details in these fights going on. You saw there the Beastmaster initiating with Roar. He saw that Lincolns was used on the Gyro. So he knows that Darkster has no Lincolns. So that alone lets him go for the Roar there. Then he ends up having to kite because the Gyro uses all his spells. And the Largo is doing so much in these fights now. He's healing so much. So if Heroic, they don't really get like the burst on some of these targets, the Largo just ends up healing from the fight. And now you see the Largo actually having a lot of impact in these fights since he's at the point where he has his 3 points in his ulti. And at this point, the hero definitely feels very similar to what it was last time. Just that now...
Definitely does. There goes Ari. That's a 420 for the Oligor. 420 gold.
Blaze it.
And BZM's queued up a Satanic. That's an interesting pickup. You get a Dispel. You get a bit of a, you know, extend the fight a bit further by throwing in a couple extra hits. I actually like that.
It's good. Definitely gives him, especially after they nerfed the refresher working on BKB. A lot of people have pivoted over back to Satanic since it gives you kind of like another life really to fill your HP. Before, the Beast would just buy a refresher here, right? And just have 2 BKBs. But it doesn't work like that anymore.
Battle for the focus. Whitemon recognizing he's got some friends coming in. Now we're bringing in KJ. Is this a fight for Heroic? It's the supports versus the team of Tundra. This is not exactly a very good fight for them. They have nobody around. Did they just give them the gem? They just gave them the gem. So 2 kills, a gem recovered. Tundra's happy to take that. I was like, oh, for me?
A little bit of a whiff there. They thought they were going to get there in time on the cores, but they're just so way too far away. And Gyro has his Satanic now, so the Gyro definitely has almost all his items ready. Curiously, he did not buy Ags in this game. And free Roche for Tundra.
Very fast one too.
Without the supports. It will not roar since Heroic took the last Roche.
They got all the goodies. Refresher shards, cheeses, banners. Of course, the
costly mistake from Heroic.
They are. I think we can. I think it's quite safe to say they are struggling to close out this game. They were in control of this game pretty well since the first 10 minutes, all the way to diving a gyrocopter at the 15-minute mark at the tier 1 tower, where they snowballed into multiple kills and they get a Roshan giving away a tier 1 tower. We're at 43 minutes and it feels like this is either team's game now.
Yeah, definitely either team's game, especially when you have Muerta on one side and Gyro on the other. Muerta, she can kill heroes so fast. So if you blink, you just die.
They didn't actually know it was the Drain Protector that was popping their smoke, so they went to the Rubik. Found him.
Gyro already has Rapier in his quick buy. So let's see if he's gonna disassemble Daedalus with the... Actually, can he even do that anymore? I don't think he can, right?
I don't think he
they
can.
removed that. Yeah, they removed that. Never mind me.
Used to. It's not too long ago you were able to do that. I always...
Yeah, they removed the chop chop.
Yeah. I was always afraid to point out to Fear if he said something that was like old news. It was like, oh, this guy's a TI winner. I'm not supposed to say anything to him, you know?
Yeah.
It's like that.
I mean,
that
sometimes
interfere.
it's hard to keep up with all the changes.
It is.
There's way too many stuff in the game.
There's so many things. That's why we have so many casters and analysts and different types of players, because they all know different tidbits here and there. Collective hive mind.
They're TPing top. They want to take this fight. KJ has Refresher now, so very strong on bot.
V-Tune is in a good position to just hammer down Whisper, but he doesn't pop the ult for it. Just throw in a couple jabs and instead end up getting killed by his own illusion. 8 just gone. You talked about the Muerta illusion doing a hell of an amount of damage, but it certainly does. Nullified as well. That they gotta kill this Muerta illusion. She's tearing them apart. Silver Edge to safety. Snowball coming in. Rocket coming in. That BKB is out. V2. Oh, the shards don't connect by Theolacor. It's just slightly a bit short there. They are protecting Muerta. Give her the cheese. She's back to full HP. Refresher is also given. Has another round of BKB and an ulti available. And Theolacor might have gone a bit too deep here. But here's the Solar Guardian from King Jungles on the side. Muerta's still okay. They've isolated 33. She's holding the front line. He's keeping vision and tabs on Heroic. Theolacor does buy back, but that Tusk has to run to his team. So we have a pause in the fight. Refresher spent. Cheese is spent. Aegis is gone. Cost of a buyback.
Right, good outcome for Heroic. They make Tundra spend all their goodies from the Roche, so evening it out for the next fight. Of course, you don't want to really use a buyback, but a support buyback there for that, it's definitely a worthy exchange. And Rubik doing a lot of work, giving the Muerta surge in these fights.
Yep. I was getting worried about that Darkseer Wall of Replica illusion just shooting that Muerta for free. I don't even think VTune even registered that how much damage it's doing until they actually then started pushing mass force staffs on Muerta to get her to safety.
Yeah, we see why the Darkseer was the last pick of this draft. He definitely knows his matchups on Whisper. Definitely knows that he's happy in this matchup as Darkseer versus the Muerta.
Might see another clash coming in again. EZM. Move up. Both quite close to each other. Show them
Rapier
with
finished.
throwing axes. Yeah, they're going back again. Not the place to fight at. We have only 3 players with a buyback up. If you take a glimpse at the buyback status, that's on the Beast, the Muerta, and the Pango. So a very poor situation overall, even though we have players queuing up or has a Rapier in the inventory, and BZM had 7,000 gold. I think he just bought a Lincoln's. Yeah, there you go. So he is slightly short from his buyback. I think both teams are just going to want to farm their buybacks now until they actually pick a clash.
Yeah, the only real objective is the Torm, but that objective's kind of whatever. It's not worth risking your position to kill a Torm at 50 minutes. Roche is a while away, so as you said, teams they're going to play safe and try to farm their buybacks, because any small mistake could be game-changing at this point. If you don't have buyback, you might just lose the game off one little mistake. So teams, they tend to be very cautious and farm their buybacks in these situations. It doesn't matter that much for the Gyro since he has a Rapier, but you never know. Maybe you can buy back in the fight and come back and get the Rapier. Anything can happen, really.
Yeah, you got a lot of like stationary saving abilities, especially on Heroic. Like if you drop that Rapier down on the ground and you still have access to, say, Solar Guardian and Snowball, you could technically still get to the Rapier before your opponent does.
Damn, nice read there from KJ. Realizing that they were on the enemy wisdom. He has no vision. He just read the map.
Tormentor. Shard for the Gyro. Not really very impactful. 49 minutes into the game.
Not the best shard.
It's like when I played offlane Gyro in my pubs, I go like magical build. That 15 to 20 minute magical gyrocopter, that hurts. But 49 minutes, not that much.
Nice wraparound here for Tundra. Are they going to run into her? They're going to backstab Heroic. They see them taking the outposts.
They know where they are.
Donald is ready, and he has Refresher.
Counter smoke coming up, but they're going to sit in the Roche pit area. It's Tundra.
Dawn has increased vision during day, remember, so he sees more.
That extends very far. They're coming in.
He has buyback.
They're going to get hit by the Aurora and nuke down as Tylung is coming in for the response. The vacuum catches the Muerta. Muerta's going to get Force Staff back to safety as they've got 33, nowhere to go. Force Staff comes in just in time. Ari comes for the rescue, saves 33. He doesn't die in an igloo of hell.
Don holding his buyback. Very good from KJ. He doesn't have to use it immediately.
Yuma's going ham.
Gyro's going in.
Gyro's just non-stop going. The lift comes out. Lotus is supplied. Snowball stun connecting onto the Rubik, and all hell breaks loose again onto the back line. EZN, he's still got that roar, but does he get to use it? No, he's going to get killed during the silence from Whispers Orchid, and now they focus 33. This is round 2. This time the Largo falls, and KJ, no buyback spent. He'll still hold on to it. A 4v5 fight, which they end up winning.
It's impressive that he didn't use his buyback on Dawn. I feel like if that was me, I would just fat finger my buyback, just join my team in 4v5. But Heroic with a great read. They know that Beastmaster doesn't have Roar, doesn't have BKB. They use all their spells in that fight, so they're not ready. Largo also with no BKB. So they recognize it and they know when they're strong. Gyro just goes first with Surge. Here's a Gyro Rapier. Gonna force some buybacks here.
They've got 4 more. Rubik spends his first. Largo Beast waiting for the time to arise. There's the high ground glyph being popped. Melee racks down, and that's the last glyph basically. As the lift comes out with the buybacks, instantly they're gonna look to engage, and look at that! Good night Rapier down on the deck, picked up by Muerta, who now packs over 900 right-click damage. So that's how quickly things can shift, but Tundra, you've burnt buybacks for this. You've burnt your high ground glyphs pretty much. You've got 1 more, which they can save if their Ancient's in trouble, but let's see what they can do with that Rapier now on the Morta.
Roche is up, so kind of hard situation here for Roche. Do they buy back to contest this Roche, or do they just let them have Roche plus? I guess they're just gonna let them have it. Gyro doesn't want to use his buyback. He already has another Rapier queued up. He knows that he does no damage if he doesn't have Rapier, so he can't really use his buyback.
Just a casual cheese and a banner in the pit, but Whitemall's already carrying a banner. It's like, I don't have inventory room for all these items. Do you have that issue a lot as a support player in the late game, where it's like, all game long, you've always had space in your inventory, and now you get to this phase where it's like, I can't fit anything here anymore.
Yeah, you need to get rid of junk in your inventory a lot. Especially when the 3rd or the 4th Roche die. There's way too many items to pick up. And the push is coming. I don't think Gyro is going to use his buyback. And he also doesn't have money for Rapier, so... What will Heroic do here?
Tundra's trying to equalize the structural situation at least. They only lost the melee racks in a tier 3. Here comes the Walrus kick onto the Murta, kick him all the way back if they can, and there's the Aegis, but still need to go for a round 2. BKB moves back into the active inventory. Roar onto Tylung's Pangolier. Here comes V2 popping that pierce the veil. Being protected for the time being for now. Gyrocopter is back in action. Let's see if they can get the chase. The rocket is flying through all the way to the back line. Tylung is there. The Lincolns will pop the rocket. Now they got the Solar Guardian. 33. Doesn't get hit by the stun. Dancing around the trees. Nicely juking Heroic's members, but finally getting caught by the Hex. And they still try to save 33. Looks like Tundra is just going to leave them for dead. No saving for staffs this time around. Tylung still hunting for more, but they've already TP'd away. And that is a Largo gone with no buyback. So that's the dieback on 33, gone for 2 minutes.
Good hold there from Heroic.
Very back and forth.
Clutch from the Tusk. He got the kickback on the Morta. I think that was a surprise too for Tundra. I think they didn't know that he had the Ags there.
So it's like a one-trick pony. I mean, but the Tusk Ags is more than just a one-trick pony. It's going to work so many times. But the shock and awe effect, the first time you use it like that.
So Gyro, he will buy another Rapier, and he will have no buyback. So it's Rapier versus Rapier. Roche is very far away, so we're probably going to see tier 5 items before the next Roche.
It's very likely. Longest game of the day so far. We've had some pretty short, pretty decisive games up until this point. This game 2 from Tundra Heroic is very back and forth, and good it is, because we we kind of talked about in the previous series, you don't want to end day one with a 2-0 loss. You want to at least get to 3 games so you see the good and the bad. If you feel like you just lose 2-0, like you're using your words, quoting your words, feels demoralizing.
Yeah. Smoked up from Heroic. They're betting all they have on this Tusk kick. He has the ward in the sentry. Morta just walking up. Gets spotted.
V-Tune, yeah. Rocket. Actually sent in, no other ability connected. Whisper, if he, you know, one good blink hex, or a good old walrus kickback, they have the damage required to nuke a Morta down during a hex duration. It's more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both teams, they have what it takes to burst any target down with the rapiers. It all just comes down to who jumps who first, and if the saves are ready, right? If the Dawn is ready with their ult, can she save the gyro from the Morta burst? Probably not. Honestly, I feel like the Morta might just kill the gyro so fast in 3 hits. And the same goes for the gyro. He might just kill the Morta so fast in 1 kick back that they might not have enough time to react. So it's more about who jumps first.
Tiger in position held for Heroic Tundra down on the right side of the mid lane. Creeps are in the base with double catapults doing some damage to the statues.
Haven't really talked about the Largo E either. He's been constantly pressing it on the Muerta, and it just does so much more damage. The reverberating damage. It's a crazy good combo with the Muerta ult. It just does so much damage. And now the Largo also has a Linkens. So you can just continuously keep pressing it on Muerta, and they will have the double Linkens active. And remember, since it lasts longer because of Largo's passive, he just has permanent Linkens on Muerta.
An attempt onto the Dawnbreaker, instantly charging it, but Tylung was ready for it. Muerta popping the Pierce the Veil. Tylung is in the middle of all of that action. That's 1 hero down. The Dawn still has ulti. It's a good hero to buy back with. Keep that in mind. Beastmaster hit by the vacuum. Linkens is pop. Lift save coming out from Ahri. No buyback used by the Dawn yet. Yuma, that courier does not have a rapier bot. Does have that demon edge in his backpack, holding onto his brown boots. He values the mobility. Now,
still have all their spells on Tundra. Still the rapier
AD.
on gyro.
That works as a rapier replacement.
I guess he's holding his buyback instead of buying rapier. I guess it's the better choice. Baiting with the Manta Illusion? No, they're not going to fall for it.
that's way too obvious.
You never know. You never know, man. Maybe they use their spells on it.
Did he disconnect or something?
Most of it is like the mental part. Is like you need to keep your enemy in check. Because if they mess up, you might just win the game.
Talking about that, what's like the dumbest thing you've seen your teammate do in a moment? Like, you don't have to name any names, but like any similar thing like that.
Well,
are you saying like there's too many of them?
it probably has to do like with some refresher BKB thing. Right. I don't know, maybe someone used BKB and then they use refresher to refresh it instantly after. Has to be something like that, or they press the cheese without having to press it. Probably some sort of.
Oh yeah, like you eat the cheese and you then give it to your teammate instead.
Yeah.
That happens to me way too often. That's why I'm not a pro player. I walk up to my friend and I just eat the cheese while he's dying. It's like, yeah, didn't mean to rub any salt in your wounds.
It's cool now that they added a little icon that it shows when you are trying to deliver your item to an ally. It kind of shows an icon on top of your ally in the game now.
Yeah.
It's like a little nice quality of life update.
I think like that kind of a thing should have always been in the game, but nobody really maybe thought about it too much. It's like maybe one of those things that you know exists, but nobody ever actually like implemented it in. So I think that's a really nice quality of life add into the game.
Yeah, it's like they also added the tread swap. When you swap treads, there's like a little icon that shows the color of your treads on your hero. They also added that recently.
It's that's pretty funky with the particle effects. If you have like a Wind Ranger trying to toggle it, you've got like this disco going on.
The tier 5 items are coming.
All right.
So let's see what everybody's gonna get.
Toon also has a has that second rapier on the courier disassembled.
So he has that pocket rapier with buyback.
Rapier.
No swift blink though, so his positioning has to be very conservative about it. He can't really go crazy.
I do wonder what kind of tier 5 neutrals we're gonna get. There we go. There's the rapier assembled. Because we got a tier 2 medallion still on Whitemon. Just don't want to give it away. Looks like it's an upgraded medallion for the potency. It's just increasing the duration instead of the added armor. So, that's pretty handy. That actually increases the amount of seconds instead of increasing the armor number. Because +2 armor, is that really going to give you any good at the 60-minute game? Not really. You got an extra 2 seconds on something, that's value.
Pango got the Stygian, which is probably the most value item for him since it applies on the swashbuckles. Really nice item for him, the Stygian plus the evolved, so he does even more damage with his spells.
Yeah, and the Regalia on the Morta is kind of self-explanatory as Ari's been found. Ate the cheese.
Regalia. Yeah, you did.
Well, I hope that was a good cheese. Hope it tasted good.
Regalia on both carries, so they're both just kind of
different enchantments.
Yeah.
One has the lifesteal, the other has the movement speed.
The movement speed is really nice and worth. He's so fast.
Okay, he's in the spot as well. Rubik is still dead for 90 seconds. He's going to instantly buy back as he spots that his friend just got caught in the trees. Easy able to get away to safety. Tai Lung also rolling thunder. This is not the fight for Heroic. They burnt the buyback. I think they should be happy with that. Try to disengage. Tundra tried to chase for a bit, couldn't quite catch him. Somebody just bought A on this. Oh, they got all clustered up! Oh my goodness! Rubik dieback, Treant got as well, and they will drop the Pango and a buyback coming out from King Jungle, so they did get a reply to it, but that happened way too quick. 33, he's got 100 HP and he's trying to run away with it, and looks like he will escape. That was rapid. My God, how quickly these things escalate. And was that like a 3-man vacuum? Well, V-Toon anyway finds Yuma, and there goes your gyrocopter. Down to the ground, and another for V-Toon. Picks up a double on the Muerta. Keeping Tundra's hopes alive of stretching into a game 3 potentially.
Casual 1,000 damage per hit on Muerta. Yeah, I just killed the gyro in 3 hits. That's just so much damage.
Solid.
And Muerta late game, this hero is scary. She actually just killed a Dawn there in like half a second.
All right, so what happened at the Secret Shop fight? Did the Tusk accidentally kick Largo away, or what happened? There was too many particles going on at the same time. I didn't quite register that.
My PC kind of froze there. It was way too many things happening on the screen.
All I think I saw was a 3-man vacuum and 2 heroes nuked to death instantly. I was like, okay, that just happened.
Tundra with the Aegis again. King Jungle's no buyback this time. He has an Aeon. They spot him.
AJ, dieback imminent. If he gets caught, the Aeon disc is popped already. Solar Guardian away, but no way to escape a Fallen Sky Whitemon. You just got lumbered. All right, now we got a real win condition here for Tundra.
Mega Creeps don't really mean anything at this point in the game. We definitely have to close out the game first, but Dawn has no buy, so they're probably going to go for the
Dawn
throne
no
here.
buy. That's the big thing here.
It just dies so fast.
Gyro's
They
up.
have to do something now.
Rapier's picked up. Picked up the catch. Triple 4 stats even on V-Toon. Everybody using them to get away, and they got Tai Lung locked in. Pango gone for 100, and now it's up to the Gyro, but this Muerta, they got the Satanic off, but it's not gonna be enough. They cannot stop V-Toon, who is tearing them apart. And we're going to a game 3 in the end. It was a game that Heroic could have taken, but never count Tundra out.
Tundra winning the game in the most Tundra fashion ever. They're just very far behind, but they just continue to farm in the corners, and they kind of just outscale the opponent at some point. They win a fight, and then they just take the game. So very soul-crushing loss for Heroic in this game. They were very far ahead, and they had everything they needed to be able to close out the game. So I wonder how they're gonna feel after this game, because game 1 was pretty clean for them. Game 2, it was looking like a repeat of game 1, but Tundra bounced back pretty hard. So the mental going into game 3 is probably gonna be the most important here for Heroic. They can't let this game affect them and how they go into the next game.
I just love how our highlight reel actually starts at 45 minutes, because we've been 20 minutes of back and forth of either team being able to win, but the first 40 was pretty much Heroic's game to close out. So ever since then, either team winning a fight, losing a fight might not actually matter, because it seemed like it bounced into the other team's favor right after you won a team fight. So just showing how strong these teams and how weak they can sometimes be. There was definitely a lot of mistakes in these chaotic team fights. I think you pointed out at some point, like, Heroic's response to an initiation from Tundra is pretty simple. But if the fight's been going on for a while, we see Solar Guardians being used in a bit of a weird way. Snowball save might not be there. They're using Lotus Hordes at the wrong time. And it's the start of the fight when they're the most awake, but when it's been 20 seconds, 30 seconds, it feels like it's not as cohesive anymore.
Yeah, in those highs, you can see that the Muerta just kills the gyro so fast that they don't even have time to react, right? When it gets to this late game, when the Muerta has like 3, 4, 5 items, this hero is actually just a monster. She just insta-kills people so fast, there's like no time to react. I wonder if they're even going to consider banning this hero in the next game, because I feel like if this was any other carry, it wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't be able to come back like this in this sort of game. Muerta definitely one of the flavor carries of the patch.
Yes, a lot of hero damage at the end. V2 76,000 and also 23.3 thousand building damage. Remember, this team only had 600 at some point, so that's nicely escalated towards the later parts of the game. A plus 60-minute game, a hype matchup between Tundra and Heroic. We get to see our first game of 3 on the B stream. This is also going to be the final game of the day. What's your take on both of these teams so far, based on 2 games? Are you still hungry for more?
Yeah, I thought both teams, they had really good moments in both games. Of course, definitely a lot of mistakes too in these games. And again, it's a group stage game, so for Tundra playing with the stand-in, they're probably still meshing together, right? Still understanding how he plays and what he values, how he works. And for Heroic, they tried the Darkseer versus the Muerta. Maybe they draw some conclusion from this game. Maybe they think it's not that straightforward, or maybe they think they just messed up the execution. No, because Muerta is going to be a hero that's going to show up more and more in these games. For Heroic, the question is their Darkseer answer good enough? Is it something they're satisfied with? Or is this loss going to make them second guess this pick?
I gotta love this pose from B2. Just a point of like this pick. Indeed, is it strong, or is it something that needs changing? Of course, 24th pick Darkseer was a surprise one. It worked out really well. Didn't quite win the game though, and the stand-in for Tundra, and ending up with the standout photo for sure. As after the break, we have game number 3 to decide who goes into the 1-0 bracket, who is in the loser 0-1 bracket of the Swiss stage. A lot to be decided. The path has only begun for some of these teams. Day 1, definitely proving to have quite a lot of action and interesting results all over. But for our part, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with game number 3 to end the day with T-Panda and Lelis. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Everybody, we are here with you know him, you love him, every Wallachia. We have Heroic here, and this time we have Yuma. It's good to see you, Yuma.
Good to see you too.
Last Wallachia, you had a new squad coming in. It was a bit fresh. It's been some time since that. Do you feel like you guys are very, used to each other now? You feel like it's a stable unit, or is there still a lot to learn?
I mean, I think there is always a lot to learn, right, in Dota, but I think overall as a team, we've definitely gotten more used to each other and also like more confidence with one another, I would say.
Do you feel like that is easier to solve problems with, a squad that feels comfortable, or is it kind of easy to solve problems when there's a few new people and things are open?
I mean, I think when there's new players, there's always like a fresh air, but at the same time, there is not that openness between players. So, but right now, I think it's like the way we feel as a team is very good. Like we're all joking around with one another. We can talk to, like each person can talk with the other, and quite openly, and it doesn't really go in a bad way almost ever. So yeah, I think it's definitely a positive for us.
Let's talk a little bit about some stats. Mr. Tai Lung reached 17.2k MMR.
Yeah.
He turned on his webcam, did a little dance. I don't know if you got to see that.
Yeah, everyone was talking about it.
Yeah, fantastic. What do you think about that? Impressive stuff?
It is very impressive. I mean, he has as much MMR as his age.
Wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, 17k.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very impressive. He's very talented and he's hardworking, so it's nice.
You think you'll ever get as much MMR as your age?
I don't think so, but maybe if they never reset, maybe there will come a point, yeah.
The double down tokens could come back.
That is true.
Okay, all right,
Definitely.
fantastic. What do you think about all these stand-ins? You think stand-ins are good as someone who won with a, pretty interesting team? Do you think stand-ins significantly weaken teams, or is it something you can work with?
I mean, it definitely takes a lot of pressure off of you, right? Like if you go into a tournament and you have a stand-in, it's like you can play weights off, let's say. Like people don't expect you to win, and then you just play, and suddenly you play with no pressure. So I think it's definitely a positive, I would say.
So there is another team here right now, the South American Rejects. Kind of a rarity these days to have a few SA teams representing there. What do you think about these boys?
I mean, they're good. Like we played them, I think 4 or 5 days ago. It was close, and yeah, I mean they're a good team. They're the team that kind of stuck together the longest outside of us, I think.
Yeah, it used to be Pain Gaming, right?
Yeah, it used to be Pain Gaming, but like the same, I think it's trio of players kind of stuck together, and now. Yeah, I think they're good. They keep improving, so it's nice. Yeah.
I ask you guys every year both how you think you're going to do, what your goals are, and words out there to the fans. So this time, you've been very accurate in the past. How do you think you're going to do this time?
At least like the way we see it as playoffs is like a minimum, kind of. After, so that's like the first goal, let's say, in mind. That's the first step. after that, I'm not really sure, but I think we're gonna do well.
If you came in and said you were going to do bad, I'd feel really sad.
Yeah, not
So-
sure who would say that, but KJ, I guess. KJ
Yeah.
says I would.
All right, any words for the fans, the heroic lovers?
I hope you guys support us and yeah, enjoy our games.
All right, we certainly will. Thank you so much. Best of luck. I love heroic at Wallachia's. It is the fondest of my memories. And may we see you guys in the grand finals again. Hopefully we'll see you guys some more here at PGL Wallachia Season 8. Don't go anywhere. We got more to come.
And time for the final game of the day. We've finally reached the ending point of day number 1 in the Swiss stage of the PGL Wallachia Season 8. And it goes down to Tundra versus Heroic in a decider match. On the B stream, we've had 3 series go, 3 games. We only had 1 2-0. That was with the, what was it? The BetBoom versus Virtus.pro series. BetBoom 2-0'd that one. And this one could have also been a 2-0, Lelis. But here we are. Tundra, late game, they win. They always seem to do it.
Yeah, one of the better comeback teams, Tundra, I would say. They definitely keep their cool and they play until the end. Not that the other teams don't play until the end, but Tundra, they're very good at stabilizing the game and not letting it get out of control to a point where they can't come back anymore. So last game was kind of an example for that, why they won so many tournaments and why they're so successful. They came back from a game that you could argue that was very hard to come back from. So last game, both games, Beastmaster was picked by Tundra, and this game they choose to ban it out since Heroic has first pick, so they don't want to play against Beast.
Does leave the Pango up for grabs for either team.
10 seconds remaining.
Since Heroic decides to go with a Hoodwink opener this time around.
5 seconds remaining.
Like to play around and flex their supports quite late into the draft, like have a 23rd support option. We were thinking about the Dawnbreakers at potentially a core, and they could 24th a support pick, but they opted for the Darkseer. And we're going to get a third time a 33 Largo kind of for Tundra. So you were debating about if someone can make this hero look good after all the nerfs he's gone through. It probably is 33 because he knows so much more than everybody else why he's playing this hero, why he's consistently picking it. Gotta win with it. We saw some really scary Largo ultis as well. There was that one fight next to the Tundra base where we saw Heroic completely disarmed. Couldn't do anything inside that Largo ult.
Yeah, probably one of the only players that's still really playing Largo is 3-3. After the changes, the Ags got very nerfed. The hero just does less damage, and we're in a Mage Slayer meta, right? So this hero doesn't really thrive against Mage Slayer. So Tundra, they were picking it later in the draft, and now they're just gonna pick it on 9, right? They think the hero's still busted. And last game, it was very good. I'll be honest, it did do a lot. It is a very slow hero, so not every team probably feels comfortable picking Largo since the hero needs to farm a lot and is very slow. But Tundra, they enjoy that type of gameplay, right? 3-3, he enjoys farming his camps, getting to his timings, and then being active. He's in no rush to actually be part of the game.
Just for Largo's sake, chat could maybe spam some OS Frog out there if you believe this hero is still as good as it was. Maybe it leads them into a win, and a series win is what's coming out of this game 3 for either of these two. Muerta out, Rubik out, Alchemist and Bristleback. So Tundra, a support would make sense now. What if they pick a flex core when they already have Largo locked in as a 3? Is that just, I wouldn't say bad drafting, but it's not very advisable to double core now.
I mean, they probably want to pick a support now. Probably some ranged hero that can either go 4 or 5, that can lane well into Hoodwink, probably. I think you don't want to give away your core pick here, since I guess in theory, Largo can be support. I do know Ari plays it a lot, and the support Largo hasn't really been nerfed. It's kind of the same as it was in last patch. So in theory, the Largo is already a flex hero, right? So if they can pick something that can keep the Largo still being a flex is ideal. But honestly, I have no idea what Tundra's going to pick. They're probably going to pick Tusk. Tusk is banned. So
IO?
The IO again.
Was that on your checklist?
Not really. I thought the IO was kind of weak in the first game that they picked it. But it's hard to really draw conclusions from one single game. So they're going to go with it again. IO Largo is definitely a very potent combo. Since you just overheal like crazy. And IO has been appearing a lot in the high-ranked MMR games. You usually buy 1 or 2 items, then you just go with the Ags and you become a core as well.
Yep.
9 class has been picking it a lot with Pari, and probably going to be played by Whitemon in this game. I don't think Ari plays IO, if I
don't think he does either.
Not mistaken. Yeah.
That does mean that Heroic, the heroes I was thinking are the Gyro and the Tiny that you gotta consider. So Tiny, definitely they wanted to block pick. Does leave Tundra open for a V-Tune Gyrocopter. He loves that hero. But we got an Ancient Apparition for the anti-heal. So pretty much a direct answer.
Yeah, the IO Tiny combination is a classic combination ever since, I don't know, Dota exists as a game, ever since AA was introduced as a hero. Tiny gives you the lockdown for AA to be able to hit his spell, and almost any hero really dies to this combo. And also, the AA versus the healing strat is very good. AA is very good versus Largo, since you can't heal yourself, and you also cannot heal the target that gets Ice Blasted. So it's a very common counter. And usually the AA, he struggles
Tundra esports.
because his team doesn't have enough lockdown to be able to hit his spells. So the Tiny fixes a lot of those problems, and also the laning from the Tiny helps the AA a lot, right? Since AA wants to lane with the hero that has a stun, and Tiny has a stun, so he can combo the cold feet. They just add to each other really nicely.
The fun thing about this Largo pick here, because I know Whitemond's been playing IO quite a lot, but Largo has actually been played a lot by Ari.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you think we have room for a pos 4 Largo and a core Marcy here?
Marcy will have to go in this situation off lane, right?
Off lane, yeah.
I feel like 3-3 is probably just going to play a Largo, and it's just a Marcy support. Marcy is a very decent hero versus AA. You can